Zombie brain collection center the shrill sound of an alarm shattered the stillness of the night. Chunyang jolted upright in bed, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Outside, a blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a bizarre crimson glow over the entire city. Brother, the door burst open, and his sister, Chunyu, rushed in, her face as pale as parchment. I received a strange notification, saying I have been chosen by the heart of the nest to survive for 1,000 days. What? Before Qinyang could fully comprehend the situation, Chunye's body suddenly began to emit light, dissolving into countless specks that vanished into the air. Xiaoyu! He lunged towards his sister, but grasped nothing but emptiness. Instinctively, he reached for his bedside table, intending to grab his phone to call for help, only to find his fingers passing right through it. What is this? He was momentarily stunned. Before his eyes, the phone transformed into a myriad of tiny data streams, floating like fireflies in the air. Then, the entire room began to distort. Walls, furniture, and floor dissolved into a torrent of numbers composed of zeros and ones. Global datization complete. Welcome to the 100 days of transformation allocating guardian territories. A chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Chunyang felt a wave of vertigo wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a valley. The valley was semicircular, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with an open expanse before him, where a small stream and a forest lay in the distance. Beyond the valley lies a mine, its entrance encircled by a wooden fence. From the depths of the cavern, a low, resonant thudding sound can be faintly heard, as if something lurks restlessly within. You have entered territory number 9527. Detected group chat system activated. Joining regional chat group. A semi-transparent chat window unfurled before Qinyang. Messages cascading rapidly. What is this strange place? My territory is so small. Has anyone drawn a combat talent? I got farming. The system says the first day is a protection period, and no zombies will appear. Is that true? Qinyang swiftly skimmed through the messages while checking his status bar. Name, Chunyang number, 9527. ID, 114514. Level, 1 health, 100100 experience, 0100 hunger, 80100 stamina, 90100. Talent skill, eternal unique unlocked, eternal machine gun turret current turret slot, 11 territory, Valley No, 9527 quest. Defend the territory for 100 days, 100 reminder. The first day is a novice protection period. No threats will appear outside the territory. Eternal machine gun turret? Chunyang's eyes brightened as he quickly examined the skill description. Eternal machine gun turret, infinite ammunition, infinite durability, attack range, 30 meters attack power, 30 attack speed, fixed at 1 shot second. Special effects. Instantly eliminate a level zombies, excluding boss. Upgrade rewards. Gain 1 turret slot and unlock new defensive facilities with each level increase. Deployment conditions. The first turret is free. Subsequent turrets require a level 1 core exchangeable for 100 points. At this moment, someone in the group suggested, Gu Linyuan player 9526. Everyone, I believe we should unite for warmth. I have drawn a level combat talent that can protect us all. Why Ichinga player 9528. I concur. I have drawn a healing talent that can tend to everyone's wounds. Qinyang pondered for a moment and replied, I have drawn a defensive talent, the machine gun turret. The group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting with chatter. A machine gun turret? Isn't that the most worthless talent? The ammunition will deplete quickly, won't it? This is hopeless. What use is such a talent? Gu Linyuan player 9526. 9527. I fear your talent may not be of much assistance. Ichinga player 9528. Indeed, defensive talents are rather lackluster. You might as well join us. Qinyang furrowed his brow, about to explain that his turret possessed infinite ammunition, when he suddenly noticed a glaring comment. Lu Xiao player 9529. Drawing such a worthless talent. You might as well be reborn. The group erupted in laughter. Chunyang's fingers hovered in midair, the explanation he had prepared being systematically deleted word by word. Taking a deep breath, he closed the group chat window. Forget it, he murmured to himself. Since you all look down upon my talents, let us each go our separate ways. Although the first day was designated as a protection period, Chun Yang resolved to initiate his defensive preparations. He raised his right hand, and a golden light coalesced within his palm. Construct, with a low command, a silver-gray machine gun turret materialized in the open expanse directly in front of his territory. The turret stood silently, devoid of a target, yet Chun Yang could sense the formidable power it harbored. Eternal machine gun turret deployed, current rate of fire, 1 round second. As Chun Yang circled the turret for meticulous inspection, he discovered an energy core at its base, emanating a steady glow. Taking advantage of the protection period, Chun Yang commenced planning the defensive layout for his territory. He reserved 4 turret positions in the open area directly ahead, aiming to establish a crossfire coverage. As for the mine located beyond the valley, he refrained from exploring it for the time being, as the deep, ominous growls emanating from within unsettled him. Warning: the novice protection period will conclude in 23 hours. Players are advised to prepare accordingly suddenly. A system announcement resonated in the ears of all players. Regional announcement. Player 9527 has become the first to complete defensive deployment, earning the title Prepared for Rain. Prepared for Rain. Gain a 10 increase in attack power during the Blood Moon. The chat group erupted in chaos. Holy cow. Chun Yang, the one who drew the machine gun turret talent? What is he up to? There are no zombies on the first day. Why the rush? Is there a bug in the system? Lu Xiao, player 9529. Surely, he seeks to garner attention. Such a worthless talent is futile, regardless of how it is deployed. Gu Linyuan, player 9526. 9527. You are squandering your stamina on the first day. One should diligently gather survival materials. Yichinga, player 9528. 9527. Have you disowned something? Did you gain anything from that title? At that moment, the system issued another announcement. Warning: the first blood moon will descend in 9 days. All players should prepare accordingly. Chun Yang disregarded the scornful remarks in the group chat and instead focused intently on strategizing for his territory. In this digitized realm, survival is the utmost priority. With only 24 hours of novice protection, he must maximize this fleeting time. He opened the territory map and discovered a small grove and a stream to the left of his domain, while a mine behind the valley was encircled by a rustic wooden fence, offering a temporary respite from the threat of zombies. Chun Yang promptly set to work, wielding the basic tools bestowed by the system: a rusted axe and a tattered bucket. Chopping wood. Gained wood 1, stamina 1 as he felled trees. Chun Yang remained vigilant of his stamina depletion. He noted that with each tree he chopped, his stamina diminished by 1 point. Fortunately, within his territory stood a fruit tree to replenish his hunger. Gathered berries, 3 hunger, 5 stamina 2. Chapter 2. The Zombie Onslaught. Throughout the entire morning, Chun Yang busied himself within and around his territory. He felled 50 units of timber, gathered 20 units of stone, and drew 10 barrels of fresh water from the brook. These resources were meticulously stacked in a corner of his land. First, he erected a humble abode at the center of his territory, serving as a temporary refuge. Material sufficient, shall the novice hut be constructed? Chun Yang affirmed his choice. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as wood and stone fused seamlessly, resulting in a modest yet sturdy cabin materializing at the heart of his domain. Novice hut construction complete. Durability, 100/100, special effect activated. Nighttime health recovery speed 10, upon entering the hut. Chun Yang noticed that although the interior space was limited, it was ample enough for 2 beds. He promptly transferred the supplies he had gathered that day into the hut, arranging them neatly in the corner. The countdown for the novice protection period ticked steadily in his view, the crimson digits serving as a stark reminder that time was of the essence. Standing in the center of his territory, he gazed at the fruits of his labor: a modest cabin, neatly stacked provisions, and the silent sentinel of the eternal machine gun turret. The walls must be constructed without delay. He opened the territory map, meticulously plotting the layout for the fortifications. The open expanse directly ahead in the valley was the sole approach for the impending zombie assault, necessitating the erection of a robust barrier there. As for the mine located behind the valley, Chun Yang resolved to leave it be for the time being. Taking a deep breath, he set to work. He accessed the construction interface and selected the simple wooden wall. Simple wooden wall consumes 10 units of wood every 10 meters. Durability 50/50. Build? Yes. Without hesitation, Chun Yang confirmed his choice. With his command, the wood automatically soared from the resource pile, assembling midair into segments of wooden walls. Qin Yang diligently pieced together the wooden wall along the edge of his territory. Before long, a rudimentary yet complete wooden barrier encircled the mouth of the valley, consuming 36 pieces of wood, equivalent to a 36-meter semicircular wooden wall. He left a door at the point leading to the creek, positioned slightly off-center. He always felt that a door was less reliable than a wall, so he placed it a bit to the side. Simple wooden wall construction completed. Durability, 50-50, special effects, none, standing within the enclosure. Qin Yang gazed at this makeshift barrier that barely offered a semblance of security, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. The wall's durability was alarmingly low. Against even moderately strong zombies, it would likely not hold for long. He felt an overwhelming lack of security. Upgrading the wall was imperative, he mused. Just then, the system's alert tone sounded once more. Warning. Time remaining in novice protection period. 1 hour. All players, please prepare. The group chat buzzed with activity again. What to do? I'm not ready yet. My territory hasn't even been fortified with walls. If zombies come, it would be disastrous. Do not open the mines wall. There are likely hundreds of zombies inside. How do you know, good brother? How did I come to know this? I seek refuge, a good friend. Please share your ID with me for assistance. What use is an ID? I just learned that possessing an ID allows one to apply for entry into another's territory. However, this mine is still inaccessible. Qin Yang pondered. Ignoring the lamentations in the group chat, he seized the last moments to enhance his defenses. He dedicated all the stone he collected today to upgrade the wooden walls. Would you like to upgrade the simple wooden walls to stone walls? Every 10 meters consumes 20 units of stone. Durability after upgrade. 200 upgrade. Qin Yang decisively chose, as the stone was consumed. The 15-meter wooden wall in front gradually transformed into a stone wall. The stone wall, heavy and robust, instilled a sense of security. Standing within the stone wall, Qin Yang felt a slight sense of relief. Surely, they wouldn't dare to attack my weak point directly. After all, there were only 15 units of stone remaining. Stone wall construction completed. Durability, 200, special effect, resists E-level zombie attacks. Just as Qin Yang completed the stone wall upgrade, the countdown for the novice protection period reached 0. The time struck early morning on the second day. Novice protection period has ended. Zombies are about to attack. On the first day, the zombie level is classified as E, with a total of 10 creatures, each possessing 20 health points, an attack power of 5, and a defense of 10. A warning indicates that E-level zombies move slowly and possess relatively low attack power, yet their numbers will gradually increase. Qin Yang hurriedly approached the gun turret of the Eternal, his gaze fixed anxiously on the movements outside his territory. From the depths of the darkness, a low, guttural growl echoed. Soon after, 10 shuffling zombies emerged from the woods, steadily advancing toward Qin Yang's domain. They're coming. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Yang. The appearance of the zombies bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in films: decayed skin, vacant eyes, and twisted limbs. They moved slowly yet resolutely towards the territory, as if they had caught a whiff of the living. Eternal gun turret, activate. Qin Yang commanded softly. The turret responded immediately, its barrel rotating slowly to lock onto the nearest zombie. Bang! A deep gunshot resonated, the bullet striking the zombie's head with pinpoint accuracy. The creature fell instantly, dissipating into a stream of data. E-level zombie killed 1. Experience gained. 10. Points earned. 1. Qin Yang felt a surge of joy. The power of the turret was indeed remarkable. The remaining 9 zombies continued their relentless approach. Bang! 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 The turret maintained a steady output, firing 1 round per second, each bullet finding its mark on a zombie. In a mere 10 seconds, all 10 zombies were eradicated. E-level zombies killed 10. Experience gained. 100 points earned. 10. Level increased to level 2. Acquired new turret slot 1. Qin Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally weathered the first day safely. He opened his status panel to observe the changes after the upgrade. Name: Qin Yang. Level 2. Health 100, experience 0-200, hunger 70-100, stamina 80-100, talent eternal. Unlocked: Eternal machine gun turret. Current turret slots 1-2. Territory: Valley No. 9527. Quest: defend the territory for 100 days 1-100. The prospect of a second turret slot brightened Qin Yang's spirits. But he soon realized that deploying the second turret required a level 1 core. Level 1 core, 100 points exchange. Currently, he possessed only 10 points, leaving him 90 points short of the exchange. He needed to accumulate more points. He accessed the quest interface to review the upcoming tasks. Quest: defend the territory for 100 days, 100, daily task, kill 10 zombies completed. Reward: 10 points. Hint: daily task rewards will increase with the passage of days. Qin Yang claimed today's task reward, raising his points from 10 to 20. The gap to exchange for a level 1 core remained substantial, but he was confident that, with each passing day, his points would gradually accumulate. His next objective was to level up and unlock additional turret slots. Chapter 3: A Reckless Endeavor. His sense of security was alarmingly deficient. The zombies grow increasingly formidable, and their territory must continuously evolve. Qin Yang stood at the center of his domain, gazing at the eternal machine gun turret. Feeling a slight sense of reassurance, his attention was soon captured by the messages in the regional chat channel. Regional announcement: the first day has concluded, and the zombie attacks have ceased. Regional announcement: current surviving players in the area, 9, 453, 10. 000. Regional announcement: number of deceased players, 547. Regional announcement: the territories of deceased players are now accessible. Survivors may venture forth to explore and gather resources. Warning: residual zombies may remain in the territories of deceased players. Proceed with caution. Qin Yang's pupils constricted slightly. On the very first day, over 500 had perished. This figure sent a chill through him. Although the survival difficulty in 100 days of Cataclysm is exceedingly high, he had not anticipated such devastating casualties on the initial day. The regional chat channel erupted with the voices of survivors. Help! The walls of my territory have been breached by zombies. Can anyone come to my aid? It's over. It's over. My talent is farming. I cannot fend off the zombies. Is anyone forming a team? My talent is scouting, allowing me to detect zombies in advance. Where's 9,527? Is that fellow with the turret talent still alive? With a turret talent, he must have already perished. Worry about yourself, brother. I merely wish to mock him for a sense of superiority. Summoner seeks asylum. Qin Yang coldly observed these messages, his heart betraying no emotion. The derision and disdain of these individuals hold no significance. Only those who endure until the end shall emerge victorious. He closed the chat window and began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Qin Yang reclined in the modest cabin. Though wearied, his mind incessantly replayed the day's myriad scenes. The terror etched on his sister Qin Yu's face before her disappearance, the guttural growls of the zombies, the resounding blast of the artillery. These images intertwined, rendering sleep elusive. He forced his eyes shut, striving to regulate his breathing. Tomorrow would be an even more arduous day. He must conserve sufficient stamina. After an indeterminate span of time, Qin Yang finally succumbed to deep slumber. The following morning, Qin Yang abruptly opened his eyes and promptly checked his status panel. Name: Qin Yang. Level: 2. Health: 100 100. Experience: 0 200. Hunger: 60 100. Stamina: 90 100. Talent skill: Eternal Machine Gun Turret. Unique. Current turret position: 1-2. Territory: Valino. 9527. Quest: defend territory for 100 days, 100 points. 20. Qin Yang swiftly arose, consuming a few berries to replenish his stamina, before grasping his axe and bucket, preparing to venture out in search of resources. He opened the territory map, meticulously planning his course of action for the day. Approaching the edge of his domain, he cautiously pushed open the small gate in the stone wall. The world beyond his territory remained shrouded in the blood-red glow of the moon, the air thick with the stench of decay. Qin Yang inhaled deeply, tightened his grip on the axe, and stepped out into the unknown. He did not venture to the logging site from yesterday, but instead ascended along the stream, hoping to discover additional sources of water and sustenance. Along the way, he remained vigilant, carefully scanning his surroundings for any signs of zombies. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Qin Yang stumbled upon a new growth. The trees here were denser, and resources more abundant. New resource point discovered. Dense forest, collectible resources, timber, berries, herbs. Qin Yang felt a surge of joy and immediately set to work. He wielded his axe, felling trees while remaining attentive to the sounds around him. Logging in progress. Acquired timber 1, stamina -1. With each swing of the axe, timber was steadily gathered. Qin Yang's stamina gradually diminished, yet he could not afford to rest. He needed to collect sufficient resources as swiftly as possible. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to an unusual tree. Its trunk was adorned with peculiar patterns, emanating a faint glow. Rare resource discovered. Spiritwood can be used to craft advanced defensive structures and special buildings. Qin Yang's heart leaped with excitement, and he immediately swung his axe towards the spiritwood. Logging in progress. Acquired Spirit Wood 1, Stamina -5. The hardness of the Spirit Wood far surpassed that of ordinary timber, and Chen Yang's stamina swiftly waned. Its value must be exceedingly high, so he endeavored to gather as much as possible. 2 hours later, just as he was felling the third Spirit Wood, a low, guttural growl echoed from a distance. Chen Yang's heart raced, and he promptly ceased his actions, alertly directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Deep within the grove, he spotted a zombie slowly advancing towards him. The zombie moved with a swifter pace than it had the previous day, its eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light. Warning: E-level zombie detected. Health 30, attack power 8, defense 15. E-level zombie. Enhanced speed, slightly increased attack power. Chen Yang quickly retreated, simultaneously opening the territory map in search of the nearest escape route. He could not afford to engage in battle here. He needed to return to safety at once. The zombie's speed exceeded his expectations. Gripping his axe tightly, Chen Yang rapidly calculated his chances of escape. His stamina had already diminished to 50 points, rendering him unable to sustain prolonged combat. He resolved to make a desperate gamble. Gritting his teeth, he swung his axe with all his might, cleaving through the zombies that obstructed his path. The defense of the E-level zombie surpassed that of its ordinary counterparts, rendering his attacks less effective. Health -10, health -10. The relentless assaults of the zombie began to take their toll, causing his health to plummet. Just when despair threatened to engulf him, he was suddenly jolted by the familiar crack of a gunshot. Bang! A bullet struck the zombie behind him with pinpoint accuracy. Chen Yang turned to see that his territory was not far off. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn near the edge of his domain, where the range of the Eternity machine gun turret conveniently extended. What fortuitous timing! A surge of relief washed over Chen Yang as he quickened his pace, racing towards the sanctuary of his territory. E-level zombie killed 1. Experience gained 15. Points earned 1. 5. At last, Chen Yang burst through the gates of his territory, hastily securing the small door within the stone wall behind him. Health 4100. Stamina 3100. Chen Yang sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. The recent harrowing episode left him shaken, yet simultaneously illuminated the perilous nature of the world beyond his previous imaginings. To venture out again would be akin to throwing away coins. Next time, fortune may not favor him so generously. After taking a moment to recuperate, Chen Yang began to organize the resources he had gathered that day. Chapter 4. Spirit Wood Wall. In addition to ordinary timber and berries, he had collected 3 pieces of Spirit Wood. Spirit Wood X4 can be used to craft advanced defensive structures. Chen Yang accessed the construction interface and discovered that Spirit Wood could be utilized to upgrade stone walls. Would you like to upgrade the stone wall to a Spirit Wood wall? Each 10 meters consumes 1 piece of Spirit Wood. Post-upgrade durability 500. Special effect restores 1% of durability per second. Without hesitation, Chen Yang opted for the upgrade. As the Spirit Wood was consumed, the stone wall was gradually replaced by the Spirit Wood wall. Even the unupgraded wooden walls transformed into Spirit Wood walls. The Spirit Wood walls emanated a gentle glow, instilling a profound sense of security. Spirit Wood wall construction complete. Durability 500. Special effect restores 1% of durability per second. Standing within the confines of the Spirit Wood wall, Chen Yang felt a modicum of reassurance. With the relentless evolution of zombies, defensive structures must be continuously enhanced. It was imperative to swiftly accumulate points to exchange for a level 1 core and deploy a second turret. He opened the task interface to review today's assignments. Task: defend the territory for 100 days to 100. Daily task: eliminate 20 zombies. Reward: 20 points. Tip: daily task rewards will increase with the number of days completed. Chen Yang accepted today's task, bracing himself for the impending zombie onslaught. The turret's range extended to 30 meters, precisely matching the distance from the territory's edge to its center. Chen Yang murmured to himself, contemplating the advantage of deploying an additional turret at the territory's perimeter, which would significantly enhance the coverage of firepower, allowing for more extensive scavenging efforts. However, the deployment of a second turret necessitated a level 1 core, which could be exchanged for 100 points. Currently, Chen Yang possessed only 20 points, leaving him 80 points short of his goal. After resting in the small cabin for an afternoon, the system's alert tone echoed through the stillness at midnight. Warning: a zombie attack is imminent. Next day's zombie level: E-grade, quantity 20. Tip: E-grade zombies exhibit increased mobility and slightly enhanced attack power. Chen Yang dashed to the turret, anxiously observing the movements beyond his territory. From the depths of the darkness, a low, guttural growl resonated. 20 staggering zombies emerged from the woods, slowly advancing towards Chen Yang's domain. They were here. A sense of tension gripped Chen Yang's heart. The zombies appeared even more grotesque than those encountered the previous day. Their decaying skin marred by dark veins, with their eyes glowing a menacing crimson. They moved slowly yet resolutely toward the territory. The turret responded immediately, its barrel slowly pivoting to lock onto the nearest zombie. Bang! A low, resonant gunshot echoed as the bullet struck the zombie's head with unerring precision. The creature collapsed instantly, dissipating into a stream of data. E-level zombie, killed 1. Experience gained, 15. Points earned, 1. 5. Bang. 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 The turret maintained a steady output of 1 shot per second, each shell finding its mark on a zombie. In a mere 20 seconds, 20 zombies had been vanquished. E-level zombies killed 20. Experience gained, 300. Points earned, 30. Level up to level 3. New turret slot acquired 1. Chen Yang exhaled deeply, relieved to have survived the day. He opened his status panel to review the changes following his upgrade. Name, Chen Yang. Level, 3. Health, 100-100. Experience, 100-400. Hunger, 50-100. Stamina, 80-100. Talent, Eternal. Unlocked, Eternal Machine Gun Turret. Current turret slots, 1-3. Territory size, 100-100 meters. Quest, defend territory for 100 days, 2-100. A third turret slot. Yet, he had yet to deploy the second turret. Level 1 core, 100 points for exchange. Currently, he possessed only 51. 5 points? Leaving him 50 points short of acquiring the level 1 core. Entering this survival game necessitated hard work. Chen Yang pondered as he opened the task interface to review his upcoming assignments. Task, defend the territory for 100 days, 2-100. Daily task, eliminate 20 zombies. Completed. Reward, 20 points. Tip. Daily task rewards will increase with the passage of days. Chen Yang claimed today's task reward, raising his points from 51.5 to 71.5, standing at the edge of the territory. He gazed at the dense forest shrouded in the ominous blood moon, contemplating his next steps. He accessed the system interface and discovered that the trading market had been activated. Trading market, system exchange, 1.5 wood or 5 stone. Exchange only, resources are not reclaimed. Player trading market, free pricing. Chen Yang noted that the system permitted only the exchange of points for resources without reclaiming any resources. This indicated that trading among players had become the primary means of acquiring points. He browsed the player trading market and observed that most players were trading at a rate of 1.6 wood or 6 stone. Clearly, trading among players was more advantageous than the system exchange. Wood and stone were currently the most easily obtainable resources if he could exchange them for points. He could quickly redeem for a level 1 core. He opened the regional chat channel to gauge the activities of other players. Messages scrolled rapidly in the channel. Is anyone forming a team? My talent is reconnaissance. I can detect zombies in advance. The Dawn Alliance is recruiting members, requiring at least a B-level combat talent. Interested parties, please message me. Our Iron Wall team seeks players with healing talents, offering generous rewards. We, the Wings of Freedom, welcome all players to join us in the collective resistance against the undead. Chen Yang conducted a rough survey and discovered that within the region, survivors have formed dozens of groups, varying in size. Most of these factions recruit members based on their talent levels and combat capabilities. Players like him, possessing subpar talents, are relegated to mining and woodcutting. I must rely solely on myself, Chen Yang pondered. He closed the chat window, grasped his axe, and ventured out of the territory towards the forest near the creek. In the forest, the trees stood tall and dense, teeming with resources. Chen Yang swung his axe, beginning to fell the trees. Logging. Wood acquired 1, stamina -1. As the axe struck, the timber accumulated steadily. Chen Yang's stamina gradually diminished. Yet he paid no heed to rest. He needed to gather sufficient resources swiftly. Chapter 5. The second turret. Chen Yang toiled in the forest throughout the night, laboring for nearly 10 hours. He harvested 180 units of wood, and his stamina dwindled to 20 points, all while snacking on fruits between cuts. That should suffice. Chen Yang wiped the sweat from his brow and resolved to return to his territory. Upon his return, he accessed the trading market and posted a transaction notice. For sale, 180 wood. Demand, 30 points. Exchange rate, 1.6 wood. Before long, a player reached out to him. Player 921. Greetings, I wish to purchase your wood. Chen Yang promptly replied, certainly. The transaction was swiftly completed. and his points surged from 71.5 to 101.5 points. 101.5. At long last, it was sufficient. An exhilarating wave surged through Qin Yang's heart. He immediately accessed the system interface and opted to redeem a level 1 core. Would you like to exchange for a level 1 core? Cost, 100 points, yes. He selected without hesitation. As the points dwindled, a core radiating a mesmerizing blue light manifested in his hand. Level 1 Core 1 can be deployed to establish an eternal machine gun turret. Qin Yang swiftly approached the edge of his territory, discerning the optimal position for the turret. With the consumption of the Level 1 core, a second eternal machine gun turret gradually emerged at the border of his domain. Eternal machine gun turret has been deployed, current rate of fire, 1 round second, attack range, 30 meters, standing between the two turrets. Qin Yang felt enveloped by a sense of security. Now, my territory's firepower coverage has significantly expanded, allowing for a more formidable defense against the zombie onslaught, he mused. He then returned to his humble abode and succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again heard the voice of his sister, Qinyu, her tone distant and faint, laced with urgency and unease. He yearned to respond but found himself voiceless, helplessly watching as her figure faded into the blood-red moonlight. Xiaoyu. Qin Yang jolted awake, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. He sat up, gasping for breath, striving to regain his composure. Rubbing his temples. He glanced at the system time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. He had slept for nearly 6 hours, restoring his stamina to its peak. Yet his hunger level had dropped to 40 points. He needed to consume something swiftly before resuming the enhancement of his defenses. Murmuring to himself, he retrieved a handful of berries from his backpack and quickly satiated his hunger. Hunger level 10, stamina level 5. After devouring the berries, Qin Yang felt significantly revitalized. Rising to his feet, he walked to the center of his territory and gazed at the 2 eternal turrets he had deployed, feeling a flicker of reassurance. Although the turrets had a wide coverage, his equipment was woefully inadequate. He lacked even a decent set of tools. Frowning, Qin Yang opened the system interface to examine his current resources. Wood, 40, stone, 20, spirit wood, 0 points, 1. 5. The wood and stone were insufficient. He needed to gather more. However, he was not in a rush to venture outside. The world beyond was rife with peril. Especially now that the zombies had escalated to an E level. Relying solely on a rusty axe, his safety was far from guaranteed. He needed to construct a workbench first to equip himself with a proper set of tools. Qin Yang navigated to the construction interface and located the workbench option. Workbench, basic manufacturing facility, construction requirements. Wood 20, stone 10, function, can craft basic tools and rudimentary weapons. Would you like to construct? Without hesitation, Qin Yang selected confirmation. As the wood and stone were consumed, a rudimentary workbench materialized at the center of his territory. Workbench construction completed. Having unlocked the ability to craft, Qin Yang approached the workbench and opened the crafting interface, discovering he could create the following items: stone axe, logging efficiency 20, durability 50-50, requirements, stone 5. Wood 2, stone pickaxe, mining efficiency 20, durability 50-50, requirements, stone 5. Wood 2, basic wooden spear, attack power 10, durability 50-50, requirements, wood 5. Surveying his limited resources, with both wood and stone in short supply, he resolved to craft some fundamental tools. He decided to first create a stone axe and a stone pickaxe. Crafting stone axe consumes stone 5, wood 2, crafting in progress. Stone axe completed. Logging efficiency 20, durability 50-50, crafting stone pickaxe consumes stone 5, wood 2, crafting in progress. Stone pickaxe completed. Mining efficiency 20, durability 50-50, with the stone axe and stone pickaxe in hand, Qin Yang felt a significant improvement in his gathering efficiency. Although these tools were still rudimentary, they were a vast improvement over the rusty axe he had previously possessed. Next, he needed to gather more wood and stone in preparation for future defenses, he thought. Carefully clutching the stone axe and pickaxe, Qin Yang ventured beyond the walls, heading towards the small grove. Within the forest, the trees stood densely packed, shrouding the area in a dim light. Qin Yang vigilantly observed his surroundings, fearful of encountering zombies or other dangers. Approaching a large tree, he swung his stone axe and commenced his logging efforts. After an entire afternoon of toil in the forest, he had harvested 100 units of wood, though his stamina had dwindled to 20 points. Sensing it was time to rest, he wiped the sweat from his brow and resolved to return to his territory. Upon his return, Qin Yang neatly stacked the collected wood in a corner. He accessed the construction interface to review his current resources. Wood, 140, stone, 20, spirit wood, 0 points, 1, 5. While he had sufficient wood, he noted a significant shortfall in stone. Furrowing his brow, he decided to gather stone the following day. He approached the workbench and opened the crafting interface, discovering he could create the following items. Wooden spear, attack 10, durability 50-50, requires, wood 5, wooden shield, defense 10. Durability 100-100, requires, wood 10, stone dagger, attack 15, durability 50-50, requires, stone 5, wood 2. Assessing his limited resources of wood and stone, he opted to craft a wooden shield. Chapter 6, The Loss of Security. Crafting wooden shield would consume 10 in progress. Wooden shield crafted successfully. Defense 10. Durability 100-100. Qin Yang grasped the wooden shield, feeling its substantial weight in his hands, which instilled within him a profound sense of security. Though the equipment remained rudimentary, it was a significant improvement over his previous state of being unarmed. He gently swung the shield, slicing through the air with a faint whistling sound. Satisfied, Qin Yang nodded to himself and resolved to gather some stones. Taking up his stone pickaxe, he cautiously stepped out of his territory, heading towards the rocky area. The rocky zone was not far from his domain, yet the path was overgrown with weeds, and occasionally, distant growls echoed, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching him. Qin Yang tightened his grip on the shield, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, wary of encountering zombies or other dangers. Within the rocky area, jagged stones jutted out, and a putrid aroma permeated the air. Approaching a large rock, he swung his pickaxe and commenced mining. Mining in progress. Obtained stone 1, stamina -1. Throughout the night, Qin Yang toiled in the rocky area, extracting a total of 50 units of stone, while his stamina dwindled to 20 points. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his collar. Wiping the perspiration from his brow and breathing heavily, he decided it was time to return to his territory for rest. Upon his return, he meticulously stacked the gathered stones in a corner and accessed the construction interface to review the resources he currently possessed. Standing at the edge of his territory, Qin Yang gazed into the distance at the forest shrouded in the ominous crimson glow of the moon, contemplating his next course of action. He decided to continue harvesting timber and open the trading market to announce a new transaction. For sale, 140 wood. Demand, 18 points. Trading ratio, 1.78 wood. Before long, the trade was completed, and his points surged from 1.5 to 19. 5 points, 19. 5. He still had a considerable way to go before he could redeem the next level core. Just as he was about to close the trading market, a glaring message suddenly flashed in the regional chat channel. Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 95290. ISNT, this the Cannon brother? Surprised to see you still alive. Truly resilient, aren't you? Qin Yang furrowed his brow and ignored the taunt. However, Lu Xiao seemed intent on pursuing him further. Continuing with his mockery. Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 9529 Cannon brother. I heard you're still selling wood? What's the matter, struggling to get by? Why not come work as a miner in our camp? We're in need of someone to dig stones. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the chat. Cannon brother, stop resisting. Come join us, at least you'll get a meal. Exactly, what good is your cannon talent? You might as well come labor for us. Cannon brother, stop playing dead and say something. Qin Yang coldly observed these messages, his heart devoid of any disturbance. The scorn and disdain of these individuals are utterly meaningless. Only those who endure until the end shall emerge victorious. He closed the chat window, redirecting his focus towards the development of his territory. At that moment, the system's alert tone abruptly resonated. Warning, a zombie attack is imminent. Day 3 zombie level, E-grade, quantity, 30. Note, E-grade zombies exhibit increased mobility and slightly enhanced attack power. Qin Yang felt a tightening in his chest as he swiftly ran to the turret, anxiously observing the commotion outside his domain. From the depths of the darkness, a low, guttural growl echoed. Soon after, dozens of staggering zombies emerged from the woods, advancing towards Qin Yang's territory. They have arrived. The two turrets immediately responded, their barrels slowly rotating to lock onto the nearest zombie. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled gunshots rang out, the bullets striking the zombies' heads with pinpoint accuracy. 2 zombies collapsed instantly, dissipating into a stream of data. E-grade zombies killed. 2, experience gained. 30 points earned. 3, bang, bang, bang. The turrets maintained a steady output of 1 shot per second, each projectile finding its mark on a zombie. The number of zombies had increased by 10 compared to the previous day. Qin Yang stood beside the turret, his gaze fixed anxiously on the battlefield. Suddenly, a zombie was teleported from the nearby woods to the wooden wall of the camp. This is bad. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Yang as he swiftly seized a wooden spear and charged towards the zombie. His instinctual reaction made him forget to command the turret to eliminate the threat. He swung the spear, delivering a fierce thrust towards the zombie's head. Attack successful. D-level zombie, in agony, emitted a fierce roar and lunged towards Qin Yang. He swiftly retreated, brandishing his spear once more to thrust at the creature. Attack successful. D-level zombie's health diminished by 10. After several assaults, the zombie finally collapsed, dissipating into a stream of data. E-level zombie killed 1. Experience gained. 15. Points earned. 1. 5. Qin Yang exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly returned to the turret. Resuming his observation of the battle, the pervasive sense of insecurity was quite distressing. The wooden wall had inexplicably lost 10 health points, though it had recovered in merely 2 seconds. Following an intense skirmish, all 30 zombies were ultimately annihilated. E-level zombies killed 30. Experience gained. 450 points earned. 45. Mission. Defend the territory for 100 days. 3. 100. Daily task. Kill 30 zombies completed. Reward. 30 points. Total points. 94. 5. Level increased to 4. New turret position acquired 1. Experience. 250. 1000. Qin Yang pondered how others with combat talents fared against the zombie tide. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts. He was utterly exhausted from felling trees, mining, and repelling the undead. In the depths of slumber, he vaguely perceived the system's notification sound. Yet his fatigue rendered him incapable of fully awakening. It was not until the following morning, when sunlight filtered through the cracks of the wooden cabin and warmed his face, that he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 7. The Nuclear-Powered Villagers. System notification. The update for 100 Days of Cataclysm has been completed. New feature. Villager Recruitment System. New feature. Team Camp System. Kind reminder. Lone players can unlock the Villager Recruitment feature by upgrading their cabin to level 2. Team Camp players must establish a camp before they can recruit villagers. Qin Yang abruptly sat up, rubbing his eyes as he swiftly examined the system update details. Villager Recruitment System. Lone players are required to upgrade their cabin to level 2 to unlock the Villager Recruitment feature. Villagers are categorized into ordinary and special types. Ordinary villagers can engage in fundamental tasks such as logging, mining, and farming, whereas special villagers possess unique skills in combat, healing, and crafting. The recruitment of villagers necessitates the expenditure of points, 100 points for ordinary villagers and 500 points for special villagers. The loyalty of villagers will influence their work efficiency, necessitating regular provision of food and shelter. Team Camp System. Players have the ability to establish team camps, wherein camp members share resources and defensive facilities. The higher the camp level, the greater the number of villagers that can be recruited. Players who belong to the camp have the privilege of recruiting villagers. After meticulously reading through the update details, Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement within him. The Villager Recruitment System. This signifies that I no longer need to mine personally. He swiftly opened his territory interface to examine the requirements for upgrading his cabin. Upgrade cabin to level 2. Requirements. Wood 200, stone 100, spirit wood 10. Post-upgrade functionality. Unlocks the Villager Recruitment System, adds an additional bedroom, and enhances nighttime health recovery rate to 20. Qin Yang glanced at his current resources. Wood, 0, stone, 70, spirit wood, 0 points, 94. 5. He realized he was still short by 200 units of wood, 30 units of stone, and 10 units of spirit wood. He contemplated his next course of action. Spirit wood was particularly challenging to acquire. He quickly rose, grasped his stone axe and stone pick, and prepared to venture out for resource gathering. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard the system notification sound. Eternal Talent wishes to convert your villagers into eternal nuclear-powered machine villagers. Do you agree? Agree. Hesitation for even half a second would be a loss. Conversion successful. Your villagers have been transformed into eternal machine villagers. Emotionless, nuclear-powered. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Yang felt a surge of elation. The Eternal Talent could indeed transform ordinary villagers into nuclear-powered eternal machine villagers. This meant that his future villagers would not only be free from the need for food and rest, but could also work with remarkable efficiency, potentially possessing combat capabilities. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed tone. However, he quickly regained his composure. While the eternal machine villagers sounded incredibly formidable, He first needed to upgrade the cabin to unlock the villager recruitment function. The resources required for upgrading the small cabin are still quite lacking, particularly the elusive spirit wood. Spirit wood. I must venture into the dense forest to seek it out, Chen Yang pondered. He opened the regional chat channel, hoping to uncover more clues from other players regarding the spirit wood. The chat channel remained bustling with activity, as players engaged in discussions about the newly updated villager recruitment system and team camp system. Does anyone know where spirit wood can be found? I only have ordinary timber, which is utterly insufficient for upgrading the small cabin. Spirit wood? I spotted a few trees yesterday in the northeastern forest, but it's infested with D-class zombies, far too perilous. D-class zombies? That's no trifling matter. E-class zombies are already quite formidable. A D-class zombie could easily shatter a wooden wall with a single blow. Have you heard? The summoner from Territory 666 single-handedly faced off against a horde of D-class zombies yesterday and managed to cut down dozens of spirit wood. The summoner? The one with the S-class talent? That's utterly outrageous. While we are still struggling with E-class zombies, they can effortlessly contend with D-class. Chen Yang quietly noted this information. The acquisition of spirit wood is exceedingly challenging, especially in areas plagued by D-class zombies. However, he had no intention of acting recklessly. Although the defenses of his territory had been enhanced, there remained a significant risk when confronting D-class zombies. It is prudent to first gather adequate timber and stone before devising a plan to procure spirit wood, he mused. He picked up his stone axe and stone pickaxe, departed from his territory, and headed towards the forest where he had gathered wood the previous day, though the forest had suffered considerable deforestation at his hands. The remaining trees still provided ample opportunity for him to gather 200 units of timber. Chopping wood. Acquired timber 1, stamina -1. As Chen Yang felled the trees, he remained vigilant, attentive to the sounds around him. While this area appeared relatively safe, he did not dare to let his guard down. The entire morning was spent industriously within the forest, resulting in the procurement of 100 units of timber. Yet his stamina had dwindled to 50 points. It was time to take a break. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he resolved to return to his territory. Upon his arrival, he neatly stacked the collected timber in a corner. He accessed the construction interface to assess his current resources. Timber, 100, stone, 70, spirit wood, 0 points, 94. 5. He noted he required an additional 100 timber, 30 stone, and 10 spirit wood. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang decided to gather stone in the afternoon. After consuming a few berries to replenish his stamina, he grasped his stone pickaxe and made his way towards the rocky area. Damn, when will I be able to eat meat again? It has been days since my last meal of meat. Mining. Acquired stone 1, stamina -1. The entire afternoon was spent laboring in the rocky expanse, where he unearthed 50 units of stone, leaving his stamina at a mere 20 points. After a brief respite, he returned to his territory, opening the construction interface once more to review his available resources. Wood, 100 stone, 120 spirit wood, 0 points, 94. 5. First, I shall purchase a core, and then construct a turret, Chen Yang contemplated. He accessed the trading market and posted a new transaction. A substantial amount of wood is available. The value of wood has already begun to appreciate. For sale, 60 wood demand, 7 points trading ratio, 1.8. 5 wood soon, the transaction was completed, and Chen Yang's points increased from 94. 5 to 101. 5 points, 101. 5 standing in the center of his territory, Chen Yang gazed at his 101. 5 points? A wave of excitement surged within him. At last, he could exchange for the third eternal machine gun turret. He swiftly opened the system interface and selected to redeem the level 1 core. Are you sure you want to redeem the level 1 core? Cost, 100 points without hesitation. Chen Yang confirmed his choice. Chapter 8. The proper way to utilize turrets. As the points were deducted, a core, shimmering with a blue light, materialized in his hand. Level 1 core 1. Clutching the core, Chen Yang approached the edge of his territory, meticulously planning the placement of the third turret. He surveyed the existing 2 turrets. One was positioned at the central edge of the territory, while the other was at the left edge. He resolved to place the third turret at the right edge, thereby establishing a triangular fire coverage. Just as he was about to position the turret, a sudden thought struck him. Could he possibly place the turret outside the territory to expand the defensive range? He attempted to position the turret outside the territory's walls, but the system promptly displayed a warning. Alert! Turrets can only be deployed within the territory and cannot be placed outside. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and placed the turret at the edge of the right side of the territory. Eternal machine gun turret has been deployed. Current firing rate, 1 round second. Attack range, 30 meters. Attack power, 30. With the deployment of the third turret, Xinyang's territory's fire coverage expanded further. The 3 turrets formed a triangular distribution, nearly encompassing all directions of the territory. This arrangement made it increasingly difficult for zombies to breach his defenses, bringing a slight sense of reassurance to his heart. He opened the construction interface to check for new defensive facilities that could be unlocked. Following the system update, several new construction options became available, including arrow towers, traps, and watchtowers. Arrow tower, ranged defense facility. Construction requirements: wood 50, stone 30, spirit wood 5. Function: automatically shoots at enemies, range 32 meters. Attack power 32, trap, ground defense facility. Construction requirements: wood 20, stone 10. Function: inflicts damage on passing enemies, attack power 30. Durability 50-50, watchtower, vision enhancement facility. Construction requirements: wood 100, stone 50. Function: increases territory vision range, enhancing reconnaissance range by 50. Xinyang scrutinized these options carefully, weighing his choices in his mind. Although the arrow towers and traps appeared appealing, he already possessed 3 eternal machine gun turrets, whose firepower was sufficiently formidable. While the range and attack power of the arrow towers were slightly superior to those of the turrets, the rate of fire and stability of the machine gun turrets were evidently more advantageous. There was no need for arrow towers. Arrows were consumables, whereas the ammunition for his turrets was not. Xinyang pondered. As for the traps and watchtowers, he currently lacked the surplus resources to construct them. Particularly, he had no spirit wood at all, rendering him incapable of building any facilities that required it. After perusing the updates on weapons, which included some crossbows and metal armaments, he felt a sense of disinterest. Spirit wood. It seemed imperative to devise a means to acquire it promptly. Frowning slightly, Xinyang contemplated his forthcoming plans. Standing in the center of his territory, he gazed at the 5 points in his possession, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. He opened the trading market and browsed the latest offers. Suddenly, a post caught his attention. For sale, 1 spirit wood. Demand, 10 points. Exchange rate, 1 spirit wood 10 points. Xinyang furrowed his brow, a sense of agitation rising within him. 10 points was no trivial amount, especially considering that the price of timber had plummeted to a rate where 9 units of wood could only be exchanged for 1 point. He glanced at his current resources. Wood, 40, stone, 120, spirit wood, 0 points, 1. 5. It seemed he could only continue to fell trees. With a sigh, Xinyang picked up his stone axe and ventured out of his territory, heading towards the forest. For an entire morning, he busied himself within the woods. He felled 60 units of timber, and his stamina dwindled to 30 points. Logging. Gain timber 1, stamina -1. Upon returning to his territory, Xinyang neatly stacked the gathered wood in a corner. He opened the regional chat channel, eager to discover if other players had more insights regarding the elusive spirit wood. The chat was bustling with energy as players engaged in fervent discussions about acquiring spirit wood. Steadily and cautiously, he resolved to gather enough timber and stone before seeking out the spirit wood, he thought. Once his stamina was sufficiently replenished, he grasped his wooden axe and stone pickaxe, stepping out of his territory and heading towards the forest to collect more wood. For an entire afternoon, Xinyang busied himself in the woods, felling 70 units of timber, which reduced his stamina to 20 points. Logging. Gain timber 1, stamina -1. After returning to his territory, he organized the collected timber in the corner once more. He accessed the construction interface to review his current resources. Timber, 170, stone, 120, spirit wood, 0 points, 1. 5. He still needed 30 timber and 10 spirit wood. Furrowing his brow, Xinyang resolved to take a risk. He opened the territory map, meticulously plotting his route to the dense forest. The forest was not far from his territory, but the path was overgrown with weeds, and he could occasionally hear distant growls, as if something were lurking in the shadows, observing him. Xinyang tightened his grip on the wooden shield, quietly formulating his next course of action. One must not confront the zombies head-on. Rather, a strategy to lure them back to the defenses is imperative, he pondered. Swiftly, he prepared his gear, taking up a wooden shield and a stone axe, and cautiously ventured beyond his territory, making his way toward the dense forest. Throughout his journey, Xinyang remained vigilant, wary of encountering zombies or other perils. He followed the stream upstream, hoping to discover additional sources of water and sustenance. Simultaneously, he unfurled the map of his territory, scrutinizing the nearest escape routes. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, Chen Yang stumbled upon a new growth. The trees here were denser, and the resources more abundant. Resource point: dense grove, harvestable resources, timber, berries, herbs. Upon receiving the system notification, a sense of urgency gripped Chen Yang, compelling him to halt his actions and cautiously gaze toward the origin of the sound. Deep within the thicket, several zombies were slowly advancing toward him. Their movements appeared swifter than those he had encountered the previous day, their eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Warning: E-level zombie detected. E-level zombie. Enhanced movement speed. Slightly increased attack power. Chen Yang swiftly retreated, adhering to the premeditated escape route back to his territory, aiming to draw the zombies toward it. Gripping his wooden shield tightly, he carefully retreated in the direction of home. The number of zombies exceeded his expectations, as soon a dozen or more began to converge from all directions. Deliberately, he slowed his pace, inviting the zombies to pursue him, while rhythmically striking the wooden shield with the back of his stone axe to create a cacophony. Indeed, the zombies were drawn to his movements, relentlessly pursuing him. As he retreated, Chen Yang continued to observe the zombies' actions. Chapter 9. Recruiting villagers. He meticulously maintained his distance, ensuring he was not overtaken by the zombies while simultaneously preventing them from losing sight of him. At last, he beheld the walls of his territory. A surge of joy coursed through Chen Yang as he hastened his pace and dashed into the domain. The eternal machine gun turret was set to auto-activate, after all. He was alone and had no fear of collateral damage. The turret immediately responded, its barrel swiveling to lock onto the nearest zombie. Bang! A muted gunshot echoed as the bullet struck the zombie's head with deadly precision. Killed E-level zombie 1. Experience gained. 15. Points earned. 1. 5. Bang. 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 The three automated turrets unleashed a relentless barrage. In mere moments, a dozen zombies lay vanquished. Killed E-level zombie 15. Experience gained. 225 points earned. 22. 5. Chen Yang let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. This venture, though perilous, had proven immensely rewarding. He opened his status panel to check his points. Points: 24. Standing at the edge of his territory, a smile crept across Chen Yang's face. Should he return to the mundane task of chopping ordinary wood? Am I a fool? He chuckled to himself, his tone laced with self-deprecation and pride. Now, he could effortlessly amass points and experience by luring zombies, a far more efficient endeavor than lumberjacking. Without wasting a moment, Chen Yang commenced his monster-luring strategy. Armed with a wooden shield and a stone axe, he cautiously ventured out of his territory, heading toward the dense forest. Along the way, he deliberately made noise to attract the nearby E-level zombies. Come, my darlings, follow me home, Chen Yang murmured to himself while rhythmically beating his shield. A dozen E-level zombies were drawn to him, swaying unsteadily in his wake. Chen Yang maintained a composed demeanor, skillfully controlling the distance to ensure the zombies neither caught up with him nor lost sight of their target. He jogged briskly, leading the horde back to his territory. Bang! 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 The three eternal gun turrets fired in unison, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the zombie throng. In mere seconds, over 20 E-level zombies were eradicated. E-level zombies killed 21. Experience gained. 315. Points earned. 31. 5. Chen Yang stood beside the turret, nodding in satisfaction. This monster-drawing strategy, though perilous, proved highly effective. He resolved to seize the moment and continue luring zombies. For the next several hours, Chen Yang traversed back and forth between his territory and the dense forest, enticing wave after wave of E-level zombies. With the turret's firepower at his disposal, he effortlessly dispatched them. As the number of zombies dwindled, his points and experience surged rapidly. Defeated E-level zombies X30, experience gained. 450 points earned. 45. Chen Yang opened his status panel to observe the changes post-upgrade. Name: Chen Yang. Level: 4. Health: 100 experience: 750 1000 hunger: 6100 stamina: 8100 talent skill: eternity unique unlocked eternity gun turret current turret slots 3-4 territory Valley No 9527 quest defend territory for 100 days for 100 points 100. 5. The prospect of a fourth turret slot ignited a flicker of excitement in Chen Yang's eyes. After completing the cleanup and harvesting the spirit wood, he discerned a notable decline in the number of E-level zombies within the dense forest following several rounds of luring. Some areas had even become devoid of zombie presence. B-level zombies in this region had nearly been eradicated, much to Qin Yang's delight. It was now the perfect moment to harvest spirit wood. He organized his gear, arming himself with a stone axe and a wooden shield, and cautiously ventured into the lush forest. With the threat of zombies eliminated, his movements became markedly more composed. Rare resource discovered. Spiritwood, the system's prompt resonated, prompting Qin Yang to swiftly proceed towards the sound's origin. The peculiar tree from before still stood nearby, its trunk adorned with enigmatic patterns that emitted a faint glow. Time to chop? Qin Yang felt a surge of joy as he swung his stone axe, commencing the harvest of spiritwood. In the midst of lumbering. Acquired spiritwood 1, stamina -5. The hardness of spiritwood far exceeds that of ordinary timber, and Qin Yang's stamina swiftly diminished. However, the value of spiritwood is exceedingly high, necessitating the collection of as much as possible. Throughout an entire evening, Qin Yang toiled in the dense forest. Unwilling to depart even as midnight approached, he felled approximately 10 pieces of spiritwood, reducing his stamina to 20 points. Spiritwood 16 can be used to craft advanced defensive structures and special buildings. Qin Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. With the spiritwood, he could finally upgrade his modest cabin and unlock the ability to recruit villagers. Upon returning to his domain, he accessed the construction interface to review his current resources: lumber, 170, stone, 120, spiritwood, 16 points, 105. This was nearly sufficient. Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement within him. He was still short by 30 pieces of lumber. He opened the trading market and quickly perused the lumber trading information. As the price of lumber had plummeted to rock bottom, Qin Yang swiftly identified a suitable transaction. Sell, 30 lumber. Demand, 3. 5 points. Trading ratio, 1.8. 5 lumber. Without hesitation, Qin Yang opted for the trade, expending 3. 5 points to acquire 30 pieces of lumber. Lumber, 200, stone, 120, spiritwood, 16 points, 97. Finally, he had gathered everything he needed. Qin Yang exhaled deeply and swiftly accessed the construction interface, opting to upgrade the small wooden house. Do you wish to elevate the small wooden house to level 2? Requirements: lumber 200, stone 100, spiritwood 10. Yes. Without hesitation, Qin Yang confirmed his choice. As the resources were consumed, the small wooden house began to radiate a dazzling light. The lumber, stone, and spiritwood gradually melded into the structure, rendering the small wooden house more robust and its appearance more exquisite. Upgrade successful. Current level: 2 new features. Villager recruitment system, new feature. Nighttime health recovery rate increased to 20, new feature. An additional bedroom created. Standing before the upgraded small wooden house, Qin Yang was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He still needed to sell a piece of spiritwood. He accessed the trading market and promptly posted a transaction notice. For sale, 1 spiritwood. Price, 10 points. Trade ratio, 1 spiritwood. 10 points. Soon, the transaction was completed, and Qin Yang's points rose from 97 to 107 points. 107. At last, he could recruit villagers. He eagerly opened the villager recruitment interface. Chapter 10. Nuclear-powered villager Zhongsan. Qin Yang chose to recruit an ordinary villager. Do you wish to expend 100 points to recruit an ordinary villager? Yes. As the points were consumed, an ordinary villager clad in coarse cloth materialized before Qin Yang. Ordinary villager recruited. Name: Zhongsan. Loyalty, 100. Work efficiency, 100. Skills: logging, mining, farming, combat. Qin Yang gazed at the villager before him. A surge of anticipation coursing through him. He swiftly accessed the Eternal Talent interface, opting to transform the ordinary villager into an Eternal Machine Villager. Do you wish to convert the ordinary villager Zhongsan into an Eternal Machine Villager? Yes. As the system's prompt echoed, Zhongsan's form began to metamorphose. His skin gradually became enveloped in metal, a blue luminescence flickering in his eyes, and a nuclear core manifested at his chest. Conversion successful. Eternal Machine Villager, Zhongsan, emotionless, nuclear power, work efficiency, eternal 100, skills, logging, mining, farming. Qin Yang looked upon the newly transformed Eternal Machine Villager with unbridled joy. Splendid! He could not help but exclaim softly, casting aside his stone axe. He felt as if he had risen from servitude to sing a triumphant song. Yet, a nagging thought struck him. Why couldn't his machine villager engage in combat? So, the game indulges in such absurdities, does it? Machines are not destined for perilous tasks. Qin Yang felt a swell of indignation, standing in the center of his domain. He gazed at the recently recruited Eternal Machine villager Zhang San. Though a twinge of disappointment lingered at its inability to fight, he nonetheless felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. With this tireless machine villager, he would no longer need to toil in logging or mining, and efficiency would soar. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang issued a command. Zhang San, go gather spirit wood. Should you encounter danger, return to the camp, and once safe, resume logging. As a glimmer of blue light flickered in Zhang San's eyes, he strode purposefully towards the dense forest. Qin Yang observed his silhouette, quietly contemplating the plans that lay ahead. The fourth day's zombie tide was imminent. Preparations were essential. The artillery of the 3 turrets should suffice to confront 40 E-level zombies. Qin Yang felt a modicum of reassurance. With less than 2 hours remaining until midnight, he needed to seize the moment to rest. He returned to the wooden cabin, swiftly consumed a handful of berries to replenish his energy, then reclined on the bed for a brief respite. Just as he opened his eyes, the system's alert echoed. Warning, zombie attack imminent. Day 4 zombie level, E quantity, 40. Note, E-level zombies exhibit increased mobility and slightly enhanced attack power. Qin Yang jolted upright, hastening to the turrets. His gaze fixed anxiously on the movements beyond his territory. From the depths of the darkness, a low growl resonated. 40 staggeringly slow zombies emerged from the thicket, advancing towards Qin Yang's domain. The 3 turrets immediately responded, their barrels swiveling as they locked onto the nearest zombie. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deep gunshots rang out, the bullets striking precisely at the zombies' heads. 3 zombies collapsed instantaneously, dissipating into a stream of data. Kill E-level zombies 3, experience gained. 45 points earned. 4, 5 bang, bang, bang. The turret consistently fires at a rate of 1 round per second, with each bullet striking a zombie with pinpoint accuracy. The number of zombies has increased by 10 compared to yesterday, and the turret's firepower is formidable. Standing beside the turret, Qin Yang feels an overwhelming sense of security. Soon, the zombies are thoroughly eliminated. Eliminated E-level zombies 40, experience gained. 600 points earned. 60 quest. Defend the territory for 100 days for 100, daily quest. Eliminate 40 zombies completed. Reward, 40 points. A modest gain of 100 points. Qin Yang used. Zhang San collects 3 spirit woods per hour, faster than me, and he doesn't even need to rest. What a delight. After taking stock, Qin Yang instructed Zhang San to continue gathering wood while he returned to his slumber. Upon awakening, the system's notification chimed. Villager Zhang San has gathered spirit wood, 28. Rubbing his eyes, he swiftly accessed the resources interface. Wood, 0, stone, 20, spirit wood, 39, points, 101. 5. 39 pieces of spirit wood. Qin Yang felt a surge of joy and immediately opened the trading market. Discovering that the price of spirit wood had risen to 12 points per piece. The demand for spirit wood is increasing. He must act quickly to sell. He promptly posted the trading information. For sale, 39 spirit wood, demand, for 168 points, trading ratio, 1 spirit wood 12 points. The transaction completed. Qin Yang's points skyrocketed from 101. 5 to 569. 5 with 569. 5 points, I can now exchange for a level 1 core. Without hesitation, Qin Yang confirmed the exchange, costing him 100 points. As the points were depleted, a core radiating a brilliant blue light materialized in his hand. Level 1 Core 1. Qin Yang swiftly proceeded to the edge of his territory, deploying the 4th Eternal Machine Gun turret at the rear, thus establishing a formidable 4-corner fire coverage. This artillery was primarily intended to target the zombies breaching the front line. Eternal Machine Gun turret has been deployed. Current fire rate, 1 round second. Attack range, 30 meters. Attack power, 30. For turrets should suffice in terms of firepower. Qin Yang thought, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Chapter 11. The boss zombie approaches. The system's alert echoed once more. Warning, a small-scale zombie tide will arrive tonight. Zombie levels, E-level 100, D-level 5, E-level boss 1. Note, D-level zombies possess superior defense and attack power, while E-level boss zombies wield special abilities. A wave of anxiety washed over Qin Yang as he hurriedly opened the territory map, meticulously planning his defensive layout. 100 E-level zombies, 5 D-level zombies, and 1 E-level boss. His previously overflowing sense of security evaporated in an instant. Though tension gripped him upon reading the system's warning, Qin Yang remained composed. Adequate preparation was imperative in the face of the impending zombie tide. The enhancement of the spiritual wood enclosure and the elevation of the cottage are of paramount importance. However, the absence of metal resources presents a formidable challenge. Zhang San. Continue to fell the spiritual wood and gather as much as possible. Chen Yang issued directives to the mechanical villagers. A flicker of blue light flashed in Zhang San's eyes as he strode purposefully once more towards the dense forest. Meanwhile, Chen Yang opened the chat channel in hopes of uncovering some clues regarding the metal resources. The channel was inundated with a cacophony of disorganized messages. Magnificent. I'm your father. Where are you, my dear son? Respond quickly. For sale. Spiritual wood, 13 points each, bulk discounts available. Looking for a team. Is anyone interested in battling D-level zombies? Private message me. Seeking refuge, 100. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. This latest zombie tide had thoroughly unsettled many lone wolves, prompting him to close the chat channel. Noticing that information regarding metal resources was not circulating within the channel, he realized he had to rely on his own efforts. Since metal was elusive, he would first focus on gathering spiritual wood and setting up some traps, he mused. Chen Yang calculated that Zhang San could collect 3 pieces of spiritual wood per hour. He resolved to seize this time and accompany Zhang San to expedite their progress. Armed with a stone axe and a wooden shield, Chen Yang ventured out of the territory, heading towards the dense forest. Along the way, he cautiously avoided potential zombies, ensuring his safety. Upon reaching the dense forest, Chen Yang swiftly located a spiritual wood tree and began to wield a stone axe to chop it down. In the midst of logging, acquired spirit wood 1, stamina -5, Chen Yang's stamina swiftly diminished, yet he did not relent. Time was of the essence. He needed to complete his task expeditiously. Meanwhile, Zhang San was also felling spirit wood not far away. The efficiency of the mechanical villagers was remarkable, managing to harvest a piece of spirit wood approximately every 20 minutes. Several hours elapsed, and Chen Yang and Zhang San collectively gathered 16 pieces of spirit wood. Spirit wood, 16, almost there. Chen Yang hastily returned to his territory. Next, he intended to upgrade the cabin to level 3. He accessed the construction interface to review the upgrade requirements. Cabin upgrade to level 3 requirements. Wood 300, stone 200, spirit wood 20, metal 50, metal. Once again. Metal. Chen Yang frowned, lacking the necessary metal. He reopened the chat channel, hoping to uncover some leads, but to no avail. The metal resources could only be procured through his own exploration, Chen Yang mused. He then returned to the cabin, consumed a few berries to replenish his stamina, and checked his status bar to assess his points and resources. Points for 6-9, 5, wood, 0, stone, 20, spirit wood, 16, at that moment. The system's alert sounded once more. Warning, a horde of corpses will arrive in 6 hours. Zombie level, E100, D5. E-Boss 1. Chen Yang felt a tightness in his chest as he swiftly opened the territory map, meticulously planning his defensive layout. The firepower of the 4 turrets should suffice to confront E-level zombies. Yet the D-level zombies and E-level boss may pose a significant challenge, he pondered. Chen Yang swiftly accessed the trading market, expending 200 points to acquire 900 units of wood and 700 units of stone. Player market, 1.9 wood, 1.7 stone, points, 269. 5, wood, 900, stone, 720. He then opened the construction interface, opting to build traps. Traps, ground defense facility, construction requirements, wood 20. Stone 10, function, inflicts damage on passing enemies, attack power 30, durability 50-50, outside the front wall of his territory, aligning with the path of the zombie assault. Chen Yang constructed 20 traps in one breath. Trap construction complete. Durability, 50-50, attack power, 30. These traps were arranged in a fan-shaped distribution, encompassing the most probable routes of the zombie attack. Chen Yang stood within the walls, nodding in satisfaction. These traps should delay the D-level zombies and the E-level boss for a time, granting the turrets additional opportunities to unleash their firepower, he mused. He opened the status bar to review his points and resources. Points, 269. 5, wood, 500, stone, 520, spirit wood, 16, with a considerable amount of resources remaining. He contemplated the possibility of constructing further defensive facilities. Chen Yang deliberated as he opened the construction interface to see if there were any new defensive structures available for unlocking. Following the system update, several construction options have been introduced, including arrow towers, watchtowers, and caltrops. Arrow tower, a remote defense facility construction requirements. 50 wood, 30 stone. 5 spirit wood function, automatically fires at enemies, with a range of 32 meters and an attack power of 32. Watchtower, a vision enhancement facility construction requirements, 100 wood. 50 stone function, expands the territory's visibility range, increasing reconnaissance capabilities by 50. Caltrops, a ground defense facility construction requirements, 30 wood, 20 stone function, capable of obstructing enemy advances. With a durability of 100. Currently, there is no immediate need for arrow towers, as the cannons suffice. However, constructing a watchtower for observation seems prudent. As for the caltrops, he resolved to erect additional ones outside the front wall of his territory to further impede the onslaught of zombies. He expended 300 wood and 200 stone to construct 10 caltrops. Caltrops construction completed. Durability, 100. These caltrops were arranged in a fan shape, covering the most likely paths of zombie attack. Qin Yang stood within the wall, nodding in satisfaction. These caltrops should effectively delay the assault of D-grade zombies and E-grade bosses, providing the cannons with more opportunities to unleash their firepower, he mused. He opened the status bar to review his points and resources. Chapter 12. Zombies are coming. He opened the status bar to inspect his points and resources. Points, 269, 5. Wood, 200. Stone, 320. Spirit wood, 16. With only the existing defensive structures and 4 turrets at his disposal, his chances against the impending horde of the undead were rather slim. He resolved to employ Zhang San as bait to lure the D-class zombies. This would not only allow him to accumulate more experience and points, but also serve to test the efficacy of his territory's defensive apparatus. As he observed Zhang San approaching with a nimble gait, Qin Yang contemplated that if he could not engage in combat, he might as well utilize him to attract the enemies. Zhang San, proceed to the northeastern sector where the D-class zombies roam and draw them towards us, Qin Yang commanded. A flash of blue light ignited in Zhang San's eyes as he made his way to the designated area. Meanwhile, Qin Yang anxiously scrutinized the defensive installations of his territory, poised to confront any potential crisis. Before long, Zhang San successfully enticed 4 D-class zombies, which began to meander towards the territory. Warning: D-class zombies detected. Health, 50. Attack power, 30. Defense, 50. A pang of concern gripped Qin Yang's heart as he swiftly adjusted the firing angle of the turrets, preparing for battle. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 turrets unleashed their fire simultaneously, bullets cascading like a torrential downpour upon the D-class zombies. The formidable defense of the D-class zombies was disheartening. It would require a sustained barrage of 10 seconds, amounting to 40 rounds, to fell the single one. This realization filled Qin Yang with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Elimination of D-level zombie 1. Experience gained. 20 points acquired. 2. Slaying a single D-level zombie only yields a mere 2 points. Qin Yang sighed inwardly. He resolved to have Zhang San continue luring D-level zombies until he amassed sufficient points to upgrade the turrets. As Zhang San persistently drew D-level zombies back to their territory, Qin Yang's points and experience gradually increased. Each time he repaired the damaged traps and barricades, he felt the strain of dwindling resources. After consecutively enticing and dispatching over 20 D-level zombies, Qin Yang's level ascended to 5. Level increased to 5. Acquired new turret slot 1. Unlocked turret upgrade function. Qin Yang opened his status panel to examine his attributes and resources. Name: Qin Yang. Level 5. Health 100. Experience 0-3000. Hunger 8100. Stamina 100. Talent skill. Eternal, unique, unlocked. Eternal machine gun turret, upgradable. Current turret slots, for 5. Territory, Valley No. 9527. Quest. Defend territory for 100 days for 100 points. 350. Wood, 150. Stone, 280. Spirit wood, 16. The prospect of upgrading the turret sparked a glimmer of excitement in Qin Yang's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Upgrading the turret required 1,000 points to purchase a level 2 core, and his current points were vastly insufficient. First, stabilize the situation and complete the defensive structures. Qin Yang swiftly issued commands to Zhang San to halt the baiting of D-level zombies and instead focus on repairing the damaged traps and barricades. Standing by the wall, Qin Yang gazed into the encroaching darkness, silently praying that these defensive measures would play a pivotal role in the impending tide of the undead. His mind remained active, contemplating that with the existing defenses and 4 artillery emplacements, the odds of survival stood at roughly 70%, a figure that still felt alarmingly low. He required greater firepower. and the construction of the 5th Artillery emplacement represented his final hope for a sense of security. Construct the 5th Artillery. As resources dwindled, the 5th turret began to rise gradually. Points -100, Eternal Machine Gun Turret deployed, current rate of fire, 1 shot second, attack range, 30 meters, attack power, 30, 5 turrets should suffice for adequate firepower. Chen Yang thought, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Remaining resources, points, 250, wood, 150, stone, 280, in the forthcoming wave of zombies. The D-level zombies and the E-level boss posed the greatest threat. At last, the system's alert tone sounded once more. Warning, the zombie tide will arrive in 1 hour. Zombie levels, E-level 100, D-level 5, E-level boss 1. Are you ready, Zhang-san? Chen Yang murmured. Always on standby, Zhang-san replied. Go mine. Yes. Zhang-san mechanically responded, showing no signs of being taunted by Chen Yang. Chen Yang took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the shield, and gazed resolutely into the distance. The impending battle was unavoidable, and he knew he must give it his all. Standing by the wall, his eyes fixated on the encroaching darkness, the night wind howled, carrying a faint, foul odor, as if foretelling the horrors to come. His palms began to sweat slightly as he clutched the shield tighter, silently praying that his defenses would withstand the impending horde. The system's alert sounded once more. Warning, the undead horde will arrive in 1 minute. Zombie levels, E100, D5, E-Boss 1 Zhang-san. Continue mining and do not come out. Chen Yang shouted into the communicator. Understood. Zhang-san's voice resonated from afar, infused with a hint of mechanical calmness. Chen Yang inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the trap-laden area beyond the wall. He had previously set numerous spike traps and slow zones around the perimeter. While these traps could not entirely halt the zombies, they would at least slow their advance, granting the turrets more time to unleash their firepower. On the distant horizon, a dark mass of zombies surged forth like an oncoming tide. The E-level zombies led the charge, moving with astonishing speed, but as they entered the trap zone, the spike traps and slow zones immediately took effect. The zombies' pace noticeably diminished, with some even impaled on the spikes, writhing on the ground. The 5 turrets activated simultaneously, their firepower instantly engulfing the advancing horde. The E-level zombies fell like wheat under a scythe, succumbing to the barrage of bullets. Chapter 13, Conspiracy. Chen Yang's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, his mind silently calculating the passage of time. In a mere 20 seconds, the E-level zombies had been meticulously eradicated, leaving only a few charred corpses burning in the trap zone. Next up were the D-level zombies. Chen Yang murmured softly, his eyes locking onto the 5 massive D-level zombies in the distance. The speed of the D-level zombies surpassed that of their E-counterparts, as they disregarded the traps and charged directly toward the walls. The bullets from the turrets struck them, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. A slight heaviness settled in Chen Yang's heart, yet he remained composed. Concentrate fire on their joint areas. He swiftly adjusted the attack mode of the turrets, and in an instant, the firepower of the 5 turrets converged, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the joint areas of the D-level zombies' legs. With a piercing metallic rending sound, the legs of the D-level zombies were brutally shattered by the turret's relentless fire. The D-level zombies, deprived of their support, crashed heavily to the ground, unable to advance further. The turrets continued their onslaught, and in just a minute and a half, all 5 D-level zombies were thoroughly eliminated. Well done. Chen Yang exhaled in relief, but soon, a grave expression returned to his face. Warning, E-level boss zombie detected, health, 200, attack power, 50, defense power, 100. The E-level boss had entered the firing range of the turrets. Its form loomed like a small mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble. Its skin was as hard as steel, and the bullets from the turrets merely left shallow dents upon impact. Chen Yang's heartbeat quickened, yet he remained composed. He had anticipated the boss's formidable defensive capabilities and had thus prepared himself accordingly. Concentrating their fire, he commanded an assault on the boss's head. Swiftly, Chen Yang adjusted the attack mode of the turrets, and in an instant, the firepower of the 5 turrets was focused on the boss's cranium. Bullets cascaded like torrential rain upon the boss's head, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Although the armor of the boss's head was resilient, it began to show signs of fissures under the relentless barrage. Chen Yang kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield, silently calculating the seconds. After a brief interval, a deafening roar echoed as the armor of the boss's head was finally breached. The turret's firepower penetrated the boss's brain, causing its colossal form to crash down with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. E-level boss has been slain. Reward, level 2 Crystal Core 1. Defeated E-level zombies 100, experience gained. 1,500, points acquired. 150. Defeated D-level zombies 5, experience gained. 100, points acquired. 10. Defeated E-level boss zombie, experience gained. 1,400, points acquired. 100, Qin Yang exhaled deeply. The tension in his nerves finally unwinding. Level has risen to 6. Acquired new turret slot 1. A glance at his resource bar filled him with joy at the sight of the level 2 crystal core reward. Finally, it has come to an end. Qin Yang murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield beyond the walls. The corpses of the zombies lay piled high, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Moments later, the bodies transformed into data and vanished. He turned and walked toward the small cabin, his mind already crafting plans for future developments. Zhang San, go chop down the spirit wood, Qin Yang instructed through the communicator. Understood. Zhang San's voice echoed from a distance. Still mechanical and calm. Lying on the bed in the cabin, Qin Yang's thoughts drifted, and he soon fell asleep. At 3 in the morning, as the last camp finished clearing the tide of zombies, a notification resonated throughout the entire region. Announcement. Territory number 9527, Qin Yang, has become the fastest to eliminate zombies. Receiving additional rewards. 1 villager recruitment slot, metal 10. This announcement struck like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating countless ripples. Deep within the Iron Arm Brigade's mind, dim torches cast flickering shadows on the damp walls, and the air was thick with the scent of dust and sweat. Lu Xiao swung his pickaxe, mechanically striking the rock. His movements had grown numb, as though each strike was a silent defiance against fate. From the depths of the mine came the labored breaths of other miners and the dull sounds of pickaxes clashing against the stone walls, resembling an unending symphony of toil. Suddenly, a system announcement echoed in everyone's minds, the cold, mechanical voice shattering the silence of the mine. System announcement. Territory number 9527 has successfully withstood the zombie tide, and the Lord has received additional rewards. Lu Xiao's movements abruptly halted, the iron pickaxe suspended in midair, as a complex gleam flickered in his eyes. That glimmer was intertwined with astonishment, envy, and an indescribable fury. Territory number 9527? Lu Xiao murmured softly. Memories of the player with the derided talent once mocked in the group flooding his mind. He recalled that string of numbers. Remembered the silence he bore amidst the jeers in the chat channel. At that time, 9527 seemed like a trivial existence, scarcely deserving a glance from anyone. Yet now, he had single-handedly vanquished the zombie tide and earned additional rewards. One individual could eliminate the zombie tide so swiftly? Lu Xiao's brows furrowed tightly, his heart a tumult of astonishment and resentment. He gripped the iron pickaxe, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The wooden handle creaked softly in his palm, as if narrating the turmoil within him. Memories of his initiation into the Iron Arm Group flashed before his mind. Back then, the Iron Arm Group resembled a warm family. The leader, Iron Arm, was generous and affable, and teammates supported one another, striving together for a common survival goal. However, as the number of recruits swelled, the true nature of the core members of the Iron Arm Group began to reveal itself. Lu Xiao was compelled to toil here for 16 hours each day, resorting to stamina potions concocted by the alchemist using fruits when fatigue set in, laboring to extract ores in exchange for meager resources. His hands had long since lost sensation, and the ache in his shoulders felt as if it had permeated his very bones. He silently cursed the game for its data-driven nature that had not stripped him of his physical sensations. Memories of the Iron Arm Brigade's brutal battle against the tide of zombies today surged forth. Dozens of arrow towers and hundreds of combat-oriented players barely managed to withstand the relentless assault of the undead. The arrow towers trembled under the onslaught, and the players fought with every ounce of strength to maintain their defenses. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, the Iron Arm Brigade suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, a player from the 9527 territory effortlessly overcame the challenge, even securing additional rewards single-handedly. This is profoundly unjust. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 14. The Dawn Brigade. An indescribable emotion welled up within him, akin to a blazing fire igniting in his chest. He could not accept that a player he once mocked for their inferior talents had managed to navigate the zombie tide alone. He set down his pickaxe and turned to exit the mine. As he reached the mine's entrance, a dim light cascaded upon his face, illuminating the resolve in his eyes. In the center of the Iron Arm Brigade's camp, Captain Iron Arm sat upon a rudimentary wooden chair, weariness etched on his face. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. The wave of zombies had only just receded, and the losses for the brigade were significant, He contemplated the forthcoming strategy. Within the camp, players busied themselves transporting resources, the air thick with tension. "Captain." Lu Xiao hastened to Iron Arm's side, urgency permeating his tone. "What is it?" Iron Arm lifted his gaze, his eyes coldly scanning Lu Xiao. His voice was deep and hoarse, as though burdened by an endless fatigue. "Did you hear the system announcement? In Territory 9527, a solitary individual vanquished the tide of corpses and was rewarded with additional accolades." Lu Xiao's tone was tinged with a hint of jealousy and resentment. His voice echoed throughout the camp, capturing the attention of nearby players. Iron Arm furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "One person? How is that possible?" "Absolutely true," Lu Xiao replied eagerly, convinced that the individual must possess some hidden secret or formidable equipment. "If we can seize his territory, those rewards will be ours." Iron Arm fell into silence for a moment, a glint of greed crossing his gaze. His fingers lightly drummed against the armrest of the wooden chair, producing a dull thud. The players in the camp paused their tasks, directing their attention towards Iron Arm, awaiting his decision. "Are you certain that Territory 9527 is held by a single individual?" Iron Arm's voice was low and frigid, laced with skepticism. Lu Xiao nodded, his tone resolute. "I am certain." He faced fewer zombies alone. For each additional player, the number of zombies increases by 1. The horde we must confront is several times greater than his. A flicker of contemplation passed through Iron Arm's eyes as his fingers ceased their drumming, slowly clenching into a fist. After a brief pause, he rose, his gaze turning cold and sharp. "You are correct. However, we must proceed with caution. That Chen Yang, capable of clearing a horde single-handedly, is undoubtedly formidable." Excitement flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes as he spoke fervently. "Captain, we can first probe his background. I have already reached out to him in the regional chat channel, hoping to extract some information from him." Iron Arm nodded slightly, his voice low and cold. "Very well. You will maintain contact with him through the regional chat channel, probing his background while our exploration team completes the area." As he spoke, Iron Arm made a gesture across his throat, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His actions were decisive and swift, as if he had already sealed Chen Yang's fate. Standing motionless, Lu Xiao gazed into the distance, envisioning the scene of Chen Yang's territory being breached. His fists clenched tightly. He murmured softly, 9527. "Your good fortune ends here." Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, soundly asleep in the cabin's bed. His breathing was steady, his face adorned with a semblance of tranquility after fatigue. Yet, in the distant shadows, the conspiracy of the Iron Arm faction was quietly brewing. A siege against Chen Yang was about to commence. The players of the Iron Arm faction had begun to gather, their eyes glinting with greed and malice. Upon awakening, Chen Yang was greeted once more by the system's notification, announcement, Territory number 9527 Chen Yang has become the fastest to clear zombies, receiving an additional reward, 1 villager recruitment slot, 10 metal. Rubbing his eyes, excitement surged within him. He had not anticipated becoming the player to clear the zombie horde the quickest, nor the extra rewards bestowed upon him. 1 villager recruitment slot, 10 metal. This truly was a timely boon. Chen Yang swiftly opened the territory interface to assess his resources. Points: 510, timber, 150, stone, 280, spiritwood, 42, metal, 10. Villager Zhongsan has gathered 26 pieces of spiritwood for you. He resolved to utilize the newly acquired position for recruiting villagers to summon another villager, thereby hastening the collection of resources. Will you expend 100 points to recruit a common villager? Yes. As the points were consumed, another common villager, clad in coarse linen, materialized before Chen Yang. Common villager recruited. Name: Li Si. Loyalty: 100. Work efficiency: 100. Skills: lumbering, mining, agriculture, combat. Chen Yang gazed at the villager before him, a surge of anticipation swelling within. Will you convert common villager Li Si into an eternal machine villager? Yes. With the sound of the system's prompt, Li Si's form began to transform. His skin gradually became encased in metal, his eyes shimmering with a blue luminescence. Conversion successful. Eternal machine villager. Li Si, emotionless, nuclear-powered. Work efficiency: eternal 100. Skills: lumbering, mining, agriculture. Li Si, proceed to gather spiritwood, Chen Yang commanded. A flicker of blue light ignited in Li Si's eyes as he swiftly acknowledged the order, striding with a steady gait towards the lush forest. Chen Yang regarded his retreating figure, secretly strategizing his forthcoming plans. With Li Si and Zhongsan, the pace of spiritwood collection would markedly accelerate. He opened the status bar to examine his points and resources. Points, 410. Wood, 150. Stone, 280. Spirit wood, 42. Metal, 10. He pondered on how to acquire more metal. Just then, a lengthy message in the regional chat channel captured his attention. Dawn Group Number 12, attention, players. After our exploration, we have discovered a substantial number of E-level zombies within the mine, approximately 500 in total. The second layer of the mine contains hundreds of D-level zombies. If the mine consists of hundreds of layers, based on this estimation, we might face a zombie tide of 1 billion in 100 days. We must enhance our strength swiftly, or survival will be impossible. Dawn Group Number 12. Furthermore, the Dawn Group is recruiting miners, offering generous compensation. Interested parties, please message privately. Upon reading this message, Qin Yang felt a wave of astonishment. If the mine indeed had hundreds of layers, it evidently served as a buffer against the zombie tide, which meant future waves of zombies would become increasingly terrifying. He murmured softly. Chapter 15, Level 2 Turret. Meanwhile, in the regional chat channel, Lu Xiao's messages continued to flood in. Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 9529. Haha. The Dawn Group is once again indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Hundreds of layers in the mine? Why don't you try your hand at writing novels? Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 9529-9527. I heard you single-handedly cleared the zombie tide and received extra rewards? Truly impressive. But how did you manage to accomplish that? Could you kindly share your insights? Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 9529-9527. Cease your pretense. We are all players here. Let us assist one another. Surely you possess some secret that enables you to fend off the horde single-handedly? Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 9529-9527. You wouldn't happen to be cheating, would you? How else could one manage to eliminate so many zombies alone? Qin Yang furrowed his brow, a wave of displeasure washing over him. Lu Xiao was nothing more than a buffoon. He disregarded Lu Xiao's incessant messages and continued to ponder the matter of the mine. The first layer of the mine housed 500 E-level zombies, while the second layer contained hundreds of D-level zombies. If I could access the mine, I might acquire a substantial amount of metal resources, Qin Yang contemplated. Standing at the entrance of the mine, he gazed into the profound darkness, feeling a twinge of trepidation. The low growls emanating from the depths of the mine unsettled him. However, to obtain greater resources and points, exploration of the mine was imperative. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang approached the mine entrance, positioning himself directly opposite and spending 100 points to purchase a Level 1 energy core, preparing to establish a machine gun turret here. Construct Level 1 turret, Qin Yang whispered resolutely. As the energy of the Level 1 core was activated, a silvery gray machine gun turret gradually materialized at the entrance of the mine. Eternal machine gun turret has been deployed. Current firing rate, 1 round second. Attack range, 30 meters. Attack power, 30. Qin Yang observed the turret, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Given the vast number of zombies within the mine, a single Level 1 turret might prove insufficient. He resolved to upgrade the artillery to Level 2. Upgrade the artillery. Qin Yang activated the system interface and selected the upgrade option. Will you consume a Level 2 crystal core to elevate the Level 1 artillery to Level 2? Yes. Qin Yang confirmed without a moment's hesitation. As the crystal core's energy was infused, the artillery began to transform. Its structure grew more robust, the muzzle thickened, emanating a faint blue glow. Level 2 Eternal Machine Gun Artillery has been successfully upgraded. Current firing rate, 5 rounds second. Attack range, 50 meters. Attack power, 50. Special effect, instantly annihilates zombies of level D and below, excluding boss. Qin Yang gazed at the upgraded artillery, his heart swelling with joy. The enhancements in firing rate and attack power were remarkable, especially the ability to eliminate level D zombies instantly, which bolstered his confidence in exploring the mine. He needed to upgrade the wooden wall at the mine entrance. Qin Yang opened the construction interface and chose to upgrade the wooden wall to a metal spiritwood wall. The mine entrance was merely 2 meters wide, requiring minimal materials. Will you consume 10 metal and 2 spiritwood to upgrade the wooden wall to a metal spiritwood wall? Yes, Qin Yang confirmed. As the resources were expended, the wooden wall gradually transformed into a metal spiritwood wall. The latter exuded a subtle metallic luster, appearing more formidable and substantial. Metal spiritwood wall construction completed. Durability, 1,500-1,500. Special effect, restores 1% of durability per second. Material remnants. Points, 310. Wood, 150. Stone, 280. Spirit wood, 40. Metal, 0. A sense of relief washed over him. These remaining materials could still be utilized for future construction. Standing within the confines of the metallic spiritwood wall, he felt a semblance of tranquility. "Li Si, come here." Qin Yang called out to Li Si in the distance. At that moment, the system prompt chimed once more. System notification. The update for 100 days of Cataclysm has been completed. New feature. Livestock system. New feature. Grain seed sales system. Gentle reminder. Players can purchase livestock and grain seeds using points to enhance their territory's food supply. Qin Yang's heart raced with excitement as he promptly accessed the system interface to explore the newly introduced features. Livestock system. Players can acquire livestock using points, which will provide meat and fur resources. Types of livestock include chickens, pigs, cows, and sheep. Livestock prices. Chicken, 50 points each. Pig, 100 points each. Cow, 200 points each. Sheep, 150 points each. Grain seed sales system. Players can purchase grain seeds using points. Once planted, they can harvest food. Types of seeds include wheat, corn, and rice. Seed prices. Wheat, 10 points per bag. Corn, 20 points per bag. Rice, 30 points per bag. Qin Yang gazed at these newly added features, his excitement mounting. With the availability of livestock and grain seeds, the food supply for his territory would see remarkable improvement, and he would no longer have to subsist on berries each day. He opened the regional chat channel, only to find it in a frenzy. Finally, there was meat to be had. After days of consuming nothing but berries, he was on the verge of nausea. "I want to buy chicken. I want to buy pork. I want to eat meat." Laughter erupted as they rejoiced at the prospect of no longer subsisting on fruits daily. The system had finally opened its eyes and granted them sustenance. Player 731 advised against purchasing seeds, suggesting instead to buy finished products. "I study geology. The water and soil here deteriorate daily. You'd best store water or unlock the second-level workbench to construct a purifier." "Is that true, esteemed player?" Qin Yang chuckled at the messages flooding in. It was amusing to see how desperate everyone had become for meat after a week of berry-induced disgust. Yet, player 731's caution was not to be overlooked. After all, living alone, he would not be overly concerned about food or points. He accessed the trading market, swiftly examining the prices of livestock and grain seeds. With the recent opening, the prices remained quite reasonable. Qin Yang resolved to purchase a chicken first to enhance his meals. "Would you like to spend 50 points to buy one chicken?" "Yes." Without hesitation, he confirmed. As the points were deducted, a plump chicken appeared in his territory, wandering about leisurely. Watching the creature, Qin Yang felt a surge of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating a roasted chicken for dinner that night. At that moment, the system's alert tone resonated once more. "Warning, from today onwards, zombie attacks will no longer be confined to midnight. Assaults may occur at any hour of the day. Players, please remain vigilant." Chapter 16. The Zombie Uprising. He resolved to send Li Si into the mine, luring the zombies out and employing the firepower of the level 2 turret to eliminate them one by one. After all, the firing rate of the level 2 turret was equivalent to that of 5 machine gun turrets, making it feasible to defend the 2-meter entrance that had been encircled. "Li Si, you shall enter the mine and draw the zombies out. Should you encounter danger, retreat immediately," Qin Yang commanded. A flicker of blue light ignited in Li Si's eyes as he swiftly responded, "Understood." With that, Li Si stepped forward with a steady gait and entered the mine. Qin Yang, positioned behind the metallic spiritwood wall, focused intently on the depths of the mine. Li Si had already plunged into the darkness, poised to lead the horde of zombies into the open. Before long, a deep, ominous roar emanated from the depths of the mine, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. Li Si's figure burst forth from the shadows, closely followed by a throng of ravenous zombies. Their bone-chilling howls reverberated in the air, their eyes aglow with a sinister red light as they relentlessly pursued Li Si. "For heaven's sake, Li Si, how are you drawing them all out?" Qin Yang shouted. Li Si swiftly maneuvered through the gap in the metallic spiritwood wall, returning to the safety zone. Meanwhile, the swarm of zombies was thwarted outside the wall, violently battering against the metallic spiritwood barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their assaults echoed like thunder, causing the metallic spiritwood wall to tremble slightly under their relentless onslaught. Qin Yang's heart raced as he quickly assessed the durability of the walls. Metal spiritwood wall durability, 1485-1500. Metal spiritwood wall durability, 1470-1500. Metal spiritwood wall durability, 1455-1500. With each impact, the durability of the wall diminished by 15 points, and the zombies attacked with alarming frequency, striking 3 times per second. Qin Yang calculated swiftly in his mind. The wall's durability decreased by 45 points each second, while its self-repair mechanism could only restore 15 points per second. This indicated a net loss of 30 points in durability each second, meaning the wall could withstand at most 50 seconds under such relentless assault. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Yang. He hastily opened the system interface to check his resources. With insufficient points and materials to construct a new turret, a sudden thought struck him. Could he relocate an already constructed turret? System, is it possible to transfer an existing turret to the entrance of the mine? Qin Yang inquired urgently. Hint, constructed turrets can be dismantled and redeployed. Each dismantle and reconstruction costs 10 points. A glimmer of hope sparked in Qin Yang's eyes as he swiftly decided to relocate turrets from other positions. He promptly dismantled 5 turrets within his territory, with the system deducting 10 points for each dismantled turret. Dismantled turrets 5 cost 50 points. Current points, 260 following this. Qin Yang redeployed the 5 turrets near the mine entrance. As the points were consumed, the turrets swiftly arranged themselves on either side of the mine entrance. Their barrels aimed squarely at the horde of zombies. The Eternal Machine Gun turrets have been deployed 5. Current firing rate, 1 round second 5. Attack range, 30 meters. Attack power, 30. As all 5 turrets unleashed their firepower simultaneously, the intensity of their assault doubled. Bullets cascaded upon the horde of zombies like a relentless downpour, causing E-level zombies to fall en masse under the concentrated barrage. Although the firing frequency of the turrets was not particularly high, the cumulative firepower from all 5 was sufficient to prevent the zombies from approaching the walls. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous roar of the turrets intertwined with the howls of the undead, transforming the cave entrance into a veritable battlefield of devastation. Under the turret's relentless suppression, the horde could not breach the wall of fire, let alone draw near to the fortifications. Qin Yang focused intently on the battlefield, feeling a slight sense of relief. While the turret's firepower was insufficient to eradicate all the zombies instantaneously, it was adequate to contain the onslaught. The durability of the walls diminished at a noticeably slower rate and even began to gradually recover. Metal Spirit Wood Wall Durability, 1440-1500, Metal Spirit Wood Wall Durability, 1455-1500, Metal Spirit Wood Wall Durability, 1470-1500. As time passed, the number of zombies steadily dwindled. The turrets continued their relentless output, and the horde fell in droves beneath the unyielding hail of bullets. When the wall's durability was restored to its maximum, the last zombie was felled by the turrets. The cave entrance returned to a state of tranquility, leaving only a few charred remains of the undead smoldering in the aftermath. Qin Yang exhaled deeply, finally allowing his taut nerves to relax. He opened the system interface to review the spoils of this battle. Defeated E-level zombies 500, experience gained, 7,500, points earned, 750, level increased to level 7. Level increased to level 8. Acquired new turret slots 2, a surge of joy coursed through Qin Yang's heart. This harvest exceeded his expectations. Not only had he amassed a substantial amount of experience and points, but he had also ascended 2 levels, gaining 2 additional turret slots. He swiftly accessed his status panel to examine his resources. Points, 1,010. Wood, 150. Stone, 280. Spirit wood, 40. Metal, 0. As Qin Yang beheld his points surpassing the milestone of 1,000, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The first level of the mine had been thoroughly cleared. Now, the second level awaited. He murmured softly, his gaze drifting toward the depths of the mine. Standing at the mouth of the cavern, Qin Yang's eyes were imbued with a profound intensity as he peered into the abyss of darkness within. Having just vanquished the E-level zombies on the first tier, he did not allow himself to relax. Rather, he remained acutely vigilant. The D-level zombies lurking in the second tier posed a far greater threat than their counterparts, necessitating utmost preparedness. Li Si, take up the wooden shield and follow me inside, Qin Yang instructed in a hushed tone. Li Si nodded mechanically, swiftly retrieving a hefty wooden shield from their territory, and fell in step behind Qin Yang as they ventured into the mine. The interior of the mine was engulfed in darkness, with only the faint glow of Qin Yang's torch illuminating their path. He cautiously tapped the cave wall, creating a sound to probe for any lingering zombies. The cavern was enveloped in silence, with no signs of disturbance. Qin Yang felt a slight sense of relief and continued his exploration. The first level of the mine was expansive, its walls adorned with unexploited veins of ore. As he walked, he observed intently, contemplating the potential value of these minerals. Should he successfully extract them, the resources of his territory would experience a significant enhancement. Upon reaching the end of the passage, Qin Yang encountered a towering stone wall, 5 meters high, which sealed off the route to the second level. He speculated that beyond this wall, a considerable distance remained before encountering the D-class zombies. Otherwise, they would have already broken through while he cleared the first level. For the time being, the D-class zombies on the second level were obstructed by this barrier. Qin Yang murmured softly to himself. He resolved to withdraw from the mine temporarily, intending to prepare thoroughly before venturing into the second level. Upon returning to the mine entrance, Qin Yang began to strategize his next steps. Chapter 17. Confronting the D-class zombies of the second level. It was imperative to establish defensive fortifications within the mine. Utilizing the artillery's firepower to eliminate the D-class zombies on the second level, he mused. He accessed the system interface and commenced the design of the defensive structures, with the mine's width measuring merely 2 meters and the artillery's attack range extending to 50 meters. Qin Yang decided to erect a 3-segmented barrier of spiritual wood within the artillery's range to thwart the onslaught of zombies. The first segment would be a 10-meter-long arc, the second 5 meters, and the third 3 meters. After consuming 3 pieces of spiritual wood and 18 pieces of lumber, the 3 segments of the spiritual wood wall were rapidly constructed within the mine. It pained him somewhat, as 1 piece of spiritual wood could fortify a 10-meter wall. And anything less than that certainly felt like a loss to the game mechanics, Qin Yang thought to himself. 3 segments of spirit wood walls, accompanied by a section of metallic spirit wood wall, instilled a semblance of tranquility within him. He resolved to upgrade a turret to bolster his firepower. Do you wish to expend 1,000 points to purchase a level 2 crystal core and upgrade a turret? Yes, Qin Yang confirmed. As the points were consumed, a level 2 turret was swiftly deployed near the entrance of the mine. Level 2 Eternal Machine Gun Turret. Current rate of fire, 5 rounds second. Attack range, 50 meters. Attack power, 50. Special effect, instantly annihilates D-class zombies and below, excluding boss. He subsequently adjusted his attack strategy, directing the 4 level 1 turrets to target the legs of D-class zombies to hinder their advance, while the task of elimination was left to the level 2 turret. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Yang once again led Li Si into the mine. This time, his objective was to eradicate the D-class zombies on the second level. Li Si, wielding a wooden shield, forged ahead to clear the path, while Qin Yang followed closely behind, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Upon reaching the stone wall, Qin Yang took a deep breath and, utilizing his lordship privileges, dismantled the barrier, revealing a passageway leading to the second level. The D-class zombies on this level posed a far greater threat than the E-class zombies on the first level, necessitating thorough preparation. Li Si, wait until I exit the mine before you venture in to lure the zombies, Qin Yang instructed in a low voice. Li Si mechanically nodded, a flicker of blue light in his eyes indicating comprehension. Qin Yang inhaled deeply and turned to exit the mine. He stood outside, fixated on the entrance, silently calculating the passage of time. The defensive fortifications within the mine have been meticulously established, with 3 segments of spirit wood walls and metallic spirit wood walls arranged in succession, and the artillery is poised for action. Li Si, commence operations. Qin Yang commanded through the communicator. Li Si dashed into the depths of the mine, his footsteps echoing within the cavernous space. Before long, a deep growl resonated from the abyss, followed closely by a cacophony of footsteps. Emerging from the shadows, Li Si was pursued by a relentless horde of D-class zombies. Their deafening roars filled the air, their eyes aglow with a sanguine light as they frantically chased after him. Li Si swiftly navigated through the gaps of the 3 spirit wood walls, retreating to the safety zone, while the horde was left to batter against the barriers. The sound of their impacts thundered like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. The walls shuddered under the force of their assault. Qin Yang's heart raced, and he quickly assessed the durability of the walls. First segment of spirit wood wall durability, 485,500. Second segment of spirit wood wall durability, 475,500. Third segment of spirit wood wall durability, 455,500. With each collision, the walls lost 15 points of durability, while the zombies attacked with alarming frequency, striking 3 times per second. Qin Yang calculated swiftly in his mind. The durability of the walls was diminishing by 45 points every second, while their self-repair capability could only restore 5 points per second. This meant a net loss of 40 points of durability each second. If this continued, the first segment of the spirit wood wall could withstand a maximum of only 12 seconds. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Yang, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He swiftly accessed the system interface to assess the firepower output of the turrets. 5 turrets unleashed their fury simultaneously, bullets cascading upon the horde of zombies like raindrops. The defensive capabilities of the D-class zombies were formidable, however. Under the relentless assault from the Tier 2 turrets, their bodies were mercilessly torn apart, ultimately collapsing to the ground. D-class zombie killed 1. Experience gained. 20 points earned. 2. D-class zombie killed 1. Experience gained. 20 points earned. 2. The system's notification chimes resonated incessantly. As Qin Yang's experience and points surged rapidly, he fixated on the battlefield, silently calculating the time. The first segment of the spirit-wood wall crumbled swiftly under the onslaught of the zombies, who pressed toward the second segment. Qin Yang's heartbeat quickened, yet he remained composed. The durability of the second spirit-wood wall began to plummet as well. He kept a vigilant eye on the wall's integrity, inwardly praying for the turrets to eradicate the zombies swiftly. Durability of the second spirit-wood wall, 375,500. Durability of the second spirit-wood wall, 365,500. Durability of the second spirit-wood wall, 345,500. Soon, the second spirit-wood wall was also obliterated. Next came the third, and as he beheld the relentless stream of zombies emerging from the mine, Qin Yang's anxiety escalated. Doubts crept into his mind, questioning the recklessness of his actions. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of zombies colliding was akin to thunder. As the metallic spirit-wood wall trembled under their assault, Qin Yang's heart raced as he hastily checked the durability of the metallic spirit-wood wall. Durability of the metal spirit-wood wall, 1485-1500. Durability of the metal spirit-wood wall, 1470-1500. Durability of the metal spirit-wood wall, 1455-1500. If this continues, the metal spirit-wood wall can withstand no more than 40 seconds. A wave of panic surged through Qin Yang as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Durability of the metal spirit-wood wall, 1440-1500. Durability of the metal spirit-wood wall, 800-1500. Durability of the metal spirit-wood wall, 230-1500. Finally, as the durability of the metal spirit-wood wall dwindled to 200 points, the artillery's firepower succeeded in annihilating the last few D-class zombies. Qin Yang's back was drenched in sweat, relieved that it was merely 500. D-class zombies killed 500, experience gained, 20,000 points earned, 2,000, level increased to level 10. Experience, 4,000, 32,000, acquired new turret slots 2, unlocked Eternal Gatling turret. Unlocked Eternal Grenade launcher. Qin Yang now had 4 vacant turret slots. Although they had not yet transformed into tangible turrets, it provided him with a measure of comfort. Gazing into the dark abyss of the mine, he instructed Li Si to enter the second level for inspection. In that moment, he lacked the courage to venture inside himself. The excitement of those 2 brief hours in the morning surpassed that of the previous 5 days of survival. Half an hour later, Li Si emerged unscathed, prompting Qin Yang to muster his courage and proceed to the second level for a closer look. Chapter 18. Metallic Mines. Qin Yang stood at the entrance of the second level of the mine, his gaze sweeping across the newly discovered expanse. After traversing approximately 20 meters from the first level, he finally beheld the entirety of the second level. In comparison to the first, the space here was equally spacious, with the cave walls adorned with glimmering metallic ores, clearly indicating an abundance of metallic resources. All metallic ores, Qin Yang murmured softly, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. These metallic resources were crucial for the development of his territory. With a sufficient supply of metals, he could upgrade his humble abode. He swiftly activated his communicator to contact Li Si. Li Si, come to the second level immediately to extract the metallic ores. Understood. Li Si's voice emanated from the communicator, still mechanical and calm. Shortly thereafter, Li Si appeared at the entrance of the second level, armed with mining tools, his eyes shimmering with a blue light as he promptly commenced the extraction of the metallic ores. Meanwhile, Qin Yang continued to delve deeper, meticulously inspecting every corner of the second level. Upon reaching the end of this level, he encountered a towering 10-meter-high metallic wall, sealing off the entrance to the third level. He refrained from addressing the wall immediately, choosing instead to focus on the resources at hand. The recent memory of a zombie nearly breaching his metallic spirit-wood wall was still vivid in his mind. The metallic ores in the second level were already sufficient for him to process for some time. Li Si, mine from a distance away from this metallic wall. Do not approach it, Qin Yang instructed through the communicator. Understood, Li Si replied, promptly adjusting his mining position to maintain a safe distance from the metallic wall. He returned to the entrance of the first level and constructed a 5-meter wall made of spirit wood at the entryway to the second level. Subsequently, He checked his material inventory. Points, 2,110. Wood, 150. Stone, 280. Spirit wood, 36. Metal, 0. Upon accessing the trading market, he noted that the price of spirit wood had indeed been on a continuous decline, now standing at 5 points per unit. A drop from yesterday's price of 13 points. As players gradually mastered the methods of acquiring spirit wood, the supply in the market increased, leading to a corresponding decrease in price. The price of spirit wood was likely to continue its downward trajectory, and he needed to sell his remaining stock promptly. Qin Yang mused. He reopened the trading market and listed his remaining 36 pieces of spirit wood at a price of 10 points each. Although this was slightly below the market value, he was reluctant to risk waiting for a further price drop. Sale, 36 spirit wood. Demand, 360 points. Trading ratio, 1 spirit wood 10 points. Before long, the transaction was accepted. Qin Yang's points increased by an additional 360. Transaction completed. Points gained, 360. Current points, 2,470. As he gazed at his point balance, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Meanwhile, the barrage of messages from Lu Xiao in the regional chat channel showed no signs of abating. Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 95, 29, 95, 27. You worthless fool. Are you only capable of hiding? It's utterly laughable. Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Group 95, 29, 95, 27. Have you secretly nurtured an extraterrestrial pet? How could every task proceed so smoothly otherwise? Spare us the pretense. Everyone knows you possess a secret weapon. Lu Xiao, Iron Arm Brigade 95, 29, 95, 27. Do you dare to challenge me to see who can finish a barrel of water first? I'll allow you to take the first 3 sips. Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at this fellow, thinking he must be mad. He then shook his head and closed the chat channel. If that is the case, I concede, Qin Yang murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao found himself the object of scrutiny from several individuals, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Has 9,527 returned? Boss, no. It's useless. We can only search gradually. The Dawn Brigade has already captured the first level of the mine. Let us prepare to seize the mine today, remarked another combat-oriented player, pointing at Lu Xiao. Continue mining, declared the leader of the Iron Arm Brigade, who then proceeded to the center of the camp to rally troops for the impending assault on the mine. Qin Yang stood at the heart of the encampment, surveying the recently adjusted layout of the artillery, feeling a modicum of reassurance. On either side were 2 level 2 turrets, while 4 level 1 turrets occupied the center. Their fire coverage sufficient to fend off most zombie assaults. Although the number of turrets was limited, their strategic arrangement and upgrades had significantly bolstered their defensive capabilities. For now, this will suffice. 6 turrets are adequate to address the current threats, Qin Yang murmured softly. He turned and made his way to the camp's small hut, eager to enjoy the chicken he had purchased earlier. After a morning filled with tense battles and resource allocations, his stomach was already growling with hunger. Qin Yang kindled a fire, skewering the chicken above the flames. In no time, the tantalizing aroma of roasting chicken wafted throughout the camp, making mouths water. As Qin Yang savored his roasted chicken, he accessed the trading market to peruse the current resource prices. He observed that the price of metal had surged to 18 points per unit, significantly outstripping that of other resources. With the burgeoning demand for metal among players, the supply in the market had become critically insufficient. Given the scarcity of metal, I must seize the opportunity to gather more, Qin Yang mused. He swiftly contacted Zhang San, who was gathering spirit wood, commanding him to return to the camp immediately. Before long, Zhang San returned to the camp bearing 10 units of spirit wood. Qin Yang assigned him to collaborate with Li Si in the second level of the mine, dedicating their efforts to the extraction of metal ore. Approximately 40 minutes after finishing his roasted chicken, Li Si reported having collected 2 units of metal on his own, while the mechanical villagers could extract about 3 units within an hour. After instructing them to deliver the ore in 2 hours, Qin Yang retreated to his wooden cabin for a respite. 2 hours later, he opened the system interface to review his current resource reserves. Points, 2,410. Wood, 150. Stone, 280. Spirit wood, 10. Metal, 14. The metal reserves remained inadequate. Further collection was essential, Qin Yang contemplated. However, rather than hastening to mine again, he resolved first to upgrade to a level 2 workbench. With a level 2 workbench, he would be able to craft more efficient tools, thus enhancing his mining productivity. He accessed the construction interface and selected the option to upgrade to a level 2 workbench. Would you like to consume with 30 stone 20 metal tin to upgrade to a level 2 workbench? Yes. Chen Yang confirmed without hesitation. As resources were consumed, the secondary workbench was swiftly upgraded. Chen Yang accessed the manufacturing interface of the workbench and discovered that he could now craft a metal pickaxe. Metal pickaxe. Mining efficiency 100. Crafting requirements. Metal 2. Wood 5. Chen Yang promptly crafted 2 metal pickaxes, bestowing one upon Zhang San and the other upon Li Si. With the advantage of the metal pickaxes, their mining efficiency saw a significant enhancement. They proceeded to mine once more. Chen Yang waved the metal pickaxe in his hand, leading Zhang San and Li Si back into the mine. With the assistance of the metal pickaxe, Zhang San and Li Si could now extract 6 ores per hour. Chapter 19. Constructing the observation tower. Chen Yang planned to continue mining with the stone pickaxe, although less efficient. He needed only to extract 2 more pieces of metal to craft a metal pickaxe himself, thereby further augmenting his mining efficiency. Mining. Acquired metal 1, stamina -5. Chen Yang unearthed a piece of metal. Zhang San and Li Si had mined 2 pieces of metal a few minutes prior, but he intended to finish his own extraction before crafting. He swiftly returned to the campsite, opened the manufacturing interface of the workbench, and selected the option to craft a metal pickaxe. Metal pickaxe. Mining efficiency 100. Crafting requirements. Metal 2. Wood 5. Crafting the metal pickaxe. Without hesitation, Chen Yang confirmed the action. As resources were consumed, a brand new metal pickaxe materialized in Chen Yang's grasp. He gripped the pickaxe tightly, feeling its weight and texture. With the metal pickaxe in hand, his mining efficiency was bound to improve significantly, he mused. He re-entered the mine, beginning to excavate metal ore with his newly acquired metal pickaxe. As Chen Yang delved into the mining process, he acquired metals while meticulously monitoring his stamina, ensuring he would not succumb to exhaustion. With the aid of a metal pickaxe, his mining efficiency surged. After several hours of diligent effort, he successfully gathered the requisite 50 pieces of metal to upgrade his modest wooden cabin. As the twilight enveloped the camp, he exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him. At last, I've gathered enough, he murmured softly. Upon accessing the trading market, he discovered that the price of spirit wood had plummeted to 9 points per piece. Without hesitation, he procured 10 pieces, expending 90 points in the process. Purchase of spirit wood 10. Points consumed. 90. Current points. 2,320. Current spirit wood. 20. Yet, he still required an additional 150 units of timber, though he had an ample supply of stone. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang contemplated how to swiftly acquire the necessary wood. Upon revisiting the trading market, he noted that timber had dropped to a rate of 1 point for 10 units. He promptly spent 15 points to purchase 150 pieces of timber. Purchase of timber 150. Points consumed. 15. Current points 2,305. Current timber 300. Current stone 280. Current spirit wood 20. Current metal 50. Gazing at the resources in his possession, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. He was finally poised to upgrade his wooden cabin. He opened the construction interface and selected the option to upgrade the cabin. Do you wish to consume 300 wood, 200 stone, 20 spirit wood, and 50 metal to upgrade the small wooden house to level 3? Without hesitation, Chen Yang confirmed. As the resources were consumed, the small wooden house began to emit a brilliant glow. The wood, stone, spirit wood, and metal gradually melded into the structure, rendering it more robust and aesthetically refined. Upgrade successful. Current level. 3 new features. Nighttime health recovery rate increased to 30. Sleep quality enhanced by 20 new additions. A bedroom, restroom, kitchen, and storage room. An additional villager recruitment slot has been made available. A restroom. Finally, no more searching for a convenient spot. Chen Yang stood before the upgraded wooden house, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The exterior of the house had become more exquisite, and the interior space had significantly expanded. The newly added bedroom, restroom, kitchen, and storage room greatly improved his living conditions. He stepped inside, meticulously surveying every corner while quietly contemplating his next plans. Now that there was a 3rd villager slot available, it was time to recruit another villager, he murmured to himself. He opened the system interface to explore the villager recruitment options. Ordinary villagers and combat villagers each possess their own merits. Ordinary villagers could engage in fundamental tasks such as logging, mining, and farming, while combat villagers had some combat capabilities, providing extra defense during zombie attacks. After pondering for a moment, Qinyang ultimately decided to recruit an ordinary villager. Currently, the defenses of his territory have become relatively robust, with the artillery's firepower sufficient to withstand the majority of zombie assaults. Nevertheless, the gathering of resources and the development of the territory remain imperative, particularly the extraction of metal ores, which has surged to 20 points per unit in just a short while. Recruit ordinary villagers. Qinyang resolutely made his decision. With the expenditure of 100 points, a new ordinary villager materialized before him. Ordinary villager recruited. Name: Wang Air. Loyalty: 100. Work efficiency: 100. Skills: lumbering, mining. Agriculture: will you convert ordinary villager Wang Air into an eternal machine villager? Yes. As the system's prompt resonated, Wang Air's form began to transform. Conversion successful. Eternal machine villager. Wang Air, emotionless, nuclear-powered, work efficiency, eternal 100, skills, lumbering, mining, agriculture. Qinyang gazed at Wang Air before him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He resolved to reorganize the names of the previous villagers for better management. Zhang San was renamed Chen Yi. Li Si became Chen Air, and the newcomer was designated Chen San. Qinyang issued instructions through the communicator. Understood. Chen Yi, Chen Air, and Chen San replied in unison, their voices still mechanical and calm. Qinyang nodded and continued. Chen San, accompany Chen Yi and Chen Air to the second level of the mine and extract metal ores with utmost effort. He handed the metal pickaxe in his hand to Chen San. The system's notification suddenly resonated. Turret eliminated 5 D-level zombies and 10 E-level zombies, earning experience points, 200. Gaining points, 20. Qinyang furrowed his brow, recalling the system's prior alert. Zombie attacks were no longer confined to midnight. They could occur at any hour. This signified that he must remain vigilant at all times, particularly while traversing the forest beneath the blood moon, where danger lurked incessantly. He accessed the system interface to assess his current resource reserves. Points: 2,205. Wood: 0. Stone: 80. Spirit wood: 0. Metal: 0. The lack of wood and stone compelled him to procure additional supplies, he pondered. Upon entering the trading market, he discovered that the price of wood had plummeted to 1 point for 10 units, while stone was priced at 1 point for 7 units. Swiftly, he expended 20 points to purchase 200 units of wood and 140 units of stone. Purchased wood 200 points consumed, 20 current points, 2,185 current wood, 200 purchased stone 140 points consumed, 20 current points, 2,165 current stone, 220. With an adequate supply of wood and stone at his disposal, Qinyang resolved to construct a watchtower at the center of the camp, facilitating a better observation of his surroundings and enabling the early detection of zombie movements. Chapter 20. Descent into Madness. He opened the construction interface and selected the watchtower. Watchtower. Vision Enhancement Facility. Construction requirements. Wood 100, stone 50. Function. Expands territorial vision range. Increases reconnaissance range by 50, without hesitation. Qinyang confirmed the construction of the watchtower. As resources were consumed, a towering watchtower swiftly emerged in the center of the camp. Qinyang ascended the watchtower and stood atop, surveying the entire territory. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the forest and stream outside the territory, untouched by the blood moon. The expanded view instilled in him a sense of reassurance, at the very least. He could now anticipate the movements of the zombies and prepare for defense. Next, he awaited the impending zombie assault on the 6th day. He opened the regional chat channel to observe the activities of other players. The channel remained abuzz with activity, messages flooding in continuously. Seeking refuge. My territory has been breached by zombies. Can anyone help me? For sale. Spirit wood, 9 points each, bulk discounts available. Haha. I just caught a chicken with a trap. We'll have meat tonight. Is it possible that the chicken you have is one you bought with points? Have you heard? The Dawn Brigade has secured the first level of the mine, and they are reportedly preparing to assault the second level. The Dawn Brigade? Those lunatics are truly reckless. D-class zombies are no joke. Seeking refuge. My talent is healing. Can anyone take me in? I can assist with healing. For sale. Metal, 22 points per piece, limited quantity. First come, first served. With a hearty laugh, I just caught a chicken in my trap. Tonight, we shall feast. It seems the occupants above have succumbed to madness. Qinyang gazed at these messages, feeling a surge of emotion. Everyone is striving for survival. Yet it is evident that the struggle for resources and the looming threat of zombies have ensnared many in dire predicaments. He closed the chat window and refocused on the construction of his territory. Time slipped by, and as Chunyang stood atop the lookout tower, he awaited the impending zombie assault on the sixth day. Moments later, the system notification chimed once more. Warning, the sixth-day zombie attack is imminent. Zombie level, EX60. DX10. Notice, E-level zombies exhibit increased mobility and slightly enhanced attack power, while D-level zombies possess exceptionally high defense. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. From the distant shadows, a low growl echoed. 60 E-level zombies and 10 D-level zombies emerged from the woods, advancing toward Chunyang's territory. The 6 turrets immediately sprang into action, their barrels swiveling to lock onto the nearest zombie. Bang, bang, bang. The turrets unleashed a barrage of fire simultaneously. Under the relentless onslaught, the zombies fell in droves. Bang, bang, bang. The turrets continued their relentless assault, and within mere seconds, all 60 E-level zombies and 10 D-level zombies were annihilated. Eliminated E-level zombies 60. Experience gained 900. Points earned 90. Eliminated D-level zombies 10. Experience gained 200. Points earned 20. Mission: defend territory for 100 days, 6/100. Completed. Reward: 70 points. He opened the status panel to review his resources. Points: 2,255. Wood: 100. Stone: 170. Spirit wood: 0. Metal: 34. The sixth day of the zombie assault had finally passed safely. He stood at the center of his territory, gazing into the distance where darkness loomed, quietly contemplating his forthcoming plans. It was imperative to enhance the territory's defenses, particularly in anticipation of the D-level zombies and the impending wave of even more formidable undead. Chunyang took a deep breath, firmly grasping the newly forged metal pickaxe. No matter what, I must survive until the end. Let me begin by amassing wealth and sweeping through the zombies, Chunyang declared with fervor. Inside the mine, dim light illuminated Chunyang's face as he stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the industrious Chen-E, Chen-Air, and Chen-San. The 3 mechanical villagers continuously struck the mine walls with their metal pickaxes, producing a rhythmic clanging sound. Chunyang tightened his grip on the metal pickaxe, inhaled deeply, and joined the mining efforts. From dawn until 10 in the morning, he toiled for a solid 10 hours. A total of 220 pieces of metal were mined, combined with the 34 pieces excavated the previous night, leaving Chunyang with a total of 254 pieces of metal in hand. He accessed the system interface to examine the metal prices in the trading market. The system maintained a constant value of 30 points per unit of metal, while the market price had surged to 25 points per unit. As he intended to sell a substantial quantity of metal, he anticipated potential fluctuations in the market price. He resolved to act swiftly, seizing the opportunity before prices declined. Chunyang contemplated his strategy and promptly listed his 254 units of metal in batches on the trading market. To mitigate the risk of a drastic price drop due to a bulk sale, he employed a staggered selling approach. The first batch consisted of 50 units at a price of 25 points each, totaling 1,250 points. The second batch comprised 100 units at a price of 24 points each, amounting to 2,400 points. The third batch included 104 units at a price of 23 points each, yielding 2,392 points. In total, this amounted to 1,250, 2,400, 239, 26,042 points. Chunyang swiftly listed the metal on the trading market, and soon after, the first batch of 50 units was sold out. As the second and third batches were sold, the market price began to fluctuate, yet Chunyang's metal continued to be rapidly purchased. The transaction was completed, and he garnered a total of 6,042 points, bringing his current balance to 2,255, 6,042, 8,297 points. Gazing at his point balance, Chunyang felt a sense of fulfillment. Just as he was about to close the trading market, a message suddenly appeared in the regional chat channel. Regional chat channel. Iron Arm Group, 9231 9527. Aren't you being a bit unscrupulous? The metal price has already risen to 25 points, yet you are selling it at such a high price? Everyone is a survivor. Can you not sell it for a more reasonable price? Justice will 1234 indeed. 9527. Your sole focus on amassing wealth while disregarding the plight of others is rather inconsiderate. Freedom Alliance 4396 9527. We are all in this together. Don't you think your actions are somewhat excessive? Iron Arm Group 829 9527. If you continue down this path, none of us will be able to survive. Chunyang observed these messages and let out a cold laugh. These individuals merely sought to manipulate moral sentiments to drive down prices for their own benefit. He replied directly, "If you find it too expensive, you are free to refrain from purchasing. I am under no obligation to sacrifice my survival resources for your benefit." 9527. What kind of attitude is this? We are all survivors. Can you not show a hint of compassion? 9527. If you persist, you will inevitably be ostracized by everyone. Dawn Group number 23. Everyone. We have begun collecting metal. It is 20 points per piece. Chapter 21. The eternal Gatling gun strikes fear. Qinyang shook his head and closed the chat channel. In this apocalyptic world, resources are the essence of survival. He could not forsake his own interests for the sake of so-called compassion. Attempting to manipulate me is futile, Qinyang muttered to himself. Subsequently, he began to browse the trading market, where he found fatigue potions and stamina potions. The stamina potion could maintain his energy levels for 3 hours, while the fatigue potion alleviated the exhaustion from his sleeplessness. Qinyang expended 90 points to acquire 3 stamina potions and 1 fatigue potion, leaving him with a remaining balance of 8,207 points. Seizing the opportunity before the metal completely fell, he aimed to profit handsomely. He promptly ventured into the mine, consuming fruits when hunger struck and utilizing stamina potions when his energy waned. By 2000 hours, he had amassed 216 pieces of metal. The market had seen a decline, with metal now valued at 18 points per piece. He acted swiftly, netting a total of 3,888 points, bringing his score to 12,095. As for the regional chat channel, where he faced condemnation, he paid it no mind. For every individual who refrained from purchasing, there were plenty who would. This only solidified his resolve as a lone wolf. Where there are people, there exists a realm of conflict, and his innate talents offered little in terms of self-defense. The threat of hidden dangers lingered, particularly with whispers of individuals possessing the talent of a sword master. Regrettably, he lacked such ostentatious abilities. He invested 100 points to acquire a level 1 crystal core and installed a level 1 machine gun turret in the mine, subsequently spending 1,000 points to upgrade it to level 2. The level 2 Eternal Machine Gun turret was successfully upgraded, boasting a current firing rate of 5 rounds per second, an attack range of 50 meters, and an attack power of 50, with a special effect that allows for instant kills on D-class zombies and below, excluding bosses. After considerable deliberation, he decided to spend 10,000 points to procure a level 3 crystal core, intending to upgrade it to the Eternal Gatling Machine Gun turret. He felt an overwhelming lack of security. His points dwindled to 995, but the Eternal Gatling Machine Gun turret now had a firing rate of 100 rounds per second, equating to 6,000 rounds per minute. Attack range, 60 precision range, 100 meters splash range, attack power, 100. The increase in firing rate has compromised precision strikes. Special effect, instantly kills D-class and lower zombies, excluding boss, tier. Qinyang gasped in astonishment. This is the sensation of wielding immense power. Although precision strikes are no longer viable, the effect is akin to the frenzied fire of 20 secondary machine gun turrets, instilling an unparalleled sense of security. Before long, Qinyang spent 50 points to procure a Kuan leg. Sitting beside the central campfire, he grasped the golden brown, crispy leg, its aroma wafting alluringly. As he savored the meat, he accessed the system interface to review today's kill log. Kill log, E-level zombies 10, experience gained, 150, points earned, 15, only 10 E-level zombies had assaulted throughout the day, Qinyang murmured to himself. He closed the log and continued to relish the roasted chicken. After finishing his meal, he stood and stretched lazily. He approached the entrance of the mine to check on the mining progress of the mechanical villagers. After 2 hours of diligent work, Chen-Yi, Chen-Er, and Chen-San had excavated 36 pieces of metal. Current metal reserve, 36. With 2 hours remaining until the zombie onslaught on the 7th day, he felt no concern. The firepower from the 6 machine gun turrets at the front of the camp would be more than sufficient. He opened the construction interface and began designing defensive fortifications. Considering that the zombies on the 3rd wave might be at D level, Qinyang crafted a plan to design 3 segments of metallic spiritual wood walls. He expended 21 points to procure 3 pieces of spirit wood and utilized 15 pieces of metal to construct 3 segments of metal spirit wood walls. Additionally, he fashioned several barricades, intending to use them to impede the advance of the zombies. Once everything was meticulously prepared, Qinyang entered the 2nd level and decisively dismantled the metal barricade leading to the mine shaft of the 3rd level. Subsequently, he instructed Chin San to lure the zombies while he himself swiftly exited the mine. Standing outside the cavern, Chen Yang fixated intently on the entrance, silently awaiting the impending arrival. Before long, a deep, resonant growl emanated from the depths of the mine, followed closely by the sound of numerous footsteps. The zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, their eyes gleaming with a menacing crimson hue, emitting chilling, blood-curdling howls. To Chun Yang's astonishment, his prior apprehensions proved entirely unwarranted. The Gatling gun turret operated like a merciless machine of slaughter, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Bullets rained down upon the horde of zombies, and before they could approach the first segment of the barricade, they fell like cut wheat. The system's notification echoed continuously. Kill D level zombie 1. Experience gained. 25. Points acquired. 2. 5. Kill D level zombie 1. Experience gained. 25. Points acquired. 2. 5. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun Yang's face illuminated with astonishment. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the Gatling gun turret proved to be extraordinarily effective. As the zombies fell one after another, his experience and points steadily increased. As time progressed, the influx of zombies emerging from the mine diminished significantly. Just as Chun Yang believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the depths of the mine. This zombie stood over 3 meters tall, its skin exhibiting a peculiar dark purple hue. A fierce yet intelligent glimmer shone in its eyes, and it emitted a deep, rumbling growl, marking it as a D-level boss. Upon its appearance, the boss charged toward the artillery position with astonishing speed. The bullets from the Gatling gun rained down upon it, merely igniting a few sparks without inflicting any significant damage. It swiftly breached the barricade of barbed wire and collided with the first segment of the metal spirit wood wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled under the impact of the formidable boss. Chen Yang's heart raced with trepidation. He had not anticipated the boss's overwhelming strength. Immediately thereafter, the boss barreled toward the second wall, which similarly proved incapable of withstanding its assault, shattering into fragments. Chen Yang promptly assessed the artillery's firepower, witnessing a torrent of bullets pouring forth like a deluge, frantically targeting the zombie boss. The creature's defense was truly astonishing, as most of the projectiles ricocheted off its decayed yet resilient skin, merely creating insignificant sparks and failing to inflict any substantial harm. He swiftly recalibrated his strategy, directing the Gatling gun's muzzle toward the boss's legs, unleashing a relentless barrage. The concentrated firepower descended like a tempest, finally tearing several gashes into the boss's legs, from which a putrid liquid began to seep. Though the zombie boss bore grievous wounds, it still trudged forward with heavy steps towards Chen Yang, its hollow eye sockets glimmering with a bloodthirsty light, reminiscent of an enraged behemoth unwilling to succumb to defeat. Chapter 22. Level 1 Crystal Core Mine without a moment's hesitation. Chen Yang concentrated his firepower, ultimately shattering the remnants of the zombie boss's leg armor. Under the violent impact, the zombie boss could no longer maintain its stance, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, as if the very earth trembled beneath it. Chen Yang, denying it a moment's respite, swiftly severed its other leg. The zombie boss could only struggle to drag its battered form slowly over the barricade, each movement a tremendous exertion, as putrid fluid stained its path. 30 seconds later, the boss was reduced to a cascade of crimson data. D-class boss, killed 1. Experience gained, 15,000. Points acquired, 2,000. Level increased to 11. Experience, 1. 00064,000. Turret slot 1. Chen Yang exhaled deeply, the tension in his body finally unwinding. The boss had indeed startled him. He accessed the system interface to review his current resource reserves. Points, 5. 495. Wood, 100. Stone, 170. Spirit wood, 0. Metal, 21. The system notification chimed once more. Regional announcement. Territory no. 9527 Chen Yang has achieved the first kill of a D-class boss, awarding a level 3 crystal core. Chen Yang abruptly sat up, rubbing his eyes as he swiftly checked the system notifications. A tier 3 crystal core? A surge of joy coursed through him as he opened his backpack, where he indeed found a sparkling purple tier 3 crystal core resting silently. A flicker of excitement flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. He had struck gold. The chat channel erupted in chaos. Goodness. Did Territory 9527 just achieve the first kill of a D-rank boss? This is utterly outrageous. A D-rank boss? Is it the Blood Moon? How on earth did 9527 manage that? Is it that big shot who frequently trades hundreds of metals? A Tier 3 Crystal Core. 9527 has hit the jackpot. 5,000 points. Our Dawn Guild is acquiring Tier 3 Crystal Cores. 9527, please take me along. I am eager to join your territory. 9,527. Have you hacked the game? How could one person possibly defeat a D-rank boss? 9527, could you share your experience? We are all survivors. Let us assist one another. Qinyang coldly observed these messages, feeling no stirrings within. He closed the chat window and accessed the system interface to review the materials required for upgrading to a Level 4 cabin. Level 4 cabin upgrade requirements. Wood 500. Stone 300. Spirit wood 50. Metal 100. While the wood and stone seemed manageable, the quantities of spirit wood and metal were somewhat daunting. Qinyang frowned. He had yet to explore the third level, and Chun Yi and the others had not returned. In the market, he had spent 40 points to purchase 400 units of wood and, additionally, 25 points for 150 units of metal. After a moment's hesitation, Qinyang decided to expend 400 points to purchase 50 pieces of spiritual wood. Points, 5,035. Wood, 500. Stone, 320. Spiritual wood, 50. Metal, 21. As for the metal, Chun Yi and the others would have enough after mining for 4 to 5 hours. At this moment, Chun Yi and his companions emerged from the mine unscathed. Suddenly, the system's alert tone sounded once more. Warning, the 7th day of the zombie invasion is about to commence. Zombie level, EX80. DX20, notice, E-level zombies have increased movement speed and slightly enhanced attack power, while D-level zombies possess exceptionally high defense. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Within mere seconds, 80 E-level zombies and 20 D-level zombies were eradicated. E-level zombies defeated X80, experience gained. 1,200 points gained. 120 D-level zombies defeated X20, experience gained. 400 points gained. 40 mission. Defend the territory for 100 days, 7,100 completed. Reward, 80 points, absorbing the fleeting information. Qinyang made his way back into the mine. Upon witnessing an entire cavern filled with first-level crystal cores, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Resolutely, he spent 1512 points to acquire 84 pieces of metal. With a vigorous start in mining, he anticipated reaping points from other players. He accessed the status bar to assess his resources. Points, 3,763. Wood, 500. Stone, 320. Spirit wood, 50. Metal, 105. He entered the construction interface and opted to upgrade his cottage to level 4. Will you consume wood X500, stone X300, spirit wood X50, metal X100 to upgrade the cottage to level 4? Yes. Without hesitation, Qinyang confirmed. As the resources were consumed, the cottage began to emit a dazzling glow. The wood, stone, spirit wood, and metal gradually melded into the structure, rendering the cottage more robust and aesthetically refined. Cottage upgrade successful. Current level, 4. New features. Nighttime health recovery rate increased to 40. Sleep quality enhanced by 30. New features. Addition of a bedroom, restroom, kitchen, storage room, and workshop. Workshop. The workbench has been incorporated into the workshop. Increasing production efficiency by 50 and reducing material consumption by 10. Added a position for recruiting villagers. Next level. The cottage will be upgraded to a luxurious cottage. Unlocks wall construction, walls. Recalling the flimsy wall that had been effortlessly demolished by the boss today, he promptly began to examine the upgrade materials for the luxurious cottage. Luxury cabin upgrade requirements. Wood X1000, stone X500, spirit wood X100, metal X200. Level 1 crystal core X5. Qinyang began to meticulously calculate. 100 points for wood, 84 points for 504 stones, 800 points for 100 spirit wood, and 3,600 points for metal, totaling 4,584 points. He abandoned the immediate plan to upgrade to level 5 and instead spent 100 points to recruit a villager. Eternal Machine Villager, Chun Si. Emotionless, nuclear power, work efficiency, eternal 100, skills, lumbering, mining, planting. Qinyang assigned 4 nuclear-powered villagers to excavate crystal cores while he himself succumbed to exhaustion and sought rest. After tirelessly mining metal for 20 consecutive hours, he was utterly drained, with even potions failing to alleviate his fatigue. In his dreams, he once more beheld his sister, Chunyu. He witnessed her besieged by a swarm of insects, those countless creatures resembling a black tide, mercilessly engulfing her. He cried out desperately, yet could not approach. Forced to watch helplessly as his sister was devoured, the scene of despair stabbing at his heart like a knife, jolting him awake, drenched in cold sweat. Upon regaining consciousness, it was already noon. He opened the system to check the harvest collected by Chun-Yi and the others overnight. Your machine villagers have gathered level 1 crystal cores. 96. 12 hours yielded 96 cores. Each robot collected 2 cores per hour, which was quite commendable. If sold at 90 points each, that amounts to a total of 8,640 points. He opened the trading market and listed 91 level 1 crystal cores, casually preparing some provisions. Upon reopening the market, all 91 cores were swiftly sold out, resulting in an immediate influx of 190 points. His point reserve surged to an impressive 11,953. He observed that the majority of buyers were individual players, numbering over 30. Indeed, many possessed remarkable talents. Chapter 23. The luxurious cottage. He accessed the regional chat channel. And as expected, it was abuzz with activity. Master 9527. Where did you acquire so many level 1 crystal cores? Is it related to the D-level boss? Please share. Master 9527. Have you discovered some sort of bug to farm crystal cores? Did you just open a new batch? How is it possible to produce so many cores at once? You must have left it running, right? Master 9527. I am willing to pay a high price for your method of farming crystal cores. How about 5,000 points? Have you already explored the 3rd level? Is there a crystal core mine there? He had no intention of disclosing any of this information. Meanwhile, the Iron Arm gang was incessantly seeking information on player 9527. But all they could gather were the obvious details, a lone wolf with mediocre talent, and that was all. They were unable to find anyone who frequently traded with Qin Yang, as he typically listed items on the market and then neglected them, as these individuals significantly hindered his ability to amass wealth. Having spent 4,584 points to acquire materials for upgrading his small wooden house, Qin Yang checked his resource reserves. Points: 7,369. Wood: 1,000. Stone: 524. Spirit wood: 100. Metal: 200. Shall I consume 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 100 spirit wood, 200 metal, and 5 level 1 crystals to elevate the small wooden house to a luxurious one? Without hesitation, he confirmed yes. As the resources were consumed, the small wooden house began to emit a dazzling brilliance. Upgrade successful. Current level, luxurious wooden house. New features. Wall construction has been unlocked. New features. Nighttime health recovery rate increased to 50. Sleep quality enhanced by 40. New features. Addition of a high-end bedroom, high-end bathroom, high-end kitchen, high-end storage room, and high-end workshop. High-end workshop. Production efficiency increased by 100. Material consumption reduced by 20. Water supply system. The house is now connected to a stream and equipped with a purifier. 2 additional slots for recruiting villagers added. Next level. Upgrading the luxurious wooden house to a villa will unlock the construction of defensive towers. Standing before the luxurious wooden house, Qin Yang surveyed the upgraded structure with satisfaction. The exterior of the house had become more exquisite, and the interior space had expanded significantly. The newly added high-end bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and storage room greatly improved his living conditions. Particularly, the introduction of the water supply system alleviated his concerns regarding water sources. Next, it was time to recruit new villagers, Qin Yang murmured to himself. He opened the system interface to examine the options for villager recruitment. Recruit 2 ordinary villagers. Qin Yang decisively made his choice. With the consumption of 200 points, 2 new Eternal Machine villagers materialized before him. Eternal Machine Villager, Chun Wu. Emotionless, nuclear-powered, work efficiency, Eternal 100, skills, lumbering, mining. Agriculture, Eternal Machine Villager, Chun Lu. Emotionless, nuclear-powered, work efficiency, Eternal 100, skills, lumbering, mining, agriculture. Gazing at Chun Wu and Chun Lu, Qin Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. He resolved to assign these 2 new villagers to the 3rd level of the mine to extract primary crystal cores with utmost dedication. Chun Wu, Chun Lu, Accompany Chun-Yi and the others to the third level of the mine and extract primary crystal cores with all your might, Qinyang commanded. Understood. Chun Wu and Chun Lu responded in unison, their voices remaining mechanical and composed. Next, it was time to upgrade the workbench. Such a vast workshop deserved an equally impressive workbench. After reviewing the resources, he noted, points, 7,169, with only 24 stones remaining and nothing else. The requirements for upgrading from a level 2 workbench to a level 3 workbench were wood, 30, stone, 20, metal, 10. Seeing the need for metal, he felt no rush. After dismantling the eternal Gatling gun turret and relocating it to the front of the camp, he spent 4,000 points to upgrade 4 level 1 machine gun turrets to level 2 machine gun turrets. Afterward, I ascended the watchtower with a sense of tranquility. Eager to discern the circumstances surrounding the esteemed 9527 in the regional chat channel. Is there anyone who possesses knowledge of this situation? The crystal cores seemed to flow as if they were free, tantalizing me immensely. I am relying on these cores to transcend my fire-based talents. I implore the esteemed one to reveal himself and offer some for sale. Is there a kind-hearted soul who knows of anyone else besides 9527 who possesses affordable first-level crystal cores? My auxiliary talent desperately requires enhancement. I am profoundly suspicious that 9527 is backed by a colossal team. How could one individual amass such an abundant quantity of crystal cores? Perhaps a mysterious organization is orchestrating this endeavor. Let us refrain from unfounded speculation. He has earned his bounty through merit. If you were endowed with such fortune, you would likely keep it well concealed. The Dawn Brigade suffered significant losses while excavating the second level of the mine, with reports indicating the demise of several combat personnel. We have already mustered our forces to venture into the unknown territories. It will not be long before we discover the source of the crystal cores. At that point, we shall see who still covets 9527's offerings. Last time we were careless. This time, we are thoroughly prepared, and there will be no issues. Do they truly believe they can locate the crystal mines? They previously faced high-level zombie hordes and suffered considerable losses. This time, they are likely to return empty-handed once more. The discussions of combat and crystal cores hold no relevance to my agricultural pursuits. Let us not quarrel over the crystal cores. I have heard rumors of mysterious mutated ores appearing in the outer wastelands, capable of forging extraordinarily powerful weapons. Is anyone forming a team to investigate? It is said that these weapons wield immense power and can effortlessly vanquish a boss. Is that true? Count me in. If only such a weapon could be forged, I would stride through this apocalyptic world with audacity. The desolate outskirts are perilous. Should we encounter a high-level zombie, our fate would be sealed. It is wiser to remain within the safety of the territory. Whether it be crystal cores or metals, I am willing to procure any available resources. This is a long-term endeavor. Recently, the price of spiritual wood has plummeted. Those who have any should hasten to contact me. We are preparing to organize a grand exploratory expedition into the enigmatic ruins. Those brave enough are welcome to enlist. I have observed the celestial signs, and the darkness of this apocalypse is merely the beginning. More terrifying calamities await us. Everyone should take heed of their own safety. The first-level crystal cores are a valuable currency, capable of enhancing the combat abilities of individuals. This presents a lucrative opportunity to amass wealth, allowing the camp to be equipped with Gatling gun turrets. Qinyang contemplated. Initially, he intended to release a small quantity daily, fearing that an excess might hinder the rate of advancement. Outside the camp, a few zombies staggered towards them. Qinyang, reluctant to take risks, leaned against the watchtower railing and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening and glancing at the sky, he noticed that dusk had arrived. The waning sunlight cast a golden hue over the camp, illuminating the metallic walls and turrets. Yet the outer landscape remained shrouded in the blood moon's ominous glow. Chapter 24. The sense of security brought by the walls. He accessed the system interface to check on Chun-Yi and the others' mining progress. After several hours of excavation, they had successfully gathered 48 first-level crystal cores. Qinyang nodded in satisfaction, deciding to list these cores in batches on the trading market to continue accruing points. Your villagers have gathered 72 level 1 crystal cores for you. Qinyang placed all 72 cores on the trading market, each priced at 90 points. Once again, the esteemed player 9527 made a move, acquiring dozens of crystal cores, truly formidable. Oh, great one, I humbly seek your guidance. I wish to join your domain. Before long, the crystal cores were snatched up entirely, and his point reserves surged by an impressive 6,480 points. Points, 13649. He then turned his attention to the upgrade requirements for the level 3 workbench. Wood, 30, stone, 20, metal, 10. Spending 153 points, he purchased 30 units of wood and 10 pieces of metal. Shall he upgrade? Indeed. Without pausing to examine the newly unlocked items, Qinyang immediately inquired about the upgrade requirements for the level 4 workbench. Wood, 50, stone, 30, metal, 20, level 1 crystal core, 1. After expending an additional 1120 points, the workbench ascended to level 5. Remaining points, 12,376. Upon reaching level 4, he unlocked the lumberjack robot, and at level 5, he unlocked the mining robot. Enhanced by talents, they transformed into eternal robots. Eternal logging robot, basic robot, nuclear power, logging, low precision. Capable only of harvesting ordinary wood. 2H. Eternal mining robot, basic robot, nuclear power, mining, low precision. Capable only of extracting stone. 1H. It is truly useless for the impoverished. For affluent individuals like myself, it is merely a struggle. Qinyang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The logging robot costs 50 points each, while the mining robot is 75 points, with a limit of only 5 units per purchase. One might as well call them worthless machines. Nevertheless, Qinyang proceeded to purchase 5 of each, as the nuclear power would enable them to operate indefinitely. Remaining points, 11,751, after dispatching them for logging and mining. Qinyang turned his attention to the array of weapons unlocked at the workbench, yet refrained from crafting any. He feared that a full suit of iron armor might prove too cumbersome and exhausting to wear. He accessed the system interface to review his current resource reserves. Points, 11,751. Wood, 0. Stone, 4. Metal, 0. Spirit wood, 0. Furrowing his brow, Qinyang realized that constructing the city walls would necessitate a considerable amount of resources, particularly wood and stone. He resolved to first acquire sufficient quantities of wood and stone. Before contemplating the procurement of metal and spirit wood, he navigated to the trading market and began to purchase resources in bulk. Would cost 1 point for 10 units, stone 1 point for 6 units, metal 15 points for 1 unit, and spirit wood 8 points for 1 unit. Qinyang murmured softly to himself, rapidly calculating the points required. He initially expended 1,000 points to acquire 10,000 units of timber, followed by another 1,000 points to obtain 6,000 units of stone. Remaining points, 9,751. Timber, 10,000. Stone, 6,004. Metal, 0. Spirit wood, 0. Qinyang nodded in satisfaction. The reserves of timber and stone were ample for constructing the walls. It was a thrilling sensation to spend. He needed to replenish some metal and spirit wood for unforeseen circumstances. He reopened the trading market, spending 500 points to purchase 100 units of metal, and then 800 points for 100 units of spirit wood. Remaining points, 7,451. Timber, 10,000. Stone, 6,004. Metal, 100. Spirit wood, 100, with the resources prepared. Qinyang accessed the construction interface and selected the option to build the walls. Wall construction requirements. Timber 5,000. Stone 3,000. Metal 50. Spirit wood 20. Confirm construction? Confirm. Without hesitation, Qinyang opted to proceed with the construction. As the resources were consumed, a robust wall gradually rose around the camp, replacing the previous spirit wood enclosure. The wall soared to 5 meters in height and measured 2 meters in thickness, its surface fortified with layers of metal and spirit wood, rendering it seemingly indomitable. Wall construction completed. Current level, Level 1 defense, 1,000 durability, 10,000 special effect. The wall's surface is adorned with metal and spirit wood, restoring 1% of its durability every second. Standing atop the wall, Qinyang gazed down upon the entire camp, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He resolved to further upgrade the wall to prepare for the potentially formidable zombies that may arise in the future. Wall upgrade requirements. Wood, 2,000 stone, 1,000 metal, 20 spirit wood. 10. Would you like to confirm the upgrade? Confirmation. Qinyang selected to upgrade once more. As the resources were consumed, the height and thickness of the wall increased yet again, resulting in a significant enhancement in both defense and durability. Wall upgrade complete. Current level, Level 2 defense, 2,000 durability, 20,000 special effect. The wall's surface is adorned with metal and spirit wood, restoring 2% of its durability every second. Chunyang nodded in satisfaction. The upgrade of the wall had once again bolstered his sense of security. He accessed the system interface to review his current resource reserves. Points: 7451 wood, 3,000 stone, 2,004 metal, 30 spirit wood. 70. Chunyang upgraded the wall once more. Wall upgrade requirements: wood, 3,000 stone, 2,000 metal, 30 spirit wood. 20. Would you like to confirm the upgrade? Confirmation. Chunyang chose to upgrade once again. As resources dwindled, the height and thickness of the city walls were once again augmented, significantly enhancing both their defensive capabilities and durability. Wall upgrade completed. Current level, Level 3, defense, 3,000, durability, 30,000, special effect. The wall's surface is covered with metal and spirit wood, restoring 3% of durability per second. Chunyang felt a profound sense of security and subsequently transferred all the turrets to the city walls. Points: 7,381. Wood, 0, stone, 4, metal, 0, spirit wood, 40. Next, he aimed to sell more level 1 crystal cores to upgrade the turrets in preparation for the first blood moon. Chunyang examined the current configuration of turrets. Eternal Gatling Gun Turret 1. Level 2, Eternal Gun Turret 5. After a moment's contemplation, Chunyang resolved to use the Level 3 crystal core obtained from the D-class boss to upgrade to a grenade turret and assess its efficacy. Pondering whether to upgrade a Level 2 Eternal Gun Turret to an Eternal Grenade Turret. Eternal Grenade Turret. Current rate of fire, 1 shot every 5 seconds. Attack range, 100 to 300. Attack power, 500. Special effect. Inflicts an additional 50 damage to boss enemies. At this moment, he could hardly conceive of anyone stronger than himself. Chapter 25. The arrival of the first blood moon. Warning: nearby players detected. Chunyang frowned and swiftly approached the edge of the city wall, gazing into the distance. In the southeast direction of the camp, a squad composed of a dozen players was cautiously approaching. They were well equipped, evidently a coordinated team. Someone has set their sights on my territory, Chunyang murmured to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The squad halted a few hundred meters from the city wall, seemingly observing the situation of the camp. The leader pointed at the walls and turrets, gesturing for the team to retreat afterward. They do not intend to launch an attack? Chunyang felt somewhat surprised, but soon comprehended the situation. This squad was evidently deterred by the scale of the walls and turrets, mistakenly believing this to be the domain of a large team, thus refraining from taking any rash actions. The deterrent effect of the walls and turrets was even greater than he had imagined. A slight smile curled on Chunyang's lips. He was relieved they had not come seeking their demise, for he had yet to take a life. Opening the system, he noted that it was already past 11 o'clock p.m. Chunyang returned to the center of the camp and accessed the system interface to check the mining progress of the mine. Your machine villagers have gathered 62 level 1 crystal cores for you. After an afternoon of mining, Chen and his companions had collected 62 level 1 crystal cores. Chunyang nodded in satisfaction, deciding to list these cores in batches on the trading market to continue accruing points. He opened the trading market and listed all 62 level 1 crystal cores, pricing each at 90 points. Before long, the crystal cores were snatched up, and his points reserve increased by 5580 points. Points: 12961. Chunyang gazed at the points balance, a sense of contentment swelling within him. The appearance of that squad made him realize that this area was no longer safe. Other players will inevitably discover his territory, and when that happens, he may face even greater challenges. The path of a lone wolf is indeed fraught with difficulties, Chunyang muttered softly to himself. Warning: the zombie attack on the 8th day is imminent. Zombie levels: E level 100, D level 30, D level 10. Notice: this zombie attack will feature D elite zombies, known for their remarkable speed and formidable attack power. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Chunyang swiftly rose to his feet and ascended the city wall, gazing into the distance. In the far-off wasteland, he could faintly discern a horde of zombies advancing, rendered all the more terrifying beneath the blood-red moon. At that moment, a shell was launched, and the horde was instantly diminished by a significant fraction. Chun Yang approached the grenade launcher, exhilarated by the power of this magnificent weapon. Soon, before the zombies even neared the city wall, they were dispatched with precision. E-level zombies killed 100, experience gained. 1,500 points awarded. 150. D-level zombies killed 30, experience gained. 600 points awarded. 60. D-elite zombies killed 10. Experience gained. 250 points awarded. 25. Task. Defend the territory for 100 days. 100 completed. Reward. 80 points. Total points. 13,276. Level. 11. Experience. 2,750 64,000. Today has proven to be yet another fruitful day. Chun Yang equipped himself with a metallic pickaxe, purchased stamina potions, and descended into the mines alongside his robotic companions. As the Dawn Brigade ventured into the third tier, the points for the sale of primary crystal cores were expected to diminish. Upon emerging from the mine, Chun Yang gazed at the dimming horizon, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment after toiling for 20 consecutive hours. We, the laborers, possess strength. You may label the robotic villagers as MVPs, yet I. Chun Yang triumphed effortlessly, he murmured to himself. After a day of relentless effort, he and the robotic villagers amassed a total of 50,000 points, successfully upgrading 5 secondary turrets into 3 Gatling gun turrets and 2 artillery emplacements. With this formidable armament, Chun Yang was poised to venture into the 4th tier of the mines. However, he resolved to wait until after the blood moon the following day. Ignoring the impending zombie tide on the 9th day, he returned to his humble cabin to rest. As the 9th day's zombie tide arrived as anticipated, Chun Yang, nestled in slumber, faintly heard the thunderous roars of the turrets but remained undisturbed, continuing to revel in his dreams. It was not until noon the following day that the system's alert roused him from his slumber, prompting him to review the battle log from the previous night's onslaught. Kill E-level zombies 120, experience gained. 1,800 points earned. 180. Kill D-level zombies 40, experience gained. 800 points earned. 80. Kill D-level elite zombies 15. Experience gained. 375 points earned. 37. 5. Mission. Defend the territory for 100 days. 9,100. Completed. Reward. 90 points. Total points. 207. 5. Looking at such a meager score, he recalled that yesterday he had amassed 50,000 points from a full day of mining crystal cores. Level. 11. Experience. 4,925 64,000. Chun Yang rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily, secretly grateful that he had not stayed up late guarding the city last night. The turret's automatic defense system had indeed proven formidable, effortlessly dealing with the zombie tide on the 9th day. He then checked today's system notifications. Warning, the blood moon is about to descend. Blood moon arrival time. Tonight, zombies enhanced. 50. Zombies composition. There will be 1,000 D-level zombies and 1 D-level boss attacking continuously tonight. Notice, during the blood moon, sleep is impossible. When the blood moon rises in the camp, players cannot join others' camps. The attack power and movement speed of zombies will significantly increase. Please be prepared. Chun Yang frowned and opened the regional chat channel, and indeed, the channel was filled with wails. It's over. It's over. The blood moon is here. How can we survive this? 1,000 D-level zombies? Is there still a boss? Who can withstand this? Esteemed 9527, I implore you to lead me. I am willing to pay any price. Stop calling out. It seems even the esteemed 9527 is in dire straits. The Dawn Guild has begun to panic. The blood moon is truly terrifying. The Iron Arm Guild is welcoming stragglers, lone wolves, and rogue ninjas. Hurry to register. I do not wish to perish here. As a farmer, I have already given up and await my demise. By the way, I am going to become a rogue ninja, for my small group cannot survive any longer. Chun Yang coldly observed these messages, his heart unperturbed. The arrival of the blood moon signifies greater challenges, but it also heralds greater opportunities. The system's alert tone resonated once more. Notice, the blood moon has descended. The system presents players with 3 choices. 1. Amplify, double the number of zombies, double the rewards. 2. Lessen, spend 1,000 points to have the number of zombies. 3. Normal, no changes. Chun Yang hardly hesitated and promptly selected Amplify. Choice confirmed. Amplify. Zombie count doubled. 2,000 D-class zombies, 1 C-class boss. Rewards doubled. Kill rewards are doubled. First kill rewards are doubled. Chapter 26. C-Class Boss. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chunyang's eyes. This would be a fierce battle. Yet it also represented a rare opportunity. The C-Class Boss was just before the 4th level of the mine, a perfect chance to test my firepower. He swiftly accessed the system interface to examine his current reserve of crystal nuclei. Level 1 crystal nuclei, 144. Standing atop the watchtower, Chunyang surveyed the desolate expanse before him. The crimson light of the blood moon bathed the earth, permeating the air with a stifling atmosphere. Tonight, the blood moon would envelop the camp. One could only speculate on the toll it would exact on lives. The sea-level boss. What treasures might it yield? Chunyang murmured to himself, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He opened the system interface and placed all 144 level 1 crystal nuclei on the trading market, each priced at 90 points. In no time, they were snatched up, augmenting his point reserve by an impressive 12,960 points. 12,960. Satisfied, Chunyang nodded and subsequently closed the trading market, redirecting his focus to the impending battle under the blood moon. Time passed steadily, and dusk fell quietly as the blood moon ascended to its zenith, casting an eerie red hue over the entire camp. In the distance, a low, guttural roar echoed across the wilderness, as if countless zombies were gathering. "They're coming," Chunyang whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the horizon. Soon, a densely packed horde of zombies came into view, their sheer numbers sending a shiver down his spine. 2,000 D-level zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, their movements significantly more rapid than usual, their eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty gleam. Before these zombies could approach the city walls, they were mercilessly mowed down by the Gatling gun turrets and grenade launchers stationed atop the walls. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun turret unleashed a relentless barrage of fiery tongues, its bullets cascading like raindrops, instantly shredding the zombies at the forefront into mere fragments. Boom. The artillery turret fired a shell every few seconds, the explosive shockwave sending clusters of zombies flying, severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattering in all directions. Chunyang stood atop the watchtower, calmly observing the unfolding battle. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, they were utterly incapable of approaching the city walls even a step. Crushed under the weight of formidable firepower, these D-class zombies posed no threat whatsoever. Chunyang murmured, his gaze remaining vigilant. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the distant horde of zombies. A colossal zombie boss emerged slowly from the throng. C-Class Boss, rampaging giant corpse, Grum, level, C-Class, health, 50. 000, attack power, 1000, defense power, 800, special skills, frenzied charge, earthquake stomp, corrosive breath. Grum towered over 5 meters, its body encased in heavy bone armor, wielding a massive bone club that caused the ground to tremble with each step. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, and foul liquid dripped continuously from its maw, creating an exceptionally grotesque visage. A C-Class boss, indeed formidable, even possessing a name. Chunyang squinted. Grum let out a furious roar and then charged forward towards the city walls at an astonishing speed, each stride kicking up clouds of dust, resembling an out-of-control tank. Boom. The artillery battery commenced the assault with precision, a shell striking Grum squarely in the chest. The force of the explosion staggered it back a few paces, yet its vitality diminished by a mere 1,000 points. With a furious roar, Grum unleashed the skill, Furious Charge. Its velocity surged dramatically, darting toward the city wall like a bolt of lightning. The Gatling gun turret erupted in a frenzy of fire, bullets cascading upon Grum like a torrential downpour. However, its formidable defense rendered the projectiles nearly ineffective, barely penetrating its bone armor and inflicting minimal damage. Another shell struck Grum, forcing it to recoil once more. Its life points remained robust at 40,000, indicating a long journey before its downfall. Chunyang observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor, swiftly calculating Grum's vulnerabilities in his mind. Notably, its head was unprotected by bone armor. Targeting that area would likely yield greater damage. Whispering his strategy, he adjusted the turret's attack mode to concentrate fire on Grum's head. The bullets from the Gatling gun turret rained down relentlessly upon Grum's head, each round erupting in a spray of crimson. Grum's life points began to plummet rapidly, soon reaching 30,000. In a fit of rage, Grum roared once again and activated the skill, Seismic Stomp. It lifted its colossal foot and slammed it into the ground, causing the very earth to tremble violently. The turrets atop the wall swayed slightly, their rate of fire momentarily diminished. With a thunderous roar, the artillery battery unleashed another barrage, striking Grum directly in the head and causing it to stagger, its health plummeting to 20,000 points. A chilling howl escaped Grum's maw as it activated the skill, Toxic Breath. It opened its gaping jaws, releasing a dense cloud of virulent green mist that crept toward the city walls. Toxic mist? Chunyang furrowed his brow and swiftly accessed the system interface to inspect the durability of the walls. Wall durability, 28,00030. 000. While the toxic vapor inflicted some corrosion, the wall's durability recovered at an astonishing rate, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. The threat posed by the mist was negligible. Chunyang murmured to himself, then promptly adjusted the artillery's attack mode, focusing fire on Grum's head once more. The Gatling gun turret unleashed a relentless barrage, bullets cascading like raindrops upon Grum's cranium, each round erupting in a spray of crimson. Grum's health rapidly dwindled, soon reaching 10,000 points. Boom. The artillery battery fired again, landing another precise shot on Grum's head, sending it reeling as its health dropped to 5,000 points. With a piercing roar, Grum unleashed the skill, Furious Charge. Its speed surged dramatically, dashing toward the walls like a bolt of lightning. The Gatling gun turret continued its frenzied assault, bullets pouring down upon Grum's head like a torrential downpour, each shot causing a fresh eruption of blood. Gloom's health rapidly diminished, plummeting to 0 in an instant. With a resounding crash, Gloom's massive form collapsed to the ground, creating a dull thud that seemed to reverberate through the very earth. Defeated Sea-Level Boss 1, gained experience, 50,000, gain points, 10,000, acquired Sea-Level Boss Treasure Chest 1, Blood Moon bonus doubled, experience 2, points 2, final rewards, experience 100,000, points 20,000. Sea-Level Boss Treasure Chest 2, Chapter 27, Equipment. Chunyang exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally easing. Standing atop the watchtower, he gazed down at the multitude of zombie corpses strewn across the ground, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Sea-Level Boss was merely a triviality. Next, he would prepare to delve into the 4th level of the mine. Chunyang murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Upon the demise of the last D-level zombie, the system notification echoed in his ears. Defeated D-level zombie, 2000, gained experience, 40,000, gain points, 4,000, Blood Moon bonus doubled, experience 2, points 2, final rewards, experience 80,000, points 8,000, level up to level 12, experience 4,925,128, 000, unlocked 1 turret slot. A spark of excitement danced in Chunyang's eyes. The choice of the Blood Moon bonus had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. He mentally calculated the total gains from this Blood Moon event. With a score of 28,000 and 2 Sea-Level Boss chests at his disposal, Chunyang had no reservations and promptly opened the chests. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes as he unhesitatingly revealed the contents of the 2 Sea-Level Boss chests. Acquired Sea-Level equipment, Thunder Sniper Rifle, quality, Sea-Level, attack power, 800, range, 1000 meters, special effect. Each bullet carries lightning damage, inflicting an additional 30 chain damage to up to 3 nearby zombies. Acquired Sea-Level equipment, Shadow Battle Armor, quality, Sea-Level, defense, 600, health bonus, 2000, special effect. Increases wearer's movement speed by 20, enhances stealth effect at night by 50. Sea-Level equipment? Chunyang marveled at the existence of an equipment system within this survival game. Initially, he had assumed the game revolved solely around resource management and territory construction, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover the addition of gear. Swiftly donning the Shadow Battle Armor, he felt a significant lightness in his body, as if he could seamlessly blend into the night. Meanwhile, he slung the Thunder Sniper Rifle across his back, ready for use when necessary. The system's notification chimed once more. Blood Moon reward calculation in progress. Congratulations on being the first to conquer the Blood Moon. Reward, Level 4 Crystal Core 1. Gazing at the Level 4 Crystal Core in his hand, Chunyang's heart raced with exhilaration. This was worth a staggering 100,000 points. The Blood Moon fastest zombie kill territory leaderboard is now open. The current leaderboard reveals that the territory ranked first, 9527, has achieved a remarkable kill time of 2 hours and 15 minutes. A notification indicates that Chunyang's territory is the sole one to have completed the Blood Moon challenge, with rewards duly distributed. Upon glancing at the leaderboard, he noted that his territory was the only one listed, suggesting that other players were either struggling to survive or had met their demise. He opened the regional chat channel, which was abuzz with activity. 9527 is incredibly powerful. How did they manage to overcome the Blood Moon zombie tide so swiftly? Esteemed leader, I am willing to offer anything to join your territory. Are you using hacks? 9527? It's unfathomable to achieve such speed. Stop being bitter. They have earned their success through skill. If it were you, you would have been devoured by zombies long ago. The Iron Arm Brigade has suffered greatly. It's been said they expanded their ranks to over 1,000, only to face a surge of zombies that increased by 100-fold, an overwhelming horde of 100,000. Reports indicate that several hundred combat personnel have perished, barely managing to survive, suggesting that the survival system showed some mercy. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have faced an onslaught of millions, leaving them with no hope but to await their end. The Iron Arm Brigade has crumbled, with several hundred lives lost. How come you have all the insider information, my friend? Esteemed 9527, I am willing to pay a premium for your territory's defense strategies. I beg you to share. Chunyang observed these messages with a cold detachment, fully aware of the significant drawbacks of forming a team. The adulation and pleas of these players stem solely from their yearning for survival. He bears no obligation to assist them. He silenced the chat channel and began to assess his resources. Points, 40,960. Wood, 0. Stone, fur, metal, 0. Spirit wood, 40. Level 1 crystal core, 0. Level 4 crystal core, 1. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Dawn Brigade, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point of tension. The crimson light of the Blood Moon enveloped the entire camp, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood and decay. 100 players of the Dawn Brigade stood resolutely atop the city walls, their eyes fixed on the encroaching horde of zombies in the distance. Everyone was prepared for battle. The leader of the Dawn Brigade, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe, wielding a staff embedded with a blue gemstone, stood at the center of the walls, proclaiming in a commanding voice. His tone was steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. The leader, known by the alias Frost, was a formidable ice mage and the core commander of the Dawn Brigade. His gaze was piercing, and as he slightly lifted his staff, the air shimmered with the faint signs of crystallizing ice. The territory of the Dawn Brigade was modestly expansive, with walls towering 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, fortified with heavy metal plating for exceptional defense. At intervals along the walls stood arrow towers, where archers from the first squad were poised with longbows, arrows nocked and ready to unleash at a moment's notice. Behind the walls, various squads had lined up, bracing for the impending conflict. Second squad, prepare fireball. The leader of the Dawn Brigade commanded with calm authority. The second group, composed of a dozen fire element players, swiftly positioned themselves at the edge of the city wall, their hands conjuring searing fireballs that pulsated within their palms, emanating an intense heat. The leader, Flameblade, stood at the forefront, his flaming sword trembling slightly, as if poised to unleash a cataclysmic force at any moment. Third group, prepare the ice wall spell, commanded the Dawn Commander once more. The third group, consisting of several water element players, positioned themselves behind the second group as the air gradually crystallized with ice, ready to release the ice wall at a critical juncture to thwart the onslaught of the undead. Frost Shadow, the group leader and a trusted aide of the commander, wielded her ice spells with precision and power, serving as the backbone of the team's defense. First group, prepare to shoot. The Dawn Commander directed his gaze towards the archers stationed atop the arrow tower, his voice steady. The archers of the first group drew their bows to full tension, their arrows aimed at the distant horde of zombies, awaiting the command from their leader. Wind Whisper, the group leader, stood atop the highest tower, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, the longbow in his hands trembling slightly, as if ready to unleash a fatal shot at any moment. Fourth group, prepare for close combat. The Dawn Commander turned his attention to the rear of the city wall, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. The fourth group, comprising players skilled in polearms and blades, gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions steely, ready to surge forward and engage the zombies in hand-to-hand combat. Iron Edge, the group leader, brandished a silver spear, its tip glinting ominously, his gaze resolute, embodying an insurmountable barrier of steel. The zombie horde advanced like a dark tide, slowly encroaching upon the territory of the Dawn Brigade. The cacophony of 10,000 D-class zombies converged into a singular roar, reminiscent of the howls of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. "Prepare," commanded the leader of the Dawn Brigade, narrowing his eyes. The horde of undead had finally entered the firing range of the first squad. First squad, loose arrows. With a decisive order from the leader, the archers atop the arrow tower simultaneously released their bows, unleashing a deluge of arrows that cascaded like raindrops into the throng of zombies. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows pierced through the bodies of the undead, erupting in splashes of crimson. The front ranks of zombies fell, yet the relentless tide continued to surge forward. Second squad, unleash fireball spells. The leader commanded once more. Boom. A volley of fireballs erupted from the battlements, cutting through the night sky and striking the horde with pinpoint accuracy. In the instant of detonation, searing flames engulfed the surrounding zombies, reducing them to ash. Third squad, conjure ice walls. Crack. A series of ice walls erupted before the advancing horde, obstructing their path. The zombies collided with the icy barriers, producing a dull thud, while cracks began to spiderweb across the surface. Yet, the walls stood resolutely against the onslaught. First squad, continue firing. The archers, undeterred, drew their bows once more, sending a torrent of arrows that systematically felled the front line of zombies. However, the sheer number of the undead was staggering. Despite the valiant efforts of the Dawn Brigade, they were unable to completely halt the relentless advance of the zombie tide. Roar. A D-class zombie broke through the icy barrier and charged beneath the city walls. It relentlessly battered the walls, causing the heavy metal plating to buckle slightly. Team 4. Prepare for close combat. The leader of the Dawn Brigade shouted. Strike. The players of Team 4 swiftly ascended the walls, their spears and blades lunging forth like venomous serpents, accurately piercing the zombie's skull. Iron Blade, secure the left flank. The leader commanded with composure. Iron Blade nodded, and, accompanied by several spear-wielding players, rushed to the left side of the wall, systematically dispatching the zombies that had piled up. The battle reached a fever pitch as the players on the walls exerted their utmost efforts, engaging in fierce combat with the undead. Fireballs, ice barriers, arrows, spears, and the glint of blades intertwined, creating a vivid tableau of carnage. Suddenly, the D-class boss zombie unleashed its skill, Furious Charge. Its speed surging as it crashed into the walls like a bolt of lightning, instantly diminishing their durability. Be cautious, the leader of the Dawn Brigade bellowed. And with a swift motion of his staff, an ice wall materialized before the boss, obstructing its charge. Team 3 freeze it, he commanded with poise. Frost Shadow quickly formed a seal. A beam of ice blue light shot forth from her hand, striking the zombie with precision. The boss's body was instantly encased in ice, rendered immobile. Iron Blade, finish it, the leader instructed, turning his gaze to Iron Blade. With a nod, Iron Blade thrust his spear forward, the energy at its tip coalescing to pierce through the zombie's skull, delivering a final, definitive blow. After the battle, Typhon found himself unable to maintain his grip on the long spear. However, a relentless tide of zombies surged upon the city walls, and the players of the Dawn Guild began to suffer casualties. Captain, the left flank cannot hold. A player shouted, his arms savaged by a zombie, blood pouring forth. We must hold our ground. The captain of Dawn bellowed. The struggle persisted for a grueling 5 hours, with the players of Dawn exerting every ounce of their strength until they finally repelled the last wave of the undead. The walls were littered with the corpses of zombies and the dismembered limbs of players, the ground stained crimson with blood. Did we win? One player collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with exhaustion and the relief of survival. We won. The captain of Dawn also sank to the earth, the gem atop his staff dimmed and lifeless. His body bore numerous wounds, blood trickling down his robe, yet he mustered the strength to rise. Account for the casualties, the captain uttered softly, his voice trembling. Upon counting, it was revealed that among the 100 players of Dawn, over 30 had perished, more than 50 were gravely injured, and only a handful sustained minor wounds. This blood moon has been too devastating, the captain murmured. Meanwhile, within Xinyang's territory, he had already succumbed to slumber in his modest abode after tallying the resources. Chapter 29, The Zombie Tide Competition. Xinyang remained ensconced in his dreams, oblivious to the system's notification chimes. It was not until noon that the system's update announcement roused him from his slumber. System update announcement. 1. Cross-regional chat channels are now open, allowing players to communicate with others from different regions. The cross-regional trading channel has been activated, allowing players to engage in transactions with individuals from other regions. The Zombie Tide competition feature has been unveiled. For further details, please consult the competition rules. Qin Yang rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily before accessing the system interface to examine the intricate regulations of the Zombie Tide competition. Zombie Tide competition rules. 1. In a territorial PK, the initiating party selects 1 out of 5 options, choosing from a randomly assigned combination of zombies, such as 1. E-level zombies 100 or 2. D-level zombies 20, among others. 2. Both parties will be subjected to a proportional assault from the selected zombies until one side is breached or concedes defeat. 3. The losing party will forfeit 20 of their territorial resources. 4. With each subsequent draw, the likelihood of acquiring higher level, more numerous zombies increases until the conclusion of the game. 5. Challenge voucher. Upon usage, it allows the user to designate any territory for a challenge that the opponent cannot decline, with a penalty increasing the resource loss to 50 upon defeat. 6. Should both parties prove incapable of repelling the zombies, they will be automatically eliminated after the results are revealed. 7. One cannot challenge territories of members who have just exited. Territory No. 9527 has yielded rewards. Zombie Tide Competition Challenge Voucher 1. Zombie Tide Reward Doubling Voucher 1. Zombie Tide Competition Challenge Voucher. Upon usage, it permits the designation of any territory for a Zombie Tide competition, which the opposing party cannot refuse. Available for purchase with points or gifted during each blood moon. Upon reviewing the rules, Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The function of the corpse race has been activated. Please select your challenge target. 1. Random match. 2. Designated territory consumes challenge tickets. Qin Yang did not initiate a match immediately. Instead, he noticed the opening of the cross-regional trading channel. Upon entering the trading market, he discovered that the price of the primary crystal core had plummeted from 90 points to 70 points. Additionally, prices for spiritual wood and metal were also declining, with even secondary crystal cores being offered for sale. Primary crystal core, 70 points each, affected by cross-regional trading, price decrease. The cross-regional trade had caused resource prices to fall. Qin Yang murmured to himself, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. He had originally intended to continue selling crystal cores, but the current price drop significantly reduced his profits. He resolved to swiftly venture into the 4th level mine. Just then, the system's notification sound chimed once more. Notification: you have received a combat request. The Iron Arm Group has issued a challenge for the corpse race, utilizing a challenge ticket. You cannot decline. Please prepare for the challenge. The zombie combination will be announced in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Iron Arm Group, the leader, Iron Arm, stood at the command platform, his gaze sternly sweeping over the members below. Despite having just endured the brutal battle of the Blood Moon, the morale of the Iron Arm Group had not completely faltered. They still boasted over 1,000 players. Even with the loss of several hundred, they remained a formidable team. Leader, are we truly going to challenge 9,527? A deputy approached and asked in a hushed tone. Iron Arm scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Of course, we shall challenge. 9527 is merely a solitary wolf player. No matter how formidable his territorial defenses may be, he cannot withstand a horde of zombies attacking at a proportional scale to ours. We have suffered significant losses and must plunder resources from him to compensate. The lieutenant nodded, yet a glimmer of concern lingered in his eyes. However, 9527's defense system appears exceptionally robust. During the Blood Moon, he managed to swiftly neutralize the zombie tide. Can we truly secure victory? Iron Arm waved his hand dismissively, his tone brimming with confidence. There is no need for concern. We possess the proportional scroll, and 9,527's territory will face an equivalent number of zombies as we do. How could he possibly endure such an onslaught alone? Regardless of his strength, he cannot simultaneously confront tens of thousands of Class D zombies. The lieutenant refrained from further comment and stepped aside. Iron Arm accessed the system interface, confirmed the challenge request, and utilized the challenge scroll. Challenge request has been sent. The opponent cannot refuse. The zombie composition will be announced in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The members of Iron Arm's team sprang into action, commencing the fortification of their defenses. Having just endured a grueling battle, they must exert their utmost for the impending zombie tide competition. Everyone, prepare for battle. Iron Arm bellowed, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. The players of Iron Arm swiftly formed ranks upon the city walls. Their morale was somewhat diminished. Yet under the commanding pressure of their leader, they maintained a degree of combat readiness. Meanwhile, within Chunyang's territory, he stood upon the walls, brow furrowed as he gazed at the system notifications. The Iron Arm Brigade has initiated a zombie-tied competition challenge against you, employing a challenge voucher, leaving you with no option to refuse. The composition of the zombies will be revealed in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Iron Arm Brigade? Chunyang murmured to himself, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He promptly opened the regional chat channel, only to find it ablaze with activity. The Iron Arm Brigade dares to challenge the formidable 9,527? Have they lost their minds? Having recently suffered significant losses, the Iron Arm Brigade likely seeks to plunder resources from the lone wolf player, 9527. How could they possibly contend with him? The Iron Arm Brigade utilized a proportional voucher, meaning 9,527 must confront an equal number of zombies. This spells trouble. No matter how robust 9,527's defense system might be, it could hardly withstand the onslaught of over 1,000 D-class zombies. The Iron Arm Brigade has chosen E-class zombies 50. Chunyang stood atop the city wall, brows furrowed, contemplating, why would the Iron Arm Brigade opt for the lowest tier E-class zombies? What are they truly scheming? Having dared to issue a challenge, the Iron Arm Brigade must be prepared, especially after the brutal Battle of the Blood Moon, where they incurred heavy losses. Their current challenge appears to aim at resource acquisition to compensate for their setbacks. Regardless of their plans, I cannot afford to be careless, Chunyang murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel erupted in chaos, with members of the Iron Arm Brigade revealing their chosen combination. They have indeed selected E-class zombies? Have they gone mad? Such low-tier zombies pose no threat to the formidable 9,527. The Iron Arm Brigade has recently suffered significant losses, presumably attempting to expend the resources of the esteemed 9527 with the most rudimentary of zombies. Given the formidable nature of 9,527's defense system, E-level zombies are utterly inadequate. The Iron Arm Brigade undoubtedly has a contingency plan. They would not conclude their endeavors so easily. Having utilized challenge tokens, 9527 is left with no choice but to engage, promising an intriguing spectacle ahead. The Iron Arm Brigade appears to be testing the defenses of 9,527, and it is likely that they will escalate their tactics further. Chunyang observed these developments with an impassive demeanor, his heart devoid of any turmoil. Chapter 30. Has the Iron Arm Brigade lost their reason? The brigade's choices are far from superficial. He does not intend to respond passively. Since they have opted for quantity, he shall counter with quality. A slight smirk graced Chunyang's lips, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Zombie combination confirmed. E-level zombies 50. Zombie-tied competition is about to commence. Please prepare. As the system's notification resonated, in the distant wasteland, 50 E-level zombies gradually emerged, advancing toward Chunyang's territory. These E-level zombies moved sluggishly and possessed relatively weak attack capabilities, posing virtually no threat to Chunyang's domain. Boom. The grenade turret was the first to launch an assault. A single grenade striking the horde of zombies with precision, the explosion's shockwave obliterating them into fragments. E-level zombies 50 have been completely eliminated. A few minutes later, the Iron Arm Group's E-level zombies 266 have been entirely vanquished. The first round of the zombie-tied competition has concluded. Second round zombie combination selection rights. Territory No. 9527. Standing atop the city wall, Chunyang cast a steely gaze upon the distant wasteland. He understood that it was now his turn to choose a zombie combination. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you, Chunyang murmured, promptly accessing the zombie combination selection interface. Please select a zombie combination. 1. E-level zombies 102. E-level zombies 53. D-level zombies 24. D-level zombies 55. C-level zombies 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunyang decisively opted for C-level zombies 5. Choice confirmed. C-level zombies 5. Zombie combination confirmed. C-level zombies 5. Detected Iron Arm Group's zombie-tied ratio at 500. Territory No. 9,527 zombie-tied ratio at 100. System notification. The intensity of the Iron Arm Group's zombie-tied will increase to 532. And the number of C-level zombies will be adjusted to 26. The zombie-tied competition is about to commence. Please prepare. As the system's alert resonated, 5 massive sea-level zombies gradually emerged from the wasteland, advancing towards Qin Yang's territory. Their movement was remarkably swift, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. C-Class Zombie. Level. C-Class. Health. 5,000. Attack Power. 500. Defense Power. 500. Qin Yang stood atop the city wall, calmly observing the movements of the 5 C-Class zombies. Come forth. Let me witness your strength, he murmured, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Boom. The artillery once more unleashed its fury. A shell striking one of the C-Class zombies with precision, the ensuing shockwave propelling it several meters back, yet failing to inflict fatal damage. The defensive capabilities of the C-Class zombies should not be underestimated, Qin Yang mused to himself. With the support of several Gatling guns, the 5 C-Class zombies were swiftly annihilated, leaving Qin Yang's territory unscathed. All C-Class zombies 5 have been eradicated. The second round of the zombie tide competition concludes, with territory 95-27 remaining unblemished. Meanwhile, within the Iron Arm Brigade's domain, Iron Arm stood on the city wall, his gaze steely as he fixed his eyes on the distant wasteland. So, you choose to take the elite route, he muttered. Players of the Iron Arm Brigade stood atop the wall, their attention riveted on the approaching 26 C-Class zombies. These behemoths moved with remarkable speed, each step causing the ground to tremble. The players on the wall swiftly entered combat mode. Archers drew their bows taut, their arrows aimed at the encroaching zombies. Mages began to gather magical energy, preparing to unleash formidable spells. Warriors gripped their weapons tightly, poised to charge forward at a moment's notice. Before long, the Iron Arm Brigade also succeeded in clearing the zombies. Iron Arm Brigade has opted for D-Class Zombies 50. Qin Yang stood on the wall, observing the system notification, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The Iron Arm Corps remains steadfast in their conservative choices. Are they still merely testing the waters? What purpose does this serve? In that moment, Qin Yang found himself at a loss regarding their intentions. Zombie Horde confirmed. 50 D-Class zombies, detected Iron Arm Corps zombie tide ratio at 500. While the 95-27 territory's zombie tide ratio stands at 100, system notification, the strength of the Iron Arm Corps zombie tide will increase to 532. With the number of D-Class zombies adjusted to 266, the zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. As the system's alert resonated in the distant wasteland, 50 D-Class zombies emerged slowly, advancing towards Qin Yang's territory. D-Class zombies? They're utterly insufficient. Qin Yang murmured to himself, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Boom. The grenade turret initiated the assault first, a shell striking the horde with precision, the ensuing shockwave instantly shredding several D-Class zombies to pieces. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun turret followed suit, bullets pouring forth like a torrential downpour, methodically harvesting the remaining D-Class zombies. In a matter of seconds, all 50 D-Class zombies were utterly annihilated. All 50 D-Class zombies have been killed. The third round of the zombie tide competition concludes, with both territories unscathed. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Iron Arm Corps territory, the commander stood atop the city wall, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The forthcoming decision would determine their fate. Commander, shall we prepare a counterstrike? A subordinate approached, whispering a reminder. The commander nodded. Let us wait for an equal opportunity to arise. Then we shall seize a substantial portion of 9,527's resources. The fourth round swiftly approached, and it was Qin Yang's turn to select his zombie combination. A faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the options before him, and without hesitation, his finger decisively pointed to B-Class Zombies 10. Selection confirmed. B-Class Zombies 10, detected Iron Arm Brigade zombie tide ratio, 500. Territory 95-27 zombie tide ratio, 100. System notification. Iron Arm Brigade zombie tide intensity will increase to 532. B-Class zombie count adjusted to 53. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. The regional chat channel erupted in excitement. Is the esteemed 9,527 about to unleash a formidable attack? B-Class zombies are no trifling matter. The Iron Arm Brigade was in for a rough time. Could they withstand 53 B-Class zombies? Clearly, the esteemed 95-27 had been provoked by the Iron Arm Brigade and sought to deliver a harsh lesson. In the distant wilderness, 10 terrifying B-Class zombies gradually emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Qin Yang stood atop the lookout tower, his gaze calm, yet piercing as he closely monitored the movements of these zombies. Boom! The grenade turret fired first. its grenades soaring like meteors towards the swarm of B-class zombies. Explosions erupted in a blaze of light, sending shockwaves that staggered several zombies back a few steps. However, the defensive capabilities of the B-class zombies vastly surpassed those of the previous low-level zombies, and such attacks could not inflict fatal harm upon them. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun turret joined the fray, its relentless barrage of bullets pouring down upon the zombies like a torrential downpour. Several zombies staggered momentarily under the assault, yet resolutely continued their advance towards the city walls. Chapter 31. The Iron Arm Brigade's Countermeasure. Qin Yang swiftly recalibrated his strategy, commanding the artillery to commence precise bombardment. With this calculated onslaught, the accuracy of the grenade launchers significantly improved, each shell striking true at the vulnerabilities of the B-level zombies. The Gatling gun turrets also adjusted their firing angles, specifically targeting the joints of the zombies in an effort to diminish their mobility. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, the B-level zombies gradually found themselves in dire straits. After an intense confrontation, all 10 B-level zombies were ultimately vanquished. All B-level zombies 10 have been exterminated. The fourth round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Iron Arm Brigade, chaos reigned supreme. As their ranks were severely lacking in elite forces, 53 B-level zombies surged towards the walls like a relentless tide, prompting the players atop the walls to exert every ounce of their strength and resistance. The arrows loosed by the archers shattered upon the zombies' tough hides, and the spells cast by the mages only managed to momentarily halt the advancing horde. Warriors brandished their weapons against the zombies, yet were swiftly repelled by their overwhelming might. Witnessing the devastation before him, Iron Arm felt a surge of anxiety. He shouted commands to the players, yet the situation remained precarious. Fortunately, the Iron Arm Brigade boasted a substantial membership, and after a grueling battle, they ultimately succeeded in eliminating all of the B-level zombies. All B-level zombies of the Iron Arm Brigade 53 have been annihilated. In the regional chat channel, players fervently discuss the events of this round of battle. Most believe that although the Iron Arm Brigade has managed to persevere, they have suffered significant losses, and their circumstances will become increasingly dire in the forthcoming matches. As they entered the fifth round, it appeared that the Iron Arm Brigade was prepared to take a desperate gamble. Upon seeing the option of D-level zombies 10,000, a glimmer of hope illuminated their faces. Without hesitation, they opted for the D-level zombies 10,000 and revealed their trump card, the Zombie Tide Proportional Scroll. The Iron Arm Brigade has chosen D-level zombies 10,000 and activated the Zombie Tide Proportional Scroll. The Iron Arm Brigade has utilized the Zombie Tide Proportional Scroll. The number of zombies in both territories is now synchronized to D-level zombies 50,000. The Zombie Tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. Upon the announcement of this news, the regional chat channel fell into an eerie silence, soon followed by a deluge of astonished remarks and discussions. Has the Iron Arm Brigade lost their senses? 50,000 D-level zombies, such a reckless endeavor. The esteemed 9527 is in deep trouble. No matter how formidable his defense system may be, it seems improbable that it could withstand such an onslaught of zombies. The Iron Arm Brigade is betting that 9527 will inevitably falter. Should Xinjiang lose, they would seize a wealth of resources to offset their prior losses. Standing atop the city walls, Xinjiang gazed at the system notification, his brow furrowed in deep concern. 50,000 D-level zombies present an unprecedented challenge. He swiftly assessed his resource reserves and the status of his defense system, his mind racing to devise a strategy for the impending confrontation. He resolutely expended over 24,000 points to purchase 2 additional artillery platforms, swiftly installing them upon the city walls. As the system's alert tone echoed, a dense horde of D-level zombies surged forth from the distant wasteland like a relentless black tide. Their speed was formidable, each emitting a potent aura. Boom. The newly installed artillery platforms fired first, the thunderous explosion reverberating across the barren expanse. The shockwave from the blast sent a multitude of zombies flying, yet almost immediately, those behind filled the void, pressing onward toward the walls. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun turret unleashed a frenzied barrage, bullets cascading like raindrops upon the undead throng. The sheer number of D-level zombies was overwhelming, their relentless assault akin to an unyielding tide crashing against the fortifications. The defensive system of the walls began to show signs of wear under the relentless onslaught, the durability steadily diminishing. Standing atop the watchtower, Chen Yang's gaze was resolute and composed as he continuously adjusted the artillery's angle and firepower distribution, striving to obliterate the horde before they breached the walls. Time ticked away, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Qin Yang understood that this was a life-or-death struggle. He could not afford to lose. Just as the durability of the walls was on the brink of collapse, a sudden thought struck him, the Thunder Sniper rifle he had previously acquired from a sea-level boss chest. He swiftly grasped the Thunder Sniper rifle, positioning himself atop the tower, aiming at the most densely packed cluster of zombies. Bang! With a resounding crack, the bullet, infused with potent electrical energy, pierced through the bodies of dozens of zombies in an instant. The energy of lightning surged through the horde of zombies, triggering a chain reaction that resulted in a significant number of them being electrocuted. Under the formidable power of the Thunder Sniper rifle, the relentless assault of the zombies was finally curtailed. After a grueling battle, all the zombies were eliminated just before the city walls were breached. All 50,000 D-level zombies have been eradicated. The fifth round of the zombie tide competition has concluded, and Territory 9527 has successfully defended itself. Qin Yang exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing. As he observed the ground littered with the corpses of zombies gradually transforming into data, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Meanwhile, the Iron Arm Corps territory had been breached. In the regional chat channel, players lauded Qin Yang's performance. The powerhouse of 9527 is incredible, managing to withstand the onslaught of 50,000 D-level zombies. It's nothing short of a miracle. The Iron Arm Corps had attempted to pilfer resources but ended up suffering heavy losses instead. The true champion was undoubtedly Qin Yang. In this zombie tide competition, he was the rightful victor. With the conclusion of the competition, the system's notification chimed again. Results of the zombie tide competition. Territory 9527 is victorious. The Iron Arm Corps has been defeated. The defeated Iron Arm Corps will lose 50 of their territorial resources. The victorious Territory 9527 shall acquire the 50 of resources lost by the Iron Arm Corps. Qin Yang gazed at the system notification, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Congratulations, you have acquired the resources of the Iron Arm Corps. Gazing at such meager resources, Qin Yang suddenly realized that the Iron Arm Brigade was indeed taking a desperate gamble. With such scant assets, they dared to wager against me. Chapter 32, Conclusion of the Competition. A player exits. The results of the zombie wave competition have been finalized. Total kills: E-rank zombies 50, C-rank zombies 5, D-rank zombies 50, B-rank zombies 10, D-rank zombies 50, 000. Total points obtained: 50, 15, 140, 125. 000, 125. 205. Total experience gained: 750, 151, 000, 401, 250, 0001, 252, 300. Level has been upgraded to level 15. Experience points: 360, 225, 10, 240. 000. 3 turret slots unlocked. Unlocked. Eternal 50mm anti-aircraft gun. Flamethrower. The flamethrower is generated directly, requiring no upgrades on the level 3 turret. Current total personal points: 142, 727. For Eternal Gatling gun turrets, 5 Eternal Howitzer turrets. As Qin Yang calculated his assets, a statement from the Iron Arm Brigade in the regional chat channel quickly stirred up a tempest. Having been forced to spend 1,000 points to exit his current camp and join another, the Iron Arm declared, "Brothers, I have lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." The esteemed 9527 truly possesses remarkable prowess. Despite our utmost efforts, the Iron Arm Brigade could not prevail against him. However, I must remind everyone that the esteemed 9527 has undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards this time. He has vanquished 50,000 D-level zombies, leading to a remarkable surge in both points and experience. Moreover, having just endured a fierce battle, his defensive systems must have sustained some damage, making this the perfect moment to challenge him. Iron Arm Captain, are you showing signs of cowardice? Retreating upon defeat while fanning the flames here? Iron Arm Captain does raise a valid point. Indeed, 9527 is formidable, yet even the strongest have their limits. After recently engaging in a strenuous confrontation, his resource depletion must be significant. Iron Arm Captain, are you merely inciting animosity towards 9527? Nevertheless, I find myself intrigued. Should one manage to triumph over 9527? The resources gained would be astronomical. The prowess of 9527 is evident. Who would dare to challenge him lightly? Iron Arm Captain, are you hoping for someone else to exact vengeance on your behalf? Iron Arm Captain, how much in resources did you lose? Did 95-27 truly gain that much? Iron Arm, I lost 50 of my resources, yet the sheer number of zombies slain by 95-27 speaks volumes. His points and experience are undeniably astronomical. Furthermore, no matter how robust his defensive systems are, it is impossible for them to remain at peak performance indefinitely. Now is indeed the opportune moment to confront him. Iron Arm's remarks stirred quite a commotion within the regional chat channel. Although many remained skeptical of his claims, a considerable number began to feel a surge of eagerness. Upon seeing this message, Chen Yang realized that Iron Arm was up to something. Recalling how the city walls had nearly faltered moments ago, his sense of security swiftly dissipated. He decisively invested in resources to upgrade the city walls. After expending 110,000 points, his walls successfully ascended to level 10. Wall upgrade complete. Current level, 10, defense, 10,000, durability, 100,000, special effect. The surface of the walls is covered with metal and spirit wood, regenerating 10% of durability per second. Level 10 wall effect. Immune to damage from zombies of grade C and below. Yet, Chen Yang remained unsettled, plagued by a fear of insufficient firepower. He promptly retrieved a level 4 crystal core obtained from Blood Moon and upgraded an Eternal Gatling gun turret into a 50mm anti-aircraft gun. The cannon was positioned horizontally, Chen Yang murmured. Eternal 50mm anti-aircraft gun. Attack power, 10,000. Attack range, 1,000 meters. Rate of fire, 1 round second. Special effect. Instantly annihilates zombies of grade C and below, excluding boss. Armor-piercing mode. Fires at a rate of 1 round per minute. Inflicting 1,000 damage. Just as Chen Yang summoned the anti-aircraft gun, it whirred to life, unleashing a barrage upon the zombies within Blood Moon's vicinity. Chen Yang received a system notification, noting that the anti-aircraft gun had targeted the zombies within a 1,000 meter range. After 2 minutes, the gunfire ceased. System notification. The Eternal 50mm anti-aircraft gun successfully killed 40 E-grade zombies, 35 D-grade zombies, and 25 C-grade zombies. Earned 450 points and 750 experience points. As Chen Yang glanced at the system notification, a satisfied smile graced his face. The recent trial firing of the anti-aircraft artillery not only allowed him to assess the potency of the new weapon, but also garnered him a wealth of resources. At that moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. Notification. You have received a battle request. The Shadow Alliance has initiated a zombie tide competition challenge. The opponent has utilized a challenge voucher, and you cannot decline. Please prepare to face the challenge. The zombie assembly will be announced in 10 minutes. The Shadow Alliance? Has someone become so impatient so swiftly? Chen Yang furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this organization before. It seemed yet another group coveting his resources. He promptly opened the regional chat channel, hoping to uncover information about the Shadow Alliance. However, the details were scant. It was known to be a newly formed organization, with its members appearing rather discreet, yet they had suddenly employed a challenge voucher against him, clearly well prepared. His newly upgraded wall, towering at 20 meters high and 5 meters wide, was immune to lower-tier zombies, providing him with an overwhelming sense of security. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the system notification chimed once more. The Shadow Alliance has chosen D-level zombies 200. Detected that the Shadow Alliance's zombie tide ratio is 300, in territory no. 9,527 zombie tide ratio is 100. System notification. The strength of the Shadow Alliance's zombie tide will be elevated to 300. And the number of D-level zombies has been adjusted to 600. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please be prepared. Standing atop the wall, Chen Yang gazed at the 200 approaching D-level zombies in the distance, his expression remarkably relaxed, dismissing any notion of tension. The anti-aircraft artillery fired first. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets from the Gatling gun turret cascaded like a torrential downpour, instantly reducing the foremost D-level zombies to mere fragments. Boom. The artillery turret was not to be outdone. As shells accurately struck the horde of zombies, the explosive shockwaves launching groups of them into the air. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, the D-level zombies could scarcely approach the city walls. They continued to fall amidst the bombardment, leaving a gruesome carpet of corpses. In just a few seconds, all 200 D-level zombies were annihilated, and Chen Yang's territory remained unscathed. D-level zombies 200 have been completely eliminated. First round of the zombie tide competition concluded. Second round zombie combination selection. Territory number 9527. standing atop the city walls. Chen Yang observed the system prompt, a faint smile gracing his lips. He opened the zombie combination selection interface and, without hesitation, opted for Sea-Level Zombies 10. Selection confirmed. Sea-Level Zombies 10, zombie combination has been confirmed. Sea-Level Zombies 10, detected Shadow Alliance zombie tide ratio at 300, territory no. 95-27 zombie tide ratio at 100, system prompt. The strength of the Shadow Alliance zombie tide will be elevated to 300. Adjusting the number of sea-level zombies to 30. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 33. Surrender. In the distant wilderness, 10 sea-level zombies slowly emerged, advancing toward Chen Yang's territory. Boom. The anti-aircraft artillery roared, a small-caliber bullet striking the head of one sea-level zombie with precision. The sea-level zombie was swiftly vanquished before it could react, its massive form crashing to the ground. The other sea-level zombies, provoked by this sudden assault, let out furious roars and quickened their advance. Gatling gun turrets, artillery support, fire at will. Chen Yang continued to issue commands. The Gatling gun turrets and artillery on the city walls opened fire once more, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets and shells upon the sea-level zombies. Under the combined onslaught of diverse firepower, the remaining sea-level zombies gradually found themselves in dire straits. After 10 seconds of intense combat, all 10 sea-level zombies were eradicated, leaving Chen Yang's territory unscathed. All sea-level zombies 10 have been eliminated. The second round of the zombie tide competition concludes. Territory no. 95-27 remains intact. The two sides continued to exchange blows in the subsequent rounds. In the third round, the Shadow Alliance opted for 50 D-level zombies. But Chen Yang's territory effortlessly repelled this wave of assault with the combined firepower of anti-aircraft artillery, Gatling gun turrets, and artillery. Meanwhile, the Shadow Alliance, leveraging their teamwork and certain defensive measures, managed to withstand the attack of 150 D-level zombies, albeit with difficulty. In the fourth round, it was Chen Yang's turn to choose, and he selected 5 B-level zombies. The B-level zombies, colossal and immensely powerful, emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression upon their arrival. However, Chen Yang commanded the turrets to execute precise strikes, directing the anti-aircraft artillery to focus on the zombies' critical areas while the Gatling gun turrets relentlessly targeted their joints, diminishing their mobility. After a fierce battle, Chen Yang's territory emerged once again unscathed. The Shadow Alliance found itself embroiled in a fierce struggle, as the formidable defenses of the B-class zombies significantly diminished the effectiveness of their assaults. Nevertheless, through sheer numerical advantage and unwavering resistance, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing 15 B-class zombies. In the fifth round, the Shadow Alliance opted for 100 C-class zombies. Initially, Chen Yang's territory faced some challenges. Yet the unique capabilities of the anti-aircraft artillery proved immensely beneficial, effortlessly dispatching C-class zombies and rendering the C-class zombies nearly defenseless. The harmonious collaboration between the Gatling gun emplacements and the artillery quickly eradicated this wave of zombies, despite incurring some losses while confronting 300 C-class zombies. The Shadow Alliance successfully defended their territory. In the sixth round, Chen Yang selected 200 D-class zombies. For him, this was merely a routine display of firepower, as his defensive systems easily eliminated these zombies. The Shadow Alliance, drawing upon their prior experience and defensive strategies, was able to withstand the onslaught of 600 D-class zombies. In the seventh round, the Shadow Alliance chose 20 B-class zombies. These B-class zombies were significantly more powerful than their ordinary B-class counterparts, capable of inflicting damage upon Chen Yang's walls. However, Chen Yang swiftly adjusted the artillery's targeting strategy, activating the armor-piercing mode of the anti-aircraft guns to deliver devastating blows to the B-class zombies. After an intense battle, Chen Yang successfully eradicated the 20 B-class zombies. The Shadow Alliance, while paying a heavy price and confronting 60 B-class zombies, ultimately managed to retain their territory. Thus, both sides progressed effortlessly into the eighth round. The eighth round of battle. The challenge of the A-class zombies as the eighth round commenced, the Shadow Alliance, whether by fortune or through a concealed contingency plan, drew an A-class zombie from the pool of undead. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the leader of the Shadow Alliance's eyes as he unhesitatingly unveiled their hidden strategy, the Tide of Corpses transfer scroll. According to the rules, they faced a horde at a ratio of 300, thus transferring all 3 A-class zombies to Chen Yang's territory. Upon the emergence of the A-class zombies, an aura of terror enveloped the entire wasteland. Their bodies were encased in formidable scales, their eyes gleamed with a sanguine glow, exuding an insatiable thirst for blood, while they emitted deep, rumbling roars akin to demons from the abyss. Standing atop the watchtower, Qin Yang felt a surge of tension as he beheld the advancing quartet of A-class zombies. He swiftly activated the armor-piercing mode of the anti-aircraft gun, which erupted with a deafening roar as a shell, imbued with immense energy, hurtled towards one of the A-class zombies. The projectile struck true, yet merely left a superficial mark upon its scaled hide. Enraged, the A-class zombie charged towards the city walls, each step causing the structure to tremble slightly. The Gatling gun turret and mortar battery unleashed a barrage of fire, bullets, and shells pouring down upon the A-class zombies like a relentless rain. Yet, against their resilient defenses, such assaults felt akin to mere tickles. The A-class zombies reached the base of the walls, their massive claws clawing violently at the fortifications, causing the durability of the walls to plummet rapidly. Qin Yang observed the gradual decline of the city wall's durability, his heart filled with anxiety. He incessantly adjusted the artillery's angle of attack, striving to uncover the A-class zombies' vulnerabilities. The anti-aircraft guns continued to unleash armor-piercing rounds, and after numerous assaults, they finally breached the scales at the nape of one A-class zombie. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Yang directed the artillery to concentrate its fire on that exposed area. After a grueling battle lasting several minutes, the first A-class zombie was successfully slain. The remaining 3 A-class zombies, witnessing the fall of their comrade, became increasingly frenzied. They intensified their assault on the city wall. However, bolstered by the 10-level wall's extraordinary ability to restore 10% of its durability each second, the wall's health remained robust. The anti-aircraft guns continued to fire armor-piercing rounds, and after considerable effort, they succeeded in eliminating another A-class zombie. The durability of the wall had now diminished by half. At this juncture, the wall's durability stabilized, resting safely above critical levels, as Qin Yang commanded the final anti-aircraft gun to engage the last A-class zombie. After an extended confrontation, this last foe was also ultimately defeated. The leader of the Shadow Alliance, upon hearing of the successful slaying of the A-class zombie, decisively conceded, his heart brimming with trepidation. Chapter 34. More experts. They recognized their utter incapacity to contend with the onslaught of A-class zombies. Their sole glimmer of hope had been the zombie-tied relocation scroll. Yet that scroll had already been expended. Should the conflict persist, and Qin Yang continue to dispatch A-class zombies against them, their demise would be inevitable. Reluctantly, the leader of the Shadow Alliance announced their surrender. The system swiftly presented the settlement notification, results of the zombie-tied competition. Territory number 9527 emerges victorious. While the Shadow Alliance faces defeat, the defeated Shadow Alliance shall forfeit 50 of their territory resources. The victorious territory No. 9527 shall acquire the 50 of territory resources lost by the Shadow Alliance. Qin Yang gazed at the system prompt, his face revealing a weary yet contented smile. This battle profoundly enlightened him to the terror of A-class zombies, yet it also fortified his resolve to enhance the defensive capabilities of his territory. The regional chat channel erupted once more, players marveling at Qin Yang's performance. The esteemed figure of 9,527 was simply invincible, able to withstand even A-class zombies, truly remarkable. The Shadow Alliance had overstepped their bounds, daring to challenge the mighty 9527. Henceforth, no one would dare to provoke 9,527 lightly. As the system notification chimed again, the detailed settlement rewards unfolded before Qin Yang's eyes. Results of the zombie-tied competition. Total zombies killed. D-grade zombies 200, C-grade zombies 10, D-grade zombies 50, B-grade zombies 5, C-grade zombies 100, D-grade zombies 200, B-grade zombies 20, A-grade zombies 4. Total points earned, 8882. Total experience gained, 187320. Current total personal points, 32727, 8882411609. Acquired 50 of the territory resources lost by the Shadow Alliance. Points, 1200. 2,500, stone, 3,000, metal, 800, spiritwood, 200, level 1 crystal core, 150. As dusk gradually enveloped the landscape, Qin Yang gazed at the encroaching night and couldn't help but murmur, "Are we not allowed any rest?" At that moment, the regional chat and cross-region chat channels were already in uproar, stirred by the Iron Arm and Shadow Alliance leaders. They embellished the narrative of Qin Yang's territory brimming with resources while portraying their own formidable yet severely weakened state after 2 arduous battles, successfully igniting the greed and challenge within many. Before long, Chen Yang received a battle request from a cross-region player hailing from an organization called Brigade Gang, who also utilized a challenge voucher, leaving Chen Yang with no option to decline. The system notification echoed, announcing that the zombie combination would be revealed in 10 minutes. Sighing in resignation, Chen Yang swiftly organized his thoughts and began inspecting the territory's defense systems and resource reserves. After the previous 2 fierce battles, although his territory's overall strength had enhanced, the continuous combat had also caused some defensive facilities to suffer wear and tear, and the resource consumption was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his defense system, particularly in the upgraded level 10 walls and the formidable 50mm Eternal anti-aircraft gun. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the system notification chimed once more. The Brigade Gang has chosen to deploy 500 E-class zombies. Chen Yang furrowed his brow at this choice. The Brigade Gang's decision to send such a multitude of low-tier zombies indicated a clear intent to exhaust his resources. Detected that the Brigade Gang's zombie tide ratio is at 400, while the 95-27 territory's zombie tide ratio stands at 100. System notification: the intensity of the Brigade Gang's zombie tide will be raised to 400, with the number of E-class zombies adjusted to 2,000. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. As the system notification concluded, the distant wilderness erupted with a dense swarm of E-class zombies, surging forth like a black tide. These E-class zombies moved sluggishly, possessing relatively low attack and defense capabilities, yet their sheer numbers seemed endless. Chen Yang stood atop the walls. Weariness etched across his face. Boom. The Eternal 50mm anti-aircraft gun fired first, its powerful barrage instantly obliterating a vast swath of E-class zombies ahead. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets from the Gatling gun turret poured forth like a torrential rain, creating deadly barrages among the horde of zombies. Boom. The artillery batteries, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a barrage of shells that accurately struck the horde of zombies, sending shockwaves that propelled them into the air. Under the relentless onslaught of firepower, the E-class zombies found themselves utterly incapable of approaching the city walls. They fell in droves, leaving a carnage of bodies scattered across the ground. In mere seconds, 500 E-class zombies were entirely obliterated. 500 E-class zombies have been eradicated. The first round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. Second round zombie combination selection. Territory number 9527. As Chen Yang observed the system notification, a faint smile graced his lips. He accessed the zombie combination selection interface and, after a moment's contemplation, opted for 100 D-class zombies. Selection confirmed. 100 D-class zombies. Zombie combination has been confirmed. 100 D-class zombies. Detected that the Brigade Gang's zombie tide ratio is at 400, while territory number 9527's ratio stands at 100. System notification: the intensity of the Brigade Gang's zombie tide will be elevated to 400, adjusting the number of D-class zombies to 400. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. In the distant wilderness, 100 D-class zombies, larger and more agile than their E-class counterparts, began to emerge, steadily advancing towards Chen Yang's territory. Their eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, and they emitted low, menacing growls. Boom. The anti-aircraft artillery erupted once more. A shell striking one D-class zombie squarely in the head, instantly dispatching it. The remaining D-class zombies, incensed by this sudden assault, hastened their pace, charging towards the city walls with reckless abandon. The Gatling gun emplacements and artillery on the city walls unleashed a torrent of bullets and shells, cascading upon the D-level zombies like a relentless downpour. Under the combined assault of various firepower, the D-level zombies gradually found themselves in dire straits. After an intense battle, all 100 D-level zombies were ultimately vanquished, leaving Chen Yang's territory unscathed. All D-level zombies 100 have been eradicated. The second round of the zombie tide competition has concluded, and the territory number 9527 remains unharmed. In the subsequent rounds, the Brigade Gang and Chen Yang exchanged blows. The Brigade Gang's choices gradually transitioned from low-tier zombies to mid-tier ones, opting for D-level and C-level zombies in succession, yet failing to pose any substantial threat to Chen Yang's domain. Meanwhile, Chen Yang adeptly navigated each challenge with his exceptional command and formidable defense system, refusing to concede that he was merely a fortunate victor. Chapter 35. The challenge frenzy. By the fifth round, the Brigade Gang appeared somewhat anxious, selecting B-level zombies 20. Detection indicates the Brigade Gang's zombie tide ratio at 400, while territory number 9527's ratio stands at 100. System notification: the intensity of the Bloodblade Gang's zombie tide will escalate to 400, with the number of B-level zombies adjusted to 80. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. In the distance, 20 B-level zombies slowly emerged from the wilderness. Chen Yang stood atop the watchtower, his gaze calm yet keen, closely monitoring the movements of these zombies. He decisively activated the armor-piercing mode of the anti-aircraft gun. Boom. The anti-aircraft artillery boomed with a resounding roar as an armor-piercing shell, imbued with formidable energy, was launched towards a B-class zombie. The projectile struck the creature with precision, leaving a profound mark upon its resilient exoskeleton. Enraged, the B-class zombie charged towards the city wall, each stride causing a slight tremor in the fortifications. The Gatling gun turret and the howitzer also sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets and shells that rained down upon the B-class zombie. Under the relentless barrage of diverse firepower, the B-class zombie found itself ensnared in a dire predicament. After several arduous minutes of combat, the first B-class zombie was finally vanquished. With the overwhelming might of the anti-aircraft gun and the coordinated efforts of the other turrets, the remaining B-class zombies were gradually eradicated. All 20 B-class zombies had been eliminated. All 20 B-class zombies have been slain. The fifth round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. Territory number 9527 remains unscathed. Within the Bloodblade Gang's territory, chaos reigned supreme. The onslaught of 80 B-class zombies imposed tremendous pressure upon them, and their defensive systems were on the verge of collapse under the relentless assault. Despite their utmost efforts to resist, the casualties were severe, with numerous members injured or even perishing in the fray. Observing the devastation before him, the leader of the Bloodblade Gang was filled with a sense of helplessness and frustration. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate their losses. Reluctantly, he announced their surrender. The system swiftly provided a settlement notification. Results of the zombie tide competition. Territory 9527 emerges victorious. While the Bloodblade Gang faces defeat, the defeated Bloodblade Gang will lose 50 of their territorial resources. The victorious Territory 9527 will acquire the 50 of territorial resources lost by the Bloodblade Gang. Chen Yang gazed at the system notification, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face. Just as he thought he could finally take a breather, the system notification chimed again. Alert! You have received a battle request. Another opportunity to earn points. Chen Yang lamented. He quickly checked, discovering that the challenge came from the Gale team, who similarly utilized a challenge ticket, leaving him no option to decline. The system indicated that the zombie combination would be announced in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the Gale team has selected 200 sea-level zombies. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. The opponent had immediately deployed a significant number of mid-tier zombies, clearly prepared for battle. Detected, Gale team's zombie tide ratio is 350. While Territory 9527's zombie tide ratio is 100, system notification, Gale team's zombie tide strength will increase to 350, adjusting the number of sea-level zombies to 700. The battle commenced, with 200 sea-level zombies charging toward Chen Yang's territory. Anti-aircraft guns, Gatling gun turrets, and grenade launchers opened fire simultaneously. Although sea-level zombies were more formidable than their lower-tier counterparts, they struggled to approach the walls under Chen Yang's formidable barrage. Meanwhile, the Gale team, through their cohesive teamwork and unique defensive strategies, managed to withstand the onslaught of 700 sea-level zombies with great difficulty. In the second round, Chen Yang opted for 150 D-level zombies. The Gale team began to suffer losses while confronting 525 D-level zombies, with some defensive structures sustaining damage. Yet they continued to resist valiantly. In contrast, Chen Yang's territory effortlessly eradicated the 150 D-level zombies. By the fourth round, the Gale team, in a desperate gamble, chose 30 B-level zombies. These 30 B-level zombies posed significant challenges for Chen Yang, as their attacks diminished the durability of the city walls. However, Chen Yang swiftly adapted his strategy, deploying anti-aircraft artillery to exploit the zombies' weaknesses, ultimately securing a successful defense. The Gale team, faced with 105 B-level zombies, incurred heavy losses and ultimately conceded defeat at the conclusion of the fourth round. The results of the zombie tide competition were announced. Territory number 9527 emerged victorious. While the Gale team faced defeat, the defeated Gale team would lose 50 of their territorial resources. The victorious territory No. 9527 would acquire the 50 of territorial resources lost by the Gale team. Yet, before Chen Yang could catch his breath, the Phantom Society launched a challenge. Initially, the Phantom Society selected E-level zombies 1000, attempting to deplete Chen Yang's resources through sheer numbers. Nevertheless, Chen Yang's defense system unleashed its full firepower, swiftly annihilating this wave of zombies. In the subsequent rounds, the two sides exchanged blows, with Chen Yang leveraging his extensive combat experience and formidable defensive installations to maintain the upper hand. In the fifth round, the Phantom Society chose C-level zombies 300. Yet they still failed to breach Chen Yang's defenses, ultimately surrendering in the sixth round. The Savage Lion Gang also joined the fray, commencing their challenge by utilizing a high-level item, Zombie Tide Amplification Scroll, opting for D-level zombies 500. The Frenzied Lion Alliance suffered tremendous losses when confronted by 500 C-level zombies, ultimately succumbing in the fourth round. The defeated factions, unwilling to accept their fate, embellished the narrative of Chen Yang's territory in the regional and cross-regional chat channels, exaggerating its abundant resources while claiming that despite his consecutive victories, he was on the brink of exhaustion. This manipulation reignited the greed and competitive spirit of many. Soon, the Flame Dragon Alliance and the Ice Feather Pavilion united to challenge Chen Yang. They agreed that if one side faltered, the other would continue the fight. The Flame Dragon Alliance took the initiative, unleashing an assault of 50 B-level zombies. These 50 formidable creatures surged towards Chen Yang's domain, causing a drastic decline in the durability of the city walls. With gritted teeth, Chen Yang directed the artillery with unwavering resolve, and after a grueling battle, he managed to withstand this wave. However, the Flame Dragon Alliance faltered against 150 B-level zombies, their defenses breached, and they were left with no choice but to concede. Next, the Ice Feather Pavilion took their turn, deploying their prized Zombie Tide Enhancement Scroll to summon 400 D-level bosses from 400 D-level zombies. While these D-level bosses were formidable, their attacks scarcely replenished the wall as health, presenting a tougher challenge. Ultimately, after half an hour of relentless combat, they successfully eradicated all the zombies. Yet the Ice Feather Pavilion, too, faced defeat. Standing atop the city walls, Chen Yang was filled with profound reflections, weary from the relentless trials. Chapter 36. The Challenge Frenzy 2. Chen Yang stood on the walls, gazing at the gradually digitized corpses of zombies strewn across the ground, letting out a long sigh. The consecutive waves of zombie contests had left him utterly exhausted. Results of the Zombie Tide competition. Total points acquired, 168, 391 total experience gained, 785. 000 With the accumulation of previous points, his personal total score has successfully surpassed 200, 000. Resources such as timber, stone, metal, and spirit wood, excluding crystal cores, have also amassed into tens of thousands. As the influx of experience surged, his level ascended smoothly to 16. Level has been raised to 16. Experience, 362, 00020, 480. 000. Unlocked Turret Slot 1. He now possesses 6 unused turret slots. Standing atop the city wall, Chen Yang gazed at the sprawling, gradually digitizing corpses of zombies below. Releasing a long sigh of relief. Overwhelmed, he hastily ventured into the regional chat channel and the cross-regional channel, exclaiming, "I beg you, please stop sending them." His plea stirred a considerable response. Shortly thereafter, the system notification chimed once more. "Notice, you have received a battle request." This challenge emanated from the Shadow Society, who similarly employed a challenge ticket, leaving Chen Yang with no option to refuse. 10 minutes later, the Shadow Society has chosen C-level zombies 300. As the battle commenced, 300 C-level zombies surged towards Chen Yang's territory. The anti-aircraft guns swiftly activated, entering armor-piercing mode, with shells hitting their targets with precision, annihilating the zombies one after another. In the second round, Chen Yang opted for D-level zombies 200. Confronted with 700 D-level zombies, the Shadow Society's defense system gradually collapsed, ultimately succumbing in this round. The results of the Zombie Tide competition have been announced. Territory 9527 emerges victorious, while the Shadow Society faces defeat. The defeated Shadow Society will forfeit 50 of its territorial resources, while the victorious Territory 9527 will acquire the resources lost by the Shadow Society. The Shadow Society's failure did not deter other organizations. The Thunderstorm Gang promptly issued a challenge. They opted for 40 B-class zombies. Upon their emergence, the 40 B-class zombies exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, Qinyang was well prepared, concentrating the firepower of the anti-aircraft artillery on the zombies' weaknesses, while the Gatling gun turrets and grenade launchers provided continuous fire support. Amidst the fierce battle, the B-class zombies were gradually eradicated. In the second round, Qinyang chose 150 C-class zombies. The Thunderstorm gang suffered significant losses while confronting the 525 C-class zombies, ultimately declaring defeat. The results of the zombie tide competition were announced. Territory 95-27 triumphed, while the Thunderstorm gang failed. The defeated Thunderstorm gang will lose 50 of its territorial resources, whereas the victorious Territory 95-27 will obtain the resources forfeited by the Thunderstorm gang. Upon hearing the news of Qinyang's consecutive victories, the Frost Society could no longer contain itself and issued a challenge, selecting 800 D-class zombies. The combined assault of the Gatling gun turrets and grenade launchers effortlessly eliminated these D-class zombies. In the second round, Qinyang opted for 25 B-class zombies. The Frost Society's defenses were completely breached when faced with 75 B-class zombies, leading to their reluctant surrender. The results of the zombie tide competition have been announced. Territory 95-27 emerges victorious, while the Frost Association faces defeat. The defeated Frost Association will forfeit 50 of its territorial resources, while the victorious Territory 95-27 will acquire these lost resources. As one wave subsides, another rises. The Gale Alliance has once again issued a challenge to Qinyang. They have opted for 3 Class A zombies and utilized a zombie tide probability enhancement scroll. Each Class A zombie looms like a terrifying behemoth, shaking the very ground with every step. Artillery fire relentlessly unleashes armor-piercing rounds, and after a grueling battle, they ultimately succeed in vanquishing a Class A zombie. In the end, through tremendous effort, they manage to eliminate all Class A zombies, yet the Gale Alliance still declares defeat. The results of the zombie tide competition have been released. Territory 95-27 triumphs, while the Gale Alliance falters. The defeated Gale Alliance will relinquish 50 of its territorial resources, and the victorious Territory 95-27 will gain these forfeited resources. Subsequently, various organizations, including the Crazy Shark Gang, Spirit Snake Society, and Shwana Pavilion, have initiated their own challenges. However, regardless of the combinations of zombies they deploy or the items they employ, none can breach Qinyang's formidable defense system. Thanks to his extensive combat experience, robust defensive installations, and decisive command, he consistently achieves victory. Do you believe it? By the 12th day at noon, the system finally ceased to emit requests for combat. Standing atop the watchtower, Qinyang gazes over his territory, filled with profound reflections. He expresses gratitude for the bounty of heads that have been delivered to him. Results of the zombie tide competition: total points acquired, 325, 680 total experience gained, 3, 568, 000. The individual's total points have successfully surpassed 500, 000, and resources such as timber, stone, metal, and spirit would have accumulated to over 100, 000 units, excluding the crystal cores. After contemplation, he expended 100, 000 points to purchase a level 4 crystal core and constructed a flamethrower. Eternal Flame Flamethrower, attack power, 5, 000, attack range, 200 meters, special effect, instantly kills sea level and below zombies, inflicting 1 of maximum health damage to all zombies except bosses. Subsequently, he utilized all available resources to upgrade the city walls to level 20. He was anxious about a repeat of the Iron Arm Group's assault, fearing an organization unafraid of death could unleash hundreds of thousands of B-level and above zombies upon him. City wall upgrade complete. Current level, 20. Defense power, 20. 000. Durability, 200. 000. 200. 000. Special effect. The surface of the wall is covered with metal and spirit wood, restoring 10 of durability per second. Maximum restoration of 10. Effects of level 20 city wall. Immune to damage from B-level and below zombies. New effect, 50 reduction in damage from bosses. Instantly, his 400, 000 points dwindled to just a few thousand. Had he not been hesitant to spend more to level up further, Qinyang would have expended everything. He planned to reserve his points for upgrading his small cabin. The Dawn Group has initiated a challenge for the zombie tide competition. The opponent has utilized a challenge ticket, and you cannot refuse. The regional chat channel erupted with fervent discussions as players' conversations surged like a tumultuous tide. What? The Dawn Brigade is actually challenging the esteemed player 9527? They have always appeared to be quite righteous. How could they engage in such opportunistic behavior? One player exclaimed, his face laden with shock. Alas, who could possibly resist the allure of the bountiful resources that 9527's territory offers? At present, his domain resembles a treasure-laden piggy bank. With everyone eager to partake in its riches, another player lamented. At this moment, Iron Arm interjected with a sardonic tone, cautioning, "Let us not jump to conclusions. The Dawn Brigade is merely testing their own strength, providing 9527 with an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Moreover, after enduring numerous battles, perhaps 9527 is but a fa-odd of strength, his resources and vitality depleted." Chapter 37. The challenge from the Dawn Brigade. The leader of the Shadow Alliance chimed in, echoing Iron Arm's sentiments. Indeed, while 9527 has triumphed in many encounters, who can ascertain whether he has exhausted his resources and energy? This challenge from the Dawn Brigade may very well unveil his true capabilities. Nevertheless, many players express their discontent with the actions of the Dawn Brigade. I am deeply disappointed in the Dawn Brigade. They feign righteousness yet reveal their true colors in critical moments, aligning themselves with those avaricious organizations, one player voiced indignantly. Precisely. 9527 has triumphed repeatedly through his own merit, earning his resources rightfully. The Dawn Brigade should not take advantage of this situation, another player concurred, joining in the condemnation. Meanwhile, numerous players have expressed their desire to join Xinyang's territory. I wish to become a part of the esteemed 9527's domain. Following such a formidable leader guarantees prosperity. One player eagerly exclaimed, I too wish to join. I witnessed the leader's remarkable performance in the zombie tide competition. It was truly astounding. If I could become a member of his territory, I would no longer have to fear zombie invasions. Another player chimed in. Don't get your hopes up. The leader has his private messages turned off. I've wanted to join since the time he was selling crystal cores. Xinyang harbored a singular thought. The Dawn team must have prepared a surprise for him. After all, they would not dare to challenge him again after he had won so many consecutive matches. Humph, whether it be the Dawn team or any other organization. They will find it no easy task to seize resources from me, Xinyang remarked coolly. He swiftly assessed the resource reserves and defense systems of his territory. The walls had been upgraded to level 20, significantly enhancing both their defensive power and durability. In addition, formidable weapons such as the 50mm anti-aircraft gun and flamethrowers were at his disposal. However, he understood the need for vigilance. The Dawn team was, after all, an organized group, undoubtedly equipped with their own tactics and strategies. Xinyang contemplated this, feigning the formulation of a counter-strategy. At this moment, within the territory of the Dawn team, the atmosphere was equally tense. The leader, Han Huang, stood at the command platform, observing the members below who were on high alert, feeling a blend of anticipation and concern. Brothers, this challenge against the 9527 territory is our opportunity to prove ourselves. Everyone is aware of 9527 strength, but we are not to be underestimated. As long as we unite and devise a sound strategy, victory is within our grasp, Han Huang declared, striving to uplift the morale. The expressions of the members varied widely. Some radiated confidence, eager to engage, while others displayed concern, given Xinyang's illustrious past achievements. Captain, is their defense system truly as formidable as they say? Can we really emerge victorious? A member inquired cautiously. Han Huang furrowed his brow and replied, we must not be daunted by their record. In this challenge, we must leverage our team's strengths and judiciously utilize our resources and items. Just as both sides were diligently preparing, the system's notification echoed. The zombie combination will be revealed in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. The regional chat channel erupted once more. The challenge has commenced. It remains to be seen what kind of zombie combination the Dawn team will select, one player exclaimed with excitement. I hope the esteemed 9527 can once again demonstrate his prowess and deliver a harsh lesson to these avaricious organizations, another player remarked with anticipation. Xinyang inhaled deeply, clenching his fists as he awaited the announcement of the zombie combination. He truly felt the weight of mental fatigue. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the system's alert resonated again. The Dawn team has chosen 100 E-class zombies. Detected ratio of the Dawn team's zombie tide is 500, while the 95-27 territory's zombie tide ratio is 100. System notification: the intensity of the Dawn team's zombie tide will be elevated to 500, and the quantity of E-class zombies adjusted to 500. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. The regional chat channel buzzed with fervent discussion as members of the Dawn group divulged details about the competition, eager to establish their dominance within this territory. The Dawn group had dispatched low-tier zombies to gauge the firepower of the esteemed 95-27. Indeed, E-class zombies would likely pose little challenge for the formidable 95-27. It was possible that 9,527 might retaliate with a selection of low-tier zombies in response. Standing atop the watchtower, Chunyang observed the gradual emergence of 100 E-class zombies in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that the Dawn group was probing his defensive system, aiming to discern his firepower distribution and tactical responses. Prepare to fire, he commanded calmly, readying the anti-aircraft artillery, Gatling gun turrets, and flamethrowers. Boom. The 50mm anti-aircraft cannon of the Eternity opened fire first, its overwhelming power instantly obliterating a vast swathe of E-class zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets from the Gatling gun turrets poured forth like a torrential rain, creating a lethal barrage within the horde. The roaring flames from the flamethrowers swiftly engulfed the approaching zombies. Under the relentless barrage, the E-class zombies stood no chance of nearing the city wall. In mere seconds, all 100 E-class zombies were annihilated. E-class zombies 100 have been completely exterminated. The first round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. Second round zombie combination selection rights. Territory 95-27. Chunyang opened the zombie combination selection interface and, after a moment of contemplation, opted for E-class zombies 150. He was equally testing the strength of the Dawn group, observing how they would respond to a slightly greater number of low-level zombies. Selection confirmed. E-level zombies 150. Zombie combination confirmed. E-level zombies 150. Detected ratio of the Dawn group's zombie tide is 500, while the ratio for territory 9,527 is 100. System prompt: the strength of the Dawn group's zombie tide will increase to 500, and the quantity of E-level zombies has been adjusted to 750. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. The speculations in the regional chat channel grew increasingly fervent. The esteemed figure of territory 95-27 also opted for low-level zombies, indicating that both sides were still in a phase of testing each other. The Dawn group was now set to face 750 E-level zombies, leaving one to wonder if they would manage to handle the situation with ease. It seemed that this contest would become ever more thrilling, akin to a pre-battle toast shared between rivals. Within the confines of the Dawn group's territory, 750 E-level zombies surged forth like a tide of darkness. The leader, Hans Huang, stood calmly atop the city wall, directing the battle with poise. First team, fire the arrows. The archers atop the arrow towers simultaneously released their bowstrings, unleashing a deluge of arrows that rained down upon the horde of zombies. After a brief storm of arrows, all 750 E-level zombies of the Dawn group have been eliminated. The second round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. Third round zombie combination selection, Dawn group. Chapter 38, Testing. In the regional chat channel, players engaged in lively discussions regarding the second round of combat. The Dawn Brigade has demonstrated commendable performance, managing to hold their ground against a staggering horde of 750 E-class zombies. However, they have incurred some losses, and it remains uncertain how they will proceed next. The esteemed 95-27 is undoubtedly observing the Dawn Brigade's actions, preparing for the subsequent strategy. Within the territory of the Dawn Brigade, the leader, Hans Huang, and the members are engaged in deliberations regarding the selection of the third wave of zombie combinations. The Dawn Brigade has opted for 100 D-class zombies. Detected, the Dawn Brigade's zombie tide ratio stands at 500, while that of the 95-27 territory is at 100. System notification: the intensity of the Dawn Brigade's zombie tide will escalate to 500, with the number of D-class zombies adjusted to 500. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. Standing atop the watchtower, Chunyang gazes at the system notifications. Contemplating inwardly, the Dawn Brigade is intensifying their efforts. Following the precise impact of 3 grenades on the zombie swarm, all 100 D-class zombies have been eradicated. 100 D-class zombies have been completely eliminated. The third round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. Fourth round of zombie combination selection, 9,527 territory. Qinyang opens the zombie combination selection interface, this time finding himself in deep contemplation. The Dawn Brigade has begun to take the competition seriously, and the upcoming battles are poised to be even more fierce. He must escalate the challenge for the Dawn Brigade. After careful consideration, Qinyang opts for 20 C-class zombies. Selection confirmed. Class C zombies X20. Zombie combination confirmed. Class C zombies X20. Detected Dawn Legion zombie wave ratio at 500. Territory no. 95-27 zombie wave ratio at 100. System notification. Dawn Legion zombie wave intensity will increase to 500. Class C zombie count adjusted to 100. The zombie wave competition is about to begin. Please prepare. The regional chat channel erupted once more, as players eagerly anticipated the forthcoming battle. The atmosphere of this zombie wave competition intensified, with both sides fully committed to the impending conflict. As the system notification rang out, the chat channel burst into excitement once again. The esteemed player from 9527 selected Class C Zombies X20, a clear indication of escalating difficulty for the Dawn Legion. This time, the Dawn Legion must confront 100 Class C zombies, a significant burden indeed. It remains uncertain whether the Dawn Legion can withstand this onslaught. Standing atop the lookout tower, Qinyang gazed at the 20 approaching Class C zombies in the distance, a glimmer of confidence reflecting in his eyes. With his current defense system, these Class C zombies posed no threat to the territory. Boom. The Eternal S-50mm anti-aircraft gun fired first, each shell striking the Class C zombies with remarkable precision, sending them flying. The Gatling gun turret unleashed a torrential downpour of bullets, creating a deadly barrage amidst the horde of zombies. The flames from the flamethrower engulfed the nearby zombies in an instant. Under the classic cover of firepower, the Class C zombies were rendered incapable of nearing the city walls. In a mere span of seconds, 20 sea-level zombies were utterly annihilated. Within the territory of the Dawn Brigade, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. 100 sea-level zombies surged forward like ferocious beasts towards the walls of the fortress. The players stationed atop the walls stood ready, their weapons gleaming ominously in the dim light. Commander Hans Wang surveyed the approaching horde with a furrowed brow, acutely aware of the formidable battle that lay ahead, yet confident in his team's capabilities. First group, unleash your arrows. Hans Wang commanded with authority. The archers atop the arrow towers simultaneously released their bows, and arrows rained down upon the zombie throng, piercing through the air. However, the defensive prowess of the sea-level zombies far surpassed that of their E and D counterparts, rendering the arrows capable of inflicting only minor wounds. Second group, cast fireball. Hans Wang ordered next. A dozen fire mages swiftly positioned themselves at the edge of the wall, conjuring searing fireballs with their hands, which danced with intense heat. With a thunderous roar, the fireballs launched into the night sky, striking the zombie horde with precise accuracy. As the fireballs detonated, a wave of scorching flames engulfed the surrounding undead, reducing them to ashes. Third group, erect ice walls. Several ice barriers erupted before the advancing zombies, obstructing their path. The zombies collided with the icy fortifications, producing a dull thud as cracks began to form on the surface, yet the walls steadfastly resisted the relentless onslaught. Fourth group, prepare for melee. The spear-wielding and sword-bearing players gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes steely, ever poised to charge the ramparts and engage in close-quarters combat with the undead. Under the command of Hans Wang, the players of the Dawn Brigade united their efforts, gradually vanquishing the 100 C-class zombies. Although the endeavor proved somewhat arduous, they ultimately succeeded in defending their territory. All 100 C-class zombies of the Dawn Brigade have been eradicated. The fifth round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. The sixth round of zombie selection rights, Dawn Brigade territory. Standing atop the watchtower, Qinyang observed the system notifications, deep in contemplation. The prowess of the Dawn Brigade was indeed formidable. The forthcoming battles promised to be even more intense. Their strength had already surpassed that of the previous 80 teams. The leader of the Dawn Brigade, undeterred, made a decisive choice on the zombie selection interface, opting for 10 D-class zombies. Selection confirmed, 10 D-class zombies. Zombie composition has been confirmed, 10 D-class zombies. Detected Dawn Brigade zombie tide ratio at 500. Territory number 95-27 zombie tide ratio at 100. System notification. The strength of the Dawn Brigade's zombie tide will be elevated to 500, and the number of D-class zombies adjusted to 50. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. The regional chat channel erupted once more. Why was the Dawn Brigade still selecting lower-tier zombies? Were they perhaps here to grant points to the esteemed players? Had they misjudged them? This competition was becoming increasingly thrilling, leaving one to wonder what would transpire next. Soon the information emerged. All 10 level D zombies have been eradicated. The 6th round of the Zombie Tide competition has concluded. Chapter 39. The Dawn Brigade is still probing. 7th round zombie combination selection. Territory 9527, standing atop the observation tower. Chen gazed at the system notification, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He accessed the zombie combination selection interface, determined to exert greater pressure on the Dawn Brigade this time. His finger hovered over 15 level B zombies. Selection confirmed. 15 level B zombies. Zombie combination confirmed. 15 level B zombies. Detected. Dawn Brigade's zombie tide ratio at 500. Territory 9527 zombie tide ratio at 100. System notification. Dawn Brigade's zombie tide intensity will increase to 500. Number of level B zombies adjusted to 75. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. The regional chat channel erupted in excitement. It seemed that the formidable figure of Territory 9527 was truly serious. 15 level B zombies posed a significant challenge for the Dawn Brigade. Their prior performance had been commendable, yet it remained uncertain if they could withstand the onslaught of 75 level B zombies. This competition was becoming increasingly thrilling, and it appeared the Dawn Brigade would not concede easily. Chen observed the 15 level B zombies gradually materializing in the distance, his gaze composed. Boom. The anti-aircraft gun roared, a round piercing the weakness of one level B zombie, instantly creating a gaping hole in its form. Simultaneously, the Gatling gun turret and flamethrower unleashed their fury. Under such overwhelming firepower, the level B zombies were swiftly annihilated. B-class zombies 15 have been completely eradicated. The 7th round of the Zombie Tide competition has concluded, with Territory 9527 remaining unscathed within the domain of the Dawn Brigade. 75 B-class zombies surged towards the city walls like a dark tide. The expression of the players stationed atop the walls turned grave. Steady yourselves. Adhere to our prior tactics. First squad, unleash arrows. Second squad, prepare fireballs, commanded Han Swang, her voice resonating with urgency. The archers in the towers released their arrows, which shattered against the tough hides of the B-class zombies. Although the fireballs inflicted some damage, they were but a drop in the bucket against the overwhelming numbers of the B-class horde. Third squad, deploy ice walls. Fourth squad, ready yourselves for melee, Han Swang urged, her tone increasingly frantic. Under her leadership, the players of the Dawn Brigade exerted every ounce of their strength, and after a grueling battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing all B-class zombies. All B-class zombies of the Dawn Brigade 75 have been eliminated. The atmosphere in the command room of the Dawn Brigade was palpably tense as they prepared for the 8th round. Members gathered around Han Swang, their eyes reflecting deep concern. Furrowing her brow, Han Swang pondered for a moment before declaring, "We need not lower our standards for the zombies any longer. Let us present a stronger formation, projecting an image of defiance. I propose selecting C-class zombies 100. Upon hearing this, the members exchanged glances of hesitation. Captain, while C-class zombies are indeed stronger than those we faced before, the 9527 territory is exceedingly formidable. Is this not too perilous? Inquired another member. The chilling frost resolutely declared, once the competition commences, there is no retreat. The Dawn Group has selected 100 C-level zombies. Detected that the Dawn Group's zombie tide ratio is at 500, while the ratio for Territory 9527 stands at 100. System prompt. The strength of the Dawn Group's zombie tide will be elevated to 500, and the number of C-level zombies has been adjusted to 500. The zombie tide competition is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. The regional chat channel erupted once more in fervent discussion. The Dawn Group had initiated their counterattack with 500 C-level zombies, and it remained uncertain whether this would suffice to challenge the formidable 9527. However, the esteemed 9527 would undoubtedly prevail. His defense system was so robust that it had withstood even a level zombies before. This match was becoming increasingly exhilarating. As it appeared, the Dawn Group was determined to fight to the last breath. Standing atop the watchtower, Chunyang contemplated the system prompt, reflecting. The Dawn Group has finally begun to take this seriously, yet these sea-level zombies pose no genuine threat. Under the onslaught of overwhelming firepower, the 100 sea-level zombies were swiftly annihilated. All 100 sea-level zombies have been eliminated. The 8th round of the zombie tide competition concludes, with territory 9,527 sustaining no damage. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Dawn Group, 500 sea-level zombies relentlessly battered against the city walls. The players atop the walls fought valiantly to resist, yet the sheer number of zombies began to overwhelm them. "Captain, we cannot hold on any longer. The zombies' assault is too fierce," one player shouted. Biting the frost, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Everyone, hold on a little longer. We cannot surrender so easily." Team 3. Increase the intensity of the ice wall technique. Team 4, melee fighters, fall in line. We must defend the city walls. Inspired by his rallying cry, the players of the Dawn Brigade regained their vigor. After a grueling battle, they successfully defended their territory. All 500 sea-level zombies of the Dawn Brigade have been eliminated. 9th round zombie combination selection, territory number 9527. Chen Yang gazed at the zombie combination selection interface, a plan forming in his mind. He chose 20B level zombies. Selection confirmed, 20B level zombies. Zombie combination confirmed, 20B level zombies. Detected zombie tide ratio for the Dawn Brigade at 500, and for territory number 9527 at 100. System notification. The intensity of the Dawn Brigade's zombie tide will be elevated to 500, and the number of B-level zombies adjusted to 100. The zombie tide contest is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. Players in the regional chat channel eagerly anticipated this battle. The formidable leader of Territory No. 9527 was making a bold move. 20B level zombies, a considerable challenge indeed. The Dawn Brigade had previously demonstrated remarkable resilience. It remained uncertain if they could withstand the pressure once more. This competition seemed poised to escalate into a fierce confrontation, with neither side willing to concede easily. Does anyone know what the situation is like over there with the leader? Under Chunyang's command, the defense system swiftly launched an assault against the B-level zombies. The anti-aircraft cannon's armor-piercing rounds relentlessly struck the vital points of the zombies, while the Gatling gun turret and flamethrower provided crucial fire support. The 20B-level zombies were swiftly eradicated. 20B-level zombies have been completely eliminated. The 9th round of the zombie tide competition has concluded. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Dawn Brigade, 100 B-level zombies posed a tremendous threat. Chapter 40. The Dawn Brigade's secret weapon under the leadership of Frost. The members of the Dawn Brigade gritted their teeth and continued to battle against the zombies. After a prolonged struggle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing all 100 B-level zombies. 100 B-level zombies from the Dawn Brigade have been completely eliminated. The 10th round of zombie selection rights. Dawn Brigade territory. The members of the Dawn Brigade gathered around Frost, their faces etched with fatigue and concern. After a prolonged silence, Frost's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration as he remarked, "I just glanced at the prize pool, and there happens to be an A-level zombie within it. We no longer need to wait for higher-level zombies." Upon hearing this, the members' faces lit up with surprise. "Captain, this still seems perilous. S-level zombies are exceedingly formidable. Can we truly handle them?" one member questioned. Frost resolutely replied, "We have no other options left. This is our only chance for survival. Moreover, we possess the ordinary zombie control cards obtained during the Blood Moon outbreak. The Dawn Brigade has selected an A-level zombie and utilized a zombie tide upgrade card to elevate it to S-level. The system has detected a zombie tide ratio of 500 for the Dawn Brigade, while Territory 9527 has a ratio of 100. The system notification states that the strength of the Dawn Brigade's zombie tide will increase to 500, with the number of S-level zombies adjusted to 5. Territory 9527 will face a single S-level zombie. The zombie tide competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves." Upon the announcement of this news, the regional chat channel fell into a profound silence, soon followed by an avalanche of astonished exclamations and discussions. Has the Dawn Brigade lost their senses? Choosing an S-level zombie seems akin to courting disaster. The esteemed figure of Territory 9527 now faces a significant dilemma. A single S-level zombie is not easily dealt with. The competition is becoming increasingly thrilling, leaving one to ponder who will ultimately emerge victorious. Chen Yang stood atop the watchtower, his gaze fixed on the system notification. His brow furrowed in concern. An S-level zombie presents an unprecedented challenge, yet he did not falter. Is this truly your trump card? Regardless of whether it is S-level or SS level, all zombies are equal before my flamethrower, he murmured to himself. Within the territory of the Dawn Brigade, 5 S-level zombies loomed like monstrous titans across the wilderness. Each step they took sent tremors through the earth, exuding an overwhelming aura. Han Shuang gazed at the S-level zombies before him, his heart brimming with anxiety and anticipation. Everyone, be prepared and act according to plan. Team 1. Ready the control cards and attempt to subdue 3 of the S-level zombies, he instructed. Soon, the battle commenced. Within Qinyang's territory, an S-class zombie charged furiously towards the city walls. The 50mm anti-aircraft cannon aboard the Eternal continuously unleashed armor-piercing rounds, yet the damage inflicted upon the S-class zombie was negligible. Flamethrower, attack, Qinyang commanded. The flamethrower belched forth fierce flames, inflicting a mere 1 of the maximum health and damage per second. Under sustained assault, the S-class zombie's health gradually diminished. In less than 2 minutes, the formidable S-class zombie was vanquished. S-class zombie 1 has been completely eliminated. Meanwhile, within the Dawn Brigade's territory, the first team successfully utilized ordinary zombie control cards to seize control of 3 S-class zombies. They directed these 3 controlled S-class zombies to launch an assault on 2 additional S-class zombies. In the midst of the fierce conflict, the 3 controlled S-class zombies engaged in a desperate struggle against the other 2. Ultimately, the latter 2 S-class zombies were defeated, allowing the Dawn Brigade to regain control of the situation. However, Han Shuang understood that they had expended a significant amount of resources and personnel, and persisting in the battle held no promise of victory. With 2 controlled S-class zombies still alive, he was reluctant to see them meet their demise here. Most importantly, he had depleted the camp's resources prior to the competition, upgrading the cabins and such for the team. Thus, with resignation, he announced their surrender. The results of the Zombie Tide competition have been announced. Territory 9527 emerged victorious, while the Dawn League faced defeat. The defeated Dawn League will lose 50 of their territorial resources, whereas the victorious Territory 9527 will acquire the 50 of resources forfeited by the Dawn League. Upon the conclusion of the Zombie Tide competition, the total points amassed amounted to 12,000, with a total experience gain of 200,000. The individual total points currently stand at 42,526. The resources obtained from the Dawn League's forfeiture include points, 230, wood, 300, stone, 120, metal, 9, spirit wood, 15, first-level crystal core, 0. As Qinyang observed the settlement results, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, and he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a substantial reward from defeating the Dawn League, yet his points did not increase significantly. At that moment, an anonymous message in the regional chat channel captured his attention. Our Dawn League leader, Frost, exhausted all camp resources prior to the competition to upgrade the huts for everyone, thus leaving us with scant resources to compensate after this loss. This revelation sparked a considerable uproar within the channel. Indeed, the intention was to leverage a small advantage for a greater gain. Qinyang let out a cold chuckle and boldly declared in the regional chat channel, "You ought to ensure that your resources are perpetually depleted. I still have challenge tokens at my disposal, which might be put to use any day now." His words ignited yet another frenzy in the regional chat channel. The notable figure from 9527 appears poised to continue troubling the Dawn League. The Dawn League now finds itself in dire straits. If they are challenged once more, they may very well deplete their entire reserves. A true master is undeniably formidable, exuding an aura of confidence that commands respect. The prospect of facing the esteemed 9527 master once more raises questions about whether the Dawn Guild can withstand the ensuing challenge. Observing the fervent discussions in the chat channel, Qinyang remained unfazed. He had endured numerous waves of undead competitions, rendering such verbal tumult a mere background noise. Turning off the chat channel, he wearily made his way to his small abode. Exhaustion enveloped him, prompting him to murmur to himself, "I shall rest for a while." He collapsed onto the bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Within a minute, he stirred to ensure no further challenge notifications had arrived before succumbing once more to sleep. Upon awakening, Qinyang noted that the day had waned. Rubbing his eyes, he accessed the system interface to peruse the latest updates. To his surprise, the regional chat channel was inundated with apologies from the Dawn Guild leader, Frost, along with promises of compensation directed towards him. Frost esteemed 9527 Master. This incident reflects our oversight, and I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the entire guild. As recompense, we are prepared to offer you 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 1,000 spirit wood, 500 metal, and 100 level 1 crystal cores. We hope you will accept our heartfelt sincerity. As Qin Yang read these messages, his perception of the Dawn Guild shifted slightly. He responded, "Leader Frost, I accept your apology and compensation. I trust that in the future, you will come prepared for the challenge." His words alleviated the tension in the regional chat channel, garnering numerous expressions of agreement from fellow players. Was the Master not speaking the truth? Who among the virtuous would come unprepared for a challenge? Indeed, it is utterly amusing. The Master certainly knows how to provoke. However, their prowess is truly remarkable, single-handedly challenging so many teams. Does the Master not consider hiring assistants? I have observed the cross-region channel challenges, and at this stage, being able to combat C-level zombies is already impressive, yet the Master effortlessly confronts S-level zombies, leading by a significant margin. 1. I am exceedingly eager to serve the Master. Qin Yang shook his head while gazing at the increasingly absurd chat channel, closing it as his attention shifted to the new title bestowed upon him by the system, Supreme Controller of the Zombie Tide. This title not only signifies his exceptional performance in the Zombie Tide competition but also symbolizes his paramount status in this survival game. Simultaneously, he received a B-level boss treasure chest as a reward. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Without hesitation, he opened the chest. Acquired C-level equipment, flickering battle armor, quality, C-level, defense, 800, health bonus, 3000, special effect, instant teleportation within a 5-meter range, cooldown, 30 seconds. Did you really just give me a C-level item from a B-level chest? This is outrageous. Qin Yang lamented. At least it can keep me alive. He consoled himself. He promptly accessed the construction interface, watching the upgrade tree of his luxurious cabin shimmer with golden light. After meticulous calculations, he spent 2,000 points to exchange for wood and stone, 8,000 points for metal, and 2,000 points to replenish the spiritual wood. The luxurious cottage has been upgraded to level 10. New feature, Eternal Fireplace, maintains a constant temperature within the cottage. New feature, Underground Storage Room, resource decay rate reduced to 0. Current recruitable villagers, 6 nuclear-powered villagers stood idly, awaiting Qin Yang's directives. He designated them from Qin 7 to Qin 12, observing their perpetual 100 efficiency on the attribute panel. Without hesitation, he assigned them to establish a mining assembly line on the 3rd level of the mine. Chapter 41, Daily Descent into the Mine. Battling the boss, Qin Yang stood before the newly upgraded Eternal Fireplace in the luxurious cottage, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. This furnace was capable of maintaining a consistent temperature within the cottage, but why had the game suddenly introduced such a feature? Could it be a precursor to extreme weather? Under normal circumstances, it would likely take until the 2nd blood moon to elevate this cottage. Furrowing his brow, he clasped his hands across his chest, his mind racing with various potential scenarios. Regardless of the outcome, each would pose a significant threat to his territory and survival. He slowly approached the window, gazing out at the seemingly tranquil world beyond. Subsequently, he made his way to the entrance of the mine behind the camp. The mine served as a crucial source of resources for the territory, yet it was also a hub of danger. To ensure the mine's safety, he stationed a flamethrower and a 50mm anti-aircraft gun at the entrance, then set about constructing a 2-meter-high wall. Observing the flamethrower and the anti-aircraft gun, Qin Yang mused that this level of firepower should suffice, especially against mere C-class zombies. With the defensive arrangements at the mine entrance complete, he resolved to venture deeper into the mine, exploring the 4th level. He first returned to the 3rd level of the mine, where he discovered the entrance to the 4th level, concealed behind a segment of the city wall. After dismantling the wall, he summoned the mechanical villagers out of the mine. The conditions of the 4th level remained uncertain. He gently patted the exterior of the mechanical villagers and softly instructed, "Please wait outside. I will handle things here." Qin Yang took a deep breath, adjusted his gear, and cautiously made his way towards the 4th level of the mine. The cavern was shrouded in dim light and permeated by a nauseating stench. With each step, he treaded carefully, his ears attuned to the ambient sounds surrounding him. After traversing approximately 20 meters, he finally beheld a swarm of C-class zombies. These grotesque creatures varied in appearance, some bearing terrifying visages, exuding an overwhelming odor of decay. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang swiftly drew his thunder sniper, aimed at the nearest zombie, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding crack, the bullet struck true, piercing the zombie's skull, causing it to collapse instantly as electric arcs danced among the surrounding undead. The gunshot shattered the silence of the mine, prompting the other zombies to surge towards Qin Yang. Seeing this, he turned and sprinted frantically towards the cave entrance. His heart raced. The only sounds piercing the air were his rapid breaths and the guttural growls of the zombies. As he neared the exit, he activated the special effect of his flickering armor, executing an instantaneous displacement within a 5-meter radius, successfully emerging from the cave. Outside the entrance, he gasped for breath. Yet a thrill of exhilaration illuminated his face as he shouted, "What an adrenaline rush!" At that moment, the flamethrower and anti-aircraft gun were poised and ready for action. The flamethrower belched forth a torrent of raging fire, instantly engulfing the zombies that lingered near the cave entrance. The intense heat elicited anguished cries from the undead, who writhed in the inferno, soon reduced to mere ashes. The 50mm anti-aircraft gun roared to life, each bullet finding its mark among the horde of zombies, the tremendous force obliterating them into fragments. Under the combined assault of these two formidable weapons, the C-class zombies were gradually annihilated. Qin Yang stood by, observing the scene before him, his heart devoid of any tumult. C-class zombies killed 1,000, experience gained, 30,000 points earned, 3,000 after enduring the zombie tide competition. He found himself somewhat disdainful of such meager points, a habit not to be encouraged, he murmured to himself. Turning, he ventured into the cave, eager to discover what crystalline cores the 4th level would yield. Indeed, he uncovered a second-tier core, currently valued at around 920 in the player market, with numerous teams already mining in the cross-region channels. The next level likely housed C-class zombies, perhaps even a formidable boss. Qin Yang pondered briefly, then charged forth. The flamethrower could effectively seal the entire cave's exit. Having dismantled the surrounding walls, Qin Yang stood on the 4th level of the cave, gripping his thunder sniper rifle with unwavering resolve as he gazed into the profound darkness of the passage leading to the 5th level, thick with the stench of decay. The flickering flames at the cave's mouth cast a dramatic light upon his resolute profile. Drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions, he recalled the thrill and peril of vanquishing the C-class zombies moments ago, his fighting spirit now soaring ever higher. Charge. I am eager to see if this 5th level can truly challenge me, Qin Yang murmured to himself, before cautiously advancing towards the passageway. Each step was taken with utmost care, the stones beneath his feet creaking softly, their sounds resonating sharply in the silent cavern. The light within the passage grew dimmer, and the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet, causing Qin Yang to feel his heartbeat quicken. He stepped into the 5th level. The sight before him instantly heightened his vigilance. An overwhelming horde of sea-level zombies roamed the cavern, exuding a more potent stench of decay. Each zombie's gaze was rife with insatiable greed and ferocity, as if they would pounce upon him and tear him to shreds at the slightest hint of weakness. As he retreated towards the cave entrance, Qin Yang drew forth his thunder sniper rifle, and once he reached a safe distance, he accurately fired at the foremost sea zombies. Each bullet surged with powerful electrical energy, and upon striking the zombies, the current rapidly spread, incapacitating several nearby as well. Without a second glance, he bolted towards the entrance. The flamethrower and the 50mm anti-aircraft gun were primed and ready. Qin Yang shouted, "Eliminate them at once." The flamethrower erupted in a torrent of blazing fire, forming a searing wall that kept the advancing sea zombies at bay. The intense heat elicited agonized screams from the zombies as they writhed in the inferno, their bodies gradually reduced to ashes. Detected C-class boss zombie. C-class boss. Lord of Decay. Bape. Level. C-class. Health. 50,000. Attack power. 1,000. Defense. 800. Special skill. Bone spikes. The Lord of Decay did not relent. It chanted incantations, and suddenly, the ground of the mine began to tremble violently, with countless sharp bone spikes erupting from the earth. Alarmed, Qin Yang felt a tightness in his chest and promptly activated his blink skill. In an instant, the bone spikes shot up from the very spot where he had stood moments before. Gazing at the spikes protruding from the ground, Qin Yang felt a shiver of dread. He dreaded such remote skills that recklessly assaulted players. He swiftly recalibrated his strategy, switching the artillery to armor-piercing rounds, directing concentrated fire upon the Lord of Decay. The armor-piercing shells soared through the air like meteors, striking the Lord with precision, leaving deep gashes on its formidable hide. Enraged, the Lord of Decay let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive arms in an attempt to thwart the artillery's relentless assault. The ferocity of the onslaught ignited its fury, its voice resonating through the depths of the mine like rolling thunder. It brandished its thick arms, akin to colossal pillars, striving to act as a moving wall against the torrential barrage of artillery fire. Yet, the might of the artillery was overwhelming, resembling an unstoppable tempest that relentlessly eroded its defenses. Chapter 42. Renowned fame. As time progressed, its defenses gradually crumbled, and its body bore an increasing number of scars, blood cascading down like a dark crimson waterfall. Under the relentless assault of several penetrating rounds, the massive form of the Bone Lord could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing like a fallen mountain and stirring up a cloud of dust. In that moment, the mine finally regained its tranquility, the dust settling slowly as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Qin Yang emerged cautiously from his cover, exhaling deeply. With an exhilarated heart, he stepped lightly into the depths of the mine. In the darkness, a region radiating with a mysterious luminescence captivated his attention. Level 3 Crystal Core Mine. Qin Yang exclaimed with excitement, his voice reverberating through the cavern. His eyes sparkled with delight and a sense of accomplishment, as if he beheld the promise of future wealth and prosperity. Wealth has come. Wealth has come. Qin Yang could not contain his jubilant cheers. Suddenly, a crisp system notification chimed. Detected successful defeat of sea-level boss, Bone Lord. Obtained sea-level boss treasure chest. He promptly opened the chest. Congratulations. You have acquired a sea-level skill book. Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly accessed the system interface to examine the details of the skill book. Sea-level skill book. Frenzied Strike. Skill name. Frenzied Strike. Skill level. Sea level. Skill effect. Designated turret's attack speed increased by 100 for 90 minutes. Skill cooldown. 120 minutes, at last. A core skill for the defense-oriented comrades. Qin Yang was exhilarated, his movements animated with unrestrained enthusiasm as he resolutely chose to acquire this new skill. A dazzling light flashed, reminiscent of divine favor, and Qin Yang felt an immense and enigmatic power coursing through his being. This will certainly enhance the 50mm anti-aircraft cannon's armor-piercing mode, making it truly formidable, he exclaimed to himself, a confident smile illuminating his face. He did not forget to instruct Qin Yi and the others to gather the third-level crystal cores. Observing the rudimentary metal tools in their hands, Qin Yang sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He decided to impart a few words of encouragement. He called all the villagers from the mechanical village to assemble neatly in a line, ready for his performance. With steady steps, he approached, gently patting Qin Yi on the shoulder, and earnestly stated, "You have always been the undisputed model worker of our camp. Now, we stand on the brink of a tremendous opportunity, the third-level Crystal Core Mine. This mine is akin to a treasure mountain on our path forward, pivotal to our development. In short, we must work diligently." After delivering his motivational speech, Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He understood that his intention was not merely to amuse them, but to ensure they remained focused on mining. Indeed, sharpening one's tools does not hinder the woodcutter's work. He resolved to upgrade the workbench to unlock a new pickaxe. Investing several thousand points, he fixated on the upgrade progress bar, his heart brimming with anticipation. At last, upon successfully elevating the workbench to level 10, he unlocked the new pickaxe, the first-level Crystal Core pickaxe. Remaining points, 26,753. Level 1 Crystal Core pickaxe. Mining efficiency 1,000. Crafting requirements. Metal 2, Spirit, Wood 5. Level 1 Crystal Core 1. Qin Yang immediately set to work crafting 12 Level 1 Crystal Core pickaxes, brimming with confidence as he dispatched them into the mines. Level 3 crystals, after all, were valued at a staggering 10,000 points each within the system, and until other factions managed to penetrate the fourth layer. He alone dictated the pricing of the crystals here. He calculated that, at most, a day or two before the next blood moon, individuals would begin to sell level 3 crystals, as it was highly probable that a C-class boss zombie would emerge during the second blood moon. He certainly intended to raise the stakes and confront a B-class boss, challenging himself with greater difficulties. In pursuit of additional profits, Qin Yang opened the zombie speed competition interface. Please choose challenge opponent. 1. Random match. 2. Designated area. Challenge ticket required. Without hesitation, Qin Yang opted for a random match. Soon, the system prompted, "Successfully matched with the Sunset Alliance." However, it wasn't long before another notification appeared. Opponent has declined. Within the camp of the Sunset Alliance, the atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Who did we match with? A voice asked, astonished. The esteemed 9527. Another replied, tinged with reverence. No, why are you so excited? He's here to take our resources. Quickly decline. Would you like to decline? As Qin Yang glanced at the system notification indicating a 5 deduction of camp resources for refusal, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet, he paid it little mind and opted for another random match. However, the outcome remained disheartening, as his newly matched team resolutely declined his challenge. In the subsequent attempts, he faced nothing but unwavering refusals. A sense of helplessness washed over him, prompting him to open the regional channel to see what other players were discussing. Upon opening the channel, a flood of messages inundated his screen, nearly all centered around him. Oh my, folks, we've matched with the formidable 9527. Those still in queue. Retreat at once. What is there to fear? Anyone unafraid of defeat should take him on. Dawn Brigade, Iron Legion, Night Alliance, Starry Pavilion. You formidable teams should step up and quell the arrogance of this 9527. Why are you even tagging them? Can you guess why they remain silent? My friend is preparing to challenge the illustrious 9527. Isn't that just asking for trouble? By the way, whatever happened to the previous summoner? He ventured deep during the blood moon and hasn't been seen since. Rumor has it he met his demise. Observing these messages, Qin Yang could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. He had initially harbored hopes of earning some extra rewards through the corpse speed race. Yet it now seemed that everyone regarded him with trepidation, unwilling to engage in combat. Well, it appears today's opportunity for a little extra income has slipped away. He murmured to himself, a hint of disappointment coloring his tone. With a heavy heart, he closed the corpse speed race interface and wandered aimlessly within the camp. His steps weighed down by a sense of futility. Everything in the camp appeared so familiar. The rows of neatly arranged houses, the industrious machine-like villagers. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. The exhilaration and sense of accomplishment he had experienced while battling zombies in the mine had been profoundly supplanted by a deep desolation. He observed a solitary chicken, which stared back at him vacantly, as if it were gazing upon another version of himself. He crouched down, gently stroking the feathers of the chicken, and began to murmur, "Hey, buddy, how did life transform into this? I fight tirelessly each day, like an indefatigable warrior, expanding my territory, yet in the end, there isn't even a single soul willing to challenge me. Tell me, what is the purpose of all my efforts?" The chicken seemed startled by his voice, clucking twice and flapping its wings. Yet, Qin Yang felt as though he had received a response and continued. "Is your clucking an affirmation of my sentiments? I wonder, if you were to become a roast chicken, wouldn't it taste delightful?" Chapter 43. Yi Qingyuan. Just as Qin Yang was cheerfully roasting his beloved chicken, a shrill alarm abruptly interrupted his serenity. A player has entered the anti-aircraft fire zone. Should we engage? Qin Yang furrowed his brow, setting down the roasted chicken, and ascended towards the lookout tower. Standing atop the tower, he indeed spotted a disheveled player sprinting towards his territory. Behind the player, a blinding light suddenly flashed through the blood-red moon, and immediately, a massive C-grade boss leapt forth from the crimson orb, roaring as it pursued the hapless player. Qin Yang's heart tightened as he swiftly adjusted the angle of the anti-aircraft gun, poised to fire at any moment. He refrained from immediate action, instead observing the situation with a calm demeanor. The blood moon hung ominously in the sky, casting an eerie red glow over the corrupted marsh. The air thick with the scent of decay. Yi Qingyuan stood at the marsh's edge, her brow furrowed in concentration. Initially, she had intended to scour the marsh for rare resources, yet the emergence of the blood moon had completely disrupted her plans. To make matters worse, the area shrouded by the blood moon was in constant flux, leaving her disoriented and unable to find her way back to the camp. Damn it! Yi Qingyuan muttered under her breath, gripping the dagger tightly in her hand. She had been stranded here for several days, her strength nearly depleted. As she pondered her predicament, a low, menacing growl resonated behind her. She spun around abruptly to find a massive C-class boss zombie charging toward her. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, as if it sought to rend her apart. Without hesitation, Yi Qingyuan turned and fled. Her movements were nimble and swift, weaving left and right, occasionally accelerating in a desperate bid to shake off the relentless pursuit of the zombie. However, its speed far exceeded her expectations. As it remained hot on her heels, alarm bells rang in her mind. She understood that this could not continue, and she had to devise a means to escape this relentless creature, or her flight would come to a grim end. just as despair threatened to engulf her. She spotted a blood-red fissure ahead. It was the rift of the blood moon, a passage leading to a lower-level zombie zone. Salvation. Yiching Yuan gritted her teeth and plunged into the fissure without a moment's hesitation. Her figure flickered and vanished in the crevice. The zombies trailing behind her consumed by the chasm, disappearing into the sanguine glow. When Yiching Yuan reopened her eyes, she found herself standing on the desolate outskirts of the Low-tier zombie zone. In the distance, a towering city wall came into view. A territory? A flicker of joy ignited within Yiching Yuan as she hastened towards the wall. Yet, just a few strides into her sprint, the familiar roar echoed behind her once more. The C-grade boss zombie had indeed traversed the rift, relentlessly pursuing her. Cursed fate. Yiching Yuan quickened her pace, pouring every ounce of her strength into her desperate flight towards the wall. Her heart thundered like a drum, breath coming in ragged gasps, as if she might collapse at any moment. Just as the zombie was about to catch up, the anti-aircraft cannon atop the wall erupted with a resounding blast. A powerful armor-piercing shell struck the zombie with precision, yet only left a faint mark upon its body. Should she be allowed entry? Or should the boss be eliminated first? Qin Yang stood atop the watchtower, his brow furrowed in concentration. He swiftly adjusted the cannon's angle, seeking the zombie's vulnerability. The Gatling gun and grenade launcher also opened fire, bullets and grenades cascading upon the undead creature like a torrential downpour. He promptly activated the newly acquired frenzied strike. And 2 minutes later, the anti-aircraft cannon finally penetrated the scales at the zombie's neck. The creature let out a chilling roar, its massive form crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yiching Yuan stood beneath the city wall, panting, a semblance of tranquility gracing her weary visage. She was taken aback by Chan Yang's formidable artillery. Initially, she had intended to enter the player territory to recuperate, and then rely on the city walls to vanquish the C-grade boss. However, she did not anticipate that Qin Yang's artillery would resolve the issue so directly. As Qin Yang descended from the watchtower and approached the city walls, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Regaining her composure, Yiching Yuan nodded and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Qin Yang replied with a smile, "No need for thanks. We are all survivors here, and assisting one another is only natural." After a brief pause, still wearing his characteristic smile, he continued, "However, we should discuss the costs involved." Yiching Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Qin Yang's implication. With a smile, she retrieved a treasure chest from her system backpack, saying, "This is only proper. I appreciate your assistance." Upon seeing the D-grade boss treasure chest, a genuine smile graced Qin Yang's face. Wow, a D-grade boss treasure chest. After defeating so many D-grade bosses, he thought, though he kept his astonishment concealed. Displaying a sense of urgency, he placed the chest on the ground and coldly instructed, "You should leave quickly." His gaze remained watchful on Yiching Yuan. Yiching Yuan was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such a brusque dismissal. "Wait, I also need some time." Qin Yang waved his hand impatiently, his tone laced with urgency. "Hurry up, don't delay me from my tasks." Yiching Yuan bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance evident in her eyes. She swept her muddy hair aside, revealing a face that, though marred by dirt, still exuded an undeniable beauty. She feigned a coy demeanor and said, "Aren't you going to invite this stunning beauty of mine inside? It took me quite some time to find this place." Qin Yang furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over her. In his eyes, Yiching Yuan appeared merely as a disheveled wildling, lacking any semblance of the beauty she claimed to be. Unmoved, he responded coldly, "I do not welcome outsiders here. You should leave promptly." Noticing Qin Yang's resolute stance, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Yiching Yuan's eyes. She ceased her pretense of vulnerability and directly presented her proposition, 1,000 points. "Allow me to take refuge in your camp to recuperate, and I shall depart immediately afterward, without further entanglements." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating, "Is this a mere trifle of points meant to test my resolve? Such underestimation is rather presumptuous." A knowing smile crept onto his lips as he scrutinized her intently. Then, a thought struck him, and he inquired of the system, "Can a lord be harmed after someone joins my territory?" Ding. System prompt. Attacking the lord within the camp is prohibited. Any such actions will be automatically thwarted by the system. So it is, he mused, recognizing the potential for maneuverability. A spark of insight flickered in his eyes as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. His tone laced with curiosity. "Why do you not summon your companions to rescue you? Surely, they cannot stand idly by as you find yourself in peril?" With a wry smile, she replied, her voice tinged with resignation, "The Blood Moon's arrival has disrupted our positions, Our original route has been thrown into chaos. They could not find me, nor could I discover the path back. Chapter 44, The Level 20 Occupational Quest. Why did you choose to venture out during the blood moon? Chen Yang continued to probe, his brow furrowed, his gaze intently fixed on Yiqing Yuan's face, attempting to glean a hint of insight from her expression. Yiqing Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly anticipating this inquiry. She let out a gentle sigh, her tone imbued with a blend of resignation and determination to complete my level 20 occupational quest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's pupils constricted sharply. A jolt of realization coursing through him. A level 20 occupational quest? This revelation was of profound significance. You mean to say you have already reached level 20? And this task must be completed on the night of the blood moon? Yiqing Yuan nodded, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. Indeed. I received the quest to eradicate a sea-level boss zombie in the corroded marsh, or else I would fail. Chen Yang's brow furrowed even deeper. He had believed himself invincible. Yet who could have anticipated the presence of such formidable adversaries? He checked his own level. Level 16. Experience points. 390, 00020, 480, 000. He calculated. To reach level 17, he would require 4,096, 000. For level 18, 8, 192, 000, and to attain level 20. Over 320 million experience points. It seemed rather straightforward. He merely needed to slay 320 million D-level zombies to ascend from level 16 to level 20. Yet, he glanced at Yiqing Yuan. She did not appear to be capable of vanquishing 320 million zombies. Yiqing Yuan observed Chen Yang lost in thought and realized she had found a breakthrough. His curiosity regarding the level 20 professional task was an opportunity she could exploit. With a voice laced with subtle temptation, she softly spoke. If you allow me to join your camp, I can divulge everything about the level 20 professional task. Are you not intrigued? How did I manage to reach level 20 in such a short span? Why must my task be completed on the night of the blood moon? Chen Yang lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of scrutiny. Indeed, he was deeply curious about Yiqing Yuan's level 20 professional task. Yet he did not readily reveal this. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, what makes you think I would be interested in your task? Furthermore, what advantages would your joining my camp bring me? Yiqing Yuan smiled slightly, her tone imbued with confidence. Firstly, the rewards for the level 20 professional task are extraordinarily generous, encompassing not only experience points but also rare items and skill books. Successfully completing this task will significantly enhance your prowess. Additionally, I can assist you in locating more resource points, even hidden bosses. I have spent considerable time exploring the corrupted marsh, acquiring knowledge that many other players are unaware of. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Yiqing Yuan's words indeed stirred his interest, yet he remained cautious, lacking complete trust in her. In this apocalyptic world, trust was a rare commodity. What grounds do you have for me to believe you? Chen Yang coldly queried. Yiqing Yuan sighed, her tone imbued with a hint of helplessness. I understand that you harbor doubts about me. That is quite normal. Upon my arrival at the camp, I immediately informed you. And had I chosen not to, you could have easily expelled me, correct? Observing a flicker of uncertainty in Chen Yang's demeanor, Yiqing Yuan offered a sincere smile. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. Chen Yang nodded, reluctantly acknowledging that he was somewhat swayed. Thus, Yiqing Yuan officially became a member of Chen Yang's camp. Your territory has welcomed a new member, increasing resources and the number of zombies by 1. You may now name your territory. Chen Yang took possession of the D-grade boss treasure chest and led her into the inner sanctum of the camp, assigning her a vacant room in the opulent lodge for her respite. Yiqing Yuan gazed at the luxurious abode, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable man possessed such formidable strength. You may stay here for the time being, he said. Yiqing Yuan nodded gratefully. Thank you. My name is Luqing Yuan. May I ask yours? Call me Li Fei Yu. Chen Yang replied, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned to leave the room. He remained vigilant towards Yiqing Yuan, yet he recognized that if she could indeed provide valuable information, their collaboration could yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Several minutes later, Yiqing Yuan had regained some composure. She stepped out of her room and found Chen Yang engrossed in a meal of chicken. I am ready, she announced. We can commence our serious discussion now. Chen Yang nodded and gestured for her to sit beside the campfire. After the two took their seats, Chen Yang directly inquired, now? Could you enlighten me about the level 20 occupational quest? Yiqing Yuan took a deep breath and began to unfold the narrative. The level 20 occupational quest is not an ordinary task. It is referred to as the Awakening Quest, Upon reaching level 20, each player is assigned a quest linked to their specific profession. This task is typically quite arduous. Yet upon its completion, a player's capabilities will experience a significant transformation. The Awakening Quest? Qin Yang furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Why have I never heard of this before? Yiqing Yuan offered a slight smile, because the Awakening Quest is not public information, and at present, I am the only one who has reached level 20. Pausing momentarily, her gaze held a hint of curiosity. What rank do you hold on the leaderboard? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang frowned and swiftly accessed the system interface to examine it closely, yet he could not locate the so-called leaderboard. He lifted his head, asking in confusion, what leaderboard? The combat class leaderboard, Yiqing Yuan replied with a nonchalant tone, as if it were the most mundane matter. It was then that Qin Yang comprehended the situation, a tinge of bitterness rising within him. It dawned on him that defensive players had become isolated in this realm. With a wry smile, he gestured towards the distant towering turrets, stating, I am a defensive class. Those turrets represent my abilities. To ensure safety and avoid being awakened by the sound of turret fire during a zombie attack at night, he had deliberately situated his residence near the mine. What? You are a defensive class? Yiqing Yuan's voice suddenly rose a few notches, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Qin Yang, puzzled, furrowed his brow and inquired, what is wrong with the defense system? Is there an issue? Yiqing Yuan's expression grew intricate, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. The defense system at our camp is essentially utilized for raising pigs. After a brief pause, she continued, especially those players endowed with the talent for automated turrets. At this stage, there simply aren't enough resources to manufacture ammunition, and the workbench's level is far from adequate. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt a weight in his heart. The woman before him evoked a sense of familiarity. He inhaled deeply and slowly articulated, my talent is not that of an automated turret. This time, Yiqing Yuan fell silent, gazing at Qin Yang with a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 45, To Kill or Not to Kill. Qin Yang contemplated for a moment. He might soon encounter mechanical villagers, so he decided not to conceal his talent any longer. He spoke softly, my talent is eternal, turrets with infinite ammunition and boundless durability. Yiqing Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Yang, as if she had heard the most absurd tale. Instinctively, she asked, are you certain you're not cheating? Qin Yang shrugged, his tone relaxed. It's a talent certified by the system. How could it be cheating? Besides, do you really think the system would allow for cheating? Yiqing Yuan fell silent, her mind racing with countless thoughts. No wonder you can single-handedly defend such a vast territory, Yiqing Yuan murmured softly, a glimmer of envy and admiration flashing in her eyes. Qin Yang said little in response, merely offering a faint smile. His talent was indeed extraordinary, but that did not imply he could rest easy. After all, this world was rife with unknown dangers, especially following the arrival of the Blood Moon, when the strength and numbers of the zombies were on the rise. Observing the robots transporting resources from the mine, Yiqing Yuan's tone turned serious. You mentioned your talent is eternal. How do you explain these mechanical villagers? Are they also endowed with infinite durability? Qin Yang nodded, revealing without reservation. Indeed, my mechanical villagers possess infinite durability and boundless energy. Yiqing Yuan gasped, her heart struck with astonishment. She had initially thought Qin Yang was merely an ordinary defense-oriented player, perhaps with a few unique turret talents. But his abilities were far beyond her expectations. You are nothing short of a monster, Yiqing Yuan remarked with a wry smile, her voice tinged with a mixture of helplessness and envy. Now, let us discuss your professional task. Qin Yang deftly shifted the topic. My awakening quest involves slaying a C-rank boss zombie, and it must be accomplished during the night of the Blood Moon. Yiqing Yuan smiled mysteriously. The challenge of this task lies in the fact that the C-rank boss zombie becomes exceptionally powerful under the Blood Moon, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. However, I have discovered a critical weakness. The energy core of the zombies becomes unstable under the influence of the Blood Moon. As long as one can locate the energy core and deliver a precise strike, the strength of the zombies can be swiftly diminished. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yang's eyes. The energy core? Are you suggesting that there exists an energy source within the zombies akin to a crystal nucleus? Yiqing Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, however, this is only present in boss-level zombies of C rank and above. The energy core is not fixed. Each one is unique. It is only during the Blood Moon night that the energy core becomes unstable, revealing its location. Qin Yang pondered thoughtfully and nodded. I see. No wonder you must complete the task during the Blood Moon night. Yiqing Yuan continued. In addition to the energy core, I have also discovered a concealed mechanism. On Blood Moon Night, upon defeating a C-rank boss zombie, there is a chance to obtain a special item, the Blood Moon Core. This item can be utilized to enhance equipment and even elevate skill levels. If you manage to acquire the Blood Moon Core, your strength will be significantly augmented. Qin Yang felt a stir within. The Blood Moon Core indeed sounded like an exceedingly enticing item. You mentioned that you have mastered the locations of resource points and hidden bosses within the corrupted swamp? Qin Yang inquired. Yi Qingyuan nodded once more. Precisely. The corrupted swamp is replete with numerous rare resources, such as level 3 crystal nucleus mines, celestial wood, and advanced metals. While these resources are quite rare elsewhere, they can be relatively easily found within the corrupted swamp. Qin Yang sat by the campfire, his gaze deeply fixed on the flickering flames, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Yi Qingyuan had already returned to her chamber to rest. While he found himself ensnared in profound deliberation, her presence undoubtedly bestowed upon him a wealth of invaluable information, particularly regarding the level 20 occupational tasks and the enigma of the Blood Moon Core. Such revelations were of paramount importance to him, potentially altering his survival strategy within this world. She had uncovered his unique talent, Eternal. The ramifications of this secret's disclosure could prove catastrophic. Chen Yang's fingers lightly drummed upon his knee, as the earlier conversation replayed incessantly in his mind. Yi Qingyuan's intellect and astuteness instilled in him a twinge of unease. Clearly, she was no ordinary player. Her ability to confront a C-class boss zombie alone on the night of the Blood Moon attested to her prowess and courage. Should he eliminate her? The thought flitted through Qin Yang's mind like a fleeting shadow. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet in this apocalyptic realm, survival reigned supreme as the cardinal law. For the sake of self-preservation, he found himself contemplating every conceivable possibility, as he recalled Yi Qingyuan's clear, expressive eyes and her face. Pristine after shedding the grime, a flicker of hesitation ignited within him. She had exhibited no hostility. Rather, she had proactively shared a multitude of useful insights. System. What would be the consequences should I choose to slay her? Qin Yang silently inquired. Beep. System notification. Slaying other players within the camp will result in a decline of territorial reputation and may provoke hostile actions from other players within that territory. Qin Yang chuckled, recognizing that the admonitions of other players within the territory echoed his own sentiments. Yet, he remained ensnared in a web of pros and cons. He was uncertain whether he could truly strike without a pang of remorse. Perhaps there exist alternative solutions, Qin Yang murmured softly to himself. He rose to his feet and strolled to the edge of the camp, gazing upon the distant crimson sky. The blood moon hung high above, casting an eerie red light upon the earth, as if to remind him that this world is fraught with unknown perils. Yi Qingyuan observed his silhouette from the shadows, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She discerned Qin Yang's thoughts, reflecting that this Li Feiyu is a formidable character, not easily manipulated. She then quietly returned to her room, intent on investigating the information regarding the territory numbered 9527. Upon entering her chamber, Yi Qingyuan swiftly activated the system interface, beginning her inquiry into the realm of 9527. She input the designation, and the system promptly displayed a series of related records and announcements. Territory 9527 was challenged by a dozen teams yesterday. Yi Qingyuan's brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. As she continued to scroll through the records, she discovered that each team had been utterly defeated by Chen Yang's domain, even including the Dawn Brigade among them. Chapter 46. What crystals can upgrade? The Dawn Brigade was a team she had once been part of, and she was acutely aware of its strength. To think that Qin Yang could single-handedly repel such numerous assaults, it became evident that his prowess had reached astonishing heights. Yi Qingyuan murmured softly, her assessment of Qin Yang elevating yet another notch. As she continued to peruse the system records, suddenly, a message from the regional chat channel captured her attention. The content is precisely a discussion about the esteemed player 9527, with participants expressing their awe for Qin Yang's remarkable prowess. Some even labeling him as the mightiest defensive player in the region. 9527. It turns out he is the enigmatic figure within the regional chat channel. A flicker of understanding crossed Yi Qingyuan's eyes, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Her gaze soon shifted to another detail. Qin Yang had never divulged his true name in the chat channel, yet he had just referred to himself as Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu. That name sounded somewhat fabricated. Yiching Yuan narrowed her eyes, secretly speculating who he truly was. Could he be the person her brother mentioned? Just as her thoughts wandered, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Come in. Yiching Yuan swiftly closed the system interface, restoring her calm demeanor. The door swung open, and Chunyang entered, his face still adorned with that faint smile, yet his eyes held a hint of chill. How was your rest? Chunyang inquired, his tone laced with subtle probing. Quite well, thank you for your concern, Yiching Yuan replied with a slight smile, her gaze fixed intently on Chunyang. Did you come to see me for a reason? Chunyang nodded, addressing her directly. I wish to ask if you would consider truly joining my camp. Yiching Yuan paused, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Truly join? Not just a temporary arrangement? Indeed, Chunyang's tone grew grave. I need a reliable partner, and you clearly possess that capability. Yiching Yuan fell silent for a moment, swiftly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She was acutely aware of Chunyang's formidable strength and extraordinary talent. Joining his camp would undoubtedly afford her greater resources and protection in this apocalyptic world. However, she also understood that Chunyang was not a simple individual. His vigilance and depth of character ran profound. If I were to join your camp, would you trust me? Yiching Yuan lifted her gaze, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Chunyang smiled faintly, his tone imbued with significance. Trust is reciprocal. Yiching Yuan nodded, her heart resolute in its decision. By the way, Chunyang continued, his voice carrying a weighty implication, now that you have joined the camp, there are certain matters I must reveal to you. What matters? Yiching Yuan inquired. Chunyang's expression grew contemplative, his voice steady as he spoke. My talent extends beyond eternity. Yiching Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, a tumult of emotion surging within her. She had initially believed Chunyang's talent to be remarkably extraordinary, only to discover he possessed hidden secrets. Yiching Yuan opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Chunyang smiled enigmatically, his tone laced with mystery. This secret is yours alone to bear. I hope you will safeguard it. Yiching Yuan inhaled deeply and nodded. I understand. Chunyang, satisfied, nodded in return before departing the room. Li Feiyu. No, what should I call you? Yiching Yuan murmured softly to herself. She resumed her seat on the bed, opening the system interface to continue reviewing the information. Having resolved to join Chunyang's camp, she felt the necessity to acquire more information. His talent was not merely an eternal nature that served as bait. It could both obscure prior information and serve as a measure of Yiching Yuan. Wait, had I forgotten to inquire about how to level up quickly? Chunyang suddenly smacked his forehead, chiding himself in frustration. Just as he was about to step over the threshold of the cabin, he hesitated, furrowing his brow and grappling with his thoughts. Would returning now compromise his previously established composure? He lingered at the entrance, conjuring the image of his earlier demeanor in the cabin, enigmatic and unflappable. If he rushed back now to ask about leveling up, wouldn't that diminish his air of sophistication? Yet, how could maintaining such an image outweigh the urgency of leveling up? Chunyang gritted his teeth, weighing his options, and ultimately resolved to cast aside the pretense of sophistication. He pushed open the door and found Yiching Yuan sitting by the bed, seemingly engrossed in some research. I have a question for you, Chunyang said, scratching his head, his tone laced with a hint of embarrassment. Yiching Yuan looked up, unable to suppress a smile at his appearance. What's the matter? Weren't you just being all aloof? Why the sudden shift to a more down-to-earth demeanor? Chunyang cleared his throat, striving to appear less flustered. Ahem. I forgot to ask something important. How do you level up quickly? Yiching Yuan smiled and replied. The leveling methods for combat-oriented players differ significantly from those of defense and support types. We primarily gain experience by defeating zombies and completing tasks. But the fastest way to level up is actually by using crystal cores. Crystal cores? Chunyang was taken aback. He was aware that players could utilize crystal cores for cultivation. Yiching Yuan nodded and elaborated. Indeed, the experience points provided by crystal cores are a staggering 1,000-fold in terms of redeemable points. In other words, a level 1 crystal core can grant you 100,000 experience points, while a level 4 crystal core can directly yield over 100 million experience points. Chunyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Such exaggeration. Does this imply that with just a few high-level crystal cores, one's level could ascend at an astonishing pace? Yiching Yuan affirmed. Precisely. The method of acquiring experience through crystal cores is rather unique. It is not a direct absorption but requires conversion via a combat panel. A combat panel? Chunyang inquired, puzzled. Is your combat panel different from ours? Yiching Yuan chuckled softly, gesturing in the air, and a semi-transparent panel materialized before her. The panel displayed her various attributes, albeit all marked with health points, attack power, defense, critical hit rate, and so forth. Do you see? Our combat panel is significantly more intricate than your defense panel. Chen Yang nodded, inwardly lamenting that he had been playing a pirated version of the game. How do you utilize the combat panel for conversion? He pressed further. Yicheng Yuan smiled and replied, the method of using crystal cores is quite simple. One merely needs to place it in their mouth and then. She deliberately paused, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. Chapter 47. Those who know the future are already a part of it. Chen Yang was taken aback and instinctively asked, and then what? Yicheng Yuan blinked, smiling as she said, and then, of course, I was just joking. Did you really believe that? Chen Yang was immediately at a loss. Shaking his head in resignation, you truly enjoy playing tricks on people. Yicheng Yuan's laughter was bright and cheerful, exuding an air of lightness and joy. With a slight curve of her lips, she elaborated, it's actually quite simple. Just place the crystal core into the panel's experience slot, and the system will automatically convert it into experience points for you. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Can players specializing in defense use crystal cores to level up? Yicheng Yuan shrugged, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Well, I'm not entirely sure about that. In the early stages, crystal cores were too precious. Everyone was focused on combat classes, leaving the defense players with no opportunity to experiment. Eventually, they were simply overlooked. Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of realization crossing his eyes. I see. What about support class players? How do they level up? Yicheng Yuan shrugged again. The method for support players is relatively straightforward. They don't need to hunt zombies like we do. They merely stay in safe areas, providing shields and healing to their teammates to gain skill experience. For instance, in the camp I was in before, there was a support player who spent all day in a small hut, granting shields to others, and he leveled up through that. Chen Yang paused for a moment, then let out a wry smile. I see. Have you thought about what to name the territory? Is it still going to be called Territory Number 9527? Yicheng Yuan inquired. As Chen Yang sat lost in thought, Yicheng Yuan leaned against the bedside, her mind gradually conjuring images from before she entered the game known as 100 Days of Turmoil. At that time, her elder brother, who was diligently training at the Taoist temple, approached her with a serious demeanor, his eyes betraying an indescribable blend of anxiety and mystery. Sister, he said, a great upheaval will occur in just a few days. You will be chosen to participate in a game called Survival for 100 days. His voice was low and grave, each word laden with profound significance. Yicheng Yuan had initially dismissed his words as a jest, for such notions seemed utterly preposterous. Half in jest, she had asked him, what about you? Haven't you been selected? Her brother replied with utmost seriousness, mine is the heart of the insect nest. With a narrowed gaze and a teasing tone, she retorted, come on, confess. Have you been playing games all night at the temple? However, before her jest could fully escape her lips, the sight before her caused her smile to vanish instantly. Her brother's hair was visibly transitioning from black to white, as if time itself were accelerating around him. On the 10th day, you will face difficulties, but fortune will smile upon you. At that time, you will encounter a key ally. You must hold on tightly. The 20th day is a critical juncture. The vital information about this ally is ear, objects, sun, and their territory is known as the Winds of Vigilance. Unable to contain herself, she interrupted, are you playing with fate here? Be clear, don't speak in riddles. You're risking my life. Now, reflecting on those words and looking back at her experiences within the game, a wave of emotion surged within her. On the 10th day, she found herself in a dire predicament, relentlessly pursued by a sea-level boss zombie, teetering on the brink of despair. It was at that moment she encountered Chen Yang, whose formidable cannon effortlessly dispatched the undead, transforming her misfortune into fortune. Now, having reached level 20, the number seemed to carry a profound significance. Chen Yang scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. What name do you think would be fitting? I've considered a few, such as Adventurer's Guild, Iron Fortress, and Doomsday Vanguard. Which do you find most appealing? Yicheng Yuan looked up at Chen Yang's conflicted expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Your naming choices are quite straightforward, she teased. Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. I'm simply not adept at naming. I can't think of anything that sounds sophisticated. With a subtle smile and a hint of depth in her gaze, Yicheng Yuan suggested, how about Winds of Vigilance? Winds of Vigilance? Chen Yang paused, repeating the name softly. It struck him as somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, yet he couldn't quite place it. Does this name hold any special significance? He inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Yicheng Yuan smiled enigmatically, her tone imbued with mystery. Vigilance signifies protection and hope, while Wen symbolizes freedom and strength. This name not only aligns with your role as a defensive player, but also conveys a sense of hopefulness. Qin Yang nodded thoughtfully. It indeed sounds much better and more refined than the names I had in mind. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly inquiring, but how did you come up with this name? It does not seem like a mere afterthought. A flicker of complex emotion flashed in Yicheng Yuan's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Nonchalantly, she replied, "It simply came to mind, and I felt it quite fitting for your territory." Qin Yang refrained from probing further and nodded. "Then let it be called Watchful Winds. It does indeed sound appealing." He opened the system interface and swiftly entered the name of the territory. Ding. System prompt. The territory name has been established as Watchful Winds. Congratulations on becoming the Lord of the Watchful Winds territory. Upon seeing the system notification, Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Well, the name is settled," he remarked, a hint of ease in his tone. "By the way, how many levels of mines have you descended?" Yicheng Yuan inquired. With a touch of confidence, Qin Yang replied, "I have simply reached the 5th level." The corners of his mouth, barely restrained, seemed to proclaim, "Bow before my prowess." Yicheng Yuan raised an eyebrow, unable to refrain from teasing. "With such formidable abilities, you've only made it to the 5th level? How exceedingly conservative." Qin Yang chuckled as he explained, "My strategy is rather straightforward. I lure the monsters and then utilize walls and turrets to eliminate the zombies. It's simple and effective, ensuring the safety of the territory while simultaneously mining." Yicheng Yuan, visibly astonished, pressed on. "You mean to say you lure the monsters and rely on walls and turrets for elimination? Such powerful turret capabilities are employed so straightforwardly?" Qin Yang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he admitted, "Initially, I lacked experience and merely aimed to lure the zombies over, then eliminate them with the turrets to ensure the safety of our territory while mining." Yicheng Yuan shook her head and began to recount the strategies employed at her former camp. "In our previous encampment, we thoroughly studied the characteristics of zombies. As long as the pathways were not completely blocked, the zombies would not attack the walls. The passage to the next level of the mine was approximately 20 meters long, and we typically constructed walls along the corridor, leaving just enough width for a single zombie to pass through. This way, the zombies would emerge one by one, as if queuing for their demise." Qin Yang's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he inquired, "But what if we encounter a boss-level zombie? Will they also obediently line up?" Yicheng Yuan replied, "Boss zombies are not so compliant. They will bulldoze their way through." Pondering Yicheng Yuan's words while stroking his chin, Qin Yang gradually formulated a plan. "Excellent. Let us venture into the 6th level." Chapter 48. Unsealing the 6th level standing at the entrance of the 5th level mine. Qin Yang gazed resolutely into the dark passage leading to the 6th level, acting upon Yicheng Yuan's advice. He had dismantled the walls of the 6th level and set up flamethrowers and 50mm anti-aircraft guns outside the entrance of the 5th level. He needed to construct a narrow wall within the 6th level, leaving only a width sufficient for a single zombie to pass. In this manner, the zombies would emerge sequentially, allowing the turrets to dispatch them with ease. Qin Yang, deep in thought, wore a faint smile of confidence at the corner of his lips. He had inquired about strategies to combat the zombies, and the consensus was that constructing a wall at the entrance of the upper level would suffice. If they could hold out for 30 seconds, the zombies would lose their target. However, Yicheng Yuan had not disclosed to him that the evacuation plan required the sacrifice of a villager. During the retreat, a small section of the wall would be built to position the villager atop it, serving as bait to attract the zombies, thus ensuring the safe withdrawal of all players. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the 6th level mine. The mine was shrouded in dim light, and a heavy stench of decay permeated the air. Qin Yang cautiously advanced, his thunder sniper rifle poised for any unforeseen circumstances. After traversing approximately 30 meters, he finally beheld the entirety of the 6th level. Swarming within the mine were numerous B-level zombies, their forms significantly larger than those of their C-level counterparts, with sinewy muscles and skin exhibiting an eerie shade of grayish-black. Each zombie exuded a nauseating odor, their eyes brimming with ferocity and greed. Without hesitation, Qin Yang swiftly commenced the construction of a barrier about 5 meters from the nearest zombie. He rapidly erected metallic walls within the mine, leaving only a narrow passageway. This passage was just wide enough for a single zombie to pass through, preventing them from overwhelming him all at once, thus forcing them to approach one by one. Once he had retreated to a secure distance, Qin Yang drew his sniper rifle and casually selected a target. Bang! The gunshot resonated, the bullet striking the zombie's head with precision. Lightning coursed through the creature's body, instantly toppling it to the ground. The sound of the shot, however, alerted the other B-level zombies. Deep within the cavern, a cacophony of roars erupted, followed by a relentless surge of B-grade zombies emerging from the shadows, lunging towards Qin Yang. The horde rushed forth through the narrow passageway, and in an instant, a flamethrower unleashed a torrent of blazing fire, engulfing the zombies. One by one, the undead writhed desperately in the inferno, attempting to escape the constricted path. Meanwhile, anti-aircraft artillery roared to life, each armor-piercing round striking true upon the advancing zombies. The tremendous force shattering the bloodied creatures into fragments. The zombies streamed forth as if lining up for their demise, only to be effortlessly obliterated by the flames and artillery. Qin Yang stood to the side, observing the battlefield with a calm demeanor. As time elapsed, the number of zombies dwindled significantly, their guttural growls fading from the cavern. The air was punctuated by the system notifications signaling the demise of each zombie. Yiqing Yuan, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly entranced. It was exhilarating. After several minutes, the passage lay silent, devoid of the low growls of the undead. He ordered the artillery to continue its relentless barrage within the corridor, the reverberations echoing throughout. With no further zombies emerging, he astutely noted that the fierce firepower had left the cavern walls unscathed. B-grade zombies killed 1,000. Experience gained, 50,000. Points earned, 5,000. Remaining points, 31753. Qin Yang, calling upon Chun Yi and the others to commence mining, gazed at the resource panel displaying a mere 12 level 3 crystal nuclei, his brow furrowed in discontent. After 10 hours, with a crystal pickaxe operating at an efficiency of 1,000, they had extracted so little. The challenge posed by the third-level crystal core mine far exceeded his expectations. If he were to attempt the extraction of a fourth-level crystal core, it would likely require 20 hours. Relying solely on mechanical villagers would not suffice. Qin Yang muttered to himself, his gaze shifting towards Yiqing Yuan, having overheard his murmurs. Yiqing Yuan conjectured his thoughts and smiled gently, saying, "Are you contemplating the idea of those players with mining talents?" Qin Yang nodded in affirmation, not denying the truth. He indeed required more efficient means of mining, and the players with mining talents that Yiqing Yuan mentioned were evidently the optimal choice. Yiqing Yuan sighed and shook her head, stating, "Do not entertain such thoughts. Those players are treasures at the campsite. Their primary weapons are pickaxes, and they start with first-level crystal core pickaxes, supplemented by their talent bonuses, allowing them to mine with far greater efficiency than your mechanical villagers. However, it is precisely for this reason that they treasure their abilities." Qin Yang fell silent for a moment, internally contemplating, aware that Yiqing Yuan's words rang true. Observing his silence, she pressed her lips together, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Her inner conflict unmistakable. The allure of the fourth-level crystal core was indeed overwhelming, 100 million experience points and 100,000 contribution points. "My lord," Yiqing Yuan finally spoke, her voice tinged with urgency and hesitation. "As a member of the territory, may I extract the fourth-level crystal core?" Her tone conveyed a plea, her eyes revealing a yearning for power. Qin Yang did not respond immediately, merely lifting his eyelids slightly. His silence instilled a sense of unease in Yiqing Yuan, as if he had already discerned her thoughts. She bit her lip, resolved to stoke the flames of her desire further. "Look, since I have joined your domain, surely there should be some benefits, right?" She feigned nonchalance, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a teasing tone. "After all, having a powerhouse like me within your borders is quite advantageous for you, isn't it?" Qin Yang's lips twitched slightly, as if suppressing a smile. He maintained an air of aloofness, his gaze sweeping indifferently across Yiqing Yuan's face. Her eagerness and subtle schemes were all too apparent to him. Yet he chose not to expose her, finding the situation rather amusing. "A level 4 crystal core." Qin Yang finally spoke, his voice deep and measured, as though weighing each word carefully. "It is indeed a fine item. However, as you well know, such resources cannot be extracted casually." Yiqing Yuan's heart sank, fearing her request had been denied. Yet, Qin Yang's subsequent words reignited her hope. "However, since you have made such a proposal, I might consider it." Slowly, he approached the entrance to the 6th level, turning his back to Yiqing Yuan. "Extracting resources is far too labor-intensive, since you seek benefits. I shall grant you one each day." Yiqing Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded vigorously. "I understand. Thank you, my lord. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. From now on, this camp shall be my home." Qin Yang did not turn around, merely responding with a soft, non-committal hum, as if her promise held little weight for him. Yet, The corners of his mouth subtly lifted, betraying a hint of a smile. Yicheng Yuan reflected upon her recent actions, a wave of embarrassment washing over her as she inwardly chastised herself. Yicheng, how utterly shameless you are. You must maintain this. Yet that insufferable individual had the audacity to feign such aloofness. Yicheng Yuan's fists clenched in frustration. Chapter 49. The Activities of the Combat Division. Chen Yang meticulously examined the 6th-level mine, ensuring that no zombies had been overlooked before returning to his opulent abode. Seated at the edge of his bed, he grasped 12 third-level crystal cores in his hands, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. According to Yicheng Yuan's previous assertions, these cores could be converted into experience points. Thus, he accessed the system panel and placed one of the third-level crystal cores into the experience slot. After a few moments of waiting, however, the panel remained unresponsive. Chen Yang furrowed his brow and attempted several more times, but the outcome was consistently the same. With a sigh of disappointment, he mused that if it were possible, surely someone would have mentioned it by now. In the following days, Chen Yang's life settled into a relatively mundane routine. The development of his territory progressed steadily, and the extraction in the mine proceeded in an orderly fashion, yielding 10 4th-level crystal cores each day. Yicheng Yuan requested 2 villagers from Chen Yang, assigning them to agricultural and livestock duties. Chen Yang noted that a player specializing in geology had claimed that the quality of soil and water was gradually deteriorating. Yicheng Yuan dismissed this concern, explaining that one of their team members possessed the ability to scout zombies in advance. It was only after this player reached level 10 that he realized his ability was, in fact, a form of foresight. Through this power, he glimpsed a future where, in 20 days, the system would cease supplying resources and seeds. They are preparing to hoard food and seeds in hopes of striking it rich. A fact well known among the leading players of the combat faction. This situation makes Chen Yang feel as though he is engaged in a pirated game. Occasionally, he opens the group chat to observe the activities of other players, discovering that small teams are racing against each other to accumulate points through the zombie tide, depleting their resources before initiating battles, discussing suitable combinations of zombies to maximize their scores. This continues until the 15th day. System Update Announcement 1. Zombie Tide Racing Deposit Mechanism. Effective immediately, each team must deposit 20 of their total resources, including fixed assets, before participating in the zombie tide racing. The team victorious in the competition will receive a full refund of their deposit and will also claim the opposing team's deposit as a reward. 2. Travel Snail Treasure Hunting Feature launched. The Travel Snail has unveiled a new feature, Crystal Core Treasure Hunting. You can utilize a crystal core to send your snail pup to unknown regions for treasure hunting. With a high probability of obtaining experience potions and a slim chance of acquiring rare resources and equipment as bountiful rewards. The quality of the crystal core will influence the efficiency and yield of the treasure hunt, so please choose wisely. The deposit mechanism is designed to curb the practice of players artificially inflating their scores. Just as Chen Yang was about to delve deeper into the travel snail, he was suddenly called by Yicheng Yuan. Chen, the battle royale is about to commence. Her voice reached him from behind. The mention of a battle royale startled Chen Yang, and he turned to face her. He was not surprised that Yicheng Yuan referred to him as Chen, for the information regarding the robot was visible to her. Oh. By the way, you may not be aware, Yicheng Yuan said with a slight smile, we in the combat faction have our own chat channel. On the 5th day, we had already participated in one event. However, rather than labeling it a battle royale, it would be more fitting to describe it as a game of hide and seek. She continued, recounting how the system had unleashed dozens of E-level bosses to pursue us, revealing our location every 10 minutes. We were transported to an open area. Last time it was an oasis, but this time the location remained uncertain. By the way, we can bring non-combat players along. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. Would you care to join me for this experience? Rest assured, I shall protect you, she added, brandishing a dagger. Chen Yang fell silent for a moment, then, upon hearing a distant rooster crow, turned away from her and waved his hand dismissively. No, my beloved Kuan is calling me. He continued, just call me Chen Yang. None of that Chen nonsense. Naturally, he would not dare to take such risks. It was not out of fear of death, after all. His younger sister awaited his rescue. He could not afford to be reckless. Chen Yang. 3 keywords flashed in her mind. Ears, things, sun. Wasn't that just Chen Yang? Once again, she felt the urge to strangle her older brother. Was it so difficult to utter a name without resorting to riddles? As Chen Yang watched Yicheng Yuan dissolve into data and vanish, he redirected his attention back to the system panel. He activated the newly launched travel snail feature, and before him appeared an adorable little snail. Its shell was adorned with peculiar patterns, and it carried a miniature backpack, exuding an air of both charm and mystery. So, this is the travel snail? Qinyang regarded it with keen interest. The system prompt sounded. Please select the quality of the crystal core to drive the snail. Different qualities of crystal cores will influence the efficiency and rewards of treasure hunting. Detected, ordinary snail. Would you like to transform your snail into an eternal snail? Oh, it can be transformed. Without hesitation, he decisively made his choice. Eternal snail. No crystal core required. Unlimited weight capacity. Duration for treasure hunting can be set. The longer the duration, the more numerous and precious the items found. Would you like to send your snail to treasure hunt? Yes. Treasure hunting duration? After a moment's thought, he opted for a 2-hour trial. 2 hours later, Eternal Snail has returned, having found 5 C-grade experience pills for you. Qinyang sat by the bed in the luxurious chamber, toying with the 5 C-grade experience pills, his brow slightly furrowed. 5 million experience points sounded considerable, yet to him, it was merely a drop in the ocean. He murmured to himself before stowing the experience pills away. He opened the system panel once more to check the status of the traveling snail. Let's continue treasure hunting. This time, I will set it for 24 hours. Qinyang resolutely issued the command. Eternal Snail has departed, expected to return in 24 hours. Standing atop the watchtower, Qinyang lightly tapped the railing with his fingers, his gaze occasionally drifting to the time displayed on the system panel. 6 hours had elapsed since Yiqing Yuan's departure. Yet her name still did not appear on the territory member list. In the chat channel, other players were also engaged in discussions regarding the collective disappearance of battle-oriented players. Where have all the combat players gone? Why is not a single one in sight? I have heard they were transported to the Battle Royale, and they have yet to return. Could it be that they have all perished? This is truly alarming. Is something really amiss? Qinyang furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Although his acquaintance with Yiqing Yuan was relatively brief, she was one of the few individuals in the territory with whom he could communicate normally. Moreover, she possessed a wealth of insider information about the game, which was crucial for the development of their territory. Chapter 50. Increasingly difficult when Yiqing Yuan emerged from the Battle Royale, she was covered in dirt and looked utterly exhausted. Her clothes were stained with dust and blood, clearly indicating that she had endured a fierce battle. Upon seeing her in such a state, Qinyang was filled with numerous questions, yet he refrained from approaching her immediately. Instead, he quietly sat by the campfire, roasting a skewer of chicken. When she finished bathing and emerged in clean attire, Qinyang remained seated, holding out the roasted chicken to her. Yiqing Yuan accepted the skewer, took a bite, and then sighed deeply before beginning to recount her experiences in the Battle Royale. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. This Battle Royale was truly grueling. Qinyang did not rush to inquire further. He merely nodded gently, encouraging her to continue. Yiqing Yuan took a bite of the roasted meat and slowly explained. This Battle Royale was quite different from the last. The previous one was a game of hide and seek, whereas this time it was a race to escape. We were transported to a vast map, and our mission was to reach a designated safe location as swiftly as possible. The journey was fraught not only with various terrain obstacles, but also with a multitude of zombies relentlessly pursuing us. Qinyang spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, aren't you a level 20 expert? Why have you been dawdling for so long? Surely, you haven't been boasting beyond your means? Yiqing Yuan let out a bitter smile and shook her head. I was the first to emerge, taking a total of 8 hours and 12 minutes. My talent lies in the shadow realm, and my profession is that of an assassin, which grants me the swiftest speed among all combat-oriented players. Yet even so, the difficulty of this challenge has surpassed my expectations. Qinyang expressed his surprise. You were the first to come out? What about the others? Yiqing Yuan sighed. The others are still struggling within. This map is exceedingly vast, and the quantity and level of zombies are truly terrifying, in addition to a plethora of E-level boss zombies. There are also a dozen or so C-level boss zombies, and even B-level boss zombies are in pursuit of us. Merely evading them is already a formidable task, let alone making progress. Qinyang furrowed his brow and inquired, why don't you unite to counterattack those zombies? There must be a chance, right? Yiqing Yuan shook her head, her tone laced with resignation. Counterattack? It is not that simple. Those E-level boss zombies are already quite troublesome, let alone the C-level and B-level boss zombies. As for the B-level boss zombies, they are nothing short of a nightmare. Their speed and strength far exceed ours, and once they set their sights on you, it is virtually a dead end. Qin Yang fell silent for a moment, inwardly relieved that he had chosen not to participate in this brutal survival game. He continued to inquire, "How did you manage to escape?" Yi Qingyuan shrugged with newfound confidence. "It was all thanks to speed and strategy. My innate talent provides me with a significant advantage in speed, allowing me to evade the zombies' pursuit and select the shortest route to safety. Others, however, were not so fortunate. Some were surrounded by zombies and had no choice but to fight back, with predictable results." Qin Yang nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of Yi Qingyuan's capabilities. He pressed on. "What are the rewards for this survival game?" "The results have yet to be calculated. I took a break," she replied. Qin Yang nodded again. "Go ahead, rest well." After Yi Qingyuan departed, Qin Yang remained by the campfire, yet his mind lingered on her earlier words. The difficulty of the survival game clearly exceeded his expectations. And the fact that even a level 20 expert like Yi Qingyuan took such a long time to escape made him realize that future challenges might be even more daunting, intensifying his sense of insecurity. What if one day the system went haywire and pulled him in? "System, open my attribute panel," Qin Yang silently commanded in his mind. Name, Qin Yang. Level, 16, Health, 100-100, equipped with C-grade flickering battle armor. Defense, 800, Health bonus, 3,100-3,100. Experience, 390,00020, 480, 000. Talent, Eternal. Skill, Frenzied Strike, C-grade. Territory, Watcher of the Winds. Points, 31, 753. Gazing at his attribute panel, Qin Yang furrowed his brow. Despite his formidable talent, the pace of his level advancement lagged significantly behind that of combat-oriented players, especially since Yi Qingyuan had already reached level 20 while he remained stagnant at level 16. Should the system indeed thrust him into a battle royale-like task in the future, he would find himself in a precarious situation. "I must devise a way to swiftly elevate my level and assess my profession," Qin Yang murmured to himself. He summoned Chun 11 and 12, meticulously assigning them the task of luring monsters in the blood moon. The two mechanical villagers accepted their orders and, with a mechanical yet resolute gait, ventured towards the area shrouded in the blood moon. Standing at the camp's entrance, Qin Yang watched their receding figures with anticipation, envisioning a myriad of zombies being drawn back, with experience points flooding in like a tidal wave. An hour passed, and Chun 11 and 12 returned to the camp, accompanied by a horde of zombies. The dense throng of E-grade and D-grade zombies roared behind them, creating a truly spectacular scene. Flamethrowers unleashed torrents of fire, and anti-aircraft guns thundered, as the zombies fell one after another under the relentless assault of firepower. As the system announced an increase in experience points, Qin Yang's brow furrowed tightly. Earning nearly 20,000 experience points over the course of an hour fell drastically short of his expectations. Furthermore, the 1,000 zombies he had summoned were swiftly eradicated by the powerful turrets, proving insufficient for his needs. Observing the slowly advancing experience bar, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. Unable to conceive a more effective strategy, he resolved to let the villagers continue attracting monsters. Weary, he returned to his opulent abode to seek rest. That night, his slumber was far from tranquil, as visions of the stagnant experience bar haunted his mind. Upon the break of dawn, Qin Yang awoke early to check the experience bar, which had only marginally increased. Experience, 620,00020, 480,000. A heavy gloom descended upon him, akin to being crushed beneath a massive boulder. During lunchtime at the camp, Yi Qingyuan exclaimed with palpable excitement, "My battle royale rewards have been settled. I've leveled up." At those words, a surge of jealousy ignited within Qin Yang, akin to a raging inferno. He gazed at Yi Qingyuan's beaming face, then at his own stagnant level, feeling a profound sense of distortion within himself. In the afternoon, Qin Yang sat on a chair at the camp, staring vacantly into the distance, pondering how to enhance his level. The strong were formidable, while the weak offered little challenge. At that moment, a small and adorable eternal snail leisurely crawled toward him, its back bulging with an apparent abundance of belongings. Chapter 51. Changes in weather. A system notification echoed. The eternal snail has returned, bringing you 10 A-grade experience pills and a B-grade equipment. A-grade experience pill grants 100 million experience points upon use. B-grade equipment, back cloak. Class, assassin. Movement and attack speed increased by 100. This is nothing short of blatant occupational discrimination, Qin Yang exclaimed, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction and helplessness. Is it only assassins who are deemed worthy of donning this cloak? It's absurd. While it's already unjust that defensive classes cannot upgrade through crystal cores, now even a mere cloak is restricted by class. This is utterly unfair. He continued to lament, his brow furrowed in frustration. Just as Chun Yang was passionately venting his grievances about the game, a sudden gust of wind swept through the camp. Initially, it was merely a gentle breeze, but it soon intensified, the howling sound reverberating in his ears. The wind grew stronger, stinging his cheeks and causing the hem of his cloak to flap noisily. Both Chen Yang and Yiqing Yuan sensed something amiss, a flicker of unease rising within them. Winter was truly approaching. Chen Yang recalled the eternal fireplace he had acquired a few days prior in the upgraded cabin. He opened the player chat channel to gauge the thoughts of others regarding this abrupt and strange wind. The channel erupted with activity. Messages flooding in as players discussed the origin and implications of the gust. What is this wind? It just sprang up out of nowhere. And it feels like the temperature has dropped several degrees. Winter is on its way. Isn't it? My luxurious cabin has a fireplace. I suspect the next blood moon will bring extreme weather changes. A harsh winter? Could it not lead to dire consequences? Is there anyone selling coal? I am in urgent need. I possess coal, freshly extracted from the desolate outskirts of the blood moon, and the price is negotiable. Feel free to message me privately. The outskirts of the blood moon? Is that not a D-class zombie zone? How dare you venture there for coal? For survival, one must dare to do anything. However, there are no coal mines. We can only search the surface of the wasteland. Does anyone know how to list equipment for sale? I have a few surplus items and wish to exchange them for resources. The equipment system has yet to be activated, so selling is not an option. However, you might try bartering directly with other players. Who possesses the recipe for making charcoal? I have timber, but I am unaware of the process to produce charcoal. Making charcoal is rather simple. Find a confined space, ignite the wood while controlling the oxygen supply, and wait for the wood to carbonize. But do take care to ensure your safety and avoid setting yourself ablaze. The person above speaks lightly. Where can one find so many enclosed spaces? With such strong winds outside, igniting a fire is quite the challenge. Enough of the bickering. We should hasten to stockpile resources. The harsh winter is upon us. And it will not be easy. Stockpiling resources? Easier said than done. All the resource points have been claimed by large teams. How can we, the smaller players, compete? If we cannot compete, we should join forces. Aligning with a larger team is certainly preferable to freezing to death. Chen Yang perused the chat logs, his brow furrowing tighter with each line. Although his eternal hearth required no fuel, it was evident that other players had already begun preparing for the impending winter. Coal, charcoal, equipment, resources. These keywords recurrently emerge within the channel, reflecting the player's anxiety and urgency. He muted the chat and retrieved an A-grade experience elixir. Using A-grade experience elixir. Obtained 100 million experience points. Level increased to 17. 1 turret slot unlocked. Experience. 60. 48 million 40. 96 million. Level increased to 18. 1 turret slot unlocked. Experience. 19. 52 million 81. 92 million. He proceeded to consume a second experience elixir. Using A-grade experience elixir, obtained 100 million experience points. Experience. 119. 52 million 81. 92 million. Level increased to 19. 1 turret slot unlocked. Experience. 37. 6 million 160 million. Using A-grade experience elixirs 2, obtained 200 million experience points. Experience. 237. 6 million 160 million. Level increased to 20. 1 turret slot unlocked. Experience. 73. 76 million 320 million. Detected that you have reached level 20. Activating the professional quest. Unlocked. 76 millimeters anti-aircraft gun. High rate of fire. Fragmentation shell. Current turret slots. 1020. Professional quest. Heart of guardianship. Time. 3 days. Can be initiated early. Automatically accepted after 3 days. Quest content. After accepting the quest, successfully fend off 3 waves of zombie hordes within the next 24 hours, with the intensity of each wave gradually increasing. Upon completing the task, he unlocked a profession. He resolved to consume the remaining experience elixirs to further enhance his prowess. Utilizing 6 A-grade experience elixirs, he accrued an impressive 600 million experience points. His experience tally now stood at 673. 76 million out of 320 million, propelling him to level 21. He had also unlocked a turret slot, with his experience now at 346.08 million out of 650 million. Next, he intended to sell the level 4 energy cores to construct a 76mm anti-aircraft gun. Subsequently, he accessed his resource panel, which displayed a remaining score of 51, 753 and 35 level 4 energy cores. Qin Yang entered the trading market and listed the 35 level 4 energy cores on the cross-region trading market, each priced at 98,000 points. This action immediately sparked a fervor in the player chat channel. Has anyone heard of the Wind of Vigilance 9527? Has the esteemed 9,527 joined the territory of Wind of Vigilance? The news rapidly flooded the chat. 35 level 4 energy cores. That must be from the 6th layer, right? Incredible! Another player marveled. A true master can sell level 4 energy cores in bulk, while we have yet to even encounter level 3 cores. Someone expressed with envy. Just how many points must that be? It's simply unimaginable. The chat channel was soon inundated with exclamations of astonishment and envy, with Chen Yang's name once again taking center stage. Before long, numerous teams rushed to purchase the level 4 energy cores, swiftly depleting Chen Yang's inventory. Watching the soaring numbers in his points tally, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he promptly exchanged his points for 3 level 5 crystal cores. Subsequently, he upgraded 2 Eternal Gatling gun turrets and a 50mm anti-aircraft gun to a 76mm anti-aircraft gun, expending 2 million points. Eternal 76mm anti-aircraft gun, attack power, 20,000, attack range, 1,000 meters, rate of fire, 5 rounds second, special effect, instantly kills zombies of class B and below, excluding bosses. Can switch between armor-piercing mode and shrapnel mode. Armor-piercing mode fires 1 round every half minute, inflicting 10,000 damage. Shrapnel mode. Rate of fire remains unchanged, loading shrapnel rounds, causing splash damage within a 50-meter radius. Beholding the 376mm anti-aircraft guns within the camp, 5 howitzer turrets, a flamethrower turret, and a Gatling gun turret. He noted his remaining points, 230,000. Qin Yang felt a sense of security and promptly accepted the professional mission. Chapter 52. Professional Mission. Yi Qing Yuan observed the transformations within the camp. Noting that the original 2 Eternal Gatling gun turrets in the 50mm anti-aircraft gun had been upgraded to formidable 76mm anti-aircraft guns. The pristine 76mm anti-aircraft guns radiated a metallic sheen, their streamlined barrels exuding an aura of intimidation, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The 5 howitzer turrets, a flamethrower turret, and a Gatling gun turret stood in orderly formation, their firepower encompassing the entire perimeter of the camp. This individual, truly, he is a source of envy. Yi Qingyuan murmured softly, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and envy. She reminisced about her harrowing experiences in the battle royale, and then glanced at Qin Yang, who leisurely sheltered behind the turret, effortlessly coasting through the ordeal. A pang of bitterness welled up within her. With a professional smile, she approached Qin Yang and inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" Qin Yang turned to face Yi Qingyuan, contemplating for a moment. Curiosity about her capabilities stirred within him. He yearned to witness her prowess in combat against the undead. Moreover, having an additional ally could bolster their chances of successfully completing the mission. Thus, he nodded in agreement. At that moment, an epiphany struck Qin Yang as he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to assign the eternal snail to treasure hunting. He hurriedly accessed the system panel, glancing at the adorable snail with a twinge of regret. He swiftly designated a 72-hour treasure-seeking timeframe for the snail. As moments slipped by, the atmosphere in the camp grew increasingly tense. Qin Yang's turret stood at the ready, and Yi Qingyan gripped her dagger tightly, a glimmer of battle intent shining in her eyes. A low, guttural roar echoed from afar, followed by a slight tremor in the ground. Simultaneously, Qin Yang and Yi Qingyuan lifted their gazes, their focus honing in on the horizon of the wasteland. "They're coming," Qin Yang murmured, excitement lacing his voice. Yi Qingyuan nodded, her form a blur as she leaped onto the perimeter wall of the camp. Her movements were lithe and swift, reminiscent of a poised cheetah ready to pounce. Before long, the first wave of zombies emerged into view. A throng of E and D-level zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, their chilling roars reverberating through the wasteland, sending shivers down the spine. Qin Yang did not hasten to unleash his attack. but instead quietly observed Yiching Yuan's movements. He watched as she leaped gracefully from the city wall, her dagger glinting with a cold light in the sunlight. As the first zombie approached, her figure vanished in an instant, and the next moment, the zombie's head soared into the air. Such astonishing speed. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yang's eyes. He had not anticipated that Yiching Yuan's combat prowess would be so formidable, particularly in the face of numerous zombies. Her agility and rhythm of attack were nothing short of perfection. Yiching Yuan's movements were unceasing. She darted through the throng of zombies, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on their vital points. The cold brilliance of her dagger traced elegant arcs through the air, gradually drowning out the zombies' anguished cries with the sounds of her relentless assaults. Qin Yang watched, entranced, his perception of Yiching Yuan's capabilities transformed anew. Staring in at the scene before him, he felt a profound shock within. He murmured to himself, "But won't this tire her out?" Though his voice was soft, it seemed to have been captured by Yiching Yuan. A subtle smile graced her lips as the shadow behind her began to twist and swell, as if it had come to life, rapidly growing in stature. The shadow was no longer flat. It stood upright, resembling a towering obsidian giant that enveloped Yiching Yuan entirely. The contours of the shadow became increasingly distinct, coalescing into an enormous shadow sword, its blade as dark as ink, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Are you certain this is a skill befitting an assassin?" Qin Yang could not help but exclaim, disbelief lacing his voice. Before Yiching Yuan, there remained not a trace of the assassin's shadow. The formidable shadow warrior, whose stature rivaled that of a typical boss zombie, exuded an imposing presence as if it could effortlessly rend asunder any obstacles in its path. Yiching Yuan offered no response. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, and she navigated through the throng of zombies with remarkable grace. The shadow warrior followed closely, each swing of its great sword conjuring a tempest, causing the zombies to topple like grass before a scythe. Her movements were fluid and unhesitant, as though this battle were merely a mundane affair for her. The cacophony of zombie howls rose and fell, yet before Yiching Yuan, they appeared exceedingly feeble. The sweeping arc of the shadow sword instantaneously rent the bodies of the undead, black blood splattering in all directions. Yiching Yuan's figure darted among the zombies like a flash of lightning, their numbers dwindling at an alarming pace. Qin Yang watched in awe, a tremor of reverence stirring within him. He had never imagined that Yiching Yuan possessed such terrifying power. Was this truly her authentic strength? Qin Yang pondered, his fists instinctively clenching. Yiching Yuan's battle persisted, her silhouette standing as an insurmountable barrier amidst the horde, annihilating any zombie that dared approach. The shadow warrior seemed a manifestation of her will, each strike imbued with unparalleled might. Minutes later, Yiching Yuan gracefully leapt onto the city wall, returning to Qin Yang's side. Her breath came in quickened gasps, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, a clear testament to the considerable toll the recent skirmish had taken on her stamina. Her mana reserves dwindled, prompting a wry smile as she lamented her near-depleted energy. Qin Yang remained in a stupor, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of Yiching Yuan's engagement. Still reeling from the spectacle, with a gentle tap on his shoulder, Yiching Yuan teased, "Enough gawking. It's your turn to shine." Qin Yang, jolted back to reality, inhaled deeply and nodded, his countenance now etched with gravity as he faced the desolate expanse beyond the encampment. He surmised that Yiching Yuan had conserved a potent, high-burst ability specifically for the impending boss encounter. Before long, a dense, ominous silhouette materialized on the distant horizon, heralding the arrival of more formidable adversaries. This time, the zombies were demonstrably superior, with the emergence of C-grade and C-grade variants. Their increased velocity, augmented size, and the presence of decaying armor on some marked them as considerably more menacing than their E-grade and D-grade predecessors. Qin Yang's artillery stood poised for action. The 376mm anti-aircraft guns unleashed a deafening barrage. In fragmentation mode, the shells detonated, scattering shrapnel across a 50-meter radius. Before the C-grade and C-grade zombies could encroach upon the camp, they were obliterated by the sheer force of the anti-aircraft guns. The flamethrower turrets roared to life, spewing torrents of incandescent flames that incinerated any zombie daring to approach. The 5 howitzer emplacements alternated their volleys, raining down shells upon the horde. As explosions and anguish cries echoed across the battlefield, Yiching Yuan stood atop the city wall, gazing at the scene before her, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "The firepower of this artillery is truly formidable." She had initially believed her earlier performance was quite remarkable, But upon witnessing the might of Qin Yang's artillery array, she came to realize that his combat prowess far surpassed her own. Chapter 53. Choosing a Profession Soon. The second wave of the zombie tide was utterly annihilated, and the third wave swiftly emerged. Although the number of zombies had diminished, their quality had significantly improved. The silhouettes of E, D, and C grade bosses gradually came into view, their physiques considerably larger than that of ordinary zombies, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Most striking was the B grade boss that trailed behind. Its form resembled a small mountain, with skin that gleamed like metal, each step sending tremors through the ground. He adjusted the artillery's attack mode, switching the 76mm anti-aircraft gun to armor-piercing mode. Boom, boom, boom. The three anti-aircraft guns fired simultaneously, sending armor-piercing rounds hurtling toward the bosses at an astonishing velocity. Before the E, D, and C grade bosses could showcase their strength, they were pierced through by the rounds, their bodies disintegrating in an instant, dissolving into a cloud of data that vanished into the air. Yi Qingyuan watched, dumbfounded. Internally reassuring herself, Qin Yang can only rely on his artillery. However, her gaze was soon captivated by the B-grade boss. Although it had been struck by the armor-piercing rounds, it did not meet the same fate as the other bosses, instead enduring several hits, its metallic skin developing cracks. Yet it continued to advance relentlessly. This fellow proves to be rather formidable. Qin Yang swiftly adjusts the firing rhythm of the artillery. 376mm anti-aircraft guns unleash their volleys in succession, with armor-piercing shells cascading upon the B-class boss like raindrops. With each explosion, the boss's massive form convulses violently, and the fractures in its exterior gradually widen. After several rounds of relentless bombardment, the B-class boss emits a defiant roar, its colossal body crashing to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of data. Outside the camp, tranquility is restored, leaving only the sound of the wind sweeping across the desolate wilderness. The system's tally echoed in his ears. C-grade zombies vanquished, 1,000, experience gained, 30,000 points acquired, 3,000, C-grade zombies vanquished, 1,000, experience gained, 35,000 points acquired, 3,500, E-grade boss zombie vanquished, 1, experience gained, 1,500, points acquired, 150, D-grade boss zombie vanquished, 1, experience gained, 15,000, points acquired, 2,000, C-grade boss zombie vanquished, 1, experience gained, 50,000, points acquired, 10,000, B-grade boss zombie vanquished, 1, experience gained, 1,000, points acquired, 100,000. Total experience gained, 146,500. Total points acquired, 119,650. Points remaining, 349,650. Acquired. C-grade boss chest 1. B-grade boss chest 1. Qin Yang exhaled, relieved. He turned to Yi Qingyuan, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Well, not bad for my turret, eh? Yi Qingyuan scoffed, admiration warring with defiance. Humph. Only good because of the turret. Qin Yang chuckled, offering no retort. Yi Qingyuan's prowess was undeniable. Her performance had already attested to her strength. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated. Professional task. Guardian's heart completed. Congratulations on successfully fending off 3 waves of zombie onslaughts. You have unlocked the professions, Great Inventor and Mecha Master. Please choose your career path. The details of Great Inventor and Mecha Master rapidly unfolded in Qin Yang's mind. Great Inventor. As a great inventor, you will possess unparalleled creativity and transformative abilities. You can study the characteristics of zombies to design and enhance various defensive structures, particularly the turret system. You may imbue turrets with special effects, such as freezing, slowing down the movement speed of zombies, or even encasing them in ice. Burning, inflicting continuous fiery damage on zombies, especially effective against groups. Poison, releasing toxic mist that inflicts ongoing poisonous damage on zombies within the area. Mecha Master. You will possess a dedicated mecha of your own. The core abilities of a Mecha Master include Mecha Manipulation. You can fully control the actions of your mecha, engaging in both melee and ranged attacks. Mecha Evolution. By utilizing crystal cores to upgrade your mecha, you can unlock flight mode, heavy armor mode, and more. Your personal mecha. This mecha is bound to your life. possessing unique growth potential and the ability to awaken special skills. Tactical flexibility. Mecha Masters do not rely on fixed installations and can engage in combat across any terrain, making them well-suited for proactive strikes and the exploration of uncharted territories. Chun Yang's gaze wavered between the two professions, envisioning himself cowering within the confines of the camp. Though the fixed turrets were formidable, they instilled in him a sense of intangible constraint. He yearned for a more liberated approach to combat, desiring to step beyond the confines of the camp and confront the perils of the world head-on. This longing intensified, especially upon witnessing the overwhelming power of the combat classes. Yi Qingyuan observed Chun Yang's expression and could not help but inquire, "What troubles you? Have you unlocked a new class?" Chun Yang inhaled deeply, his gaze lingering between the Great Inventor and Mech Engineer classes. Turning to Yi Qingyuan, a hint of excitement colored his tone as he replied, "I have unlocked two classes. One is Great Inventor, and the other is Mech Engineer." Yi Qingyuan, evidently intrigued, responded, "Oh, that sounds quite fascinating. What abilities do they possess?" Chen Yang nodded and began to elaborate. "The Great Inventor primarily enhances turrets. I can imbue them with special effects, such as freezing, burning, and poisoning." Yi Qingyuan contemplated this and remarked, "It seems well suited to you, given the impressive performance of your turrets. However, it feels somewhat passive." Chen Yang chuckled and continued, "Indeed, that is why I am also considering the other class, the Mech Engineer. This class offers greater flexibility, allowing me to command a dedicated personal mech." Yi Qingyuan expressed her admiration, saying, "That sounds quite cool. It seems to hold significant potential." Yet, inwardly, she berated the unfairness of it all, questioning why he should be granted freedom from reliance on turrets. Chapter 54. A true man naturally operates a mech. Chen Yang shrugged, expressing uncertainty. "I'm not entirely sure, but I believe this profession aligns more closely with my character. I do not wish to remain cooped up in the camp, relying solely on turret defenses. Especially after witnessing your performance in battle just now, my conviction has only strengthened." Yi Qingyuan replied with a hint of teasing in her tone. "It seems I have inspired you?" Chen Yang nodded, curiosity piqued as he inquired, "By the way, how many professions did you unlock initially? I recall you mentioning the Shadow Realm. What exactly does that entail?" With arms crossed, Yi Qingyuan responded casually, "I have unlocked two professions, Shadow Mage and Shadow Assassin. The Shadow Mage specializes in manipulating shadow energy for ranged attacks, capable of unleashing shadow arrows, shadow storms, and other skills while also utilizing shadow energy for control and disruption. The Shadow Assassin, on the other hand, is a melee profession adept at stealth, assassination, and burst damage, able to traverse the shadows and swiftly close in on foes for a lethal strike." Chen Yang then queried, "What was that shadow warrior you piloted earlier?" Yi Qingyuan smiled softly, pride flickering in her eyes. "It is an S-class skill I obtained from a skill book, perfectly compensating for my shortcomings when faced with a horde of zombies." "You actually acquired an S-class treasure chest?" Chen Yang's voice rose involuntarily. Yi Qingyuan shook her head, her tone calm. "No, it was merely a B-class treasure chest." "B-class?" Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could an S-level skill possibly be acquired? This brought to mind the time he opened a B-level treasure chest and received merely a C-level piece of equipment. Ignoring Yi Qingyuan's triumphant gaze, he decided to examine his prized possession first. "I choose Mech Master," Chen Yang declared. "Occupation confirmed. Mech Master. Primary mech summoning system activated. Please use the crystal core to summon mech. Different levels will summon mechs of corresponding ranks." Clutching the level 4 crystal core tightly in his hand, he silently recited the summoning command. In an instant, the crystal core transformed into a brilliant beam of light, within which a mech, approximately 3 meters tall, gradually materialized. The mech was adorned in a deep blue hue, its armor surface embellished with aerodynamic designs, and energy cores embedded at its joints, emitting a faint glow. The mech's eyes flickered with a chilling red light, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike. Mech, unnamed, primary mech, sea level, energy value, 9,990 10,000, losing 10 energy per second. Health value, 50,000 50,000, defense, 2,000, attack power, 1,000 to 2,000. Abilities, basic melee attack, energy shield. Summon turret, guardian. Chen Yang swiftly ascended into the mech, and the control system within the cockpit seamlessly integrated with his consciousness. The intricate details of the mech's capabilities flooded his mind. Energy shield. The mech's built-in energy shield system can generate a protective barrier for a brief duration, capable of withstanding a certain degree of attacks. The strength of the shield is correlated with the rank of the mecha. A Class C mecha shield can withstand multiple assaults from ordinary zombies. However, the energy consumption of the shield is considerable. Summon Turret is a skill exclusive to mecha masters. Chen Yang can summon any turret within the camp to his current location, providing him with fire support. The summoned turret will remain for a duration. Yet its energy depletes rapidly, necessitating timely retrieval or resummoning. Only one turret can be summoned, depending on the existing facilities within the camp. Guardian's Protection. When the mecha master suffers a fatal injury, a protective mechanism will automatically activate, swiftly generating a layer of energy shield that envelopes the mecha master entirely, ensuring their safety. Chen Yang took a deep breath, feeling the empowering sensation bestowed by the mecha. Should the mecha be transformed into the eternal mecha? Chen Yang momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, his heart swelling with excitement. Mecha, Eternal Class Mecha, Destined Mecha, Class C, Energy Value, Infinite, Life Value, 50,000, Defense, 2,000, Attack Power, 1,000 to 2,000, Abilities, Basic Melee Attack, Energy Shield, Summon Turret. Guardian's Protection, Eternal Trait, removes energy value limitations. No need for crystal cores to summon and recharge. With exhilaration, he maneuvered the mecha, leaping down from the city walls and advancing towards the desolate outskirts beyond the camp. Not long after, a horde of zombies emerged into his line of sight. These zombies, grotesquely decayed, bore a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes as they roared and lunged toward him. Chen Yang raised the arm of his mech, swiftly channeling energy into its core. With a powerful punch, he struck fiercely at the nearest zombie. A resounding crash echoed as the creature was sent flying, its body shattering into fragments mid-air. More zombies surged toward the mech, yet Chen Yang remained unperturbed, activating the energy shield. A soft blue luminescence enveloped the mech entirely as several zombies lunged to bite, only to be thwarted by the shield, which rendered them harmless. Subsequently, Chen Yang initiated the summoning of a turret. Images of various turrets within the camp flashed through his mind, and he quickly selected a flame turret. Turret summoned. A radiant light flickered as the flame turret materialized beside the mech. The turret automatically locked onto its targets and began unleashing searing flames. The foremost zombies were instantly engulfed, their anguished screams piercing the air before they were reduced to ashes. Chen Yang maneuvered the mech into the midst of the horde, employing both fists and feet to shatter the zombies one by one. The flame turret provided continuous support, spewing flames that scattered the undead in disarray. Once the battle concluded, Chen Yang stood amidst the remnants of the zombies, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Yi Qingyuan, perched atop the high walls of the camp, gazed from afar at Chen Yang's mech wreaking havoc among the zombies, a swirl of complex emotions stirring in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she muttered under her breath, "This guy, is this not cheating?" At that moment, Chen Yang's mech abruptly halted, turning to stride back toward the camp. Yi Qingyuan swiftly composed herself, restoring her usual calm demeanor. Chen Yang maneuvered the mech back to the camp and leaped from the cockpit, a gleeful smile adorning his face. "What do you think? Isn't my mech quite impressive?" Yi Qingyuan cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "It's decent, I suppose, but ultimately just a hunk of metal, nothing extraordinary." Chapter 55, Power Restructuring. Suddenly, a system notification reverberated in her mind, indicating a private message. She paused momentarily, then opened the message interface. The first names that caught her eye were those of familiar comrades, players with whom she had once fought valiantly and shared joyous moments. One message read, "Xiao Yuan. How have you been lately? Our former territory is in chaos now. Many have departed." Another message stated, "Qingyuan, the situation has changed drastically, and I am considering switching sides. How are things on your end? Could you possibly take me in?" Yi Qingyuan's brow gradually furrowed as she continued to peruse the messages, noticing an increasing number of inquiries about her well-being and intentions to change allegiances. One particular message piqued her interest. It was from a player with mining talents. The message said, "Sister Qingyuan, the atmosphere here in the territory is anxious, and I truly wish to leave. Could you speak to the boss and see if I might join your side?" After reading through these messages, Yi Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that a significant upheaval had occurred. She lifted her gaze to survey the camp, where Chen Yang's turrets remained meticulously aligned, gleaming with a metallic sheen, while the brand-new Eternal Mech stood silently nearby. She believed that perhaps enticing these individuals could fortify the camp, yet it was ultimately not a decision she could make unilaterally. Yi Qingyuan briskly approached Chen Yang, who had just leaped from the mecha cockpit, his face still alight with excitement. Noticing Yi Qingyuan's serious expression, his smile faltered slightly as he inquired, "What is the matter, Yi Qingyuan? Your demeanor suggests something is amiss." Yi Qingyuan took a deep breath and replied, "I've received some news from former acquaintances. The Dawn Squad is currently in disarray, and they are eager to switch their allegiance to us. Among them is a player with a talent for mining." Upon hearing this, the smile on Qin Yang's face gradually faded, plunging him into a state of hesitation. On one hand, he recognized that recruiting more talent would undoubtedly benefit the camp's growth. On the other hand, he was apprehensive that the sudden influx of new members could introduce instability, and resource allocation within the camp might pose a challenge. He was not suited for the role of a caretaker. He paced back and forth, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a considerable time, he finally halted, gazing at Yi Qingyuan as he declared, "Let us only accept the player with the mining talent." Yi Qingyuan nodded in agreement. She promptly replied to the player with the mining talent and shared Qin Yang's ID with him. Hearing Yi Qingyuan mention the chaotic situation, Qin Yang opened the regional chat channel to assess the circumstances. As soon as he did, messages flooded him like a tide, overwhelming the screen with a continuous stream of new notifications. Players are fervently discussing the reshuffling of numerous factions, such as Dawn Coalition, Wings of Freedom, and Justice League. It is rumored that a team has unearthed a camp order in the Blood Moon B-level area. Indeed, territories formed using camp orders can yield up to a 100 increase in corpse tide, while resource increments remain unchanged, leading to a significant reduction in the number of zombies and a substantial increase in resources. Combat-oriented players are gravitating towards larger teams, leaving us smaller factions in a precarious position. What should we do? We must flee swiftly. This reshuffling of powers is overwhelmingly drastic, and it feels as though many territories are on the brink of collapse. Let us wait and see. Once the restructuring is complete, we can recruit. My friends, prepare to contribute 1,000 points as rogue ninjas tonight. Qin Yang meticulously perused these messages, feeling a twinge of concern. The larger teams wielding camp orders will only grow in strength. They can liberate more manpower to gather resources and explore the Blood Moon. After a while, a player with mining talent was teleported to the territory of Watcher's Wind. He was a slender young man with a glint of astuteness in his eyes. Qin Yang observed this frail young man as Lin Yu excitedly gazed around, exclaiming, "Wow, is this the territory of the big shots? These turrets are absolutely amazing. And that mech is simply stunning." Qin Yang chuckled and interjected, "Tell me, how did you level up?" Lin Yu's eyes brightened, as if a switch had been flipped, and he eagerly replied, "It's all about leveling up through mining. The higher the grade of the mine, the more experience one can accrue." Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Yi Qingyuan approached. "Xiaoyu." Qin Yang then introduced Lin Yu, saying, "This is Lin Yu," to which Lin Yu responded, "You've introduced a deity." Qin Yang retorted. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yu turned around and instantly beamed upon seeing Yi Qingyuan. "Sister Qingyuan, you have no idea how poorly I've been faring since your departure." Yi Qingyuan teased lightly, "What is the matter? Can't you manage over there?" Lin Yu sighed and shook his head in resignation. "Don't even mention it. Our territory is in utter disarray. Liu Yang, Li Yun, and the others have all left, claiming they wish to align with some sovereign of the world. I truly cannot bear to stay any longer. I was contemplating fleeing and sticking with the big shots instead." Yi Qingyuan frowned slightly and pressed, "What about the captain? What did he say?" Lin Yu let out a wry smile. "The captain? He is also planning to escape." Qin Yang stood silently nearby, listening to their exchange. Lin Yu turned to the quiet Qin Yang and remarked, "Big boss, your territory's defenses are astonishing. I was utterly amazed by those anti-aircraft guns I just saw. And that 3-meter-high mech, it's the stuff of my dreams. Is it with these that you've reduced our captain to cries of despair?" Qin Yang chuckled at Lin Yu's words and shook his head. "All right, enough with the flattery. Let us first find an empty room in the small house." Lin Yu grinned, and Yi Qingyuan led him to search for a room to settle in. Qin Yang was contemplating how to make use of this young tool. Blocking the road and eliminating each adversary one by one was far too cumbersome. With his 376mm artillery emplacements boasting shrapnel capabilities, he was not to be trifled with. He intended to pilot his mech into the fray with reckless abandon. "I am Chen Xian," he declared, dispatching the zombies with aplomb. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he ventured forth to scout the area, but midway through his journey, he reconsidered his approach. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until tomorrow to amass 1,000,000 points for a level 5 core to upgrade his mech. He planned to open the treasure chest in his possession for Yi Qingyuan. Chapter 56. The Treasure Chest. With a buoyant spirit, Qinyang returned to the small cabin in the camp. Upon reaching the threshold, he overheard Yi Qingyun's voice from within, laced with a hint of mockery and disdain. Let me tell you, Qinyang may appear to be a master on the surface, but in reality, he is rather petty. Her words drifted through the crack of the door. You should have seen him earlier. When he was controlling the mech, he looked so pleased with himself. Akin to a child. Qinyang halted, his brow furrowing slightly, feeling a twinge of irritation. How dare she speak ill of me behind my back? Just as he prepared to push open the door, he suddenly heard Lin Yu's voice, tinged with awkwardness and anxiety. Sister Qingyun, Qinyang is actually quite formidable. Just look at his artillery and mech. They are practically invincible. Yi Qingyun scoffed lightly. Formidable indeed. But do not be deceived by his aloof demeanor. He revels in pretense, outwardly maintaining an air of calm, while inwardly brimming with pride. Qinyang stood at the doorway, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly murmuring, when did I adopt such an aloof demeanor? Truly, just as he contemplated whether to interrupt their conversation, he suddenly heard Lin Yu's voice drop to a whisper. Sister Qingyun, It seems that the esteemed Qinyang has arrived. Instantly, Yi Qingyun's tone softened, laced with a hint of amusement. Oh, Qinyang is here? He is indeed the big shot of our camp. I must tell you, Xiaoyu, you should learn well from him and take him as your model. Upon hearing this, Qinyang couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly cursing. The speed of this mood shift is faster than turning a page. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, wearing a half-smile. Oh, what are we discussing? It seems quite lively. Yi Qingyun immediately turned around, her face adorned with a radiant smile, her tone slightly ingratiating. Ah. Qinyang, you have arrived. We were just talking about you. The way you maneuvered the mecha was simply spectacular. Qinyang raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity. Oh, is that so? Yet, I seem to have heard someone claim that I act like a master, exuding an air of aloofness, and am rather petty. Yi Qingyun's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, waving her hand dismissively. Oh no, you must have misheard. We were praising you, saying how impressive you are, truly the backbone of our camp. Qinyang observed Yi Qingyun's expression of innocence, feeling both amused and exasperated. He shook his head, deciding it was not worth his time to argue further, and replied, All right, Yi Qingyun, I need to discuss something with you. Yi Qingyun blinked her eyes and curiously inquired. What is it? Qinyang retrieved 2 treasure chests from his backpack and handed them to her, saying, Could you assist me in opening these 2 chests? Yi Qingyun nodded, preparing to open the chests, but then looked up at Qinyang and remarked, By the way, Qinyang, there's something I must remind you of. What is it? Qinyang asked. Yi Qingyun smiled and explained, The items obtained from the chests are typically related to the profession of the one who opens them. In other words, if I help you open the chests, the gear and skills acquired, aside from a small probability of universal items, will most likely be suited for me rather than you. Qinyang was taken aback for a moment before frowning. Is there such a rule? Yi Qingyun nodded, a hint of pride in her voice. You've opened a few chests yourself, haven't you? Didn't you notice? Qinyang sighed in resignation. It does seem to be the case. What I obtained were either universal battle armor or firearms. He shook his head and declared, Never mind, I shall handle this myself. Taking a deep breath, Qinyang silently prayed, Please, let it not be C-grade equipment this time. He gently placed his hand on the B-grade chest, lifting the lid with a soft motion. A faint blue light flickered, gradually revealing the contents within. Qinyang widened his eyes in anticipation. Yet as he discerned the items inside, his expression swiftly turned grim. Worn alloy bracers, level, D, defense, 500, effect, slightly enhances arm defense, yet heavily worn with low durability. Qinyang's expression soured instantly as he stared at the bracers, feeling a wave of disbelief. D-level equipment? How could my luck be this abysmal? Yi Qingyun, standing beside him, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Qinyang, your luck is truly extraordinary. Opening D-level equipment from a B-level chest is simply the epitome of luck incarnate. Qinyang shot her a glare, retorting with irritation. What are you laughing at? This is merely the accumulation of good fortune. I am certain the next one will yield something worthwhile. Yi Qingyun covered her mouth, shaking with laughter. All right, all right. Accumulate your good fortune. Please continue. Lin Yu stifled a laugh, thinking to himself, You'd better hold it together, my friend. Qinyang dismissed her, tossing the worn alloy bracers casually into his backpack, muttering under his breath, This thing probably won't even fetch a decent price. What a waste of a B-level chest. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward another C-level chest. This time, he held no grand expectations and simply opened the chest at random. Inside lay a softly glowing crystal core. Tier 3 crystal core. Gazing at the Tier 3 crystal core, Qin Yang felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Although it wasn't an exceptional find, it was certainly a marked improvement over the D-level equipment. Yicheng Yuan leaned closer, glanced at the crystal core, and smiled. Oh. This time you finally didn't produce a worthless item, at least it's a crystal core. Qin Yang shot her a sidelong glance and replied with a hint of exasperation, please. Spare me the sarcasm. My luck has already been quite dismal. Yicheng Yuan shrugged, her tone playfully teasing. Your luck is indeed rather unique. But you know, fortune is bound to change. Who knows, perhaps next time you'll unearth an S-level equipment. Qin Yang forced a smile. I'll take that as a good omen. After stowing away the crystal core, Qin Yang suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Yu, inquiring, by the way, Lin Yu, what level of pickaxe can you manufacture now? Lin Yu scratched his head, a bit sheepishly responding, I'm at level 15 now, and I can craft a level 3 crystal core pickaxe. However, the material consumption is quite substantial. Qin Yang nodded, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Come on, let's head to the workshop and equip my robotic villagers with level 3 crystal core pickaxes. Lin Yu appeared surprised. Right now? Qin Yang chuckled. Yes, let's not dawdle. Time is money. With that, Qin Yang led Lin Yu towards the workshop. Chapter 57. B-Class Mecha. The crafting of the level 3 crystal core pickaxe was completed. Qin Yang reviewed the data, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. The efficiency has increased threefold compared to the level 1 crystal core pickaxe. This means by the time I wake up tomorrow morning, I should be able to gather around 25 level 4 crystal cores. Lin Yu gazed at the robot that had come to collect the pickaxe and remarked, Qin Yang, your eternal robot is simply outrageous. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, no need for the formalities, just call me Xiao Yang. Now, it's getting late, I'm off to my room to rest. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hesitated and inquired, Qin Yang, aren't we going to keep watch? What if the horde of corpses attacks? Qin Yang yawned lazily and reassured him, don't worry, the current wave of corpses is hardly a threat. Not even enough to pose a challenge to my turrets. Returning to his room, Qin Yang lay on his bed. Though his luck with treasure chests had been poor that day, the thought of collecting 25 level 4 crystal cores in the morning to upgrade his mech lifted his spirits considerably. He closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Yicheng Yuan had brought Lin Yu to the top of the camp's walls, and the two were reminiscing about past events. In the distance, a low growl could be faintly heard. It was the harbinger of the approaching horde. Lin Yu, feeling anxious, gripped his pickaxe tightly and whispered, Sister Qing Yuan, are you sure we don't need to take this seriously? Yicheng Yuan chuckled and patted his shoulder, rest assured. Although Qin Yang may act aloof, his walls are anything but mere decoration. Before long, the growls of the horde grew louder, and a dark mass of zombies surged toward the camp like a relentless tide. Lin Yu's heart raced, and his palms began to sweat. Just as the horde entered the firing range of the turrets, the artillery surrounding the camp suddenly illuminated with blinding brilliance. The relentless bombardment rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly reducing the advancing horde of zombies to mere fragments. Lin Yu stared in amazement. This is truly formidable. Yicheng Yuan smiled with satisfaction. How about that? Are you reassured now? Though Qin Yang tends to show off, his ability to effortlessly win is no mere boast. Lin Yu nodded, feeling the tension within him gradually dissipate. He gazed at the relentless tide of corpses in the distance, only to realize they were utterly incapable of breaching the artillery's defenses, unable to even graze the outskirts of the camp. The following morning, Qin Yang stretched languidly as he rose from his bed, stepping out of his small dwelling with a buoyant spirit. As he exited, the biting cold wind enveloped him, prompting an involuntary shiver. He huddled his neck and muttered, this cursed weather is unbearably frigid. Warning. Temperature drop, player efficiency reduced. 50. Efficiency reduced by 50? My mechanical villagers cannot be affected. Qin Yang checked the status of his mechanical villagers. He breathed a sigh of relief, for they seemed impervious to the chilling climate. The eternal robots proved to be reliable. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction and promptly reviewed the spoils from the previous night. Remarkably, the mechanical villagers had unearthed more than anticipated, yielding a total of 26 level 4 crystal cores. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he immediately accessed the trading channel, listing the 26 level 4 crystal cores at a price of 98,000 points each. Hardly had he posted them when the chat channel erupted with activity. The esteemed 9527 has made another move. This time, it's 26 level 4 crystal cores. A true master is indeed a master. We have yet to even glimpse a third-level crystal core. Who will empathize with us, the support players? Just how many points must one amass? It is almost unimaginable. The chat channel was instantly inundated with expressions of astonishment and envy. And Qin Yang's name once again became the focal point. Before long, a team named Dragon Soars across the world swiftly took action, purchasing all 26 of the 4th-level crystal cores that Chen Yang had listed. Points: 2,548,000. Total points: 2,838,000. As Chen Yang gazed at the soaring numbers in his points bar, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. He closed the trading channel, preparing to upgrade his mech, when suddenly he noticed a message from the Dragon Soars across the world team in the chat channel. Esteemed 9,527. Our team hopes to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. We await your response. Dragon Soars across the world. Yet another rather cliché name, but it certainly exudes strength. Qin Yang cast a glance, but did not dwell on it. He had long since disabled private messages, too indifferent to entertain the overtures of these teams. With 1,000,000 points, he exchanged for a 5th-level crystal core. Holding the 5th-level crystal core in his hand, he felt a surge of anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he inserted the crystal core into the upgrade slot of his mech. Mech upgrading. As the system's prompt echoed, a faint glow began to emanate from the surface of the mech, gradually intensifying into a brilliant radiance, enveloping the entire mech in a cocoon of light. Qin Yang stood by, his eyes transfixed on the transformation of the mech. Moments later, the radiant glow gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new mech before Qin Yang. Mech upgrade complete. Mech, Eternal, Soul Mech, Grade B, Energy Value, Infinite, Health Value, 200, 000, 200, 000, Defense, 20, 000, Attack Power, 10, 000-20, 000, Abilities, Basic Melee Attack, Energy Shield, Turret Summoning, Guardian, Weapon Module, Gatling Gun. Eternal Trait, eliminates energy value restrictions. No need for crystal cores for summoning and charging. These statistics are comparable to an ordinary Grade B boss. Qin Yang gazed in astonishment at the towering mech. Approximately 8 meters tall, its size had nearly doubled, the armor more robust, and the energy cores at the joints emitted a brilliant fluorescence, seemingly brimming with boundless power. On its back, a massive Gatling gun rested, its barrel thick and exuding a chilling metallic sheen. How magnificent it is! A 20mm caliber Gatling gun? Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. However, as he approached the mech, a sudden realization struck him. How was he to ascend such a towering structure? Just as he hesitated, the mech's core emitted a soft glow that enveloped him. In the next moment, Qin Yang felt himself being drawn by an invisible force. His body weightless as he smoothly ascended and settled into the cockpit of the mech. The cockpit is connected, consciousness synchronization completed, in an instant. A plethora of data and control interfaces regarding the mech flooded Qin Yang's mind. He gently clenched his fist, and the mech's arm mirrored the motion, as if it were an extension of his own body. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Qin Yang excitedly commanded the mech to take a step forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chapter 58. Rampaging in the mind, he attempted to swing the mech's arm, generating a gust of wind with the metallic fist, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Time to test the new weapon. Qin Yang retrieved a Gatling gun from his back. Gatling gun activated. Attack power, 15. 000, bullet consumption, 100 energy points per round. Eternal trait, infinite energy points, unlimited ammunition. This attack power easily surpasses the defenses of A-level zombies. Gazing at the mine entrance, which stood 2 meters away, he realized he must delve into the mine to summon further. Starting from the 3rd level of the mine, a height of 10 meters was reached, and now, upon entering the 7th level, the passage had expanded to 20 meters. The mine was growing increasingly spacious, utterly sufficient for him to unleash havoc with the mech. Yeching Yuan and Lin Yu were awakened in their cabin by the commotion emitted from the mech. Upon stepping outside, they were instantly struck dumb by the sight of Qin Yang's upgraded mech. Yeching Yuan's eyes widened like brass bells, her mouth slightly agape as she struggled to articulate a response. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure, her gaze filled with envy and jealousy. Unable to suppress an exclamation, "This is utterly monstrous. This is no mere mech. It is a veritable mobile fortress of war." Her fists clenched tightly. She recalled her desperate struggle in the battle royale, then glanced at Qin Yang's awe-inspiring mech, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was filled with astonishment. His eyes sparkled with admiration and longing, his mouth continuously uttering sounds of wonder. He stared intently at the mech, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. His hands trembled slightly, revealing an intense yearning for this magnificent machine. Is this the mech of a true master? It's simply breathtaking. How wonderful it would be to possess such a mech. Lin Yu mused internally, his gaze brimming with dreams. Yiqing Yuan observed the powerful mech, her fighting spirit ignited. Gritting her teeth, she declared with unwavering determination, "No, I cannot continue like this. Chen Yang has become so formidable. If I do not strive harder, I will inevitably be left far behind. I must go and develop my skills in the Blood Moon." A resolute glint shone in her eyes, as if she had made a firm decision. Upon hearing Yiqing Yuan's words, Chen Yang furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of concern in his voice. "Yiqing Yuan, the temperature is dropping and player efficiency has decreased by 50. The dangers in the Blood Moon are significantly greater than usual. Do not find yourself lost on the way back to the camp as you did last time." Yiqing Yuan waved her hand dismissively, confidently replying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." With that, she turned her back and strode towards the direction of the Blood Moon, her figure gradually fading from the sight of the others. Lin Yu watched her departing silhouette, then glanced back at Chun Yang's mech, a surge of fervor rising within him. Chen Yang led Lin Yu to the entrance of the 6th-level mine. With practiced ease, he dismantled the obstructing wall and, utilizing his authority, brought 3 76mm anti-aircraft guns into the cavern. Summoning his mech, a brilliant light flashed, and his mech instantly materialized within the mine. The arrival of the mech seemed to freeze the very air inside the cavern, enveloping the surroundings in a palpable tension. Chen Yang maneuvered the mech cautiously into the depths of the mine, while Lin Yu followed closely behind, exercising utmost caution. The interior of the mine was dim and damp, permeated by a pungent, decaying odor. The walls glimmered with faint light, emanating from unknown or scattered throughout. As they ventured deeper, the anguished roars of zombies echoed ominously, akin to a summons from the Grim Reaper. A horde of bee zombies, drawn by the commotion, surged forth from the depths of the mine. Chen Yang let out a cold snort, revealing no trace of panic. He directed the mech to confront the oncoming horde, channeling immense power into its arm as he delivered a devastating punch to the foremost bee zombie. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, sending the bee zombie soaring through the air, its body shattering into fragments, black blood splattering in all directions. Without hesitation, Chen Yang retrieved a Gatling gun from his back and squeezed the trigger. The rhythmic sound of gunfire reverberated through the mine, bullets cascading like raindrops upon the bee zombie swarm. The overwhelming firepower rendered the bee zombies utterly defenseless, reducing them to mere remnants, which dissipated into data particles in the air. Lin Yu stood by, utterly awestruck. Gripping his pickaxe tightly, he was filled with admiration and astonishment. "Brother Yang, you are incredible. These bee zombies appear as fragile as paper before your mech," Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Chun Yang smiled faintly, remaining silent as he continued to maneuver the mech forward. As they delved deeper into the mine, the number of bee zombies they eliminated increased significantly. Chen Yang's actions, however, attracted the attention of a formidable presence lurking in the depths of the cavern. Just as he dispatched roughly half of the zombies within the mine, an overwhelming aura surged from the abyss, causing the ground to tremble violently as if a colossal beast were awakening. Chen Yang's expression grew grave. Moments later, a gargantuan B-class boss zombie slowly emerged into their line of sight. Towering over 7 meters, its body resembled a small mountain, its skin a deep obsidian hue. It was adorned with an array of tightly packed scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, resembling a natural armor. Its eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light, exuding boundless ferocity and greed, while its robust limbs thudded heavily against the ground with each step, resonating with a deep, ominous sound. Chen Yang regarded the zombie before him with a heightened sense of caution. The system swiftly provided the data on this B-grade boss zombie. Zombie name, Blood Shadow Demon Corpse. Level, B-grade boss. Health, 180, 000, 180, 000. Defense, 18, 000. Attack power, 8. 000-15, 000. Skills, Blood Shadow Assault, Blood Demon Shockwave, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Blood Shadow Assault. Instantly vanishes from its original position, reappearing before the target to deliver a powerful melee attack. Blood Demon Shockwave unleashes a formidable energy shockwave, inflicting area damage on surrounding foes while briefly stunning them. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, when health drops below 50, enters a frenzied state, significantly enhancing attack power and speed. The statistics fall beneath my own, yet its skills appear to surpass mine. He prepared to engage this boss, ready to flee and summon a 76mm anti-aircraft gun if victory seemed unattainable. Chapter 59. The Battle Against the B-Grade Boss Zombie. Qinyang took a deep breath, his gaze intensely fixed upon the B-Grade Boss Zombie, the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse. Although the mech statistics were slightly superior, the zombie's skill combination was evidently formidable. Contemplating his battle strategy, he commanded, "Lin Yu, step back and find a secure place to hide." His tone bore an undeniable authority. Lin Yu nodded, quickly retreating toward the passageway. The Blood Shadow Demon Corpse emitted a low, ominous growl, its crimson eyes locking onto Chen Yang's mech. It suddenly raised its robust forelimbs and struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly creating a fissure as debris flew in all directions. Chen Yang swiftly maneuvered the mech to evade while simultaneously swinging its metallic fist, delivering a powerful blow to the side of the Blood Shadow zombie's abdomen. A thunderous sound erupted as the fist collided with the creature's armored scales. The Blood Shadow zombie's body swayed slightly, yet it sustained no critical damage. Its scale armor provided exceptional defense, leaving only a shallow dent on its surface. Indeed, its hide was tough and resilient. Chen Yang mused inwardly, promptly increasing the distance to avoid a potential counterattack from the zombie. Clearly enraged, the Blood Shadow zombie's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, and its body trembled violently before it vanished from sight. Blood Shadow ambush. Chen Yang quickly commanded the mech to assume a defensive posture. In the next instant, the silhouette of the Blood Shadow zombie reappeared before the mech, its massive claws descending with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! The mech's left arm was struck, a deep crack manifesting on its metallic surface, sparks flying. Chen Yang sensed a sudden drop of 20 in the mech's energy shield. Such formidable power! A surge of alarm coursed through him as he deftly maneuvered the mech backward, simultaneously retrieving a Gatling gun from his back and unleashing a torrential barrage upon the Blood Shadow zombie. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets cascaded like a torrential downpour, striking the Blood Shadow zombie and producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Although the creature's scale armor was remarkably resilient, the bullets only caused it to stagger slightly, failing to inflict any significant harm. The Blood Shadow zombie let out another roar, raising its forelimbs once more to deliver a heavy blow to the ground. A crimson energy wave radiated outward from its epicenter, manifesting as the Blood Demon Shockwave. Chen Yang swiftly maneuvered the mech, leaping in an attempt to evade the impending strike. However, the range of the energy fluctuation was vast. Though he successfully avoided the direct impact, he was still caught in the residual waves, causing the mech to sway violently. Understanding that a relentless assault would yield little success, Chen Yang decisively altered his strategy. He fixated on the previously inflicted shallow dent on the flank of the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse, concentrating his firepower on that specific area. The metallic fist of the mech struck with precision, while bullets from the Gatling gun rained down upon the same spot like a torrential downpour. After several exchanges, although the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse remained resilient, the targeted area began to exhibit significant changes, with fine cracks emerging in the once smooth scales. Chen Yang, however, had paid a considerable price. The energy shield of the mech was now at a mere 15, as indicated by the system's alerts. The life force of the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse had dwindled to below 50. Suddenly, its eyes erupted with a blinding crimson glow, and the scales on its surface shimmered with a sanguine radiance, drastically increasing its speed. No more direct confrontation, Chen Yang thought anxiously, hastily maneuvering the mech toward the entrance of the mine. The Blood Shadow Demon Corpse, evidently unwilling to relent, pursued with heavy strides. Bloodthirsty frenzy. A sense of dread enveloped Chen Yang as he realized the most perilous moment had arrived. Enveloped in a frenzy, the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse accelerated, swiftly closing the distance to Chen Yang's mech. Its attack frequency and power surged dramatically, each swipe of its claws imbued with devastating force. Under the relentless assault of the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse, Chen Yang's mech was steadily retreating, its energy shield rapidly depleting. Time was of the essence. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yang swiftly maneuvered the mech towards the entrance of the mine. The formidable figure of the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse pursued relentlessly, crashing through the mine with reckless abandon, shattering the ore-laden walls into fragments that flew in all directions. Yet, astonishingly, the walls soon reverted to their original state. Emerging from the mine, Chen Yang's mech found itself within the firing range of the 76mm anti-aircraft gun. Activating the gun's armor-piercing mode, he prepared for the counterstrike. Boom! The first armor-piercing round whistled through the air, striking the chest of the Blood Shadow Demon Corpse with remarkable precision. The round's tremendous force pierced through its scaled armor, unleashing a torrent of black blood. The creature shuddered violently, emitting a guttural roar of agony. However, the Blood Shadow Demon corpse did not collapse. Instead, it charged furiously towards the gun. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive armor-piercing rounds struck the demon's head, chest, and abdomen. Under the relentless barrage, its massive form could no longer withstand the onslaught, letting out a chilling wail before crashing to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Lin Yu peeked out from behind the rocks, his face alight with excitement as he rushed over. "Brother Yang, you are incredible! You've even taken down a B-class boss!" he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. Simultaneously, he activated the gun's fragmentation mode. The barrel swiftly adjusted its aim towards the advancing horde of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Fragmentation shells rained down like a tempest, instantly engulfing the path of the oncoming undead. The power of shrapnel shells is immense, as the explosion generates shockwaves and debris that instantly tear through the horde of zombies. Several of the foremost zombies are obliterated, their black blood and dismembered flesh splattering in every direction. Moments later, the last B-level zombie falls under the bombardment, marking the end of the battle. The system's notification chimes in my ears. Zombies killed. 1003 B-level. Experience gained. 100,000 points. 10,000. B-level boss zombie killed. Experience gained. 1,000,000 points. 100,000. Total experience gained. 100,000. Total points. 110,000. No treasure chest acquired. Total points. 1,948,000. Xinyang retracts his mech and approaches Lin Yu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, inquiring, "Lin Yu, what type of, or are you mining in your previous territory?" Lin Yu scratches his head and replies, "Brother Yang, we are mining level 3 crystal cores." Xinyang furrows his brows, puzzled. Level 3 crystal cores? How has your camp advanced so swiftly? Just a few days ago, the external team seemed rather weak, none capable of putting up a fight. How did you suddenly take off? Lin Yu nods in agreement, explaining, "Brother Yang, you're indeed correct. Initially, we did not anticipate such rapid progress. After striking level 1 crystal cores, the combat players in our camp experienced a meteoric rise in levels, skyrocketing within days. In just 2 or 3 days, we unlocked level 2 crystal cores, and shortly thereafter, we reached level 3. Chapter 60. Still level 4 crystal cores. Upon hearing this, Xinyang understands the situation clearly. He nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, "It appears that combat-oriented players, with the support of crystal core mines, are leveling up at an astonishing pace." Lin Yu chuckled softly, a flicker of envy glinting in his eyes. "Brother Yang, although our camp is developing rapidly, it still pales in comparison to your mech. Your machine is simply an invincible entity, effortlessly dispatching even B-level bosses. While the combat players in our camp may boast high levels, their equipment and skills remain lacking." Xinyang waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, "No matter how formidable the mech, it ultimately relies on skill and strategy." Lin Yu quickly grasped the underlying truth. Indeed, the crux lies in Brother Yang's exceptional maneuvering. As Xinyang and Lin Yu ventured deeper into the mine, the dim lights illuminated the walls, where the crystal core ores shimmered with a faint blue glow. Lin Yu's face lit up with surprise. "Brother Yang, this is a level 4 crystal core." His voice trembled, clearly astonished by the unexpected discovery. "A level 4 crystal core," Xinyang murmured softly. Yet his heart did not share Lin Yu's exuberance. He had anticipated finding a level 5 core here, only to be met with a level 4 instead. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was completely immersed in excitement, gesticulating wildly as he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, we've struck gold. A level 4 crystal core. If I mine this for a day, my experience points will surely soar." Xinyang cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "The previous layer contained a level 4 crystal core. Did you not notice upon entering?" Lin Yu paused momentarily before nodding. "No, I followed closely behind you the entire time." Just as Xinyang pondered whether to delve into the 8th level of the mine, he was suddenly interrupted by Lin Yu's voice. "Yang, Yiqing Yuan has sent a message." Lin Yu's tone was somewhat urgent, clearly indicating an emergency. Xinyang was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had previously disabled private chat permissions, which explained why Yiqing Yuan had been unable to contact him. He swiftly restored his friend privileges and indeed discovered several unread messages from Yiqing Yuan. "Xinyang, where are you? Something has happened on my end." Yiqing Yuan's voice came through the communicator, tinged with anxiety. "I am in the 7th level of the mine, having just dealt with a B-level boss," Xinyang replied solemnly. What is the situation on your side? Yi Qingyuan took a deep breath and rapidly explained. I inadvertently triggered a horde of zombies in the B-level area, numbering at least 1,000 B-level zombies, along with 2 bosses. I am making my way back, but they are moving too swiftly. I may not hold out much longer. Chen Yang's brow furrowed as he quickly assessed the situation in his mind. With 1,000 B-level zombies and 2 bosses, even in his current mech state, a direct confrontation would likely not end well. Moreover, Yi Qingyuan was currently being pursued by the horde, placing her in a dire predicament. Yi Qingyuan's voice crackled through the communicator, her tone urgent and tense. Qinyang, I am still a distance from the camp. These zombies cannot match my speed, and I have prepared my defenses. However, I fear you may still be in the mine. And there are no high-tier forces on the city wall. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's heart tightened, and he promptly responded, I will hurry back immediately. Do your utmost to hold off the horde and prevent them from reaching the camp. Having finished speaking, Chen Yang swiftly shut off the communicator and turned to Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, you continue mining here and be cautious. I must return to the camp to assist Yi Qingyuan. Lin Yu nodded, though a tinge of concern flickered in his eyes, yet he resolutely replied, Brother Yang, you can go with peace of mind. I will be careful. Without further delay, Chen Yang dashed towards the exit of the mine. His footsteps were rapid, his mind racing with strategies for the impending situation. The tunnels of the mine receded swiftly behind him. Upon bursting out of the mine, Chen Yang immediately reinstalled 376mm anti-aircraft guns onto the city wall. The mechanical arms of the artillery swiftly unfolded, adjusting their barrels to aim at the distant wilderness. Time to rendezvous with Yi Qingyuan, Chen Yang murmured to himself, before summoning his mech. The power system of the mech roared to life as Chen Yang maneuvered it towards the Blood Moon. Along the way, he traversed the dense E-level forest, where trees were effortlessly pushed aside by the colossal figure of the mech. He entered the D-level outer wasteland, where the winds and sands howled, yet the mech's progress remained unfazed. Soon, Chen Yang beheld the iconic sight of the Blood Moon Rift, a massive crimson fissure stretching across the horizon, as if the very sky had been torn asunder. Without hesitation, he plunged into the sea-level corrosive swamp. The toxic fumes had negligible effects on the mech, yet Chen Yang remained on high alert. Just as he was about to cross through the corrosive swamp, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, moving at an astonishing speed. Chen Yang focused intently and realized it was none other than Yi Qingyuan. Her figure agilely traversed the marsh, pursued relentlessly by a horde of zombies. A dark mass surging forth like an overwhelming tide. Qinyang. Yi Qingyuan also spotted the mech, a flicker of joy illuminating her face, quickly replaced by trepidation. Be careful. There are 2 boss behind us. Chen Yang nodded, swiftly maneuvering the mech toward the threat. As he approached Yi Qingyuan, he keenly observed the swarm of the undead. Indeed, among the tide, 2 colossal boss figures stood out conspicuously. Though their speed was inferior to Yi Qingyuan's, they exuded a formidable sense of pressure. System announcement. In the territory of the Wind of Vigilance, high-level zombies have entered the low-level zombie area. Chaos in the low-level area in 5 minutes. Low-level zombies will commence an assault. All players, please prepare for defense. He drew forth a Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage upon the horde, momentarily slowing their advance. Once Yi Qingyuan passed through the Blood Moon Rift, he too swiftly followed her. He longed to summon a turret to reap a harvest of destruction, but reconsidered upon sighting the 2 boss zombies. As long as they reached the vicinity of the camp, the slaughter could commence. Guiding the mech, Chen Yang swiftly returned with Yi Qingyuan to the camp. The 376mm anti-aircraft guns atop the city walls stood ready, their shells raining down like a deluge, exploding into brilliant yet deadly blossoms amid the tide of zombies. With each detonation, swathes of the undead were torn asunder, black blood splattering in every direction. The 2 B-grade boss zombies, rugged and resilient, gradually succumbed to the relentless barrage, their bodies becoming increasingly battered. In mere minutes, the once mighty horde was thoroughly vanquished. Chen Yang activated the mech and gracefully descended from the cockpit, while Yi Qingyuan approached him, her face alight with excitement. Observing her demeanor, Chen Yang surmised that she had undoubtedly stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 61. Your true talent must be luck, with a hint of playful sarcasm in his voice. Chen Yang remarked, Yi Qingyuan, that expression of yours doesn't suggest you've uncovered a treasure, does it? It seems to have incited a frenzy among the zombies across the entire region. Yi Qingyuan bit her lip, her gaze momentarily evasive, as if feeling a touch of embarrassment. After a brief hesitation, she finally retrieved a chest emanating a faint blue glow from her backpack. Instantly captivated, Chen Yang's pupils constricted slightly. An A-grade chest? Where did you acquire this? I found it. It's a wild A-grade boss chest. Yiqing Yuan replied. Are you trying to amuse a child? Qin Yang retorted incredulously. Yiqing Yuan scratched her head, her tone a mix of pride and a hint of guilt. Well, actually, I discovered an unformed A-grade boss zombie embryo. There weren't any elite zombies guarding it, so I managed to take care of it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly, his tone laced with a blend of exasperation and disbelief. You effortlessly obtained an A-grade chest and inadvertently triggered a zombie uprising across the entire region? Yiqing Yuan let out a nervous chuckle, attempting to justify her actions. Well, it wasn't entirely easy. Although the embryo was fully developed, it was still quite formidable. I really exerted a considerable effort to defeat it. As for the zombie uprising, I never anticipated it would escalate to such proportions. Qin Yang remarked, your true talent lies in sheer luck, doesn't it? He opened the chat channel to gauge his reputation, only to find it inundated with complaints regarding the territorial chaos instigated by the Watcher's domain, subtly berating the so-called 9,527 master. This Watcher's territory is utterly unreliable, provoking high-level zombies to invade low-level areas, causing us all to suffer the consequences. Indeed, I wonder what that 9527 master was thinking. Now look, the low-level area is in complete disarray. Perhaps he did it intentionally, wanting to make things difficult for us smaller teams, seizing every opportunity to strike at my vulnerabilities. Qin Yang observed the barrage of complaints in the chat channel, shaking his head in resignation, though a slight smirk crept onto his lips, tinged with playful sarcasm. Yiqing Yuan, standing beside him, noticed Qin Yang's expression and felt a twinge of guilt, knowing it was her fault. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, bemused that these teams could not possibly handle sea-level zombies at this stage. They were merely looking for a chance to undermine him. With that, he turned his gaze toward the A-level treasure chest in Yiqing Yuan's hands, which emanated a soft blue glow, his eyes brimming with envy. All right, enough about them. Hurry and open your precious treasure chest. I'm quite curious to see what delightful items your fortunate hands will unveil. Encouraged by Qin Yang's enthusiasm, Yiqing Yuan became intrigued as she carefully cradled the chest in her hands. She deliberately slowed down her movements, first gently tapping the treasure chest while murmuring, treasure chest. Treasure chest, grant me a magnificent surprise. Qin Yang, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her trying to soothe the chest's emotions before opening it. Stop stalling and just open it already, he urged. Yiqing Yuan shot him a glance, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted the lid of the chest. In an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted from within, blindingly bright and difficult to behold. Both Qin Yang and Yiqing Yuan instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. As the brilliance began to fade slightly, they eagerly turned their gazes towards the contents of the chest. There, nestled inside, lay a uniquely designed dagger, its blade shimmering with a cold light, as if it were narrating its extraordinary nature. The hilt of the dagger was adorned with a blue gemstone, emanating an air of mystery. Yiqing Yuan shared the dagger's attributes with Qin Yang. Blade of Slaughter, level, SS, type, dagger, attack power, 15. 000, special trait, attacks inflict 2 additional strikes, slaughter trait, accumulates attack damage, instantly slaying the target upon reaching its current health limit. This is SS level. Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising by several octaves, filled with envy and admiration. He leaned in for a closer look, noting its type as a dagger and its traits as goodness. This was truly an indispensable artifact for killing, looting, and leveling up. As he listened to Qin Yang ramble on, Yiqing Yuan asked, Rapper? Though I may have spoken hastily, this seems rather outrageous. Given the time to accumulate damage, even an SSS-level boss could be vanquished by you. What are you thinking? Is it truly so effortless to stack damage? While Qin Yang was still marveling at Yiqing Yuan's S-level dagger, Lin Yu hurried over, his face a mixture of urgency and excitement. Brother Yang, we must swiftly recruit more villagers for mining. Lin Yu gasped, catching his breath. It was then that Qin Yang remembered, having been preoccupied with battles and exploration. He had entirely forgotten about upgrading the cabin and recruiting villagers. He slapped his forehead, feeling a twinge of regret as he remarked, I nearly overlooked this. Our cabin hasn't even been upgraded yet. Qin Yang accessed the system interface to review his resource reserves. Without hesitation, he opted for an upgrade, spending 900,000 points worth of materials to elevate the cabin from its previous lowly state to level 20. Luxurious cabin upgraded to level 20. It has now transformed into a villa, Level 1. New features. Eternal air conditioning automatically adjusts temperature, adapts to any environment. New features. Eternal power system, unlimited electricity. No concerns about energy issues. New features. Danger detection system, detects threats within a 1,000-meter radius of the villa. New. Farmland. Current villagers available for recruitment. 10, subsequently. He summoned 10 mechanical villagers, assigned them numbers, and set them to work in the mines. Lin Yu observed Qin Yang's actions. A hint of confusion in his voice as he inquired, Brother Yang, aren't our resources quite ample? Why did you stop upgrading the villa? If you elevated a few more levels, you might unlock additional functionalities. Qin Yang shook his head and explained with a smile. It's not that I don't wish to upgrade. Rather, the subsequent enhancements require 5-level crystal cores. I plan to accumulate 10 million points and upgrade the mech directly. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 million points. Qin Yang chuckled. Do you believe it's difficult to earn 10 million by selling 4-level crystal cores? However, we must act swiftly. These combat-oriented individuals can quickly amass experience through crystal cores and need to sell them promptly. Once they secure their professions, the mining speed will likely surge and prices will plummet. Each sale of a crystal core feels like arming the enemy, yet not selling is not an option. Chapter 62. Snowfall. Qin Yang stood at the entrance of the 8th level of the mine. Minutes later, he arrived at the 9th level. A-level zombies. Yet the crystal core mine remained at level 4. Qin Yang murmured to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. He had initially anticipated a 5th-level crystal core mine on the 9th level, but reality had left him somewhat disheartened. Weighing the benefits against the risks, he decided to refrain from provoking the A-level boss on the 10th level. Never mind, I'll just take it easy. Qin Yang shrugged and turned to leave the mine. On the 18th day, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. System announcement. Temperature dropping. Thermal suits have been prepared for the player community. Thermal suit maintains body temperature for 6 hours. Qin Yang stood at the entrance of the villa in the camp, watching the snowflakes fall, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This weather is perfect for hot pot, he mused, before turning back inside. The temperature within the villa is impeccably regulated by the everlasting air conditioning. Qin Yang sits at the table, where a pot of steaming hot pot is placed before him. He picks up a slice of tender meat, briefly immerses it in the broth, and then dips it in the sauce before contentedly savoring it. Brother Yang, your life is extraordinarily comfortable, Lin Yu remarks as he pushes the door open and sees Qin Yang leisurely enjoying his meal. Qin Yang chuckles and gestures towards the seat across from him. Come, join me. Lin Yu, without hesitation, takes a seat and begins to feast heartily. Between mouthfuls, he exclaims, Brother Yang, my mining efficiency has significantly improved today. I can match the output of 10 robots single-handedly. According to the camp's previous rules, I will turn in 90% of the crystal cores. Qin Yang nods approvingly. You've done well, but I will only take 50%. Keep the rest for yourself. He cannot utilize it for upgrades, as having so many would be of no use at the current mining rate. He could amass 10 million points to upgrade the mecha by tomorrow. Lin Yu, taken aback, responds, You're too generous, boss. Qin Yang replies, All right, eat up, but remain calm. Neither of us needs the crystal cores for upgrades. Having so many is pointless, as the high-grade cores surpass the low-tier ones in value. As Lin Yu continues to dip his meat, he cannot help but chuckle. Brother Yang, do you think Sister Qingyuan will stir up any trouble today? Qin Yang picks up a piece of beef, dips it in the sauce, and shakes his head with a smile. Who knows? Her luck is simply extraordinary. However, if she were to cause any significant disturbances, our camp's reputation may suffer further. Lin Yu chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Yang, do you think she possesses a bit of that lucky constitution? Perhaps we could discreetly follow her to fortune. Just as Qin Yang was about to respond, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. He looked up to see Yi Qingyuan stepping in, her clothes dusted with a few snowflakes, her complexion somewhat pale, clearly indicating that her thermal suit had failed. What are you two discussing about me? Yi Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of danger. Lin Yu instantly froze, nearly dropping his chopsticks. He forced a couple of nervous laughs and quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be engrossed in the hot pot. And nothing much. We were just discussing the day's mining progress. Qin Yang, however, remained composed and greeted Yi Qingyuan with a smile. You're just in time. The hot pot has just begun to boil. Come and warm yourself up. Yi Qingyuan approached the table, casting a glance at Lin Yu before letting out a light huff. Two grown men gossiping from a distance, yet still buzzing about me. Lin Yu immediately broke into a cold sweat, hastily waving his hands. I was merely praising your good fortune. You always manage to turn danger into safety. Yi Qingyuan rolled her eyes, too apathetic to argue with him. She sat down and placed a piece of meat into the pot to cook, casually asking, "What were you two just talking about? You weren't bad-mouthing me again, were you?" Qinyang chuckled, teasing, "How could we dare? We were merely discussing your impressive maneuver from yesterday. It was truly earth-shattering. By the way, you didn't happen to find any more A-grade treasure chests today, did you?" Yi Qingyuan pursed her lips, expressing a hint of exasperation. "Today, I did not stumble upon any treasure chests. However, my thermal suit has failed, severely diminishing my operational efficiency. Fire-type players have become quite the coveted asset." On the 19th day, the snowfall intensified compared to the previous day, and the temperature continued to plummet. Qinyang stood by the villa's window, gazing at the vast expanse of white outside, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. "This weather is indeed becoming increasingly frigid," he murmured. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Thermal suit effectiveness diminished, duration reduced to 4 hours. Players, please be mindful of your warmth. The diminished effectiveness of the thermal suit signified that players would face greater restrictions in their actions, particularly for close combat players like Yi Qingyuan, whose combat capabilities would be significantly hampered once the suit failed. At that moment, the villa door creaked open gently, and Yi Qingyuan entered, a few snowflakes clinging to her attire. "Qinyang, the duration of the thermal suit has been shortened again. This is particularly unfriendly for players with high operational demands like myself," she remarked with a hint of reproach in her tone. Qinyang nodded, about to respond when he suddenly heard the system notification sound once more. "The Eternal Snail has returned, bringing you 2 S-grade experience elixirs and an A-grade equipment piece." He paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. The little snail had returned, bearing impressive spoils. Qinyang accessed the system interface to inspect the items the snail had retrieved. 2 S-grade experience elixirs, each providing a staggering 10 billion experience points, were worth saving until he could reach level 25 before using them. As for the A-grade equipment, it was a fire-type cloak, boasting commendable attributes. Blazing Cloak, level A, type, cloak, attribute, movement speed increased by 120, special feature, automatically adjusts the surrounding temperature, immune to cold effects, upon reviewing its attributes. Qinyang realized that this cloak was exquisitely tailored for Yi Qingyuan. Its immunity to cold effects perfectly addressed the issue of the thermal suit's ineffectiveness. He turned and handed the cloak to Yi Qingyuan, his expression grim as he said, "Please keep your distance. It affects my little snail." "How could I possibly affect your little snail?" Yi Qingyuan inquired. He maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "This equipment was originally meant for me. Yet it seems that whatever you need, it appears for you." As he walked towards the door, he continued, "What a waste." He planned to upgrade his A-level mech, hoping that the Blood Moon wouldn't conjure any unforeseen complications this time. Chapter 63. The second Blood Moon. Qinyang decisively listed all the level 4 crystal cores he had acquired from the machine villagers and Linyu over the past few days on the trading channel. He successfully garnered 10 million points. 10, 240, 000. Without hesitation, he spent 10 million points to exchange for a level 5 core. As the level 5 core materialized in his hands, Qinyang's heart brimmed with anticipation. Mech upgrade in progress. The system notification echoed as the surface of the mech erupted in a brilliant radiance, the light cascading outward like a surging tide. Minutes later, the brilliance gradually faded, revealing a brand new A-level mech standing proudly before Qinyang. Mecha, Eternal Mecha, Primary Mecha, A-Class, Energy Value, Infinite, Life Value, 500, 000 500, 000, Defense, 50, 000, Attack Power, 30, 000-60, 000, Abilities, Basic Melee Attack, Energy Shield, Turret Summon, Guardian, Weapon Module, Shoulder Cannon, for meter-long Greatsword. Flight Module, Eternal Trait, removes energy value limitations, no need for crystal core summoning and charging. The mecha's appearance is strikingly imposing, with intricate patterns and lines adorning its previously heavy armor, while its height remains unchanged. A pair of magnificent thrusters, uniquely designed, is mounted on its back. The original Gatling gun has been replaced by a formidable shoulder cannon, its barrel both robust and elongated, exuding a chilling aura. Beside the mecha, a 4-meter-long greatsword stands firmly in the ground, its blade shimmering with a frosty gleam, as if narrating its extraordinary legacy. Qinyang, filled with exhilaration, approached the mecha. which responded with a gentle glow emanating from its core, enveloping him in its light. In the next moment, he found himself securely nestled within the cockpit of the mecha. Cockpit connected, consciousness synchronization complete, flight mode, low-altitude flight, consuming 1% energy per minute in an instant. A plethora of data and control interfaces for the mecha materialized in Chunyang's mind. Eager to explore the new functionalities, he excitedly commanded the mecha to activate the thrusters. The thrusters have been activated. Flight mode initiated. He engaged the flight module, and the thrusters behind the mech erupted with powerful flames, propelling it into the air with remarkable swiftness, gliding smoothly at a low altitude. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chunyang exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. He deftly maneuvered the mech in midair, ascending slightly at times and turning sharply at others, reveling in the thrill of flight. This is utterly insane. Yi Qingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Chunyang, I declare you invincible. Truly, such a monstrous machine is disheartening to behold. Chunyang, piloting the upgraded A-class Eternal Mech, soared through the skies, intoxicated by the exhilarating freedom and mastery of power. He skillfully navigated the mech back, landing with precision at the camp. Upon descent, he strode towards the massive 4-meter-long sword resting quietly on the ground, grasping the hilt and effortlessly drawing it forth. Eternal Greatsword. Attack grants an additional 20 armor penetration. As he beheld the gleaming sword radiating a cold light, a surge of fervor ignited within him, and he was eager to test its might. Yi Qingyuan, come, let us venture towards the Blood Moon. I am eager to see how many strikes these zombies can endure. Chunyang brandished the great sword, his face alight with excitement. Yi Qingyuan feigned interest in the blazing cloak that Chunyang had given her, not lifting her gaze as she replied, let us discuss this tomorrow. Last time, it nearly cost me dearly. If it behaves unscrupulously and the Blood Moon transforms again, we could find ourselves in grave peril. I have no desire to take such risks. I wish to extend my days a little longer. Chunyang shook his head in resignation. Though his heart was restless with anticipation, he could not force Yi Qingyuan. He sheathed his great sword, deciding to wait until tomorrow to unleash a fierce assault on the horde of zombies before embarking on any exploration. He opened the hatch and gently descended to the ground. Suddenly, his stomach growled, reminding him that he had yet to consume anything substantial. Very well, I shall not rush to Blood Moon. Instead, I will catch a chicken tonight. After arranging for the snail's 120-hour journey, Chunyang felt a flicker of excitement. He settled onto the sofa in the villa and opened the chat channel, eager to peruse the activities of other players. The chat was abuzz with lively discussions about the recent weather changes and the movements of the zombies. As he casually scrolled through, one particular message caught his attention. Brothers, I managed to acquire an S-grade experience elixir with a level 1 crystal core for the traveling snail, instantly leveling up to 20. I even unlocked the Dave class, capable of cultivating aggressive plants. It's simply exhilarating. Upon reading this, the chat exploded with enthusiasm. What? A level 1 crystal core and an S-grade experience elixir? What kind of luck is that? Has a sage emerged in the support class? Is the spring of support classes finally upon us? Chunyang observed these messages, feeling a twinge of envy. A level 1 crystal core and S-grade items seem incongruous. He sighed and closed the chat channel, pondering whether the snail's return would bring him some delightful surprises as well. Time swiftly approached noon on the 20th day, as the snow outside fell thicker and the temperature continued to plummet. Chunyang stood before the window, gazing at the vast expanse of white. The effectiveness of his insulated suit had diminished to a mere 2 hours, and a frost-laden aura enveloped the zombies, slowing the surrounding players. Warning, a super blood moon is imminent. The system's alert echoed suddenly, igniting a spark of excitement in Chunyang. Blood Moon arrival time. Tonight, zombie enhancement. 50, zombie composition. Tonight, there will be 10, 000 D-class zombies, 1, 000 C-class zombies, and a singular C-class boss that will relentlessly attack. Notice, during the Blood Moon, sleep will be impossible. When the Blood Moon rises in the camp, joining other players' camps will be prohibited. The attack power and movement speed of the zombies will significantly increase. All players are advised to prepare. Following tonight, an ice and snow festival event will commence. Furthermore, the zombies will evolve once more. Super Blood Moon. Notice, with the onset of the Blood Moon, the system presents 3 options to players. 1. Boost. Double the number of zombies. Double the rewards. 2. Lighten. Spend 1. 000 points to have the number of zombies. 3. Normal. No changes. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang chose the boost option. Choice confirmed. Boost. The number of zombies has doubled. 20,000 D-class zombies, 2,000 C-class zombies, and 1 B-class boss. The rewards have also doubled. The kill rewards are doubled. Tonight, zombies will emerge at a rate of 102. Qin Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Tonight is a fish pond game. Chapter 64. The speed of zombie emergence far exceeds the speed of elimination. Qin Yang and Yiqing Yuan stood atop the city wall. The cold wind mingling with snowflakes struck their faces, and a chilling aura permeated the air. Yiqing Yuan donned the flame cloak, which fluttered gently in the snowstorm, seemingly warming the surrounding atmosphere. Gripping the blade of execution tightly in her hands, her eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. With the number of zombies doubled tonight, let me take on more of them, she murmured, her gaze sweeping across the dimming horizon. Qin Yang nodded, a confident smile playing on his lips. That depends on one's skill. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Qin Yang to shiver involuntarily, pulling his neck into his collar. This damned weather is unbearably cold. Yiqing Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, teasingly remarking, why aren't you in the villa instead of standing here with me? Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it to show off? Who knew it would be so cold after standing here for a while? He rubbed his hands together and glanced at the still tranquil wilderness in the distance, where zombies had yet to appear. Lin Yu stood at the entrance of the mine, looking up at Yiqing Yuan and Qin Yang on the city wall, silently sighing. He tightened his grip on the mining pick, silently encouraging himself, I must reach level 20 tonight. Qin Yang quickly turned and slipped down from the city wall, hastening back to the villa. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and he let out a deep sigh of relief as he reclined comfortably on the sofa. The villa truly is a haven, Qin Yang mused. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Yiqing Yuan remained quietly poised, awaiting the arrival of the zombies. She glanced up at the sky, where the blood moon was beginning to reveal its silhouette, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the camp. That guy, Qin Yang. Wouldn't he really have fallen asleep in the villa, would he? Yiqing Yuan murmured to herself. Just then, a dark mass suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Her gaze sharpened instantly, and she tightened her grip on the dagger. The zombie horde surged towards the camp like a relentless tide of darkness. Yiqing Yuan took a deep breath, leaping from the city wall and landing deftly on the ground. The cloak billowed in the frigid winds, and she darted towards the swarm of zombies like a bolt of red lightning. Inside the villa, Qin Yang also heard the commotion outside. He sprang up from the sofa, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The V finally arrived. He dashed out of the villa and activated the mech suit, the cockpit-esque glow enveloping him. In the next moment, Qin Yang was seated within the mech-esque cockpit, a slight smile gracing his lips as he maneuvered the machine out of the camp, targeting only the zombies that came within 5 meters of the city wall. With a sudden maneuver, the mech soared into the sky, gripping the eternal greatsword tightly as it dove towards the horde of zombies. Amidst the howling wind and snow, Qin Yang's mech resembled a silver lightning bolt, cleaving through the blood-red night. Deep within the mine, Lin Yu continued to excavate, while keeping a watchful eye on his experience bar. Just a little more, just a fraction. Lin Yu felt a surge of impatience, his hands moving ever faster. Each swing of the eternal greatsword in Qin Yang's grasp summoned a tempest of blood and carnage. As the blade glimmered, dozens of zombies fell like wheat before a scythe, limbs and remains flying in every direction. Exhilaration surged through him as he let out a hearty laugh. The thrusters on his mech erupted with searing flames, propelling him skyward, performing a mid-air somersault. He brought the greatsword crashing down once more, cleaving another wave of zombies in two. Meanwhile, Yiqing Yuan darted gracefully across the ground. Her executioner's blade wielded like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each strike precisely reaping the lives of the undead. Her figure flickered in and out among the throng of zombies, her cloak billowing in the frigid gusts, akin to a dancing flame. The intensity of battle rapidly drained her stamina, reluctant to resort to her abilities, which would leave her waiting for recovery after mere minutes. Yiqing Yuan gritted her teeth and retrieved a vial of restorative potion from her backpack, tilting her head back to gulp it down. A refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, slightly revitalizing her condition. That guy, truly insufferable. She glanced up at Qin Yang in the sky, unable to suppress a quiet retort. His mech, a relentless machine of slaughter, effortlessly tore through the zombies as if they were mere paper. He did not even employ shoulder cannons, relying solely on melee attacks. He had already slowed the advance of the zombie horde. With a resounding crash, Qin Yang swung his sword down, cleaving the ground and clearing the surrounding zombies in an instant. He maneuvered his mech to land firmly, the great sword angled towards the earth. Gazing ahead, the rate at which these undead were spawning was insufficient for my slaughter. Grade B boss, it is your time to shine, is it not? Qin Yang murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. As if in response to his words, a colossal Grade B boss emerged, enveloped in thick frost, each of its steps causing the ground to tremble slightly. A faint smile crept upon Chun Yang's lips as the thrusters on his mech roared back to life, propelling him towards the Grade B boss. The Grade B boss let out a furious roar, its massive fist crashing down towards Qin Yang. Without flinching or retreating, Qin Yang met the assault with his greatsword. With a thunderous clang, the fist of the Grade B boss was forcefully blocked by the sword. Qin Yang's mech staggered back a step, but quickly regained its footing. Is that all the strength you possess? Qin Yang scoffed coldly, channeling his power into the greatsword. He repelled the Grade B boss's fist. Seizing the momentum, he spun around, sweeping the greatsword across, which struck the Grade B boss's waist. With a gruesome sound, a deep gash was carved into the boss's midsection, dark blood gushing forth. Despite the deep wound from which black blood continued to flow, the Grade B boss showed no signs of collapse. Instead, it unleashed a deafening roar, its eyes turning a blood-red hue. The frosty armor covering its body began to crack, revealing the grotesque muscles beneath. Its form seemed to swell once more, its aura becoming increasingly ferocious. A state of frenzy? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, a smile blooming at the corners of his mouth. Now this was intriguing. Without hesitation, he plunged the eternal greatsword into the ground, the blade embedding itself deeply, emitting a resonant thrum. Chun Yang's mech arms quivered, and the thrusters on his back erupted with blazing flames, propelling him towards the boss like a cannonball. Come now, let us engage in close combat. Qin Yang growled as the iron fist of his mech crashed violently against the boss's chest. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Chun Yang's fist indented the boss's torso, yet it did not falter. Instead, it swung its colossal fist towards the head of Qin Yang's mech. Chapter 65, just for fun. Qin Yang swiftly raised the other arm of his mech, bracing against the onslaught. The tremendous impact caused his mech to sink slightly, the ground cracking beneath the force. Quite a strength indeed. Qin Yang chuckled coldly, and with a sudden surge of power, he pushed the boss's fist aside. Seizing the moment, he sidestepped, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the boss's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of consecutive blows rang out as the boss staggered backward, dark blood spewing from its mouth. Yet it still stood, unleashing an even more furious roar, its arms suddenly converging in an attempt to envelop Chun Yang's mech. You wish to embrace me? You are sorely mistaken. Qin Yang scoffed, reactivating his mech's thrusters, swiftly retreating to evade the boss's grasp. He swiftly executed a dive, the iron fist of his mech crashing forcefully against the boss's knee. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the boss's knee shattered under Qin Yang's blow, its body instantly losing balance and kneeling on one knee. It was over. Qin Yang let out a low growl, both fists of the mech simultaneously swinging forth to strike the boss's head with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as Qin Yang's iron fist obliterated the boss's skull, dark blood and shattered flesh splattering in all directions. The creature's body swayed a few times before finally collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Standing beside the boss's lifeless form, Qin Yang noticed the black blood still dripping from the fists of his mech. He took a deep breath, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that was a battle. In the distance, Yiqing Yuan observed this scene. Unable to suppress a shake of her head, she had come to terms with the fact that one could not compare human prowess to that of a wall-mounted figure. Just as Qin Yang was about to check the system rewards, he suddenly noticed a notification popping up on his communication panel. The Super Blood Moon Fastest Zombie Territory Kill ranking has been opened. Current rankings: First place, Casual Play Territory, Kill Time, 59 minutes. Second place, Windwatch Territory, Kill Time, 1 hour 13 minutes. Qin Yang frowned, a sense of foreboding surging within him. He quickly accessed his territory information, only to find his kill time shockingly placed in third at 1 hour 13 minutes. What was happening? I was certain I had been swift. Qin Yang felt a twinge of regret as he realized that his failure to deploy the turret against the zombies had prolonged the time taken to eliminate them. Had he known, he would have commanded the turret to engage as well. He shook his head in remorse. The system's reward settlement soon arrived. As the Lord has not set a distribution ratio, the system will automatically allocate rewards based on contribution rates. Qinyang, 60. Yi Qingyuan, 30. Linyu, 10. Logistical personnel receive a fixed 10. A cascade of reward notifications appeared before Qinyang. Qinyang received 1 B-grade boss chest. Yi Qingyuan received 1 C-grade boss chest. Linyu received 1 D-grade chest. Total kills, 20. 600 D-grade zombies, 2. 060 C-grade zombies, 1 B-grade boss. After proportional distribution, Qinyang received 0.72,000, experience 660,000. Yi Qingyuan received 0.36,000, experience 330,000. Linyu received 0.12,000, experience 110,000. Gazing at these rewards, Qinyang felt a slight sense of equilibrium. Although he did not secure the additional reward for the fastest kill, the bounty was still substantial, particularly the B-grade boss chest, which piqued his anticipation. It seemed imperative to enhance his efficiency next time. Qinyang silently resolved to improve. In the distance, Yi Qingyuan approached and, noticing Qinyang's expression, couldn't help but tease. "What's the matter? Feeling a bit down for not clinching first place?" Qinyang shrugged and said helplessly, "Perhaps a little, had I known earlier. I would have let the artillery attack together." Yi Qingyuan shook her head and chuckled. "You're already on the sidelines, yet you remain so greedy? You don't understand. The distinction between having the capability but not seizing the opportunity and lacking the ability entirely is significant. However, Qinyang pondered that based on the rewards from the last encounter, it should at least be an A-level boss treasure chest. He began to peruse the chat channel, which was bustling with activity, as nearly everyone was engrossed in discussions about the casual play territory. Messages scrolled by at an astonishing pace, compelling Qinyang to slow down and meticulously read each one. The prowess of the big shots in the casual play territory is truly remarkable. It concluded in just 59 minutes. Such speed is simply outrageous. It is rumored that this esteemed player is a summoner and was the first to discover the camp token. Their luck and strength are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, I have a friend in the casual play territory who mentioned that this player has already awakened their profession and can now command an army of undead. Any zombies slain by them transform into loyal minions. Goodness, that is utterly unfathomable. An army of undead? Doesn't that mean the more they fight, the more they accumulate? No wonder they can progress so swiftly. With the assistance of an undead army, the zombies are hardly a challenge. It seems that the esteemed 9527 from the Wind of Vigilance is faltering. Why haven't these large teams taken the field to challenge them yet? Are you Iron Arm or Double Arm? How can you tell they are struggling? They are faster than during the first Blood Moon, currently ranking second. There is still a chance for the casual play territory to take the stage. Let the battle commence. Qinyang closed the chat channel, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "If you little Karami dare to challenge me this time, I shall show no mercy. You must surrender 20 of your fixed assets." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the mine. Linyu burst forth, his face alight with excitement, brandishing a mining pick and exclaiming, "I've reached level 20. The mission has been updated. It's a courage challenge. I need to slay 100 D-class zombies." Qinyang and Yi Qingyuan exchanged glances, Qinyang smiling as he retrieved an aged C-class equipment piece from his backpack. Shadow armor. C-class equipment. Shadow armor. Quality. C-class. Defense. 600. Health bonus. 2000. Special effects. Increases wearer's movement speed by 20. Enhances night invisibility by 50. In pristine condition. Previously owned by a female university student. Qinyang handed the armor to Linyu with a casual tone. Linyu was taken aback, accepting the armor with a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He quickly donned it. The armor conformed to his body, the black material glinting softly under the moonlight, as if merging seamlessly with the night. Yi Qingyuan also produced a D-class versatile short sword from her backpack, offering it to Linyu. Though this short sword is of modest rank, its lightness suits your current combat style perfectly. Linyu grasped the short sword, testing its balance in his hand, feeling it fit comfortably. He nodded, brimming with confidence, declaring, "Thank you both. With this equipment, I am certain I can accomplish the mission." Qinyang patted Linyu on the shoulder, saying, "Let us accompany you to the outer wasteland. You can lure the zombies at your own pace, while we provide support." Chapter 66. The Ice and Snow Festival Activities. The three of them ventured out of the camp and arrived at the desolate outskirts. The cold wind howled across the wilderness, and the distant, occasional growls of zombies added an eerie ambience. Linyu took a deep breath, gripping his short sword tightly as he moved forward. His task was to eliminate 100 D-class zombies. Although he had never faced a zombie before, the presence of Qin Yang and Yiqing Yuan behind him instilled a sense of reassurance. Qin Yang and Yiqing Yuan stood a short distance away, quietly observing Lin Yu's actions. With his arms crossed, Qin Yang appeared relaxed, having already stowed away his mech. Yiqing Yuan leaned against a nearby rock. Lin Yu cautiously approached a solitary zombie, deftly swinging his short sword, which swiftly severed the creature's head. He quickly retreated, creating distance to avoid detection by any other zombies. "Excellent, your movements are clean and precise," Yiqing Yuan remarked in a low voice. Upon hearing Yiqing Yuan's praise, Lin Yu felt a surge of confidence. He continued to navigate the wasteland, dispatching zombies one after another. Although he was not particularly fast, each step was deliberate and error-free. As time progressed, Lin Yu made steady progress on his task. His movements became increasingly adept, and the short sword in his hand danced like a serpent, striking the zombies' vital points with uncanny accuracy. Qin Yang's aloof demeanor began to falter. "Do you want a villa?" he asked. "No need," Qin Yang replied firmly. As Yiqing Yuan inquired, he remained vigilant, casting watchful glances around him. Though he refrained from taking action, his gaze never strayed far from Lin Yu. Should a horde of zombies approach, they would act promptly to ensure Lin Yu's safety. At last, Lin Yu vanquished the final zombie. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, and turned to Qin Yang and Yiqing Yuan, waving his hand triumphantly. "The mission is accomplished." With excitement, Lin Yu dashed back to Qin Yang and Yiqing Yuan, his face alight with a sense of achievement. Breathing heavily, he announced, "The mission is complete. I have acquired 2 professions." Qin Yang, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, which 2 professions?" Lin Yu opened his profession panel, scrutinizing it attentively before responding. "One is goblin, and the other is dwarf." Upon hearing the term goblin, Yiqing Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. She asked, "Isn't goblin a profession related to mining?" Lin Yu nodded, elaborating, "Indeed, the goblin profession comes with a passive skill called natural affinity, which enhances mining efficiency and grants a chance for double rewards." He continued, "The other profession, dwarf, is rather unique. It is said to possess dwarven blood, and it has a skill known as divine descent." "Divine descent?" Yiqing Yuan questioned, her curiosity piqued. "That sounds impressive. What is its specific effect?" Lin Yu examined the skill description closely and explained, "Divine descent is a transformation skill that significantly boosts defense and strength, enlarging the user's physique for a duration, though it consumes a considerable amount of mana." "Do you have a blue bar?" Qin Yang inquired. "No, but selecting it will unlock the battle panel," Lin Yu replied. In a teasing manner, Qin Yang suggested, "Yuzi, heed my advice. If you cannot master the combat system, choose a goblin." Yiqing Yuan, unable to bear witnessing her companion being misled, interjected, "Do not listen to him. He is merely envious." Lin Yu resolutely declared, "I also wish to fight alongside you, so I will choose a dwarf." Qin Yang, feeling rather cold, took Lin Yu by the arm and urged him back. "All right. Let us return and celebrate with a roast Iquan." Upon returning to the villa, Qin Yang procured an Iquan from the farm. He placed it on the grill and skillfully kindled the fire, filling the villa with a delightful aroma. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, his face still illuminated by the thrill of completing the task. He glanced at Qin Yang and then at Yiqing Yuan, unable to contain his curiosity. "Brother Yang, sister Qing Yuan, what did you do before? How come you both seem so formidable?" Qin Yang chuckled. "As for me, I am just an ordinary university student, attending classes, playing games, and spending time in the library. Nothing remarkable." Yiqing Yuan smiled in agreement, adding, "I am also a university student, but I study medicine. My time is mostly consumed by classes and the laboratory. My life is rather monotonous." Lin Yu expressed his surprise. "You are both university students? How is it that you are so skilled? It seems you have adapted to this apocalypse remarkably well." Qin Yang shrugged, his tone casual. "Perhaps it is because I have few ties to hold me back. My parents have long since passed away, leaving only my younger sister at home. After entering the game, I lost contact with her." Upon hearing this, Yiqing Yuan's gaze dimmed slightly, and she softly remarked, "I, too, am without parents. I have only an elder brother who supports my education. He was taken by an old Taoist, a few years my senior, a rather charming old charlatan." Lin Yu remained silent for a moment before quietly stating, "My parents are still alive, but when I entered the game, they were back in our hometown." Yiqing Yuan gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder, offering consolation. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is a tremendous fortune. As for family, as long as they are alive, there will come a day when you are reunited. Qinyang nodded in agreement, smiling as he added, indeed. While the zombie game is brutal, it has brought us together. He then continued, by the way, Yiqing Yuan, you have yet to explain why, amidst the apocalypse. You can be both ruthless and comedic? Yiqing Yuan laughed heartily at this. Ruthless? I prefer to call it decisive. If I weren't decisive, I would have been devoured by zombies long ago. And as for humor, life is already quite bitter. One must seek joy where they can. Besides, aren't you also a comedic fellow? The trio shared a light-hearted moment, their spirits lifted significantly. Qinyang distributed the roasted ikuan among them. And as they feasted and conversed, it seemed they had momentarily forgotten the dire crisis of the outside world. Meanwhile, the system's notification echoed in the ears of all players. The zombie tide has passed. The Ice and Snow Festival event will commence in 1 hour. So please prepare accordingly. Following the event, a significant game update will take place, so stay tuned. Linyu, with his mouth glistening from his meal, inquired, Yang Gu. Qing Yuanjia, what do you think this Ice and Snow Festival event will be like? Will there be any special rewards? Yiqing Yuan shook her head, responding at this moment. No one can say for certain. The system has yet to unveil the event details. However, given that it is a server-wide event, the rewards should be substantial. We must prepare ourselves to avoid any last-minute chaos. Qinyang nodded in agreement, stating, Qing Yuan is right. We need to ensure everything is ready before the event begins. Xiaoyu, please check the warehouse and gather some rations, just in case. Chapter 67. I am human. Linyu patted his chest confidently, declaring, rest assured, Yang good. I will take care of this. I will prepare right after I finish eating. Qinyang smiled, continuing to savor the roasted meat in his hand. He opened the regional chat channel to observe the discussions among other players regarding the Ice and Snow Festival event. As expected, the channel was abuzz with activity. Messages flying rapidly as nearly everyone engaged in conversations about the forthcoming event. Here we go again. Our camp has just finished the zombie tide. Have the guys upstairs not yet allied with a major team? My current team is still relatively weak, 2 hours for one squad. I just happened to be in the last team, worrying from the beginning until now. The Ice and Snow Festival event has sparked curiosity regarding the potential introduction of new bosses or special quests. One wonders whether this occasion will bring forth new equipment or skill books, as the current gear seems increasingly inadequate. It is only logical to anticipate new offerings. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of such an event? However, one must also consider the likelihood of considerable difficulty. Amusingly, will the prominent player, known for casually dominating territory, once again ascend the ranks? It is hardly a question. After all, they are a summoner capable of commanding legions of the undead, making this event undoubtedly their domain. The esteemed player 9527 from the Wind of Vigilance is no slouch either. Perhaps this time they will reclaim their honor. I relish watching these titans compete against one another. As Qinyang observed the lively discussions in the chat, an hour later, a system notification appeared. Ice and Snow Festival announcement has been released. All players must choose a faction within 10 minutes. 1. I am human 2. I am a zombie. It was noted that the choice of the territory lord would determine the faction of all members within the territory. The rules stipulated that the human faction must protect the Snow King statue, while the zombie faction must breach it. Rewards would be distributed according to contribution levels. Chen Yang's screen displayed the system prompt, and as he glanced up at Linyu and Yiqing Yuan, he noticed they too had received the same notification. It seemed a choice was imminent. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he surveyed both individuals. Linyu, without a moment's hesitation, declared, is there even a choice? Of course. I choose human. Protecting the Snow King statue sounds inherently righteous. Upon finishing his words, he noticed that Qin Yang and Yiqing Yuan were regarding him with a peculiar expression. One that blended amusement with a hint of condescension, as if gazing at an innocent child. What are you laughing at? Linyu asked, somewhat perplexed, scratching his head. Was it incorrect to choose humans? Yiqing Yuan chuckled softly and shook her head. Linyu, you are still too young. Such activities are far from simple. Qin Yang chimed in with a smile. Indeed, do you truly believe the system will provide you with a fair selection? Consider the inherent inequities of this offensive and defensive battle. Linyu lowered his head in contemplation, recalling the earlier announcement, murmuring to himself, what is the unfair aspect? Yiqing Yuan nodded, her tone laced with playful irony. Exactly. The offense and defense. Think it over again. Linyu's eyes gradually lit up. I understand now. In an offensive and defensive battle, The defending party typically possesses a geographical advantage, such as walls or traps. However, the system made no mention of these, instead emphasizing the Snow King statue. This implies that the defending side may lack any fortifications and can only rely on players to withstand the onslaught of zombies. Chen Yang shook his head. That's not right. Yi Qingyuan took the lead, continuing, now reflect on what advantages the zombies possess. Lin Yu shook his head. I don't understand. Chen Yang shrugged, his tone casual. The essence of this event is an inherently unfair offensive and defensive battle. The attacking side faces no risks, they simply attack, while the defending side risks their very lives upon failure. Lin Yu suddenly grasped the concept, slapping his forehead. So that's how it is. No wonder you all laugh at me. Choosing the human side truly is a considerable pitfall. Yi Qingyuan added, moreover, the gameplay for the zombie side is much simpler and more straightforward, which suits those of us who prefer direct action. Lin Yu sighed with a hint of resignation after hearing this. So, must we really opt for the zombie side? It feels somewhat against my conscience. Chen Yang chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. If we select the human side, the rewards for winning are substantial, and we won't have to compromise our principles. Yi Qingyuan reassured him. Indeed, Lin Yu. Once you participate in a few more events, you'll come to understand that in this world, survival takes precedence. Suddenly, Yi Qingyuan realized. Chen Yang, have you lost your mind wanting to choose the human side? No, there must be a balancing mechanism or better rewards. With my A-grade mech, I wouldn't dare to take a gamble. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. All right, we'll follow your lead. Lord Chen Yang has chosen the faction. I am human. Territory members Lin Yu and Yi Qingyuan have automatically joined the human faction. The event will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The system's notification chimed once more, and the task panel before the three shifted. Human faction task. Protect the Snow King statue. Task objective. Safeguard the Snow King statue during the event duration. Task reward. Distributed according to contribution. A few minutes later, the trio was teleported to a spacious hall. The hall was teeming with people, estimating around 1,000 to 2,000 individuals, all wearing expressions of tension and unease. The system's prompt echoed once more. Total number of players in the human faction, 2,179. Total number of players in the zombie faction, 7821. The human faction will elect a savior, who will receive a 400 enhancement to all attributes. The savior will be chosen through a vote by players in the human faction. Voting will commence in 5 minutes. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew more tense. The fourfold disparity in numbers weighed heavily on everyone, and while the allure of the savior's 400 enhancement was enticing, it signified the formidable nature of this confrontation, as such a considerable balance of attributes would not be granted without reason. At that moment, a tall man suddenly emerged from the crowd. Clad in resplendent armor and wielding a sword that shimmered with brilliance, he was evidently a player of considerable prowess. Esteemed comrades, he proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the hall. I am Li Zhan, the Lord of the Dragon soaring across the world faction. I trust you are all aware that we are facing a battle that seems almost impossible to win. However, if we unite and select a true leader to guide us in safeguarding the Snow King statue, we have a chance to turn the tide. Chapter 68. The Savior. As his words faded, murmurs erupted among the crowd. What is this dragon soaring across the world? I've never heard of it. Li Zhan continued. My faction ranks among the top 3 in the Valley server, and all 1,500 members of the human faction are from my camp. Upon entering, he allowed his subordinates to comprehend that the majority were merely small encampments. His dominion boasted over 1,500 individuals, while several hundred others were primarily affiliated with the beach servers and the minor camps of the prison server. Some nodded in agreement, while others displayed disdainful expressions. Shortly thereafter, a dozen individuals stepped forward, each fervently campaigning for votes. They were the lords of various encampments, evidently vying for the position of savior. I am Wang Yan, the Lord of Sea King. My team excelled during the previous undead onslaught, and I am confident in leading us to victory in this battle. I am Zhaoing, the Lord of Flowing Light. My team specializes in assassination and surprise attacks. If you choose me, I can guide us to repel the zombies at minimal cost. I am Lu Xing, the Lord of Beach Overlord. My team wields formidable ranged firepower. Select me, and we can suppress the zombie offensive with sheer force. The hall instantly erupted into a cacophony as the lords clamored to speak, endeavoring to persuade the supporters from other encampments to back their bids. As time progressed, the discord grew louder, with some beginning to hurl accusations and mockery at one another. Several lords from the same server began to expose each other's shortcomings. Didn't see your flame wings nearly face annihilation during the last undead wave? How dare you come forth to solicit votes? Humph. Aren't you flowing light merely a band of cowards who excel only in ambushes? Can you stand your ground in open combat? Enough of this bickering. We, the beach overlords, are the most suitable leaders. Despite the commotion, Li Jian did not participate in the bickering. His absolute majority rendered him a formidable presence. He merely stepped forward to expedite the acceptance among his peers. Chen Yang stood aside, observing the unfolding events with a detached demeanor. Yiqing Yuan leaned closer to Chen Yang, whispering, "Are you not inclined to contest for the position of savior?" Chen Yang shook his head, replying with an air of indifference, "It is unnecessary. Li Jian commands an overwhelming majority. All 500 members of his camp will undoubtedly support him. I ponder the futility of striving for a role when my combat attributes remain unenhanced." Lin Yu approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "If they elect an unreliable savior, wouldn't that place us in greater peril?" Chen Yang chuckled softly, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Yu's shoulder. "Rest assured, even if they choose a dubious leader, we possess our own strategies." At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Voting commences. All players are required to make their selection within 1 minute. The clamor in the hall gradually subsided as everyone began to focus on their system panels to cast their votes. Chen Yang, Yiqing Yuan, and Lin Yu also accessed the voting interface. The screen displayed all the candidates for leadership, with a voting button beside each name. Yiqing Yuan glanced at Chen Yang and inquired, "Whom should we vote for?" Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Vote for whomever you wish. The outcome will hardly differ." Lin Yu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed Chen Yang's advice, casting his vote for a random leader. 1 minute later, the system's notification sound echoed once more. Voting ended. The savior has been chosen. Savior, Li Jian, Lord of the Dragon Rising Camp. The savior has received a 400 enhancement to all attributes. In the center of the hall, Li Jian's figure was suddenly enveloped by a dazzling radiance. His aura instantly transformed into an overwhelming force. He raised his longsword high and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your trust. I, Li Jian, vow to safeguard the Snow King statue and repel the onslaught of the undead." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, though some individuals scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Li Jian's declaration. Chen Yang observed Li Jian, a faint smile gracing his lips, and quietly remarked to Yiqing Yuan and Lin Yu, "Well, the show is over. It's time for us to take action." Yiqing Yuan nodded and inquired, "What is your plan?" Chen Yang chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "The plan is quite simple. We shall charge forward recklessly, making the players who choose the undead lament their decision." Lin Yu expressed his confusion, "But there are thousands on the opposing side. Countless skills could easily overwhelm us." Chen Yang shook his head, his tone resolute. "No matter how many little Karamis there are, they are merely numbers." Observing the two lost in thought, Chen Yang added, "I was just teasing you. Why would I lead you to your demise? My intention is to hide the Snow King statue first." With that, Chen Yang turned and made his way toward a corner of the hall. Yiqing Yuan and Lin Yu exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. The atmosphere in the hall abruptly shifted to one of tension as several lords gathered around Li to engage in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Chen Yang discreetly departed the hall with Yiqing Yuan and Lin Yu, evading the bustling players preoccupied with their preparations for battle. They navigated through the crowd, making their way to a secluded corner outside the hall. The wind and snow outside raged fiercely, with the biting cold mingling with swirling snowflakes, infusing the air with a chilling aura of impending conflict. "Shall we not head directly to the Snow King statue?" Lin Yu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Without turning back, Chen Yang replied softly, "Let us find a deserted spot. I will activate the mech and soar there." Yiqing Yuan followed closely behind, a glimmer of understanding crossing her gaze. The trio traversed the camp until they arrived at a remote ruin, far removed from the throngs of people. Surrounding them were dilapidated structures and a thick blanket of snow, clearly untouched for an extended period. "This will do," Chen Yang declared as he halted, surveying the vicinity to ensure their solitude. He swiftly summoned the eternal mech. The cockpit flickered to life, enveloping Chen Yang in a radiant glow. In the next instant, he was securely seated within the cockpit. "You two wait here. I shall return shortly." His voice resonated from the mech, imbued with an unyielding resolve. Yiqing Yuan nodded, pulling Lin Yu aside. "Be careful," she urged. At that moment, the system's notification echoed once more. "The Ice and Snow Festival has officially commenced. The Blood Moon camp's time has been locked. Countdown to the conclusion of the event. 23:59. The Snow King statue has been refreshed. Players from the zombie faction will commence their attack in 10 minutes. Human faction players, please prepare yourselves. Without uttering a word, Chunyang activated the thrusters behind his mech, unleashing a torrent of flames that propelled him into the air. Soaring towards the location marked on the map, the Snow King statue. Amidst the swirling snow, the mech sliced through the crimson night sky like a bolt of silver lightning. The coordinates from the map danced in his mind. The Snow King statue stood in a vast expanse of snow, several kilometers away from the main hall. Chapter 69. A switch in the shadows. Minutes later, Chunyang arrived at his destination. Hovering above, he indeed beheld a towering Snow King statue, standing at an impressive 5 meters. The statue, entirely white, appeared as though sculpted from ice and snow, emanating a soft glow. Surrounding it lay an open expanse of snow, devoid of any cover, clearly designed for the zombie faction's players to easily spot and attack. The system granted no territorial advantage to the defenders. What restrictions would the zombie faction face? He pondered softly. He gently maneuvered the mech to descend, landing steadily beside the Snow King statue. With a light tap of its iron fist against the statue, a muffled sound resonated. The statue was surprisingly sturdy. Chunyang chuckled, then promptly leapt from the mech. He circled the statue, scrutinizing it intently. Though the statue stood tall, its base was rather unstable, evidently a temporary construct of the system. Since the system offered no advantage, I shall create my own, Chunyang murmured, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He returned to the mech, setting aside the greatsword, and maneuvered the mech's arms to securely embrace the base of the Snow King statue. Lift, Chunyang commanded softly, as the mech's arms exerted tremendous force, gradually elevating the statue. In the face of the A-class mech's strength, the statue's weight was trivial. Chunyang guided the mech to move the statue aside, then drew forth the eternal great sword from behind. This task of excavation falls to you, he chuckled, as the great sword plunged into the ground, commencing the digging. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, Chunyang's mech operated tirelessly, the great sword slicing through the earth with remarkable speed. Within minutes, a deep pit several meters in depth emerged in the snow. Chunyang carefully placed the Snow King statue into the pit, then covered it with snow and soil. He even laid a thick layer of snow atop the pit to ensure that no trace would be visible from the surface. All done, Chunyang nodded in satisfaction, before directing the mech to soar back to the location where Yiqing Yuan and Lin Yu awaited. Upon his return, the two approached him eagerly. How did it go? Yiqing Yuan inquired, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chunyang smiled as he leaped from the mech. The statue is well hidden. Now we need to create a fake. A fake? Lin Yu asked, somewhat perplexed. How do we go about that? Chunyang pointed to a nearby ruin. There are some broken stones over there. Let us piece them together and create a small statue. Yiqing Yuan nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. The players from the zombie camp will surely direct their fire towards the false statue, while our true statue remains well hidden from their sight. The trio swiftly commenced their task, transporting stones and snow from the ruins to assemble the decoy statue. Chunyang utilized the eternal greatsword to carve the stones into suitable shapes, while Yiqing Yuan and Lin Yu diligently filled the gaps with snow, ensuring the statue appeared convincingly lifelike. After a flurry of activity, a Snow King statue, standing less than 2 meters tall, emerged before them. Although the craftsmanship was rudimentary, from a distance amidst the swirling snow, it bore a semblance of authenticity. All right, this will suffice, Chunyang said, dusting off the snow from his hands and admiring their creation. Yiqing Yuan glanced at the time and cautioned, they are approaching. We must hasten back. Chunyang nodded, summoning the mech anew, and swiftly led the two back to the hall. Upon their return, the trio's presence had already attracted the attention of other players. No sooner had they entered than several individuals surrounded them, their expressions tinged with suspicion and wariness. Are you from that camp? Where have you been? A burly player inquired first, his tone laced with evident skepticism. Lin Yu felt a surge of anxiety, ready to explain, but Chunyang interjected, casually stating, we went to the restroom. Is that something we need to report? The player, clearly unconvinced, scoffed in disbelief. To the restroom? 3 people together? Are you trying to deceive me? I suspect you wish to ally with the zombies. As his words faded, other players encircled them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Indeed, to suddenly vanish at such a moment and then claim a shortage in numbers raises suspicions. Stop wasting time with them. Apprehend them immediately for interrogation. Yes, we cannot allow them to thwart our grand plans. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Qin Yang intended for Yi Qingyuan to set an example. However, Yi Qingyuan had already taken action. Like a specter, she flashed forward and appeared before the burly player. In a swift motion, her weapon glimmered with cold light, severing the player's arm, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" The player cried out in agony, stumbling backward, his face ashen. The surrounding players were stunned by the scene, retreating a few steps, too fearful to advance. "Anyone who dares speak out will meet the same fate," Yi Qingyuan stated coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the crowd. At that moment, Li Zhan emerged from the throng. His aura was steady, clearly having acclimated to the 400 attribute enhancement. He glanced at Yi Qingyuan and then at the disarmed player, his brow furrowing slightly. "My friend, was that a bit too severe?" Li Zhan spoke in a deep voice, tinged with discontent. Yi Qingyuan shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "Severe? I spared his life. That should suffice as a concession to you." Li Zhan frowned, surveying Qin Yang, Yi Qingyuan, and Lin Yu, before inquiring, "Which camp do you belong to? Why did you suddenly disappear just now?" Lin Yu asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "We are the Guardians of the Wind." "The Guardians of the Wind?" Upon hearing this name, Li Zhan's expression shifted dramatically, his previously tense demeanor softening. "Are you the legendary 9527 from the Land of Vigilance?" he inquired cautiously. Yi Qingyuan did not deny it, merely nodding coldly. "So what if I am?" Li Zhan's countenance quickly became intricate. He clearly did not anticipate that the seemingly delicate woman before him was, in fact, the fabled 9527. The Land of Vigilance was one of the most formidable camps on the Valley server, and 9527, as one of its elite forces, held considerable renown. Although Li Zhan boasted a 400 augmentation, he understood all too well that he may not match Yi Qingyuan's prowess. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially considering that offending her could lead to her aligning with the undead faction, drastically diminishing the human camp's chances of victory. With this thought in mind, Li Zhan swiftly adopted a conciliatory smile. "So it is the esteemed 9527. My subordinate was disrespectful earlier. I sincerely apologize for the offense." Yi Qingyuan scoffed, offering no response. Chapter 70. The Art of Deception. Noticing her silence, Li Zhan quickly continued. "You and your companions must have gone out to survey the surroundings, correct? In times like these, it is indeed essential for experts like you to prepare in advance." Yi Qingyuan regarded him with a sidelong glance and replied indifferently, "It's good that you know. We indeed went to assess the terrain, aiming to avoid unnecessary complications. However, if anyone dares to provoke again, I would not hesitate to send them to meet the zombies." Li Zhan replied expressionlessly, "Rest assured, my esteemed leader, I guarantee that no one will disturb you again." Upon finishing his words, he turned and shouted at the surrounding players, "Listen carefully. The esteemed 9527 is a vital asset to our human faction. Whoever dares to show her disrespect shall not expect me to be courteous." Subsequently, Li Zhan stepped out of the crowd, engaging in a private conversation with his trusted confidant, plotting to eliminate 9527 once the game concluded. The surrounding players lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a word. Qin Yang stood nearby, observing this scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lin Yu exhaled in relief and quietly said to Qin Yang, "Fortunately, the esteemed leader's reputation is formidable. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble just now." Qin Yang chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. "Fear not, as long as I am here. No one dares to lay a finger on you." Meanwhile, the zombie faction players gathered within their territory. Yet the atmosphere was not as tense as that of the human faction. Rather, it appeared somewhat helpless and anxious. Unlike the human faction, the zombie faction was dominated by a camp known as the Fried Chicken Brotherhood, which held sway over the proceedings. "What ridiculous rules! We are restricted from leaving our territory by 5 kilometers? How are we supposed to fight?" exclaimed a tall, lanky zombie player, kicking the zombie beside him in frustration, his face contorted with anger. "Indeed, we originally thought we could charge straight in and wipe out the human faction, but now we can only command zombies to attack." Another player lamented, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. The leader chosen by the zombie faction, the King of Corpses, sat nearby, coldly observing these disgruntled lord players. He exuded an imposing aura. Despite merely attaining a 200 increase in attributes, he still instilled a sense of oppression. "What's all the noise about?" The zombie king suddenly interjected, his voice deep and frigid. "Do not forget, with each human player we eliminate, we shall claim their entire resources. Should they be a lord player, after the event concludes, We will also acquire all the resources from their encampment. The Zombie King's words momentarily quelled the fervor of the players present, though some voiced their discontent. But we do not even know who leads the human faction. What if they possess some enhancements as well? Would we not be at a disadvantage? The Zombie King let out a cold chuckle. Even if they possess enhancements, what of it? The number of zombies far surpasses theirs, provided we manage our forces wisely. The human faction will inevitably be worn down. His declaration rekindled the players' fighting spirit, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was correct. Although we cannot engage directly, the sheer number of zombies is sufficient to overwhelm them. Precisely. As long as we can direct the zombies to concentrate their firepower, the human faction cannot endure for long. The Zombie King nodded in satisfaction, then rose and proclaimed, "Enough. Time is of the essence. Prepare yourselves. In 10 minutes, the Horde shall commence its assault. Remember, our objective is the Snow King statue. Once it is destroyed, victory shall be ours." The human faction? Merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The Zombie King murmured to himself. After calming the ordinary players, he beckoned, and another trusted aide approached swiftly. "Master, do you have any orders?" The loyal subordinate inquired respectfully. The Corpse King replied with a chilling smile, "Take a few men and lie in wait 5 kilometers from the boundary. Our targets are the isolated human players. Attempt to persuade them to surrender. Those who refuse, eliminate them without hesitation." A glimmer of excitement flashed in the subordinate's eyes as he nodded eagerly. "Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements at once." The Corpse King nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Although the zombie boss cannot be summoned directly, with sufficient human players as bait, we may lure them out. At that point, the human defenses will crumble entirely." The subordinate revealed a sinister grin. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Master. We shall accomplish this task and ensure you are not disappointed." Meanwhile, Chen Yang, Yicheng Yuan, and Lin Yu returned to the location of the Snow King statue. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the central faux statue had been replaced with a larger one. "Who could have done this?" Lin Yu exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "This is getting interesting." Yicheng Yuan surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "What if we inform the zombie camp about this fake statue?" A cunning glint appeared in Chen Yang's eyes that would make it even more intriguing, but we need not intervene. This alliance is exceedingly fragile. We can simply watch. Chen Yang, Yicheng Yuan, and Lin Yu found a vantage point from which to survey the entire battlefield. From this elevated position, they could clearly observe the layout of the human defenses and the advancing movements of the zombie forces. Lin Yu retrieved a packet of jerky from his backpack and handed it to Chen Yang and Yicheng Yuan. Chen Yang accepted the snack with a bemused expression, exclaiming, "You truly see yourself as a war correspondent, don't you?" Yicheng Yuan, however, unabashedly took the treat, took a bite, and remarked nonchalantly, "Well, we are merely waiting now. As long as no one discovers the true Snow King statue, we can remain undisturbed until the game concludes, and perhaps we might see some advantageous opportunities." Chen Yang nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant front line. The players of the human faction were diligently preparing. Fire magic users ignited bonfires at intervals along the defense line, their flames flickering amidst the snowstorm, casting a warm glow. These fires not only provided warmth, but also served to deter the onslaught of the zombies to some extent. Lin Yu pointed towards a group of players behind the front line and inquired, "What are those support players doing? Why are they incessantly digging pits? Can they actually alter the terrain?" Following his gaze, Chen Yang observed a cluster of support players fervently wielding shovels and spades, vigorously excavating the ground. They had not only dug deep trenches, but also set up spikes and traps within them. Chen Yang explained, "The event instance likely permits players to modify the terrain. My concealment of the Snow King statue was entirely unaffected." Lin Yu whispered, "I merely pondered that such extensive alterations might be disallowed. Much like during our time in the camp." At that moment, the zombie faction launched their attack. On the distant horizon, an ominous tide of undead surged forth, their masked figures appearing particularly terrifying against the backdrop of swirling snow.